Welcome to part 3 of this 1000-hour cultivation saga. Subscribe to Far East Stories for more exciting audiobooks like this one. Enjoy! Let's start cultivating now. With my mental power having broken through to the peak of the 3rd level, it's time to practice the Wan Shen Ju. The Wan Shen Ju is a secret technique for mental power that Chen obtained in his previous life. It can only be cultivated after reaching the peak of the 3rd level of mental power. Previously, he had not met the requirements, but now that his mental power had broken through, Chen couldn't wait to start cultivating. The Wan Shen Ju is extremely powerful and terrifying. Once successfully cultivated, it will greatly enhance his strength. They'd even stormed the Ji estate searching for him, but missed him entirely. Chen did not care about the outside chaos. He was immersed in the cultivation of the Wan Shen Ju. Waves of mental power flowed continuously within Chen's body. If seen from afar, one would find that this mental power seemed to form a large net, intricate and terrifying. These mental powers formed a whole, operating within Chen's body like a true qi circulating around. Each circulation would strengthen him a bit more. Mental storm! Suddenly, the entire mental power net glimmered slightly, and Chen condensed his mental power together, shooting it out from his brow. Crash. A teacup on the table ahead seemed to suffer an invisible impact, swaying and falling off the table, shattering into pieces. No, the mental power still isn't concentrated enough. A normal mental storm, although it is an illusory attack, could smash a teacup apart with a single strike. Now it merely knocked it off the table, clearly indicating that its power was still insufficient. Of course, this kind of power only manifested on inanimate objects like the teacup. If it hit a martial artist's mind, it would be different. Suddenly receiving such a terrifying mental power impact, even a mystic-level expert would feel dizzy and even fall into a state of stupor. To be able to cultivate to such a level in such a short time was already quite good. In my previous life, it took me several months to reach this point. In this life, with the experience from my previous life and the powerful control over my soul from the soul-gathering technique, I could achieve the 1st level of the Wan Shen Ju, the mental storm, in such a short time. However, Chen did not feel regret. Cultivation is not something that can be accomplished in one go. As long as the 1st level of the Wan Shen Ju is cultivated successfully, the power of the mental storm will naturally increase gradually. This should be the place where Chen is located. A few hundred meters away from Chen's residence, 2 figures were flying swiftly. It was the 2 inner door elders of the Ghost Immortal sect. The Ghost Immortal sect is one of the top sects among the 5 nations in the Northwest. Being able to serve as inner door elders there means that both of them are at the early stage of the mystic level. They could fly from the city gate without wasting much time. Elder Left Knife, I've heard that Chen is strong. Let's strike together when we reach him. We must ensure a one-hit kill and then go meet with the sect master. The elder Li Yang, who was a bit older, spoke in a deep voice. Don't worry, killing a little brat is nothing. I can handle it alone, let alone with a sneak attack. The elder Left Knife, around 40 years old, had a scar running across his face, giving him a particularly fierce appearance. My Ghost Absolute Knife technique will make him perish instantly. Left Knife revealed a sinister smile. The 2 figures moved at an astonishing speed and quickly arrived outside Chen's residence. Swish, swish. The 2 shadows soared into the air and landed within the residence, their speed so fast that the patrolling city guards outside didn't even have time to notice. Mystic-level martial artists have incredibly sharp senses. Even without cultivating spiritual power, they can easily perceive movements within 100 meters and avoid some dangers. It should be right here. Li Yang and Zhu Dao exchanged a glance, their senses spreading towards the interior of the residence. Having successfully cultivated the spiritual storm, Chen did not continue his training but instead took out the mysterious rust sword and sensed its internal structure. The Black Soul Shadow was absorbed into the mysterious rust sword, which certainly didn't happen for no reason. There must be a reason behind it, and Chen's task was to uncover that reason. However, no matter how he sensed it, the mysterious rust sword seemed like a deep abyss filled with endless darkness, making it impossible for him to see through even a bit. What exactly is this mysterious rust sword? Chen furrowed his brow just as he was about to investigate closely. A sudden frown crossed his face. There was a sensing wave that had just scanned over. It's a mystic-level martial artist. The spiritual perception of mystic-level martial artists is extremely concealed. Generally, those below mystic level cannot sense it at all. However, Chen was a spiritual power cultivator, and his soul power was incredibly terrifying, even comparable to the strength of a 9th-level martial god, which allowed him to notice. Here they come again, 2 of them. Chen's expression became serious, but on the surface he pretended as if nothing was amiss, continuing to handle the rust sword in his hand. Who wants to deal with me? And two mystic-level martial artists at once? In his heart, Chen was speculating. Mystic-level martial artists are not common. In places like the 5 nations of the Northwest, they already belong to the top combat strength. Joining the army, they would at least be a major general. Joining a family would be enough to become a high-ranking elder, and in top sects, they would at least be an inner elder. Could it be Zhao Feng? The first person that surfaced in Chen's mind was Zhao Feng. Without a doubt, the one who most wanted to kill him in the entire Great Qi Kingdom was Zhao Feng. Others simply didn't have the guts or the resources. But this aura seems familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere before. It's from the Ghost Immortal sect. Suddenly, Chen was startled. The sensing aura he just felt gave him a very familiar feeling. Looking back, it was very similar to the aura on Nian Wuji and Ling Xiong during the initial trials of the 5 nations' great competition. The martial artists of the Ghost Immortal sect often practiced similar techniques, which also led to their auras being somewhat close. This kind of aura is very ethereal. Most martial artists might not be able to perceive it, and even if they remember it, they would quickly forget. However, Chen's perception was too sharp. As long as it was an aura he had experienced, he would never forget it. I didn't expect the Ghost Immortal sect would come to the capital of the Great Qi Kingdom, but why do they want to attack me? Didn't they already determine that the culprit was Feng? Chen kept pondering in his mind, but on the surface, he remained indifferent. In a corner of the residence, Li Yang and Zhu Dao's perception penetrated through the walls, landing on Chen. Peak mid-heaven level cultivation? I thought he was only at the early heaven level. And his aura is so profound, Li Yang exclaimed softly. Before coming here, he had already thoroughly read the intel and knew Chen's cultivation level was only early heaven level. Unexpectedly, upon seeing him now, he had already reached peak mid-heaven level. How long has it been since the initial trials of the 5 nations? It hasn't even been half a month, and Chen's cultivation has actually risen by a level. Is he even human? This is simply monstrous. No way, even if he is monstrous, it shouldn't be this exaggerated. I heard this kid is only 15 years old. Li Yang Elder, you're not scared, are you? Zhu Dao sneered. Li Yang almost jumped up as if his tail had been stepped on. Zhu Dao, what do you mean? He's just a mid-heaven level martial artist. Why would I be scared? I'm just a bit surprised, and given how quickly this person's strength has increased, I can't help but feel something is off. Could it be that this person killed the young master? According to the intel from Ling Xiong, the most likely culprit for killing Nian Wuji was Feng. As for Chen, he was merely a small suspect with a very low probability. That was why Nian Shuo, the sect master, led many experts to the Qin family. However, upon sensing Chen's cultivation level now, Li Yang vaguely felt that the one who killed the young master might very well be Chen. Regardless of whether he killed the young master or not, this person must die today. Oh right, there's also a woman in another room of this residence, and she seems quite beautiful, heh heh heh. Zhu Dao grinned sinisterly. During his time roaming the 5 nations of the Northwest, Zhu Dao had another nickname, the Mad Blade Lust Demon. He was extremely lecherous, with hundreds of good young women having been defiled by him, and he took pleasure in killing them after having his fun, relishing that perverse process. Don't act recklessly. Don't forget our purpose here is to kill that Chen. Li Yang's face was grim. At such a time, Zhu Dao was still thinking about these things. He really didn't know if it was right or wrong for the sect master to bring him along. Heh heh heh, I certainly won't forget the sect master's orders, but after killing someone, enjoying a bit is also a must. Zhu Dao chuckled. All right, enough chit-chat, let's move. Make sure to use killing moves. Otherwise, if the strong from the Great Qi Kingdom come, it'll be troublesome. Li Yang coldly snorted. Rest assured. Zhu Dao licked his lips, a fierce expression on his face. The true energy within them quietly surged, and their auras rapidly rose. Strike! The two launched their attack simultaneously, their figures darting like lightning, tearing through the void and instantly crashing into Chen's room. Boom. The entire wall was weak and fragile, like tofu, instantly crumbling into pieces under their impact, creating 2 large holes. At the same time, their auras surged to the extreme as they aimed to strike at Chen within the room. Among them, Zhu Dao suddenly drew out the battle sword at his waist, while Li Yang's palms were as hot as fire, containing terrifying power. Wind's mirage! They were fast, but Chen was faster. Before the two could even make their move, the mysterious rust sword in Chen's hand suddenly unleashed countless bizarre sword lights that rained down like dense raindrops, enveloping the two figures. What? Li Yang and Zhu Dao, not having had the time to strike, were enveloped by the myriad sword lights, their expressions momentarily blank as they froze in place. What is happening? How did Chen know someone was going to ambush him, and how did he know they would strike from this position? Coincidence? Even a fool would know this couldn't possibly be a coincidence. In an instant, their expressions turned extremely ugly, as if they had seen a ghost. The only explanation for this situation was that Chen possessed a perception comparable to that of a mystic-level martial artist. With his powerful sensing ability, he had sensed their presence in advance and made preparations ahead of time. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain why they had just rushed out and hadn't even had the chance to act before being attacked by Chen. Damn it! This thought flashed through the minds of the two, but at this moment, they had no time to consider anything else. They suddenly retreated, trying to dodge Chen's attack, while simultaneously crossing their hands and blades in front of their chests to defend. However, they underestimated Chen's speed and the power of his sword moves, and due to being caught off guard, they wasted precious time. By the time they reacted, Chen's attack had already descended upon them. Whoosh, 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 the sky was filled with a rain of swords, each beam of sword light like a sharp blade madly striking their bodies. Clang, clang, clang. Puff, puff, puff. The sounds of blades clashing and sword energy piercing their bodies were incessant as the two were instantly enveloped in the rain of swords. What does it feel like to be cut by 1,000 blades? Li Yang and Zhu Dao felt this deeply today. Their clothes were ripped to shreds in an instant, and their true energy shields were cut open with long gashes. Terrifying power penetrated their bodies, leaving dense sword marks and causing blood to seep out. At the same time, a terrifying sword energy force surged through their bodies, violently stirring and wantonly destroying their meridians and true energy. In just an instant, they suffered a horrific blow. How could this be? This kid is only at the mid-earth level. How could he break through my defenses? Injured, the two were greatly shocked, filled with indignation. Previously, even though Chen had discovered their whereabouts in advance, they had only been surprised and not reached the level of shocked anger. After all, in their eyes, with Chen's mid-earth level cultivation, he should not even be able to break their defenses. But the result gave them a heavy blow. "Damn it, I will tear you to pieces!" Zhu Dao roared, the rumbling sound shaking the entire room as if it were about to collapse. Not enough. Relying on the faintness of the wind, he seized the moment of the other party's attack, pushing them back with their own moves and causing their thoughts to become chaotic. But Chen knew this was far from enough. The opponents were not ordinary people, but extremely terrifying mystic-level martial artists. If an ordinary martial artist came, even a peak Laterth-level martial artist, under the force of a well-prepared sword strike, would face certain death. However, the previous encounter with the two from the Ghost Immortal sect had only left them injured, and this level of injury had not even reached the point of being seriously wounded. Once the two regained their senses and their injuries healed, facing one against two would become dangerous. I must kill one of them first. Thoughts raced through Chen's mind. Mental storm. He opened his eyes, a cold gleam flashing as the depths of his pupils seemed to rotate like a kaleidoscope. An extremely terrifying mental shock burst forth from his eyes, the mental storm he had just cultivated not long ago. Silently, an ethereal wave of mental energy shot out, ignoring Zhu Dao's defenses and instantly entering his mind. Boom! Zhu Dao's soul suddenly surged, the intense mental impact causing him to grunt in pain, his figure momentarily freezing and his gaze becoming dazed. Ah, he let out a painful roar. Chen's mental power was too strong, reaching the peak of the 3rd level, and under the amplification of the myriad god's art, it was enough to harm a mystic-level martial artist. If Zhu Dao were an alchemist or a bloodline master, he would have had mental power to defend against it. But he wasn't. Under Chen's mental impact, he immediately suffered a tremendous setback. Whoosh! Amidst Zhu Dao's pained and furious shouts, Chen did not pause. Holding the mysterious rusty sword, he flickered and appeared in front of Zhu Dao, thrusting his sword lightning fast. Sword drawing technique, lightning flash. The sword drawing technique was a sword technique practiced by Chen. This technique had only a few simple moves, but the sword moves were extremely peculiar, neither complicated nor flashy. The only terrifying aspect was its speed. Swish! As this sword was thrust out, it seemed to draw a slender white thread in the void, bursting forth with brilliant sword light. From afar, Chen's sword light resembled a paper cutter, almost splitting the void in half. If this sword hit Zhu Dao while he was reeling from the mental impact, he would surely suffer heavy injuries, if not die. "You dare, brat!" Boom! Nearby, Li Yang roared. At this moment, he also reacted. Seeing Zhu Dao in crisis, he was instantly filled with rage and could no longer hide his skill, unleashing his strongest power in an instant. His hand suddenly turned crimson, the scorching air exploding, as if two fireballs detonated in his hands, crashing toward Chen. If this move hit, even if Chen could kill Zhu Dao, he himself would be blasted to pieces. "Just waiting for you?" Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, Chen suddenly turned, his sword light flickering twice before piercing the void, directly appearing before Li Yang. This retreat and advance were seamless, like flowing clouds and flowing water without a hint of obstruction. What? Li Yang was taken aback, never expecting that in an instant, Chen would react so quickly, changing his target from Zhu Dao to himself with no gaps in between. The opponent's apparent attack on Zhu Dao was a feint, drawing him out to strike, taking advantage of the gap created by his hasty move to launch an attack. Damn it! The terrifying sword light flickered before him, and Li Yang felt an intense sense of death looming. But he was indeed experienced in battle and was a mystic-level expert. Regardless of his mental endurance or reaction speed, he far surpassed the average person. At the critical moment, he roared, shifting from offense to defense, blocking in front of his throat. Boom! The sword light and fist energy intertwined, instantly erupting with terrifying power. With a loud crash, the entire room's tables and chairs collapsed, walls trembled, and dust fell. Puff! Immediately after, blood burst forth, and a deep sword hole appeared in Li Yang's hands. The long sword was unmatched in sharpness, nearly piercing through his arm. At the same time, a terrifying force rampaged along Li Yang's hands, rushing into his body, wreaking havoc in his meridians, even overpowering his mystic-level true energy. Is it sword intent? Li Yang felt it was hard to believe. Sword intent was the ultimate goal of a swordsman and often required extremely strong talent in the sword path to master. Normally, only ordinary mystic-level martial artists could begin to glimpse the threshold of sword intent, and it was only at the level of a fifth-tier martial zhang that one could reach mastery in sword intent. Yet Chen was only 15 years old, with a cultivation level at mid-earth level, and he had already mastered such terrifying sword intent. How could this not astonish and infuriate Li Yang? This child is simply too monstrous. As far as I know, in the entire 5 nations of the Northwest, only Qianxue from the Ling Tian sect has comprehended sword intent, and that Qianxue is at least 18 or 19 years old, but this Chen is at least several years younger, yet he has also comprehended sword intent. Li Yang's shock in his heart was like an earthquake, impossible to stop. At this moment, he had a feeling that the young Lord Nian Wuji might very well have died at Chen's hands. This child's talent is too high. If he is not killed today, there will surely be endless troubles in the future. A fierce look flashed in his heart, and a terrifying flame power erupted from Li Yang's body, an astonishing force soaring into the sky, driving out most of the sword intent that had been forced into Chen's body. At the same time, he quickly consumed several pills. With a series of sizzling sounds, the places on his hands that had been injured healed at an incredible speed, at least using 4th-rank healing pills. 4th-grade bloodline power. Chen's eyes narrowed. What a pity! Ever since Li Yang blocked his sword with both hands, Chen knew he had lost the best opportunity to kill Li Yang. As a 4th-rank Xuan-level martial artist, his true qi had already transformed into true power. In terms of true qi levels, Heaven-level martial artists cannot compare with Xuan-level martial artists at all. If Chen had not practiced the 9-star Divine Emperor technique and mastered sword intent, it would have been unlikely for him to even breach Li Yang's defenses. Not killing the opponent, Chen's gaze remained unfazed. This was merely one of the possibilities he had anticipated. His figure violently retreated, and the mysterious rust sword in Chen's right hand emitted an even stronger sword intent, making him seem like a sword deity, once again striking out with a sword. Dense sword lights like an intertwined spider web enveloped Li Yang. The sword lights intersected, each containing astonishing sword energy. Under the onslaught, the might was tremendous, the brutality indescribable. How ridiculous to dare attack under my 4th-rank bloodline power. Li Yang shouted coldly, his emotionless gaze fixed firmly on Chen, a deep killing intent flashing in his pupils. Being forced to this extent by a young boy was a first in his life. The humiliation in his heart was even more enraging than his injuries. Great blood hand. With a loud roar, Li Yang's hands erupted with unprecedented blood energy, as if a gigantic blood-red handprint appeared in the void, fiercely pressing down toward Chen. Boom, the blood handprint collided with the myriad of sword lights, creating a thunderous roar. The entire house rumbled, seeming to be on the verge of collapse. Crack. Finally, the old wooden beam could not withstand the pressure, breaking apart, and the house tilted to one side, countless tiles falling down. Meteor chasing moon, Chen's eyes suddenly brightened, and he thrust his sword out unexpectedly. Clang, the blood-red handprint, weakened by more than half, was violently split in the middle, the bright sword light heading straight for Li Yang. Trivial skills. Li Yang sneered, channeling his true power to the maximum. Boom. The blood-red true power surged, blocking Chen's sword. Not good. However, after blocking this sword, Li Yang's heart did not feel joy. Instead, it sank suddenly. Vaguely, there seemed to be a strong sense of crisis enveloping him. Where is it? As his perception searched, it had only swept halfway through when suddenly, boom. The few tiles that had fallen before him suddenly exploded, 3 streams of black light like swifts, darting toward his vital points in an instant. What, is this the young lord's flying knife treasure? Seeing those 3 streams of black light, Li Yang was filled with unprecedented shock and anger. Those 3 light streams were clearly 3 black flying knives. If they were not the young lord's true treasures, then what were they? The young lord was indeed killed by you. Li Yang was filled with unprecedented fury, but at this moment, he had no time to think too much, as those 3 flying knives had already reached his vital points. Damn it, Li Yang roared. The 3 flying knives had been hidden behind the fallen tiles, so he had not noticed them at all. By the time he did, it was already too late. He could only watch helplessly as the 3 streams of light approached from tricky angles. Boom! At this moment, Li Yang risked everything, pushing his 4th-rank bloodline power to its limit, even stimulating the vital energy within his body to burn into even more terrifying power. Boom! The 3 flying knives were struck off their original course by the terrifying force but still penetrated through Li Yang's body, causing a spray of fresh blood, narrowly avoiding his vital points. That was close. Li Yang was drenched in cold sweat. If he had been careless just then, he would have been dead. However, before he could completely relax, suddenly, the sword light flashed before his eyes. Chen had somehow already arrived at his side, stabbing forward with his sword. Chen's expression was cold, devoid of any emotion, like a cold god of death staring at his prey. Swish. This sword light was so fast that Li Yang had no time to react before it was already before him. How can this child's combat experience be so rich? Li Yang, filled with shock and anger, felt his pupils constrict. No matter how Chen was, he was still just a boy. But from the previous exchange, his combat experience was so rich that it left even this Xuan-level martial artist in awe and fear. From the very beginning of their confrontation, Chen's attacks were a chain reaction, each link extremely dangerous. As long as they were slightly careless, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was hard to believe that such a meticulous plan could form in the mind of a boy in such a short time. Break! In a moment of life and death, Li Yang could no longer maintain his composure. He bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood. That blood transformed into a blood mist, forming a strange rune, attempting to block Chen's attack. At the same time, Li Yang's figure rapidly retreated, reaching his utmost speed in an instant. But he was fast, Chen was faster. The sword light twisted, shattering the blood mist before him, and then Chen's long sword swept forward once more, startling Li Yang into hastily dodging to the side. As the sword light flashed, Li Yang let out a scream. Blood splattered in the void as his right hand was severed, flying off into the air. Escape! At this moment, Li Yang had lost the will to continue fighting. This fellow before him was too terrifying. He had to inform the lord of the sect so that the lord could handle it. His figure swayed, ready to retreat. Can you escape? An invisible mental force shot out, and Chen unleashed a mental storm toward Li Yang. The formless mental power entered his body, causing Li Yang to freeze momentarily, his eyes becoming dazed and his expression blank. Since the battle had reached this point, Chen would not let Li Yang off. With a flicker of his figure, he thrust out a powerful sword. The brilliant sword light instantly reached Li Yang's brow, fast enough that the naked eye could barely catch it. The battle between the two seemed long, but in reality it occurred in an instant. With a sword thrust, Li Yang had no power to resist and was about to be severed. "Little brat, go die!" Unknowingly, Zhu Dao had woken up and, upon seeing the scene before him, was shocked, his hair standing on end. There was no time to think about what had happened. With a roar, Zhu Dao raised his battle knife high, fiercely slashing at Chen. Demon prison knife, heaven-shattering, earth-cracking. Boom, a terrifying blade light tore through the air, crushing towards Chen with a momentum as powerful as a landslide. "I must kill one first." Chen's eyes were filled with murderous intent, completely ignoring Zhu Dao's attack. With a flick of his mental energy, 3 flying knives appeared in front of him, Chinese letter towards that astonishing blade light. At the same time, the long sword in his hand did not pause, moving even faster, like a bolt of lightning slicing through the horizon, shooting out. In the instant the sword light entered his mind, Li Yang was suddenly stimulated by the sword energy, and his eyes cleared. However, He had no time to react and could only watch helplessly as the terrifying sword light brutally pierced into his brow. No! With a heartbreaking scream, regret and unwillingness surged in Li Yang's heart. He could never have imagined that he, a distinguished inner elder of the Ghost Immortal sect, would die in the royal capital of the great Qi kingdom, and at the hands of a mere teenager. I am unwilling! His mournful roar shattered the sky. Puff! In the blink of an eye, the vitality in Li Yang's mind was instantly extinguished, turning into nothingness. In the next moment, the blade light of Zhu Dao fell, violently shaking off the 3 flying knives that Qin Chen had conjured, then landing on Qin Chen, creating a violent rumble that swallowed everything. The great battle here in Qin Chen's residence produced a huge roar. At first, the crowd didn't react, but soon all the patrolling city guards were alarmed. Looking up, they saw large amounts of smoke rising from the residence where Qin Chen was, accompanied by an astonishing aura spreading out. Not good. It's young Master Chen's home. What's going on? Is someone trying to assassinate young Master Chen? Hurry and notify Captain Zhu Li. All the city guards were stunned, their faces turning pale with fear. They all understood the relationship between Qin Chen and Captain Zhu Li. Now, Captain Zhu Li was in his 30s and had already reached the peak of the Earth-level mid-stage, rising as a new noble among the city guards. If his cultivation continued at this speed, it was very likely that he would break through to the mystic level in the future, and even compete for the position of the city guard commander or transfer to the Imperial Guard. At that time, they would also have a great prospect. And all of this, they knew very well after following Zhu Li for many years, was all due to Qin Chen's contributions. It could be said that their whole team basically did nothing but patrol near the Qin residence, ensuring the safety of Qianxue. Now that a battle had broken out in the Chen family, they had not sensed anything beforehand, which was a serious dereliction of duty. In their shock and anger, this group of city guards rushed into the Chen residence. Then they witnessed the scene of Qin Chen's house collapsing. "Young Master Chen!" the city guards present exclaimed in shock and couldn't help but rush forward. "Be careful!" A voice of alarm came from not far away, stopping this group of city guards. "Miss Qin, the group of city guards, anxious, turned back, their faces filled with confusion. They saw that Qianxue also wore a worried expression, but her eyes were extremely calm as she nervously said, "The opponent is a 4th-tier mystic-level warrior. You going up would be of no help. Quickly notify Dean Zhu Weiken and Pavilion Master Xiong from the Alchemy Pavilion." Mystic-level warrior? All the city guards were taken aback, their eyes filled with terror. Mystic-level warriors were extraordinary and very rare in the royal capital of the great Qi kingdom. Each one was a powerful figure. How could such a strong expert come to assassinate young Master Chen? If that were the case, not only would they be of no help by going up, but they would also be sending themselves to their deaths. At the same time, they couldn't help but feel astonished. How terrifying must young Master Chen's strength be to fight a mystic-level expert and cause such a commotion? Don't hesitate, immediately notify Dean Zhu Weiken and the others. Seeing these city guards stunned and unresponsive, Qianxue couldn't help but anxiously urged. But young Master Chen? Only then did the city guards realize, but anxiety filled their hearts. Could young Master Chen truly withstand a mystic-level warrior? Don't worry, I believe Chenner will be fine. The earlier you notify Dean Zhu Weiken and the others, the greater the chance of Chenner surviving. Though Qianxue was extremely worried, her mind was the clearest. Yes! Under Qianxue's instructions, the city guards seemed to find their backbone and calmed down. Then, except for 2 people left to guard, the rest quickly dispersed to notify others. They understood that only by bringing strong reinforcements could they save young Master Chen. "Chenner, I believe in you, you will be fine." With her hands tightly clasped, Qianxue looked at the smoke and dust-filled house, silently praying, her gaze incredibly firm. When Zhu Dao's blade struck Qin Chen, he felt both joy and anger. He was happy that Qin Chen had finally been slain by him, and he recognized that the 3 flying knives that had blocked his blade light were the genuine treasures of the young Master Nian Wuji. This meant that it was highly likely that Nian Wuji had been killed by this Qin Chen, and by slaying Qin Chen, he would have accomplished a great feat. He was angry because, knowing he was going to die, Qin Chen had not dodged. Instead, he fought back, attempting to kill Elder Li Yang as well. This left him utterly perplexed. This kid is truly ruthless. Knowing he was going to die, he still dragged someone down with him. Perhaps he thought he could block my attack with those 3 genuine flying knives and survive. It's truly laughable. Zhu Dao shook his head. The heaven-shattering earth-cracking was one of his most powerful moves in the demon prison knife technique. Not to mention a peak Earth-level warrior, even a mystic-level expert of the same level might not withstand it. He was confident that under this one strike, Qin Chen would definitely be dead beyond any doubt. even his body reduced to dust. What a pity for Li Yang. Shaking his head, Zhu Dao turned around, his powerful perception locking onto Qianxue and the others in the residence. Since he had acted, then these few must all die. Just as he was about to strike, suddenly, from the dissipating smoke and dust, a figure slowly emerged, and a strong sense of crisis lingered in Zhu Dao's mind. What? Impossible? Zhu Dao's face changed drastically as he saw Qin Chen holding a long sword. In the smoke and dust, Qin Chen's clothes were quite tattered, even revealing the skin underneath, appearing rather disheveled. However, his body was completely unharmed. Not only had he not fallen, but even his limbs were quite intact, without any disability. This left Zhu Dao completely unable to believe his eyes. The undying sacred body is indeed powerful. Under the stimulation of the 9-star God Emperor Art's true energy, even the attacks of an ordinary mystic-level martial artist cannot harm me at all. Qin Chen felt delighted in his heart. The undying sacred body was the strongest body refinement technique he obtained in his previous life. In his past life, Qin Chen had a remarkable reputation in the martial domain. Although he was not a martial god, his abilities and influence were far stronger than an ordinary 9th-level martial god. Especially with his 8th-tier bloodline royal status and identity as a 9th-tier imperial alchemist, he could command respect in the martial domain. What techniques could he not obtain? And how terrifying was the undying sacred body that he selected? Qin Chen was now truly experiencing it. With his mid-heaven level cultivation, even a peak mystic level martial artist's full-force strike could not injure him in the slightest. If this were to spread, the entire Tianwu continent would likely tremble. However, all of this was also attributed to the baptism of the spirit essence liquid. Qin Chen let out a breath of turbid air. The spirit essence liquid was a treasure that could be described as a rarity in the martial domain, and its greatest function was to transform the martial artist's body. It was precisely because of the baptism of this spirit essence liquid that Qin Chen was able to break through the undying sacred body to the 2nd level not long ago, allowing his physical strength to reach an unprecedented realm. While Qin Chen sighed, Zhu Dao was shocked. This is impossible. How can a heaven-level martial artist withstand my heaven-shattering strike? Even if Zhu Dao were to be killed, he would not believe the scene before him. This child must have some protective treasure, otherwise it would be impossible to achieve this. However, protective treasures can usually only defend once. I don't believe this child can survive continuously. Boom. With a shake of his body, Zhu Dao did not hesitate and struck again with his blade. Crack! The dazzling blade light swept across everything. The ground was plowed out with a deep chasm nearly 10 meters deep. The sky radiance that stood between heaven and earth crushed down, unstoppable. Break! Qin Chen shouted softly, and the mysterious rusty sword in his hand suddenly raised. The powerful sword intent surged forth, slashing against that bright blade light. With a loud explosion, a startling blast echoed once more. The intense force shook the entire earth, and dust rose up again. Useless. I don't believe you can withstand how many more strikes from me. Zhu Dao gritted his teeth, his expression twisted. After one strike was blocked, his expression remained unchanged. He gripped the battle knife with both hands, delivering 3 upward strikes, 3 downward strikes, and a total of 12 blade lights, weaving a large net aimed at Qin Chen. Boom! Dust filled the air, and Qin Chen was engulfed by the terrifying blade lights. The ground was cut open with countless intersecting blade marks, but as the dust settled, Qin Chen remained safe and sound. What the hell? Zhu Dao was terrified, nearly losing his mind. He had seen clearly earlier that there was no light from any treasure on Qin Chen, indicating that the reason he did not die under his attack was not due to protective treasures, but true and terrifying bodily defense. At such a young age, how could this child possess such a terrifying body? This is simply unbelievable. Suppressing his inner shock, Zhu Dao blurted out. The next moment, run, whoosh. He transformed into a streak of light, turning to flee. He had come with Li Yang to kill Qin Chen. Now, with Li Yang dead and Qin Chen's physical defenses so fearsome, Zhu Dao immediately felt the urge to retreat. Right now, he had no need to entangle himself with Qin Chen. He only needed to find the sect master, inform him of the truth, and let the sect master deal with Qin Chen. With the sect master's terrifying strength, killing Qin Chen would be effortless, and there was no need for him to fight desperately here. Thinking of leaving, do you think you can? Qin Chen sneered and suddenly raised a hand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The entire courtyard was suddenly enveloped by a terrifying formation's light. In an instant, the houses in front of Qianxue and the others disappeared, and the entire estate was shrouded in a hazy white light. In the place where Qin Chen's house was, the white light was even more intense. Apart from the dim glow, there was no sign of any movement. Chen had not hurried to kill Zhu Dao earlier because he was secretly activating this protective formation. This formation was set up to prevent Feng from sending assassins, and unexpectedly, it was useful against the Ghost Immortal sect. Since Chen had previously exposed the flying knife true treasure of Nian Wujin, he had no intention of letting Zhu Dao and the others leave alive. A mere formation thinks it can stop me. Break for me. Seeing himself surrounded by the formation, Zhu Dao was not flustered. He gripped his battle knife and an infinite blade aura erupted from within, fiercely slashing down. Boom, a terrifying wave of blade energy swept out, heavily striking the formation's barrier in front. Zhu Dao smirked coldly. In his view, Chen, a heaven-level martial artist, could activate what kind of formation? A third-tier formation would be the limit. But as a fourth-tier mystic-level martial artist, a mere third-tier formation could not possibly stop him. However, the next moment, Zhu Dao's expression froze. When his blade light struck the formation barrier, the entire barrier shook violently for a moment but quickly returned to calm, flowing smoothly as if it had not been damaged at all. A fourth-tier formation. You're actually a formation master. Zhu Dao's eyes nearly bulged out, his heart filled with shock beyond measure. Damn it, Feng and Xiong, how could such important information not be investigated? Are they trying to get me killed? Zhu Dao hated Feng and Xiong to the bone. With their heaven-level cultivation, they could activate a fourth-tier formation. Wasn't Chen a formation master? Such important news should have been uncovered long ago. Now suddenly revealing such an ability, Zhu Dao was nearly driven crazy. These two idiots, cursing in his heart, Zhu Dao also knew it was impossible to escape. His only option now was to kill Chen. As long as Chen died, the formation before him would naturally fall apart without needing to be attacked. Chen, it seems we have both underestimated you. You have hidden yourself well. So this means our young master Nian Wujin was also killed by you? Zhu Dao calmed down, staring intently at Chen, his gaze filled with apprehension. At this point, he could instead remain calm. He was merely going to fight to the death. Chen's abilities had all been exposed. Although he had killed Li Yang earlier, as long as he was careful, it would not be so easy to kill him. What do you think? However you Ghost Immortal sect dare to come to the capital of the Great Qi Kingdom, truly you have some guts. Chen frowned. The Great Qi Kingdom, after all, was one of the 5 great powers, and Nian Wujin had died during a normal trial. Even if the Ghost Immortal sect was furious, they would not dare to come to the capital of the Great Qi Kingdom, right? Chen had always thought so, but the reality shocked him. The Ghost Immortal sect's actions were surprisingly audacious. So what if we kill in the Great Qi Kingdom? Does the royal family of the Great Qi still dare to go to war with our Ghost Immortal sect? Look at you, such audacity. You killed the young master Nian Wujin and even framed it on Feng, causing our sect master to misidentify the target. Zhu Dao did not believe that Chen was truly unscathed. His demon prison blade contained a terrifying evil intent. Even if the opponent could block the physical attack of the blade's aura, they would be unable to stop the invasion of the blade's intent. These forces, like maggots gnawing at bones, would gradually erode the opponent's true qi. By the time that happened, the opponent's third stage true qi would be utterly powerless to resist. So you mean there are more than just the 2 of you sent from the Ghost Immortal sect? Even your sect master has come, looking for Feng? Chen's gaze flickered as he deduced a lot from their conversation. While speaking, he circulated his true qi, completely eliminating the blade aura that had surged into his body, leaving not a trace behind. Chen practiced the 9-star Divine Emperor technique, a cultivation method whose level he couldn't even see in his past life. The purity of his true qi was astonishing. There was nothing he couldn't cleanse. Let alone a bit of blade intent, even true blade intent would struggle to injure him. Trying to extract information from me? Zhu Dao's expression darkened. Unexpectedly, Chen had managed to pry some information from him. However, he was not worried. Instead, he sneered. Upon learning that the sect master was also present, this kid would definitely become anxious, even fearful. When the battle commenced, in a state of inner turmoil, he would naturally reveal more flaws. Moreover, your cultivation level is only at the mid-tier heaven level. Even if you practiced a powerful body-refining technique, it would consume a great deal of true qi. You must be running low on true qi now, right? Zhu Dao grinned wickedly. In fact, Zhu Dao was not only powerful, but also very perceptive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived for so long in the martial world despite committing numerous evil deeds. Although he appeared to be casually conversing with Chen, he was actually using words to create invisible pressure on him at all times. Once a person becomes flustered during battle, their combat power will naturally be compromised. You can try, If it were an ordinary martial artist, perhaps they would have been disturbed by Zhu Dao, but who was Chen? Zhu Dao's words did not cause the slightest ripple in his mind. Try I will, demon prison blade, anger slash, seal heaven. Zhu Dao with a sinister grin thought Chen was merely pretending to be calm. As his words fell, he slashed out with his blade, the bright blade light surging forward like a broken bamboo, instantly reaching Chen. Break! Chen raised his mysterious rusty sword and slashed out. Bang! The sword light collided with the blade light, both annihilating each other. A strong shockwave swept out, shattering the debris around them. If it weren't for the protective formation around, the remaining waves could have even collapsed the entire mansion. A mystic-level martial artist is a nation's top combat force, not just a title. I wonder how long you can hold on. Zhu Dao clearly wanted to exhaust Chen's true chi. Waves of blade light continuously poured out, bombarding Chen from a distance. A mystic-level martial artist can perform true power attacks, creating terrifying blade and sword lights while maintaining their overall potency. Compared to true chi, true power is more condensed and stable. However, heaven-level martial artists don't have it so easy. If they perform long-range attacks, their power will undoubtedly diminish significantly, making it not worth the effort. How does it feel? Quite uncomfortable, huh? Ha, let's see how long you can last. Distantly wielding the blade light, the violent blade aura bombarded Chen like a rain of missiles. He did not dare to get too close to Chen, who had a mental storm that left him apprehensive. Li Yang too was struck by the mental storm and fell into a daze, unable to resist, which led to his demise at Chen's hands. Otherwise, with Chen's strength, how could he have slain Li Yang with a single sword? You think too much? Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Zhu Dao believed his true chi was nearly depleted, but in reality, as someone practicing the 9-star Divine Emperor technique, Chen's true chi was several times thicker than that of a normal martial artist. How could it be so easily exhausted? Otherwise, the 9-star Divine Emperor technique would not be viewed as a method surpassing the heaven level. Go! Since Zhu Dao wanted to play, Chen would accompany him. Forming hand seals, Chen controlled the True Treasure flying daggers and shot them at Zhu Dao. The 3 True Treasure flying daggers seemed to possess life, moving flexibly through the sky filled with blade lights, penetrating towards Zhu Dao's flaws and vital points. What, you can still control the True Treasure flying daggers at this time? Zhu Dao was taken aback. What kind of monster is this? Not only does he have to defend against my attacks, but he also controls the formation. Now he can even use mental power to control the True Treasure flying daggers. Is there such a freak in this world? Normal martial artists can only focus on one thing at a time. Being able to multitask is already an impressive feat. Someone like Chen, who can control several things at once, is exceedingly rare. At least, Zhu Dao believed he could not. But that was not all. The key was that the flying daggers controlled by Chen were incredibly agile, constantly dodging his blade light attacks, and each strike targeted his flaws and vital points. This was no random maneuvering. Blade Yuan Shield. The black war blade transformed into a half-circle, forming a curved blade light barrier in front of Zhu Dao. Bang, 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 the 3 flying daggers all struck the barrier, creating ripples upon impact. A powerful force transmitted through the shield, causing Zhu Dao to stagger back 2 steps, his throat feeling sweet, almost spitting out blood. Why is this power so strong? Zhu Dao was horrified, feeling so frustrated he could vomit blood, nearly going mad. Good opportunity. Chen seized the chance and soared upwards with his sword. Bang! Zhu Dao hurriedly defended, but under the violent shock, a terrifying sword intent swept over, sending him flying back several steps, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his internal true power surging. He took a deep breath, just about to adjust his internal energy and suppress his boiling blood, when swoosh, 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 the 3 True Treasure flying daggers surged towards him again, forcing him to raise his blade to defend. Damn it! Zhu Dao was on the brink of collapse. Under the continuous attacks, he was caught off guard and could only retreat and defend repeatedly. How much true chi does this kid have? Why does he not seem the slightest bit fatigued? Zhu Dao was frustrated. He felt somewhat overwhelmed himself, his internal true power significantly depleted, yet the opponent remained vigorous. If he could, he would have dropped his blades and fled, but he simply couldn't. Good opportunity, mental storm. Chen had been searching for an opportunity. Seeing Zhu Dao's gaze flicker and his spirit momentarily dazed, he quickly unleashed a mental storm. Zhu Dao's mind spun and his gaze fell into a stupor. Not good. He was shocked and quickly bit his tongue, summoning the last of his willpower, roaring in madness, eager to regain clarity. As the illusions before him dissipated, what Zhu Dao saw was a sword light brilliant to the extreme. No! Puchai. The sword light flashed, and a wide-eyed head flew upwards, blood spraying 3 meters away. If given a choice, Zhu Dao would never have chosen to come and kill Chen, but it was already too late. Gulu, the head covered in blood, rolled to the ground. Zhu Dao's eyes widened, unable to close in death. Heaven-level martial artists are indeed troublesome. After letting out a long breath, Chen finally relaxed. If it weren't for the fact that he had recently broken through to the mid-heaven level at the Zhu Family, and that his soul power and mental power had greatly improved, completing the first stage of the spiritual secret technique, the 10,000 gods art, killing these 2 elders from the Ghost Immortal sect wouldn't have been so easy. Even so, Chen's expression was still not very pleasant. He didn't expect the Ghost Immortal sect to dare to come to the capital of the Duchy Kingdom to kill for Nian Wuji. According to what that guy said earlier, the sect master of the Ghost Immortal sect had gone to the Chen family. It wouldn't be long before they came knocking. With the status of the Ghost Immortal sect, their sect master was at least a peak mid-heaven level martial artist, akin to Lingwu Wang Xiaozhan. This might be a bit troublesome. Furrowing his brows, Chen quickly thought in his mind. The difference in strength between a peak mid-heaven level expert and a peak early heaven level expert was not a small gap at all. If the sect master of the Ghost Immortal sect really came, it would definitely be very troublesome for Chen to deal with his current cultivation. He had to come up with a plan. Right now, Chen only hated his low cultivation. If he were also a heaven-level martial artist, how could he possibly care about the sect master of the Ghost Immortal sect? Moreover, he could be fearless against them, but with his mother here, she would definitely be implicated, which was what Chen worried about the most. While thinking in his heart, Chen casually stored away Zhu Dao and Li Yang's storage rings. I wonder how much wealth a heaven-level martial artist would have. His mental power seeped in, and everything from the 2 storage rings appeared before Chen's eyes. The wealth in Zhu Dao's storage ring was fairly standard. Among them, there were more than 200 low-grade true stones, 7 or 8 mid-grade true stones. It was not much more than Nian Wuji. Chen shook his head. However, besides this, there were many other treasures, such as materials. There were 7 or 8 types of 4th-grade materials, including Tian iron, top-grade fire cloud stone, and a fist-sized black square stone, among others. Tian iron was a rare material for forging precious weapons, with extremely high strength and great value. The fire cloud stone was the same. The top-grade fire cloud stone had excellent compatibility with fire-type true energy, containing terrifying fire-type power. Once it erupted, it was enough to heavily injure a heaven-level martial artist, not to mention being refined into a treasured weapon. As for the black square stone, it was a good material for crafting array plates. Array plates? A flash of inspiration suddenly crossed Chen's mind. That's right, if the Ghost Immortal sect really came in large numbers, there would definitely be many powerful experts. At that time, no matter how strong I become, I won't be able to handle them all. It can't be said that I am protecting my mother, but if I set up a large number of formations in this residence. Chen raised his brow. It wasn't impossible. Previously, to prevent Zhao Feng from ambushing and harming his mother, he had already set up some basic formations around the residence. Now, with so many materials on hand, and most importantly, so many true stones, he could quickly set up some simple formations. If the people from the Ghost Immortal sect dared to come, he believed that with his formation skills, he could at least make them suffer a great loss, if not leave them all behind. Thinking of this, Chen quickly searched through the 2 storage rings. In addition to the 4th-grade materials, Li Yang's storage ring also had a lot of 3rd-grade materials and many high-grade spirit herbs. There were even numerous secret manuals and silver notes. However, Chen did not take the time to meticulously count these, but quickly continued to search Li Yang's storage ring. So many mid-grade true stones. The treasures in Li Yang's storage ring were clearly better than Zhu Dao's. Among them, there were more than 300 low-grade true stones, nearly 20 mid-grade true stones. With these mid-grade true stones, I have even more confidence. Chen was overjoyed. Hastily arranged formations would definitely have many flaws. The energy unleashed by low-grade true stones was too weak. Only the energy unleashed by mid-grade true stones could inflict damage on heaven-level martial artists. Thus, the more mid-grade true stones there were, the greater the power of the formations. Only then could they intimidate the enemy. Besides true stones, other treasures such as materials were also significantly better in Li Yang's ring. Not to mention, just the 4th-grade materials were more than 10 types. Among them were also top-grade materials. This is star sand. At the same time, Chen saw a jar of shimmering silver sand like stars in Li Yang's storage ring. Star sand was an excellent material for crafting array plates. An array plate infused with star sand was easier to activate and amplify its power. In addition, Li Yang's storage ring contained many pills, spirit herbs, and even high-grade healing pills. It was a pity that he had died too quickly and didn't have time to consume them. Li Yang's wealth exceeded that of Zhu Dao, which was easily understandable. Li Yang was older and had reached the peak of early heaven level for a longer time. Over the years, he had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation. To break through, relying solely on accumulating true energy was certainly not enough. More was needed through comprehension. So he had stored up whatever true stones and treasures he could find. But Zhu Dao was obviously much younger, possibly still in the stage of cultivation growth, so whatever good things he had would definitely be exchanged with others. Once he obtained true stones, they would be used for cultivation. I must hurry. After counting the storage rings, Chen retracted the formations and walked out, outside the formations. Seeing the area enveloped in the white light of the formations, all the onlookers grew tense, sensing the silence. Why is there no movement? Has the battle ended? How is Qianxue? Could something have happened? What nonsense are you saying? How could Qianxue have any issues? The two remaining city guards couldn't help but speak nervously, their expressions anxious. Next to them, Qianxue remained calm. The formation hasn't been broken, which means Chenor is certainly fine. Otherwise, this formation would lose its vitality without anyone controlling it. However, just as Qianxue's voice fell, the entire courtyard's formation light suddenly dimmed. Everyone's hearts tightened, and then they saw a figure emerge from where Chen's original house stood. Who else could it be but Chen? Qianxue, are you okay? Great. I said Qianxue wouldn't have any problems. Upon seeing Chen walk out, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Qianxue quickly walked up, her face filled with worry. Mother, I made you worry. Chen said with a bitter smile. Qianxue, what exactly is going on? Why would there be heaven-level martial artists coming to assassinate you? The two city guards asked with concern. Qianxue looked over nervously. Two Innergate elders of the Guixian sect, Chen said. Guixian sect, Innergate elders? The two city guards stared, startled but too inexperienced to grasp the full weight of it. They thought I killed their young master, so they sent people to assassinate me. The sect master of Guixian is also in the royal capital. He ought to have gone to the Zhu family, Chen added. They glanced at each other, speechless. The name alone carried a mountain of implication, but Chen showed no panic. They're already dead, he said lightly. Dead? The guards were incredulous, but Chen's calmness brooked no further questions. Inform King Kang and have him relay the matter to the court, Chen ordered in a single, clipped sentence. The bureaucracy would move, that much he didn't need to linger on. Once the two guards left, Qianxue's face grew serious. Chenor, the sect master, is in the capital. If word spreads, they'll press hard. We should leave for someplace strong, King Kang's residence, the Alchemy Pavilion, the Imperial Palace. That's useless. Chen shook his head. I won't ask others to fight my battles. If Guixian sect wants me dead, they can try. I won't drag anyone else into this. A cold glint passed his eyes. They came this far because they have confidence and preparations. If I run, we might walk into an ambush outside. Here, at least, the formations I've already set up give us a chance. Mother, you must stay inside that room and don't take any risks. I'll do everything I can to protect us. Qianxue looked as if she wanted to argue, but he cut her off gently, the urgency in his voice final. There was no time for debate. He stepped into the formation chamber and began work. His movements were swift and exact, mental energy condensing like a storm. He produced plates and components with the efficiency of someone who had done this 1,000 times in his head. Each motion left brilliant, transient traces as he fused runes and formed webs of spirit lines. The speed and precision were astonishing. What would have taken days for ordinary formation masters he completed in hours. Qianxue watched, tears welling. Po Tian, look, our child. Her voice trembled between pride and fear. Then iron replaced tremble. Don't worry, I won't let anyone harm our Chenor. Outside the residence, Zhao Zhen led a small group, Zhao Feng among them. They approached the modest gate with carriage wheels grinding to a halt. So this is where Chen and his mother live, Zhao Feng spat, eyes narrowing with contempt. The sight stoked his resentment, but he kept his bitterness to a simmer. This was not the time for petty triumphs. Zhao Zhen's look was dismissive. They paused only long enough to confirm the place, then fell back into formation as ordered. The capital's officials would be informed. The court would respond in due course. For Chen, however, the coming hours would not be decided by courts or nobles, but by the formations he was weaving now. An invisible net that would determine whether he and his mother survived the night. Zhao Feng looked down on Qianxue 1,000 times. Back then, in order to escape marriage, she left the great Qi kingdom without permission, causing the current emperor to be furious and bringing great disaster to the Qin family. That would have been fine, but a few years later, she shamelessly brought back an illegitimate child, making the Qin family unable to hold their head high in the royal capital, becoming the laughingstock of the entire Great Qi kingdom. If it was just because of this, Feng could still accept it. However, what she couldn't endure the most was that despite all this, Qianxue was still deeply favored by the old man Qin Baishan. Whether it was the courtyard they lived in or any good things, they were always centered around her. Even Qin Chen was doted upon by the old man. She, Zhao Feng, was the matriarch of the Qin family, a young lady from the Zhao family in Lingnan. What a distinguished status. Marrying into the Qin family and giving birth to 2 sons for them, her eldest son Qin Feng was the #1 genius in the royal capital. In her eyes, when the old man Qin Baishan passes away in the future, the entire Qin family would belong to her 2 sons. But the existence of Qianxue and Qin Chen made her very displeased, thinking that her 2 sons were threatened. That's why she had always been aggressive. As expected, this ungrateful wolf, Qin Chen, actually ruined Fenner in the end-of-year exams at Qianxue Academy and even severed Fenger's right arm during the preliminary competition of the 5 kingdoms. At this moment, Zhao Feng's heart was filled with hatred. She hated herself for not getting rid of that mother and son pair 10 years ago so as not to have reached this point today. Father, that Qin Chen and Qianxue should be at home now. Let's hurry over and take action to eliminate future troubles. She gritted her teeth, her eyes full of resentment. Nodding, Zhao Zhen led Zhao Feng and the others as they strode towards the residence of Qin Chen. At this time, in the Qin family residence, a group of extraordinary experts stood coldly and proudly at the entrance of the Qin family. They were a group of powerful members of the Ghost Immortal sect. Zhangzhu, do you really think Zhao Gao won't intervene in this matter? After all, we are dealing with his subjects from the Great Qi Kingdom. An elder of the Ghost Immortal sect couldn't help but speak up. The leader, Zhangzhu Nianshu, sneered coldly. This sect has already informed Zhao Gao of the seriousness of the matter. If he dares to obstruct us, this sect wouldn't mind causing a scene in this so-called royal capital of the Great Qi Kingdom. Nianshu looked down on them, glancing at Ling Zhang beside him and said, "You go smash the door." Understood. Ling Zhang nodded and walked out of the crowd, heading straight for the entrance of the Qin family residence. "What business do you have at my Qin family?" The 2 guards at the entrance of the Qin family had already been paying attention to Nianshu and his group. But upon sensing the terrifying aura from them, they didn't dare to shout them away. Now seeing someone approaching the Qin family residence, they had to inquire. "Dingwu Wangfu, he." Ling Zhang glanced at the plaque at the entrance of the residence and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, raising his hand violently. Boom, a terrifying aura surged out, smashing directly onto the Dingwu Wangfu plaque. Before the 2 guards could react, the entire plaque exploded with a bang, turning into wood chips that scattered everywhere. "You bold!" The 2 guards were completely dumbfounded and immediately furious. The Dingwu Wangfu plaque was a gift from the previous emperor of the Great Qi Kingdom. Although it had only been a few decades, no one had ever dared to act recklessly at the Qin family over the years. They never expected these few people to be so bold as to smash the plaque without hesitation. "Who are you daring to cause trouble at my Dingwu Wangfu? You won't live if you don't clarify this today." With a shout, the 2 guards exuded their aura, and even facing the elder of the Ghost Immortal sect, they didn't back down at all, shouting angrily. "Who?" Ling Zhang sneered coldly, a fierce light flashing in his eyes, suddenly slapping towards the 2 guards. The 2 guards were merely at the peak of the Earth-level late stage. Although they were not weak, how could they withstand Ling Zhang's attack? With 2 bangs, they were sent flying, crashing heavily onto the steps at the entrance. "Let Qin Feng of your Qin family come out to die?" A thunderous roar erupted, akin to thunder, directly sounding outside the Qin family residence. "Who are these people, daring to make such a commotion outside Dingwu Wangfu? Are they seeking death?" The arrival of Nianshu and his group attracted not only the 2 guards of the Qin family, but also many commoners in the vicinity of the street. At first, they were merely confused, but when they saw Ling Zhang daring to shatter the Qin family plaque, they were all dumbfounded. When Ling Zhang shouted that line, everyone was stunned. Who are these people? Too bold, right? Not only are they provoking the Qin family, but they also want the eldest young master of the Qin family to come out and die. Is this challenging the heavens? Everyone was shocked, feeling their minds spinning. What status does the Qin family hold? The #1 martial merit family in the Great Qi Kingdom, one of the top forces in the royal capital. Since the rise of Dingwu Wang Qin Baishan, no one had ever dared to be arrogant at the Qin family's entrance. But now, this was going to be a big deal. Even the simplest-minded person understood that today, something significant was clearly going to happen. and this roar echoed clearly into the Qin family residence. Inside the Qin family residence, everyone was alarmed. Although Qianxue was not present and Qin Yuanji was also absent, many elders still sat in the Qin family, each of them furious and rushing out. "Who dares to cause trouble at my Qin family?" With a roar, an elderly man with gray hair was the first to rush out. This man was dressed luxuriously, exuding an extraordinary aura. He was the second elder of the Qin family and the main figure who had expelled Qin Chen and Qin Yueqi. As soon as he emerged, he exuded a terrifying aura, looking angrily at Qianxue and others, and upon seeing the two guards lying on the ground, he trembled with rage, his eyes shooting out an overwhelming killing intent. "What is happening?" He looked at the two guards, filled with immense anger. "Second elder, these guys don't know where they came from. As soon as they arrived, they smashed the plaque that our previous emperor bestowed upon the Qin family and injured us, demanding that we hand over young master Qin Feng." Seeing the second elder, the two guards seemed to have found their backbone and hurriedly cried out, "What, our Qin family's plaque?" The second elder was taken aback, quickly looking up, only to see that the plaque hanging above the Qin family was nowhere to be found, only wood chips scattered on the ground. "Old man, who are you? Tell your Qin family's Qin Feng to come out and die." Seeing an old man running out and babbling, Xiong frowned and smirked. "You're seeking death." Boom, the second elder could no longer hold back and shot a palm at Xiong. Yo, with this palm strike, terrifying true energy condensed, instantly transforming into a gigantic azure eagle. This true energy azure eagle was massive, emanating a terrifying aura. As it flapped its wings, fierce rays shot from its eyes, and its claws, akin to gold and iron, ruthlessly grabbed towards Xiong. It was the second elder's eagle transformation divine palm. The eagle transformation divine palm of the second elder was his renowned ultimate skill. Decades ago, it was already formidable, having slain many martial artists. Now, when unleashed, it was even more terrifying. It had surely reached the transformation realm. Let's see how that guy could withstand it. Let him be arrogant in our Qin family. Seeing this, the two guards revealed joyful expressions, confidence surging within them. The surrounding commoners also gasped in astonishment. Second elder Qin Feng, during his time in the royal capital, also had considerable fame. Following Qin Ba Tian, he fought on the battlefield, contributing significantly, and was conferred the title of General Qi Kai. Unfortunately, at the age of 40, during a great battle, he was injured in his right leg, leaving him with a hidden ailment, forcing him to withdraw from the military and retire at home. However, his martial arts cultivation had not diminished. Decades passed, and although he had not broken through to the profound level, he had already reached the pinnacle of the heaven level, achieving an extreme state where even an average early profound level martial artist would think twice before competing. Now, with a single move, he immediately exhibited his profound cultivation, drawing gasps from the surrounding spectators. "How dare you be reckless in the Qin family? This is seeking death." The second elder Qin Feng's expression twisted, his eyes gleaming with cold light as his true energy surged to its peak. No matter who the opponent was or what their purpose in the Qin family was, merely daring to shatter the Qin family plaque was already a death sentence, unforgivable. He could already imagine the scene of his palm strike sending the opponent into severe injury, begging for mercy. However, the next moment, the expression on second elder Qin Feng's face suddenly changed. Is this the so-called martial aristocracy of the great Qi kingdom? Is this the might of the esteemed Qin family? Ridiculous. Xiong sneered coldly, then extended a palm. Within his hand, astonishing true power condensed, transforming into a circular vortex. This vortex, entirely black, spun rapidly, emanating a terrifying aura as it was hurled forward. Yo! A piercing scream erupted as Qin Feng's true energy azure eagle, under the terrifying spinning force, was utterly powerless to resist, shattering into countless pieces in an instant. Simultaneously, an astonishing spiral force broke through the void, pouring into Qin Feng's body. What? The true energy protective shield around Qin Feng instantly shattered, and his entire body was sent flying backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair. Boom! His body crashed heavily against the back gate, causing the entire Qin family gate to explode into fragments. Second elder, Qin Feng, swish, swish, swish. A series of gasps echoed as figures swiftly flew out from the Qin family residence, the powerful members of the Qin family who had been previously disturbed. Upon arrival, they saw Qin Feng being blasted away, causing them to tremble in shock, their voices filled with rage. Be careful, this person is a profound-level martial artist. Qin Feng, his face pale and filled with shame, spat out a mouthful of blood, wishing he could find a hole to burrow into. A profound-level martial artist? All the Qin family members were astonished, looking at Xiong with horror. Xiong, showing disdain, glanced at the approaching Chen family members, furrowing his brow. Where is Feng? Why hasn't he rolled out yet? Could he be cowering like a turtle? Xiong's arrogant expression made all the Qin disciples feel stifled, their eyes nearly spitting fire with anger. When has the dignified Qin family ever been humiliated like this? This was a first in the history of the Qin family. Who are you exactly? Gritting his teeth, the third elder of the Qin family couldn't help but shout angrily. Profound-level martial artists in the Great Qi Kingdom were all figures of significance. With the Qin family's status, there was hardly anyone they didn't know. But this group before them was completely unfamiliar. They had never seen them before, making him feel cautious and suspicious. Who I am is not for you to know. Quickly let Feng roll out. Xiong's expression darkened. Our purpose here is simply to kill Feng and has nothing to do with your Qin family. However, if you remain stubborn and do not hand over Feng, do not blame me for being ruthless and killing all of you here. As his voice fell, a terrifying killing intent erupted from Xiong's body, the rich bloodlust pressing down like a mountain upon the Qin family members. The Qin family members turned pale, their expressions filled with horror. The timing of the arrival was too coincidental. At this moment, the strongest among them were absent. A single profound-level martial artist was enough to make them pale. You dare? The third elder trembled in fury, nearly about to explode. The other commoners were all dumbfounded. Killing all the Qin family members here? Who exactly are these guys? How dare they say such things? In the Great Qi Kingdom, the Qin family was like a great mountain. Not to mention ordinary forces, even the royal family would not dare to speak to the Qin family in such a manner. It seems you few will not shed a tear until you see the coffin. Very well, let's see if I dare. In a flash, Xiong transformed into a streak of lightning, slamming a palm towards the third elder of the Qin family. You! The third elder of the Qin family shook violently, as in shock, he began to circulate his true energy, attempting to resist his opponent's attack. But it was useless. His protective true energy had yet to form when the opponent's attack already arrived. With a loud crash, his protective true energy shattered, an immense force surged towards him, sending the third elder flying backward, spitting blood. Having injured the third elder, Xiong was relentless, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he pursued closely. You spoke the most just now, so I'll take you as the sacrificial knife. With 5 fingers raised high, strands of true energy shot forth like 5 blades, fiercely thrusting down towards the third elder's head. Third elder, all the Qin family disciples cried out in horror, their eyes nearly bleeding with anger. If this strike landed, with the third elder's pinnacle late heaven-level cultivation, his head would surely be pierced with 5-finger holes, killing him on the spot. Your Excellency, what grievance does my Qin family have with you that you would strike so ruthlessly? At this critical moment, a cold voice rang out as a figure suddenly shot out from the Qin family residence, slapping towards Xiong's hand, intercepting his attack in an instant. Step, step, step. A strong impact surged forth, forcing Xiong back several steps. With a frown, his expression turned even more ferocious, and a more terrifying aura rose from within him as he aimed a palm at the figure that had suddenly appeared. Sneak attacking from the shadows, what kind of hero is that? Humph! The old man coldly snorted, his eyes flashing with fierce light. You, a profound-level martial artist, slaughtering my Qin family disciples, is that what it means to be a hero? Get back, old man! Amidst the loud roar, the old man suddenly unleashed a punch, the intense force becoming a hurricane that completely enveloped Xiong's palm's strength. Xiong's expression changed, and a sudden sense of crisis surged in his heart. In an instant, he pushed the true power within him to its limit, but it was useless. With a loud bang, his palm's strength shattered in an instant, and a terrifying force struck his chest, sending him flying. A trace of blood slowly oozed from the corner of his mouth. Elder. Seeing this person, the disciples of the Qin family all showed ecstatic expressions and exclaimed. The person who arrived was none other than the Qin family's grand elder, Qianxue, who was also the only profound-level martial artist in the Qin family's current residence. As soon as Qianxue appeared, the morale of the Qin family members instantly rose, as if they had found their backbone. Everyone, don't worry, my Qin family is not a place where anyone can act wildly. Waving his hand, Qianxue reassured everyone, while his gaze fixed on Qianxue and the others, revealing deep seriousness. Feng and the others, due to their low cultivation, couldn't see much, but as a profound-level martial artist, Qianxue could see at a glance that the old man who had attacked earlier was not the strongest among them. The real threat came from the several people who had been watching coldly from behind. The auras of these people were extremely terrifying, surpassing that of the old man who had attacked earlier, especially the middle-aged man leading them. Qin Kangyun could not gauge his cultivation level at all. Just standing there gave him a strong sense of pressure. This feeling was something he had only experienced from the strongest person in the great Qi nation, Xiao. When did my Qin family offend such a formidable enemy? With a solemn heart, Qin Kangyun's expression remained unchanged as he coldly said, "Everyone, I am the Grand Elder of the Qin family, Qin Kangyun. I don't know how Qin Feng has offended you all to the point of making you act so violently against my Qin family. If you do not give my Qin family an explanation today, standing tall in the great Qi nation for so many years is not just empty words." Qin Kangyun's words rallied the spirits of the crowd. He was indeed the Grand Elder of the Qin family, his grandeur unchanged over the years. A useless person, unable to handle even such a small matter. Qianxue coldly glanced at Ling Zhang, causing him to tremble in fear, cold sweat dripping from his back. "I don't care who the Grand Elder is. Hand over Qin Feng immediately. If you don't, my Qin family should prepare for extermination today." Qianxue sneered, uninterested in Qin Kangyun. "You impudent, bold, how arrogant. This is simply lawless." The members of the Qin family were furious, each of them fuming with rage. Who is this person, threatening extermination at every turn? Does he really think he is invincible? It seems that you are not prepared to talk properly. Qin Kangyun furrowed his brow. "Talk? What the hell are you talking about?" A powerful figure from the Ghost Immortal sect, with a violent temper, suddenly charged out. This person had dark skin and a body like a tower. As he rushed out, he threw a punch. With a thunderous boom, a sound like a thunderclap erupted, and his black iron fist swept towards Qin Kangyun like a hurricane. Boom! Qin Kangyun hurriedly intercepted, his body shaking as he staggered back a few steps, his complexion shifting between red and pale. "Humph, is that all? Come at me with a few more punches." The tower-like man grinned cruelly, his fists wildly swinging out. The continuous rumbling of punches forced the nearby crowd to retreat, looking up to see that Qin Kangyun was enveloped by the black fist's strength, like a bird trapped in a cage. Such terrifying power. Within the might of those punches, Qin Kangyun's expression grew grave. He dared not underestimate the attack, frantically mobilizing his true power to block the opponent's fist wind. However, the opponent's attack was too strong, like an endless torrent, as unstoppable as the Yellow River in flood. At first, Qin Kangyun could still block the opponent's punches, but as time passed, after prolonged defense, he became distracted. His internal true power couldn't keep up, and the opponent seized the opening, landing a punch on his protective shield. Bang, bang, bang! The successive punches rapidly came, causing Qin Kangyun's body to shake violently, staggering back, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. In the end, with a loud cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire form flying back like a torn rag, crashing heavily to the ground. "Hee, what Grand Elder, just this." Clapping his hands, the tower-like man wore a sinister grin, looking down disdainfully at all the Qin family disciples. At this moment, the scene fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at the dark-skinned, middle-aged man standing proudly, then glanced at the fallen Qin Kangyun, their expressions vacant. The Grand Elder has fallen too? An inexplicable fear spread among the Qin family disciples. Not only them, but the surrounding crowd was also dumbfounded, fear-stricken, as if their eyeballs would drop to the ground. The Qin family, renowned in the great Qi nation as a top-tier family, was unexpectedly defeated so easily by just a few individuals, without any effort. This stark contrast made it difficult for everyone to accept. "Quickly hand over the killer of my sect's young master, Qin Feng, otherwise I truly fear my men will show no mercy and kill you all one by one." The black tower-like man spoke with a sinister face, his tone stern. In fact, if he could, he would have taken action long ago and killed all the Qin family members. However, he knew very well that the Ghost Immortal sect entering the capital of the great Qi nation to kill was already against the rules. If only Qin Feng were killed, it would be fine, as it would be reasonable. But if the entire Qin family were slaughtered, even if Zhao Gao wanted to avoid action, it would be impossible for them to leave safely. After all, the Qin family was the most prestigious martial family in the great Qi nation, and this face was something the great Qi could not afford to lose. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, the Ghost Immortal sect would not ruthlessly slaughter the Qin family. "The killer of your sect's young master? You are from the Ghost Immortal sect." Hearing the tower-like man's words, everyone was shaken, and several Qin family disciples suddenly realized something, crying out in shock. "Oh, are you admitting that our Ghost Immortal sect's young master was killed by your Qin family's Qin Feng?" Upon hearing the Qin family's words, Qianxue and the others' eyes flashed with a cold glint. Sure enough, the one who killed Wuji was a member of this Qin family. Didn't you see that even the Qin family admitted it themselves? A dense killing intent suddenly surged from Qianxue. The Chen family disciple realized he had misspoken and hurriedly fell silent. Ghost Immortal Sect, so it's actually the Ghost Immortal Sect. Everyone was stunned. Although they had some suspicions, they never expected that the people from the Ghost Immortal Sect would dare to come to the capital of the great Qi nation and kill openly. Are they trying to go against the heavens? Quickly hand over Feng, otherwise don't blame us for being ruthless. I will count to 3. If Feng does not come out, I will kill one person. Every 3 counts, I will kill one. Let's see how many people you Chen family can have to kill. Qianxue, unable to waste any more words, stepped forward, emanating killing intent, like a furious lion ready to kill. 1, 2, a cold voice echoed like the lament of the Grim Reaper over the Qin residence. If Feng were at the Qin residence, he would have come out long ago. As he saw Qianxue about to take action, the great elder Qianxue gritted his teeth and said, he couldn't risk the lives of Qin family disciples. Not at the Qin residence? Qianxue frowned. You lot go inside and search for him. Xiong, you lead the way. Qianxue commanded several powerful figures from the Ghost Immortal Sect beside him. Yes, this group of powerful figures leaped into the Qin residence, searching everywhere. Among them, Xiong was at the forefront, as he was the only one to have seen Feng in person, while the others had only seen his portrait. You all, a mouthful of fresh blood spewed out as the great elder of the Qin family, and the others were so furious that they spat blood, trembling all over. Their eyes were filled with humiliation. What a disgrace, what a disgrace! The Qin family had dominated the great Qi kingdom for so many years, but when had they ever been so humiliated? At this moment, the entire Qin residence seemed defenseless, allowing others to search, but unable to resist. The surrounding populace could only sigh in disbelief. At the same time, they were infuriated. The Ghost Immortal Sect was too arrogant. This was the great Qi kingdom, not their Ghost Immortal Sect, yet they dared to act so overtly, it was too outrageous. Who is causing trouble here? At that moment, the commotion attracted the patrolling city guards, who rushed over immediately. Seeing that something had happened at the Qin family's entrance, the leading city guard's spirit was jolted, and he was overjoyed. Someone actually dared to cause trouble at the Qin family. This was great news. If I help out, perhaps I can establish some connection with the Qin family. However, before the surprise could settle, upon seeing the scene before him, the city guards were all dumbfounded. Isn't that the second elder of the Qin family? And the third elder too? Why is everyone injured? The great elder Qianxue rarely ventured into the outside world, so not many people recognized him, but the second and third elders were quite vain and often appeared outside, thus many people recognized them. The city guard captain was frightened by this scene and his heart nearly burst. You all, turning to look at Qianxue and the others, he trembled in fear. Who are these people? They even dare to touch the Qin family. Get lost. Seeing the city guards looking over, Qianxue could not help but shout coldly. An invisible aura surged into the bodies of this group. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the city guards staggered back, their faces pale, terrified to the point of losing their composure, hurriedly retreating from the crowd. Be careful, these guys are from the Ghost Immortal Sect. A member of the public couldn't help but whisper a warning. Ghost Immortal Sect? The city guard captain was taken aback. How did people from the Ghost Immortal Sect come to the capital of the great Qi kingdom? Thanks for the warning. Without hesitation, the city guard captain hurriedly led his men to retreat, turning to leave. They knew this matter was beyond their capability to intervene. They had to quickly notify their commander and inform the emperor. That was the best course of action. Swish, swish, swish. Within the Qin residence, chaos erupted, and not long after, Xiong and the few powerful figures returned. Reporting to the sect master, Feng is indeed not within the residence. Kneeling on one knee, shook his head. Quickly say, where has Feng gone? Grabbing the great elder Qianxue, Qianxue's eyes turned ferocious, as if he would kill him on the spot if he didn't speak. You dare rampage in our great Qi kingdom? Do you not fear the wrath of the royal family? Qianxue said, his eyes filled with fury. He didn't want to reveal Feng's whereabouts because he knew that doing so could put Feng in danger. As the #1 talent of the Qin family, Feng was the future root of the Qin family. You don't want to say, do you? Raising his right hand, Qianxue did not waste words. A suction force emerged from his palm, drawing a Qin family disciple into his grasp as easily as picking up a chick. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't speak, I'll kill one person until you do. Qianxue did not believe that if he started killing one by one, this guy would remain stubborn. Great elder, save me? The disciple caught by Qianxue felt his internal energy seemingly freeze over, unable to mobilize, and could only cry out in terror. The great elder's eyes were fierce as he shouted, if you have the guts, kill me first. Kill you, Qianxue sneered. "It seems you're very tough. Good, you four follow my orders. As soon as I count to 3, if this old man doesn't speak, you shall start killing, starting with these young ones. Didn't Feng kill Wuji? Then I'll make sure the Chen family is cut off from the future." "Yes, sect master." Several powerful figures from the Ghost Immortal sect grinned wickedly and stepped forward, coming to stand before the Chen family disciples in their 20s, revealing cruel smiles. 1, 2, Qianxue began to count slowly, but Qin Kangyun remained silent. "No, don't kill me, don't kill me. I'll speak, I'll speak. I know where Qin Feng went." Without Qianxue needing to count to 3, a group of Qin family disciples had already begun to cry out in fear, their faces pale, as if their souls were about to leave their bodies. "You all," the Great Elder was furious and spat blood. "How could these guys be so spineless? Great Elder, don't blame us. Qin Feng is a Qin family disciple, and we are also Qin family disciples. We can't sacrifice ourselves for him, can we?" The few disciples shouted in panic. Then they fearfully told Qianxue. Qin Feng went to the Qin Chen family in the western city, the Qin Chen family. Unable to hold back any longer, the Great Elder spewed another mouthful of blood. "See, your Qin family still has quite a few righteous individuals." Qianxue laughed coldly, his tone mocking, then turned to say, "You four, lead us there. If what you said is true, you can naturally live. Otherwise, don't expect to survive. Yes, we guarantee what we said is the truth. I will take you there right now." Although these people usually got along well with Qin Feng, when it came to life and death, none had the courage. They could only wish to find Qin Feng immediately and save themselves. At that moment, under the guidance of this group of Qin family disciples, Qianxue and the others rushed towards the Qin residence. These useless animals. The Great Elder Qin Kangyun was so furious that he spat blood again, nearly fainting. The surrounding populace was also silent, too shameless. Are these really disciples of the Qin family, a family of martial glory? Great Elder. A group of Qin family members hurriedly surrounded, looking anxious. What should we do now? Usually they were quite arrogant, but at this moment they looked as if they had lost their souls, completely at a loss. The immediate plan is to notify the family head Qianxue as soon as possible and send someone to the royal palace to inform His Majesty so that he can dispatch experts to withstand the attack of the Ghost Immortal sect. Qin Kangyun gritted his teeth and said, among everyone present, only he could maintain his composure. At once, under Qin Kangyun's orders, the Qin family moved. Some sought out the family head, others reported to the imperial palace, and a force led by Qin Kangyun himself made for Qin Chen's residence. A sliver of hope remained in Qin Kangyun's chest. Many of the Zhao family's experts happened to be in the capital today. With their presence and his own backing, perhaps they could hold the line until His Majesty sent reinforcements. If they could only stall the Ghost Immortal sect until the capital's powerful experts arrived, the sect would not be able to run rampant here. Word of the Ghost Immortal sect's attack spread like wildfire. Rumors that they had come to kill Qin Feng swept through the streets, and the capital erupted. Martial artists surged toward the Qin Chen residence, anger and patriotic fervor driving them to confront any outsiders who would dare harm a foremost family of the great Qi kingdom. The city swelled with people determined not to let the Qin family be humiliated by invaders. Inside the Qin Chen residence, Qianxue kept to her rooms. She feared provoking more trouble by appearing. News that Qin Chen had been ambushed had already begun to fly, and she expected Prince Kang and others to arrive. She refused to leave the formation until help came. Zhao Feng and her group arrived at the residence amid the turmoil. She shouted for Qin Chen, sneering at the thought of making him kneel. Zhao Zhen was ready to force the issue. They had no intention of leaving empty-handed. Before Qin Kangyun and the converging crowd reached the scene, Zhao Zhen had already broken into the Qin Chen residence, found clear signs of battle and no sign of Qin Chen, and was discovered red-handed by the arriving Prince Kang. Qianxue had learned that Zhao Feng and company had come and had immediately sought out Prince Kang. Only he held the authority to check Zhao Zhen. On his way back to the Qin family, he had also heard reports naming a Xuan-level assassin from the Ghost Immortal sect and saying the killer had been eliminated by young Master Chen, who requested an audience with the emperor. Alarmed, Prince Kang rushed with city guards to the Qin Chen residence, meeting Zhao Zhen just as he smashed the main door. "Zhao Feng, you dare collude with the Ghost Immortal sect to assassinate Qin Chen. Who gave you the right?" Prince Kang's roar cut through the courtyard as guards poured in around him. Seeing Qianxue among the ranks, Zhao Feng's scheme crumbled. The commotion had been too loud to conceal. The sight of the broken door and the scattered signs of combat painted a damning scene. Zhao Zhen tried to press inside, but Prince Kang's accusation hung heavy. "As a member of the Lingnan royal family, you dare plot with the Ghost Immortal sect to murder the genius of our great Qi kingdom. Do you not fear your house's extinction?" The words were a verdict in public. Prince Kang stepped forward, anxiety and anger warring in his voice. "Miss Qin, young Master Chen, forgive my tardiness, are you all right?" He rushed past the guards into the residence, followed closely by Qin Yuanji, Liang Yu, Zhu Li and the rest, each tense and scanning the rooms for any sign of Qin Chen. Liang Yu and Zhu Li pressed in as well, their faces pale with worry. Any harm to Qin Chen would be a calamity none of them could forgive. The King Kang and his companions were extremely nervous, while Zhao Zhen and Zhao Feng were left in confusion. Colluding with the Ghost Immortal sect to assassinate Qin Chen? What does that even mean? However, the current bizarre situation left Zhao Feng and the others at a loss for words. "Father, what does this King Kang mean?" Zhao Feng frowned and scoffed. Even if they wanted to frame us, they could have found a better excuse. Colluding with the Ghost Immortal sect, what does my Zhao family have to do with them? Zhao Zhen was also confused, but felt a sense of unease in his heart. He shook his head and said, "Let's not worry about that for now. This residence is indeed strange. It seems it just experienced a great battle. Could it be that someone from the Ghost Immortal sect really came to assassinate Qin Chen?" Zhao Feng was startled, then frowned again. Wait a minute, if they were going to assassinate someone, they would definitely target Fenger first. After all, didn't the Ghost Immortal sect think that Fenger was the one who killed their young master Nian Wuji? "I'm not sure about that. Let's observe the situation first." Zhao Zhen was also puzzled, but as a person who was usually calm, he didn't show it. "Third sister Chenner, we're here. Don't worry, with us around, Zhao Zhen won't be able to harm you." Qin Yuanji brought Qin Ying into the residence, calling out loudly. "Second brother." Hearing so many voices, Qin Yueqi immediately walked out of the house, her face filled with excitement. "Third sister, are you all right?" A group of people rushed forward, and upon seeing that Qin Yueqi seemed unharmed, they all let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you all for your concern, I'm fine." Qin Yueqi shook her head. "What about Chenner?" Qin Yuanji asked again, with the others looking on as well. "Chenner is in the formation, it seems he is refining something," Qin Yueqi replied. Before she could finish her sentence, a figure walked out from the collapsed ruins and appeared before everyone. It was Qin Chen. "You're not hurt, it's really great." A group of people rushed forward in delight. They had heard that Qin Chen was attacked by a Qianxue-level martial artist and even a master from the Ghost Immortal sect. Even with the city guard's timely warning, their hearts were still anxious. Now seeing Qin Chen truly safe and sound, everyone's hearts finally relaxed. It was as if some shackles were suddenly unlocked, and a heavy stone in their hearts had finally been lifted. "You are Qin Chen?" However, before they could express their joy for too long, a cold voice entered everyone's ears. Looking up, they saw Zhao Zhen and the others walking in with indifferent expressions. Although Zhao Zhen's group was not numerous, for some unknown reason, the moment Zhao Zhen walked in, the entire atmosphere seemed to center around him, forming a peculiar space. A Qian-level expert, and he should be at the late stage of Qian level. Qin Chen frowned. In the Great Qi Kingdom, Qian-level martial artists were considered experts, powerful figures in their own right. The Qian level here only referred to the early stage, and above the early stage, there were also the mid and late stages. Generally, a late-stage Qian-level expert could be called the pinnacle of power in the Great Qi Kingdom. There were very few such individuals, and they were quite rare. It could be said that any late-stage Qian-level martial artist who focused on their endeavors could establish a powerful family in just a few decades. This was the true horror of a late-stage Qian-level martial artist. "Young master, this person is named Zhao Zhen, the father of Zhao Feng, and a member of the Zhao family from Lingnan. The Zhao family in Lingnan is one of the great families in our Great Qi Kingdom, and Lingnan is also one of the richest counties in our kingdom. Currently, nearly 70% of the economy and politics in Lingnan are controlled by the Zhao family. Moreover, Zhao Zhen's ancestors also had royal blood. By lineage, the current emperor might still have to call Zhao Zhen uncle. Of course, all of this is ancient history. The royal status of the Zhao family has long been revoked, and they are now just a powerful family," the King Kang explained carefully in Qin Chen's ear. "The Zhao family from Lingnan?" Qin Chen snickered. "It seems Zhao Feng couldn't kill me and brought in a savior." "That's right, it's me. I wonder what business you have here, old man. This place is my Qin Chen's residence. You are not welcome." "Old man?" Everyone was stunned. This was the respected head of the Lingnan Zhao family, a tyrant of the Great Qi Kingdom. Who would dare to address him in such a manner? Even King Kang probably wouldn't dare. Everyone looked at Qin Chen with strange expressions. Perhaps only he could be so casual. It seemed he never knew what fear was. "Humph, although I am in Lingnan, I've also heard about your arrogance. Today, seeing you in person, it truly lives up to the reputation." Zhao Zhen coldly smiled, seemingly unaffected by Qin Chen's words. "I have come today to seek justice for my two grandsons." You mean these two useless ones? What justice is there to seek? Qin Chen disdainfully glanced at the Qin Feng brothers. Qin Chen, you better not be so arrogant. You will regret this today? Qin Feng was furious and stomped his feet. In contrast, Qin Feng remained much calmer, only coldly staring at Qin Chen, his eyes like a venomous snake, coldly fixated on his prey as if he would bite off a piece of flesh at any opportunity. What justice? You dare to say that? You injured my grandson Qin Feng to the point of being a cripple during the year-end exam at the Qianxue Academy, and then during the initial trial of the Five Kingdoms competition, you severed my grandson Qin Feng's arm. Do you think that is all behind us? Zhao Zhen sneered. Zhao Zhen, at the Qianxue Academy year-end exam, Qin Feng attacked first and was injured by his own actions. As for Qin Feng, it was a life-and-death competition at the Five Kingdoms, and he was simply outmatched. Who can he blame? Moreover, Qin Feng's arm was reportedly severed by someone from the Ghost Immortal sect. What does that have to do with Qin Chen? King Kang couldn't help but step forward and angrily shout. Zhao Zhen narrowed his eyes and coldly smiled. King Kang, this Qin Chen is not your son. Why are you rushing to defend him? At this moment, Zhao Feng sneered from the side. Father, that may not be the case. Qianxue eloped back then, and no one has ever seen her partner. Who knows whose seat it is? It might very well be King Kang's. Otherwise, why has King Kang been taking such care of Qianxue and her child lately? You are outrageous. King Kang was furious, and he shouted, someone take them down. His face turned red with anger, trembling all over, nearly rolling his eyes. He wasn't afraid of being gossiped about. He was afraid of provoking Qin Chen's anger. Zhao Feng actually dared to speak of his mother in such a way that was simply unforgivable. Qin Chen's eyes instantly turned cold. Swish, the surrounding city guards rushed forward, drawing their weapons one by one. King Kang, I advise you not to meddle in this matter. Today I only want to create trouble for Qin Chen. It has nothing to do with anyone else. You all can step aside. Zhao Zhen's eyes narrowed, full of confidence. Boom, a terrifying aura erupted from the several powerhouses led by Zhao Zhen. The horrifying breath shocked everyone present, causing their faces to change in alarm and sweat to bead on their foreheads. Mystic-level masters, the ones Zhao Zhen brought, are all mystic-level masters. Everyone was astonished, their expressions grave. On the side of the Wang family, although there were also experts, few could compare to Zhao Zhen. The key point was that the strongest among Zhao Zhen's group was not the several martial artists he brought, but Zhao Zhen himself. It was said that Zhao Zhen had broken through to the late mystic level over a decade ago, and after all these years, he must have become even more terrifying. In fact, this person's current cultivation level might rank among the very top in the entire De Qi Kingdom. Zhao Zhen, this is the royal capital. You cannot act wildly here. Narrowing his eyes, Wang Zhen's body exuded a chilling aura. Even though he was outnumbered by Zhao Zhen's experts, Wang Zhen felt no trace of retreat in his heart. Wang Zhen, do you think you can stop me with just your group? Zhao Zhen sneered, then lost interest in speaking further. With a flicker, he charged towards Qin Chen. Whoosh, his figure moved like a remnant shadow, instantly plunging into the crowd. Stop, so bold. Zhu Li, Qin Yuanji, and the others were infuriated, rushing to intercept, positioning themselves in front of Qin Chen. However, Zhao Zhen paid no mind. With his hands moving grandly, explosive sounds echoed as Zhu Li and the others couldn't even last a single exchange before being sent flying with pained groans. Among them, Zhu Li was the weakest and was directly thrown to the ground, spitting blood. Although Qin Yuanji and the others were also early mystic-level experts, they were no match for Zhao Zhen and were forced to retreat, each one bleeding from the corners of their mouths. Even the strongest mid-mystic-level expert from the Wang family was also sent flying by Zhao Zhen, his face pale as his internal energy surged violently. Strong, too strong. In front of Zhao Zhen, the many experts brought by Wang Zhen were completely unable to withstand even a moment, rapidly falling one after another. In their shock and anger, they wanted to retaliate, but saw that the few mystic-level experts brought by Zhao Zhen had also made their moves to block them. Kid, you've injured my two grandsons. Today I won't kill you, but I will cripple your Danshan, making you lose all your cultivation and let you experience what it's like to be a waste. With a sinister smile, Zhao Zhen pointed at Qin Chen. As he pointed, the void emitted a violent howling, and a strong force shot through like a meteor, heading straight for Qin Chen's Danshan, moving so fast that it was nearly impossible to react. Chenner, young Master Chen. The crowd gasped in shock. Liang Yu and the others were alarmed, rushing forward to try to intercept Zhao Zhen. But it was futile. Zhao Zhen was too powerful. With a single finger, his energy pierced through the air, and Liang Yu and the others simply could not withstand it, watching helplessly as the ray of light shot towards Qin Chen's Danshan. Anyone I, Zhao Zhen, want to cripple cannot be stopped. Zhao Zhen sneered, his expression disdainful and overbearing. He had the capital to be this arrogant. A late mystic-level martial artist was already the strongest person present. Among the crowd, even the most powerful mid-mystic-level expert from the Wang family was no match for him, not even in a few exchanges. One could say, if Zhao Zhen wanted Qin Chen dead, then Qin Chen would die. If he wanted him to live, he would live. Father, cripple him. Haha, Qin Chen, today you are doomed. The crowd was filled with shock and rage, while Zhao Feng, Qin Fen, and others were overjoyed. They widened their eyes, eager to see the expression of despair and fear on Qin Chen's face. However, they were disappointed. Facing Zhao Zhen's fierce attack, Qin Chen's face showed not a trace of fluctuation, as if he were facing not a life-and-death strike, but merely a gentle breeze blowing by. In fact, Qin Chen had already activated the formation plate he had refined earlier. It seemed that the grand formation he had prepared was about to be deployed, but unfortunately, he had originally intended to use it against the experts of the Ghost Immortal sect. Qin Chen shook his head. The reason a trump card is a trump card is that it cannot be exposed. Once exposed, the enemy will be on guard. Although the formation's power still exists, it loses the element of surprise. However, facing Zhao Zhen, a late mystic-level expert, Qin Chen had no choice but to use the formation, because he knew that relying solely on his own cultivation would be very difficult to withstand the opponent. As Zhao Zhen's attack was about to arrive, the formation plate in Qin Chen's hand was about to be unleashed. Suddenly, Zhao Zhen, don't speak so confidently. If you dare to harm a disciple of Tianxing Academy today, I Chu Weiken will stop you. A booming cold shout echoed from not far away. Immediately, a figure appeared like lightning in front of Qin Chen, using a palm to block Zhao Zhen's finger light. Boom. The two forces collided in the void, and a terrifying shockwave sent everyone flying backward, causing the ground to crack and fracture like a spider web. It's the Dean Chu Weiken. Haha, Dean Chu Weiken has arrived. Seeing the sudden appearance of the elder, everyone showed wild joy, their spirits greatly lifted. The newcomer was none other than the Dean of Tianxing Academy, Chu Weiken. Chu Weiken, entrusted with the position of the head of the first academy in Duchy Kingdom, was exceptionally strong in cultivation, having reached the pinnacle level. More than a decade ago, he too had broken through to the late mystic level, becoming one of the top experts in Duchy Kingdom. Moreover, he was a royal patron, able to enter and exit the royal library, possessing a plethora of martial techniques and skills that far exceeded ordinary people. One could say, as long as he was present, Zhao Zhen's wish to cripple Qin Chen would be akin to a pipe dream. In an instant, everyone's heart felt as if it had been lifted off a precipice, as if they had escaped from a desperate situation. Chu Weiken, you want to stop me? Zhao Zhen's expression grew serious, his face darkening, feeling deeply challenged. Qin Chen, are you all right? Ignoring Zhao Zhen, Chu Weiken immediately turned to Qin Chen, concern evident on his face. Thank you, Dean Chu, for stepping in. I'm fine. Qin Chen sighed in relief, while the formation plate in his hand was discreetly returned to his storage ring. Now that Dean Chu Weiken had arrived, he wouldn't have to expose his trump card. Damn Chu Weiken, how could he arrive so quickly? What on earth is going on? As Zhao Feng and the others saw Qin Chen about to be crippled, Chu Weiken's sudden appearance disrupted everything, making them so furious they nearly spat blood. After leaving the Qin family, they rushed straight to Qin Chen's residence without a moment's pause. In their minds, even if Qin Chen had many friends, by the time they arrived, they would have already crippled him. At that point, it would be too late for anyone to say anything. However, they never expected that Wang Zhen and Dean Chu Weiken would arrive so quickly, only a little behind them, instantly shattering their plans. Zhao Zhen, Qin Chen is my disciple from Tianxing Academy and also a genius of Duchy Kingdom. If you wish to kill him, do you want to openly declare war against Tianxing Academy and Duchy Kingdom? Seeing that Qin Chen was unharmed, Chu Weiken couldn't help but turn to Zhao Zhen, his words filled with intense killing intent. Boom, a dense surge of energy shot into the sky, and in an instant, it felt as if a level 7 storm had swept through the entire mansion. That terrifying aura made all the members of the Zhao family struggle to breathe. That guy, Chu Weiken, has become even more formidable in these years. With a wary look in his eyes, Zhao Zhen's expression darkened. If only Chu Weiken had been just a second or two later, Qin Chen would have already been crippled. But now, wanting to cripple Qin Chen again was no longer comparable to before. Unable to contain his anger, he shouted, Chu Weiken, Qin Chen is your disciple from the Tianxing Academy. Are Qin Feng and Qin Fen not your disciples too? My 2 grandsons were harmed by that Qin Chen. As the Academy's principal, what have you done? What right do you have now to stop me from avenging my grandsons? In his view, his grandson Qin Feng's disability in the year-end examination of Tianxing Academy was also Chu Weiken's responsibility. Zhao Zhen, don't confuse these two matters. Chu Weiken furrowed his brows. Qin Feng's injury was during the public year-end exam, and he attacked Qin Chen after losing the match, bringing this upon himself. As for Qin Feng, he lost his right arm during the Five Nations competition. The two events are not comparable at all. What a comparison, Zhao Zhen sneered. Since you said so, I won't waste words. I must cripple Qin Chen today. If you obstruct me, don't blame me for being merciless. No matter who tried to stop him today, it would not change his determination to cripple Qin Chen. Heh, how coincidental, but I, Chu, can't allow that today. If you make a move, let's see who is stronger. Chu Weiken showed no signs of retreat. The two great masters faced each other, coldly staring each other down. The tension between them grew thicker, the atmosphere reaching a boiling point, ready to erupt at any moment. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Where is Qin Feng? Get out here. From a corner ahead, a group of strong figures suddenly appeared, each exuding a terrifying killing intent as they quickly approached. Swish, swish, swish. This group of strong individuals arrived at the entrance of Qin Chen's mansion, coldly staring at everyone in front. They were none other than the members of the Ghost Immortal sect, including Qianxue and others. Their arrival immediately shattered the original atmosphere, leaving everyone in shock. Who are these people? Why do they all have such strong auras? Feeling the pressure from Qianxue and the others, everyone gasped in surprise. As the saying goes, outsiders watch the fun while insiders see the essence. The many city guards present, with their human-level cultivation, felt that this group of people had a truly frightening aura. But that was all. However, the Xuan-level experts like Qin Yuanji could sense that the auras from this group were extraordinary. Some of them resembled a volcano, containing terrifying power that seemed ready to erupt at any moment. Others appeared like a deep pond, leaving one unable to judge its depths. And some resembled towering mountains, majestic and imposing. Each aura was incredibly intimidating, definitely not that of ordinary Xuan-level experts. Where exactly did this group come from? When did such a powerful group enter our great Qi kingdom? Everyone was shaken, their expressions grave. Moreover, upon their arrival, they demanded Qin Feng to come out, arousing a sense of inexplicable concern in everyone. The adults of the Ghost Immortal sect, Qin Chen is right in front. Can we be excused now? You mentioned before that as long as we bring you to Qin Feng, you would let us go. The esteemed sect master and elders of the Ghost Immortal sect wouldn't go back on their word, right? Once the disciples of the Qin family brought Qianxue and the others to the scene, they hurriedly spoke in fear. Their expressions were anxious, worried that Qianxue and the others would go back on their word. Humph, rest assured, what I, Qianxue, have promised will certainly be fulfilled. With a cold sneer, Qianxue waved his hand, and the few Qin family disciples were immediately thrown aside by the powerful members of the Ghost Immortal sect, crashing heavily to the ground, rolling and hiding away. The adults of the Ghost Immortal sect, hearing the dialogue between both parties, everyone's eyes widened in shock. Could it be that this group of experts is from the Ghost Immortal sect? The Ghost Immortal sect was far from the Great Qi Kingdom, and there had hardly been any contact between the two. At this moment, why had this group of powerful experts come to the capital of the Great Qi Kingdom? Considering their expressions and attitudes, as well as their direct demand for Qin Feng upon arrival, Zhao Feng and others felt a strong sense of dread. Could it be that they came for revenge regarding Nian Wuji? Mother, be careful. The other party is from the Ghost Immortal sect. That old man is Elder Ling Xiong, who led the team during the initial trials of the Five Nations competition. Fixing his gaze on someone in the crowd, Qin Feng's expression turned serious. Qianxue, what is going on? With her heart racing, Zhao Feng angrily shouted at the few Qin family disciples who were hiding aside. Reporting to the matriarch, these are experts from the Ghost Immortal sect. They came to the mansion earlier looking for Qin Feng. The elders refused to comply and were severely injured. They threatened to exterminate our Qin family if we didn't hand over Qin Feng, so we had no choice but to bring them here for the safety of our family. Qianxue, the oldest among them, could not help but explain in panic. Zhao Feng, as the matriarch of the Qin family, knew that in a fit of anger, they might find it difficult to survive in the Qin family. Although Zhao Feng was not particularly wise, she quickly grasped the situation and trembled with anger. These few people were clearly afraid for their lives, leading the enemy to them to save themselves, and they spoke so grandly about it. How did the Qin family raise such a bunch of useless people? Lord Sect Master, that one-armed boy is Qin Feng, and the youth in the crowd is Qin Chen. Glancing at the crowd ahead, Ling Xiong hurriedly approached Qianxue and pointed out Qin Feng and Qin Chen. Are these two the ones who killed Wuji? Muttering to himself, Qianxue's eyes flashed with sharpness, revealing a hint of hatred and ferocity. He, Qianxue, had only one son in his later years, Nian Wuji, whom he cherished like a treasure, even planning to have him inherit his position and become the next sect master of the Ghost Immortal sect. However, unexpectedly, his beloved son was killed during the initial trials of the Five Nations competition. How could he not be enraged? For his son, he would not hesitate to stand against the entire Great Qi Kingdom. Good, very good. With a cold smile at the corners of his mouth, Qianxue took 2 steps forward, standing before the crowd. His eyes were like a vicious wolf locked onto Feng. You are the one who killed my son Nian Wuji, Feng. His icy voice, like the voice of death, echoed in the ears of everyone present. The voice was so cold, so indifferent, that many people present couldn't help but shiver violently. It was as if, in an instant, they had been transported to the depths of winter, feeling the chills seep into their bones. Sir, you are absolutely mistaken. At home, the head of the Qin family, Zhu Feng, your son Nian Wuji, was not killed by my son Feng, but rather by that little beast Chen. Don't be fooled by this little beast. Hastily taking 2 steps forward, Zhu Feng pointed at Chen and shouted maliciously. Although her cultivation level was not high, it did not affect Zhu Feng's judgment. Who was the opponent? He was the sect master of the Ghost Immortal sect. What kind of power was the Ghost Immortal sect? One of the top sects in the 5 countries of the Northwest, even a great power like the Qi Kingdom would tremble in anger. How could its sect master be weak? At the very least, he would be at the level of a spirit martial king, Xiao Zhan. Moreover, he had brought so many powerful members of the Ghost Immortal sect with him. Once they identified Feng as the murderer, it would definitely spell danger for Fenger. Thus, she wanted to shift the disaster onto Chen at the first opportunity. If she could use the hands of the Ghost Immortal sect to kill Chen, that would be perfect. However, who was Qianxue? How could he be easily swayed by Zhu Feng's few words? He couldn't help but sneer coldly. Rest assured, both Chen and Feng have the suspicion of killing Wuji. Today, my sect is here to avenge my son Wuji, and since we do not know who the murderer is, then both of these two must die today. As his voice fell, Qianxue stepped forward. Boom, an invisible force surged upwards, causing everyone present to stagger back. All of you step back. Today, my sect only wishes to kill the murderer of my son Wuji. Others need not be concerned. But if you do not wish to step back, do not blame my sect for being merciless. He could see at a glance that many present were not weak, with 5 or 6 experts at the mystic level, and among them 2 were even at the late mystic level, which was extraordinary. If a fight broke out, it would certainly be troublesome. Sir, I have already said that your Nian Wuji was not killed by my son Feng, but by this Chen's poisonous hands. Don't mistake the wrong person and let the true murderer go free. Zhu Feng was extremely anxious. How could these people be so foolish? She had said that Feng was not the murderer, yet they continued to pressure her, which was simply outrageous. Zhu Feng, what nonsense are you spouting? With Chen's cultivation level at the time, how could he have killed the young master of the Ghost Immortal sect? If you want to absolve Feng, at least find a better excuse. Seeing Zhu Feng constantly pointing fingers at Qianxue couldn't help but shout angrily. Others frowned as well, especially many citizens of the Qi Kingdom who had been drawn here by the commotion. All of them wore expressions of anger. Zhu Feng, while trying to absolve her son, had no problem with that, but she shouldn't drag Chen into this. What contributions had Chen made for the Qi Kingdom during the first round of the 5-country competition? For Zhu Feng's personal issues, not only did she refuse to help, but she even wanted outsiders to kill Chen. That was too cruel. Even ordinary people had such thoughts, let alone Zhu, Li, and the others. Zhu Feng, everyone knows that Feng is the #1 genius of our Qi Kingdom. Moreover, during the Blood Spirit Pool baptism, his cultivation has broken through to the mid-heaven level, making him the strongest of our Qi Kingdom. Are you really saying he didn't kill Nian Wuji? That's too far-fetched. Indeed, young Master Chen is so much younger than Feng. How could he possibly be a match for the young master of the Ghost Immortal sect? Exactly, look at Feng. His arm was severed during the 5-country competition. It's well known that among the geniuses of the 5 countries, there are hardly any who have reached mid-heaven level at the same time as Feng. That arm was most likely severed in a battle with Nian Wuji. Liang Yu and others laughed coldly, mocking Zhu Feng. Don't speak without basis. My Fenger's arm was clearly severed by Chen. The young master of the Ghost Immortal sect, Nian Wuji, was also killed by this Chen. This is what my Fenger witnessed with his own eyes. What is the purpose of your sophistry? Zhu Feng was furious, nearly going mad. because from Qin Feng's mouth she had already understood the ins and outs of the matter and knew that Nian Wuji had indeed been killed by Qin Feng. "Is that so? You think we are all idiots just because you say so?" The crowd scoffed, their expressions full of ridicule. Zhao Feng was so angry she nearly spat blood. For the first time she realized that her son's fame was not necessarily a good thing, everything would be twisted, and she couldn't explain herself clearly. "Enough! Stop with your nonsense. Whether it is Qin Feng or Qin Chen, both must die today." Frowning Nian Shu, uninterested in listening to Zhao Feng's further nonsense, suddenly dashed toward Qin Feng, his enormous palm descending like a fan. Boom! A terrifying force swept through, and Nian Shu deliberately ensured that no one could intervene. The intense true energy surged, sending Zhao Feng, Qin Feng, and others beside Qin Feng flying, their faces pale. In the open space, only Qin Feng remained, his face pale, eyes fierce. He hated himself for being too weak and being humiliated in such a manner. If possible, he would personally return everything he endured today. The gaze of this person. Nian Shu felt a jolt in his heart. Even facing his attack, this child remained defiant. That gaze was like a poisonous snake, lurking and terrifying. "Kid, at this moment you still dare to have such a gaze? Are you unwilling? When you killed my son Wuji, did you ever think about the consequences?" Qin Feng's gaze reminded Nian Shu of his son, who had once been just as unyielding. With a deep pain in his heart, his palm crashed down. "Stop. Sir, we can talk this over." In a moment of crisis, a figure emerged before Qin Feng, shouting loudly. It was Zhao Zhen. His expression was serious, arms raised before his chest, fiercely lifting them up as powerful late mystic-level true energy erupted, trying to intercept Nian Shu's attack. "Get back," Nian Shu sneered, his palm strength suddenly increasing. He had long known that the opponent wouldn't allow Qin Feng to be easily killed, so he was just waiting for Zhao Zhen to make a move. Boom. One hand collided with both arms in midair, and a tremendous roar echoed, shaking the entire ground. Crack! The ground beneath Zhao Zhen's feet instantly fractured like a stretched spider web. Staggering back, Zhao Zhen's face paled. Unable to withstand the immense force, he was forced back. With each step he took, deep footprints were left on the ground, retreating more than 10 steps before finally coming to a halt. Puff. His blood surged, and Zhao Zhen could no longer suppress it, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His aura instantly wilted. "Do you think you can stop me with just this?" Across from him, Nian Shu remained unyielding, a cold smile on his face. Everyone was taken aback, staring at the two with a significant gap between them, each of them dumbfounded. How could this be? They couldn't help but shake their heads in disbelief. One move, just one move. The previously domineering Zhao Zhen, who was considered the strongest among those present, was defeated just like that. He was a late-stage mystic-level expert. How could he not last even one move against Nian Shu? What a joke! Everyone was horrified, their minds in a daze. "Zhao family head!" In the distance, the elders of the Qin family finally arrived. Upon seeing the scene before them, one of them stumbled, almost falling to the ground. In their view, Zhao Zhen from the Lingnan Zhao family was at least a late-stage mystic-level expert. Even if he was not Nian Shu's opponent, he should be close enough. While he might not avoid defeat, he should have been able to last 100 moves or so. And the news of the Guixian sect acting wildly here would undoubtedly reach the emperor's ears in no time. Once the imperial experts arrived, the Guixian sect would never have the chance to act. The imagined scenario was beautiful, but the reality was extremely cruel. In just one move, the Zhao family head was pushed back, even spitting blood and severely injured. How could he hold on until the imperial experts arrived? Everyone was shocked, but the most horrified was Zhao Zhen. Terrifying, too terrifying. This is the power of the top experts from the 5 nations of the Northwest. As the elders thought, Zhao Zhen didn't believe he could be Nian Shu's opponent, but as a fellow late-stage mystic-level warrior, he should at least be able to exchange a few moves. In fact, he had held back his words earlier, intending to fight against the top expert of the 5 nations of the Northwest at a critical moment. However, the result left him feeling hopeless. Under Nian Shu's palm, the majestic true energy surged like waves, instantly crashing through his protective true energy without leaving him time to defend. Terrifying, terrifying. At this moment, all that filled his heart was fear. In the face of everyone's shock, Nian Shu remained calm and indifferent, as if he had merely accomplished something trivial. He took a step forward, raising his hand, and his palms were once again reaching towards Qin Feng. Fenger stepped back. With a roar, Zhao Zhen charged again. Even if he wasn't a match, he couldn't watch his own grandson be brutally killed by the enemy. Boom! This time it felt as though a primitive beast had awakened within him, an astonishing force of dominance surged into the sky. It was the power of his 4th-grade bloodline. At the same time, other strong members of the Zhao family under his command rushed out. Although these Zhao family experts were all in the early stages of mystic level, their combined attack was grand, and their power was extremely impressive. Master! Beside them, many experts from the Guixian sect couldn't help but speak up, wanting to intervene. Don't! However, Qianxue waved his hand, signaling them not to come forward, while his gaze shot out a cold light that suddenly pierced into the crowd. Bang, bang, bang! Ah! Screams of horror instantly rang out, accompanied by the shocking sound of clashes. The many experts from the Zhao family were all sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. They writhed in pain, howling and rolling on the ground, each of them suffering broken bones and spitting out blood. In just a breath or two, all of Zhao family's mystic-level experts were knocked flying, heavily injured and unable to fight again. Then Qianxue's gaze fell upon Zhao Zhen. Stubborn! With a sneer, even as his voice echoed, Qianxue rushed to Zhao Zhen's front, his palms striking down like lightning on Zhao Zhen's body. Buzz. The bloodline light around Zhao Zhen shook violently, ultimately unable to withstand this immense force, exploding into pieces, while Zhao Zhen himself was once again sent flying in disarray. This time he was even more miserable, his clothes torn to shreds, blood splattering from all over his body, turning him into a bloodied figure. "Father!" Zhao Feng cried out, her heart aching like being cut by a knife, while her expression was filled with panic. At this moment everyone around was stunned, looking at Qianxue as if they had seen a ghost, unable to contain their shock. "This is the Guixian sect's master, the top expert of the Northwest?" Strong, too strong. Zhao Zhen, a late-stage mystic-level expert, was considered one of the top experts in the Great Qi Kingdom, but in Qianxue's hands he was completely outmatched. The gap was too vast. They were not even in the same league. A mystic-level warrior could actually be this powerful. Everyone felt it was hard to believe. "If you dare to obstruct again the next time, it won't just be heavy injury, but death." The cold voice echoed in the void, as if it came from the depths of the underworld. Qianxue's expression was indifferent as he stepped closer to Qin Feng. "No, you cannot harm my Fenger!" Zhao Feng roared angrily, rushing forward like a mother lion protecting its cub. "Get lost!" But Qianxue swept her away with a single palm, sending her crashing heavily to the ground, disheveled and in a sorry state. "Madam!" The elders were all startled, looking nervously but not daring to approach. Mother Qin Feng's heart trembled. "Do you feel despair?" Qianxue stepped closer to Qin Feng, his terrifying aura pressing down on him like a mountain. With a cold smile on his lips, hatred shot from his eyes as he said coldly, "But do you know, when you killed my son Wuji, was his heart filled with the same despair as yours? Today, I will have you repay blood for blood to accompany my Wuji in the Yellow Springs." Raising his palm, Qianxue gathered true energy and slammed it down fiercely. "Fenger, run!" Zhao Feng scrambled up, shouting in anger. Whoosh! Without needing Zhao Feng's reminder, Qin Feng had already thought of this. An astonishing aura erupted from within him, breaking Qianxue's restraints, and he rushed towards the outside. "Humph!" Qianxue snorted coldly, quickly sending his palm out. "Break!" Qin Feng roared loudly. At a critical moment, he suddenly swallowed a pill, and an astonishing bloodline power erupted from within him as he punched backward, attempting to block Qianxue's attack. "Ha-ha, ridiculous!" Qianxue scoffed, a young man with a severed arm actually thinking he could withstand his attack. Didn't he see how even Zhao Zhen, such a strong expert, was sent flying with just one palm? However, what Qianxue did not expect was that at the moment their palms collided, an unusual power suddenly rose within Qin Feng, forcibly blocking his attack, while also using the momentum from that attack to accelerate his escape. Late-stage heaven level? Qianxue was astonished. He hadn't intended to kill Qin Feng with a single palm, so he had not exerted his full strength. Yet he never imagined that Qin Feng would actually block him. Instead, he used his attack as a force for his escape. Moreover, Qin Feng's cultivation was actually not mid-stage, but late-stage heaven level. "Can you escape?" Although Qianxue was surprised, there was no expression on his face. With a cold snort, Qianxue's palm suddenly generated a terrifying pulling force. "Dragon transformation palm!" Qin Feng's figure was pulled back, forcefully drawn towards Qianxue. "Good kid, you have some skills. No wonder you could kill my son, Qian Wuji." Pulling Qin Feng in front of him, Qianxue's gaze was icy. He hadn't expected that Qian Wuji's cultivation was not at the mid-heaven level, but rather at the late heaven level. In the entire 100-year history of the 5 countries in the Northwest, there were very few who could reach the late heaven level at this age, and almost every one of them could become a strong practitioner among the mystic-level martial artists. What a talented kid! The stronger Qin Feng became, the more Qianxue was convinced that it was this Qin Feng who had killed his son. "Has this guy broken through again?" In the crowd, Chen was also slightly surprised. He knew very well that during the initial trials of the 5 countries, Feng's cultivation was still at the mid-heaven level. Obviously, in the more than half a month since returning to the Duchy Kingdom, he had broken through once again. Even Chen couldn't help but be amazed. One had to say that Feng's talent was indeed very high, not at all undeserved. Although he could not compare to those strong practitioners from the martial domain, he was definitely a monstrous existence in the 5 countries of the Northwest. Chen, hurry and take this opportunity to leave. Otherwise, after killing Feng, his target will be you. Unlike Chen's considerations, Chu Weiken was worried about Chen's safety. Even a strong practitioner like Zhao Zhen was no match for Qianxue's single strike. Though his strength was slightly greater than Zhao Zhen's, he still didn't have any confidence in stopping the opponent. Young master, it would be better for you to leave quietly. We'll help you hold him off. Liang Yu, Qin Yuanji, and others also secretly reminded him. No need. They initially thought Chen would agree immediately, but to their surprise, Chen actually refused. Don't act impulsively. Chu Weiken and the others were anxious in their hearts, but didn't dare to show it on their faces, fearing that Qianxue would notice their unease. Don't worry, I have my own plans. Chen shook his head, his expression resolute. With a strong practitioner like Qianxue, how could he not notice here? If he didn't move, it would be fine, but once he did, the opponent would definitely target him. At that time, Chu Academy head and the others might not be able to stop the opponent, which would be even more dangerous. Moreover, by now, Zhao Gao should have received the news. If he really wanted to make a move, reinforcements should be close by. Rather than leave now, it would be better to stay here and deal with whatever comes. Qianxue's hand was raised high, hovering above Feng's head. He only needed to drop it lightly to kill Feng. When you killed my son Wuji, did you ever think there would be this moment? Qianxue's eyes flickered with hatred. No, it wasn't me. Wuji was killed by Chen. Even though he was proud inside, faced with death, Feng finally couldn't maintain his usual calmness, revealing a look of panic in his eyes. He was still young and didn't want to die. It wasn't you who killed him. Do you think I would believe that? Among the geniuses of the 5 countries in the Northwest, you are the most likely to have killed Wuji. As for that Chen, rest assured after you die, he will die too. Qianxue wouldn't let himself have any regrets. Since both had suspicions, both had to die. Moreover, he was slightly puzzled in his heart. He had sent Li Yang and Zhu Dao to assassinate Chen before. How come the latter was fine while Li Yang and Zhu Dao had vanished without a trace? But he didn't think too much about it. Perhaps Li Yang and Zhu Dao saw that there were many experts here and didn't have time to make a move, planning to go back and report to him, but missed him instead. The urgent matter was to kill Feng first. Boom. A terrifying true energy gathered within him, and the palm of Qianxue radiated astonishing pressure. The intensity of that aura was such that, let alone Feng, even a mystic-level martial artist would be instantaneously killed, their body and head separated, as Qianxue's palm was about to descend. No, I swear Feng, swear to the will of heaven, Wuji was not killed by me, but by this Chen I saw it with my own eyes. If there is falsehood, let the heavens strike me down and I shall not die well. Feeling death approaching, Feng shouted in terror. He raised his right hand solemnly, swearing to the heavens. It's the heavenly oath. This Feng even dares to make such an oath. Could it be that Wuji really wasn't killed by him? The surrounding crowd was astonished, whispering among themselves, each secretly shocked. The heavenly oath is made by a martial artist, using their martial will to swear to the heavens. Although this kind of oath doesn't literally mean that one would be struck by lightning after making it, it is not something that can be made lightly. Because once one uses their martial will, it would shake the foundation of the martial artist. If there is even the slightest falsehood, they would cultivate a heart demon, and although it wouldn't be as severe as being struck by lightning, it would become extremely difficult to make any progress in their cultivation in the future. Moreover, if they recklessly attempted to cultivate afterward, it could lead to a collapse of their will, resulting in death from demonic deviation. Thus, generally, martial artists would not casually make a heavenly oath, even in urgent matters. Hearing this, Qianxue couldn't help but frown. What kind of vision did he have? He could see through people accurately. At this moment, although Feng had a hint of unwillingness and anger on his face, the tone of the oath was very sincere, and it resonated with the martial power within himself, unlike a fake. Are you saying this is true? Qianxue didn't care whether Feng would live or die. What he cared about was who the real murderer was. If he couldn't kill the true murderer, he wouldn't be able to let his son rest in peace in the underworld. Feng even made a heavenly oath. Could you still not believe it, that Wuji was indeed killed by Chen? Not only Nian Wuji, but also the third prince of the Great Wei Kingdom, Cao Heng, was also killed by Chen. I was present and I saw it clearly. In fact, I wanted to use their battle opportunity to kill Chen, but this Chen was too cunning. Not only did he kill Nian Wuji, but he also pretended to be seriously injured. When I approached, he suddenly struck and severed my right arm. Otherwise, how could I be so disheveled in the Yao Ancestor Mountain Range? Nian Wuji gritted his teeth, his face twisted with rage, glaring fiercely at Chen. He hated him. In his eyes, all of this had been brought about by Chen. If it weren't for Chen, how could he have lost an arm? If it weren't for Chen killing Nian Wuji, how could the experts from the Ghost Immortal sect have come, making him lose face in front of everyone? Now he made a heavenly oath. Regardless of whether he lied or not, his heart had already been marked by a heart demon, a demon of humiliation and survival. This heart demon would have a significant impact on his entire future life. And all of this was because of Chen. At this moment, Feng would never think that if he hadn't followed Chen all along, intent on killing him, how could he have ended up in this situation today? Boom, once Feng spoke these words, the entire place erupted in an uproar. Everyone was shocked. They all looked towards Chen and Feng, each displaying astonishment. Could it be that the one who killed Nian Wuji is truly Chen? Feng swore an oath to the heavens and bore such an expression, leading everyone to doubt that it was indeed Chen who killed Nian Wuji. Boy, do you have anything to say? Qianxue gazed at Chen, his eyes shooting out a cold light. Do you believe the words of someone seeking survival? Chen said flatly. Chen, do you still dare to say that? If you have the ability, then swear an oath to the heavens yourself. Feng roared, staring fixedly at Chen. To seek survival through humiliation and swear an oath to the heavens, only weaklings would do such a thing. You Feng have no backbone. How could I, Chen, be like you? Although Chen did not know much about Qianxue, he was very clear that based on the other party's previous actions and personality, regardless of whether he swore an oath to the heavens or not, Qianxue would still attack him. Why should he compromise? Moreover, in this world, no one could force him, Chen, to swear an oath. Your Excellency, did you hear that? This person doesn't even dare to swear an oath to the heavens. Who the real killer is becomes obvious. Feng shouted madly. Your Excellency, you also saw it. The young master of your Guixian sect was not killed by my son, but by this Chen. Everything is this Chen's doing, and your Guixian sect should have just sent someone to assassinate Chen, right? I'm afraid the person you sent has already been killed by this Chen. Don't you want to avenge your Guixian sect? Zhao Feng seized the opportunity to explain hurriedly. At the same time, she recalled how her arrival coincided with the battle that had just taken place in Chen's mansion, and connected it to what Wang Kang and others said about her colluding with the Guixian sect to assassinate Chen. She immediately seized the opportunity to try to redirect Qianxue's attention. Could it be that the killer really isn't you? Lowering his head, Qianxue looked at Feng. It wasn't me, it truly wasn't me. Although I was present at the time, my only target was Chen. Joy surged in Feng's eyes, realizing his words had taken effect, but just as he was about to say more, bang. Suddenly Qianxue struck down with a palm, an invisible force crashing into Feng's mind. Feng's voice was abruptly cut off, and the light of life in his eyes extinguished in an instant. Whether or not it was you who killed him, it matters not. Since you were present at the time, it means you had the chance to stop Chen from killing my son, yet you did not. You deserve to die as well. Qianxue sneered, speaking indifferently as if he had just killed an insignificant person. Fenger! A piercing scream echoed above the royal capital, and Zhao Feng rushed forward like a madwoman. Boom. However, before she could get closer, an elder from the Guixian sect had already blasted her away, sending her sprawling on the ground, spitting blood. Here, take this! With a cold smile, Qianxue waved his hand, sending Feng's lifeless body weakly flying toward Zhao Feng, who caught it in her arms. If you dare to move again, I'll kill you all. A cold killing intent erupted from his body. Killing one is killing two is also killing. If it weren't for concerns about the Duchy Kingdom, Qianxue wouldn't mind killing everyone here to eliminate future troubles. No, Fenger, you can't die, you can't die. Taking out various pills, Zhao Feng poured them all into Feng's mouth, tears streaming down her face, looking as if she had gone mad. Zhao Zhen witnessed all of this with a heart full of pain but dared not act rashly. Now it's your turn. Shifting his gaze from Feng, Qianxue looked at Chen. Whoosh. He suddenly dashed into the crowd, charging toward Chen. Chen Shao, be careful. Chen, watch out. Chu Weiken and others appeared in front of Chen, each looking tense and alarmed. With just you all, do you think you can stop me? Qianxue sneered, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He clasped his hands together, suddenly unleashing a punch. A massive fist wind transformed into a whirlwind, sweeping outwards, changing the color of the heavens and obscuring the sun. Terrifying, so terrifying. Before the fist energy even arrived, merely the aura made Chu Weiken and the others' faces change drastically. Yet at this moment none of them retreated, all of them frantically retaliating. Various colors of fist light, palm shadows, blade glints, and sword shadows flickered in the void. Boom, but it was useless. The terrifying black whirlwind swept past, and experts like Wang Kang and Qin Yuanji, all of whom were in the mystic level, were blasted away, each of them spitting blood and utterly unable to resist a single attack. The only one in slightly better shape was Chu Weiken, but he was also pale, his aura unstable, and he kept retreating. Huh, not bad. Qianxue furrowed his brows. He was well aware of the power of this punch. Generally, late-stage mystic-level martial artists couldn't withstand it. Just like Zhao Zhen before, he was not even a match for a single strike. But now, this guy had actually blocked him, showing that the opponent's strength was extraordinary, not that of an ordinary late-stage mystic-level martial artist. But so what? Whoever blocked him from killing Chen would die. Whoosh! With a surge of aura, Qianxue smirked coldly, his figure suddenly transforming into a series of black shadows, dashing into the crowd. Not good. Chen, hurry and run. I'll hold him off. Chu Weiken was alarmed. As Qianxue moved, he only felt a blur of shadows in front of him, unable to discern the opponent's true form. Clearly, the other party was using an extremely profound movement technique. With such strength, it was impossible for him to defeat Qianxue. The only option was for him to find a way to delay Qianxue while Chen seized the opportunity to escape. Do you think fleeing is that easy? Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, members of the Guixian sect, led by Ling Xiong, rapidly descended upon the area around the mansion, surrounding Chen and the others in the center. At this moment, the experts from the Zhu family and the Chen family had already retreated from the mansion, while the city guards merely surrounded the outer perimeter, not daring to join the battle. Therefore, it was not particularly crowded inside Chen's mansion. It was nearly impossible for Chen to escape amidst the chaos. Kill! It would be best to kill that Chen, leaving them both injured and dead here. Outside the mansion, the Zhao family and Chen family members looked angrily and resentfully toward Chen and Qianxue inside. Their hearts were filled with resentment, whether towards Chen or the Guixian sect. They wished nothing more than for them to suffer mutual destruction and die here. Boom! Chu Weiken and Qianxue clashed instantly. Qianxue's palm shadows swirled, unleashing terrifying power. At first, Chu Weiken could still hold on with his formidable strength and battle experience, but soon he fell into a disadvantage, constantly defending against Qianxue's terrifying movement. Bang! After a prolonged defense, a flaw finally appeared. Chu Weiken could not evade and was struck by Qianxue's palm on the chest, spitting blood and flying away. Dean Chu, are you okay? Everyone rushed forward, worried. You are the dean of the Tianxing Academy, the first academy of the Qi Kingdom? What a joke. Don't put up futile resistance. You won't be able to stop me. Don't make me lose my patience and kill you with a single palm. Having fought, Qianxue had learned of Chu Weiken's identity, and a cold smile crept onto his lips. Then he leaped and charged toward Chen like a hunting eagle. At this moment, no one present could stop Qianxue. Chen was in grave danger. Chen is also going to die? Seeing this scene, everyone's heart sank, filled with sorrow. Not just Qin Yuanji and the others, but all the surrounding onlookers also wore pained expressions, their hearts bleeding. Regardless of what Qin Feng and Chen had done, the people from the Ghost Immortal sect dared to so blatantly disregard the Great Qi Kingdom, openly killing in the capital of the Great Qi, and the one they killed was the kingdom's top genius. Such actions undeniably deeply hurt the hearts of everyone present. As long as they were citizens of the Great Qi Kingdom, none could remain calm. But there was nothing they could do. In the face of such fury, they were powerless. Even the president of Tianxing Academy, Chu Weiken, had been defeated by the other party. Who could stop them? They could only watch helplessly as Chen faced death at their hands. Many even dared not open their eyes, pained to lower their heads or shut their eyes. They did not want to witness that scene, to see the genius of the Great Qi Kingdom being slain by outsiders. It was too painful. Stop, just as Qianxue's attack was about to descend. Suddenly, a furious shout echoed, and a figure shot in from the distant street, moving so fast that before the voice reached them, the person had already arrived in the mansion. Hearing the roar, Qianxue's expression changed slightly, and the speed of his descending palm instantly increased. He wanted to strike down before the other party arrived. However, the speed of the newcomer was astonishing, and at the critical moment, they appeared before Chen and struck out a palm at Qianxue. Boom! terrifying force created a visible shockwave, causing the walls of Qin Chen's mansion to collapse under this impact, exposed to everyone's gaze. Step, step, step. Within several dozen meters, all surrounding martial artists, even those at the mystic level, changed color, feeling breathless under the pressure of these two forces. As for the ordinary heaven-level and earth-level martial artists, they were even worse off, their faces turning pale, some even bleeding from the corners of their mouths. Once the shockwave dissipated, everyone finally saw that standing confidently before Qin Chen was a middle-aged man in a blue martial robe, his cold brows and starry eyes shining with a chilling light, exuding an aura of authority without anger. "It is Lord Xiao, the spirit martial king. Lord Xiao has arrived, wonderful. Haha, now the ghost immortal sect is going to be in trouble." Seeing the newcomer, the crowd erupted in excitement. The visitor was none other than spirit martial king Xiao. Xiao, of noble status, was hailed as the war god of the great Qi kingdom, holding an irreplaceable position in the hearts of the people. He was known as the greatest expert of the great Qi kingdom. His appearance undoubtedly injected a strong boost of confidence into everyone present, and they all sighed with relief. In their hearts, as long as Spirit Martial King Xiao stepped in, there was nothing that could not be resolved. Fenger, at that moment, a voice filled with grief and anger rang out, and a figure suddenly rushed forward, arriving at Qin Feng's corpse in an instant, letting out a furious roar. It was Qianxue. Qianxue, you only just arrived. Look at our child, already killed by Qianxue and Qin Chen. Where have you been? Do you even care about Fenger? Zhao Feng cried out in anguish, her voice filled with rage directed at Qianxue. Head of the family, the elders rushed over upon seeing Qianxue. How infuriating! Qianxue slammed the ground with his fist, his eyes bloodshot. "For killing my Fenger, I want you dead!" Roar. With a roar, Qianxue charged towards Qianxue, his body bursting with a terrifying aura. He was actually a peak mid-level mystic martial artist, and his formidable fist transformed into a roaring tiger, pouncing towards Qianxue. "Ridiculous!" Qianxue sneered and retaliated. Bang! Qianxue was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he crashed heavily to the ground. "Head of the family!" The elders hurriedly gathered around, holding back the advancing Qianxue, their expressions filled with grief. A peak mid-level mystic martial artist was already among the top experts in the great Qi kingdom, and Qianxue was still young, with the potential to reach the later stages of the mystic level. However, facing a master like the Ghost Immortal sect leader Qianxue, he was still not enough to contend. The other party was the sect leader of the most top-tier sect in the 5 nations of the Northwest, famed for his high cultivation even throughout the entire region, with a fearsome reputation. In contrast, Qianxue was at most well-known in the great Qi kingdom. The gap between the two was unmeasurable. Seeing that the esteemed Amping Marquis, a figure holding great power in the great Qi kingdom, was not even a match for a single strike from the sect leader of the Ghost Immortal sect, many citizens of the great Qi felt a sense of desolation in their hearts. The only consolation was that they still had Spirit Martial King Xiao, the greatest expert of the great Qi kingdom. With him present, everyone believed that the people of the Ghost Immortal sect could no longer act arrogantly. Clop, clop, clop. At that moment, a heavy sound of footsteps and hoofbeats echoed as the crowd in the distant street suddenly parted. A group of martial artists clad in sharp armor, wielding weapons, ran over, sealing off the entire street. Their armor was of fine quality, and their weapons gleamed coldly, far superior in equipment and spirit compared to the city guards led by King Kang. They were the palace's imperial guard. Soon after, the guards parted to make way, and a horse-drawn carriage slowly approached, coming to a stop in the open space outside Qin Chen's mansion. From it stepped down a middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe, exuding a commanding presence. Next to him were several formidable guardians, each with exceptional strength. "Your Majesty!" "Long live the Emperor, long live!" "Long live!" Upon seeing the middle-aged man, nearly all the citizens knelt down, shouting excitedly. The visitor was none other than the current monarch of the great Qi kingdom, Zhao Gao. "Your Excellency, this is the capital of my great Qi kingdom. You act so recklessly here, disregarding our kingdom entirely." With a sweeping glance at the crowd, Zhao Gao's gaze landed on the fallen Qin Feng's corpse, followed by a chilling gaze towards Qianxue and the other Ghost Immortal sect experts. "Zhao Gao," Qianxue glanced at Xiao, then at Zhao Gao, frowning slightly. "If I remember correctly, my sect had already informed you in advance not to interfere in the matters of our Ghost Immortal sect. Do you wish to wage total war against us? Bold, presumptuous! How dare you speak like that before His Majesty?" Seeing Qianxue so disrespectful towards the Emperor, the strong figures beside Zhao Gao could not help but shout furiously. Zhao Zhen and the others furrowed their brows. From what Qianxue said, the Ghost Immortal sect had already notified Zhao Gao upon arriving in the capital. Why then did Zhao Gao arrive so late? If he had come a little earlier, Qin Feng might not have died at all. Not only them, but even Qin Chen and the others furrowed their brows, exchanging glances, clearly realizing this fact. Waving his hand to silence the strong figures beside him, Zhao Gao coldly snorted, narrowing his eyes. You wreak havoc in my great Qi Kingdom's capital, killing the talents of my great Qi Kingdom, and you expect me not to intervene. That is simply too ridiculous. Killing the genius of your great Qi country? Ha ha ha! Qianxue couldn't help but laugh out loud. His laughter was cold and tinged with sorrow. Then he paused and said coldly, Now you want me not to kill the genius of your great Qi country, but back then, when the genius of your great Qi country killed my son in the demon ancestor mountain range, where were you? Zhao Gao frowned and replied, Your son, Nian Wuji, died during the initial trials of the Five Nations tournament. Let's not even confirm whether it was killed by a genius of our great Qi country. Even if it was, life and death are not a concern in the tournament. By doing this, you are violating the promise of the tournament. If everyone acted like you, what would be the point of the Five Nations tournament? Zhao Gao was trying to persuade him. I don't care. Even now, Qianxue wore a cold smile and flatly refused. I have already confirmed that the ones who killed my son are this Qin Feng and Qin Chen. Today they must die. No one can stop me. Zhao Gao's eyes grew colder as he said, Qianxue, do you really want to be an enemy of our great Qi country? If you dare to make a move again, do you believe I can make sure you won't leave my great Qi country? Ha, make me unable to leave the great Qi country. Do you have that capability? Qianxue sneered. Moreover, my sect has made its position clear. Apart from me and the Inner Door elders, a large majority of my Ghost Immortal sect disciples have already come. They have infiltrated many cities on your borders, and the Great Wei country has mobilized 1 million troops outside your borders. If I don't issue a retreat order within 3 days, my disciples and the Great Wei troops will attack your great Qi country. I would very much like to see how your great Qi country can withstand a joint assault from my Ghost Immortal sect and the Great Wei country. At those words, a hush fell. The implication was catastrophic. No wonder Qianxue had come with such confidence. Zhao Gao's expression darkened, his voice hard as iron. Qianxue, do you really think I would be scared? Ridiculous. You may bring disaster to our borders, but you are currently in my royal capital. Give the order and you and your elders die here. Even if the Great Wei breaks through later, you won't live to see it. Clap, clap, clap. To everyone's surprise, Qianxue began to applaud. Zhao Gao, at such a time you still wish to sow discord between me and the Great Wei country. Not bad, but I do not agree with your words. He glanced at the imperial guards and the powerful figures present, disdain in his eyes. Do you think these people can stop me and my Ghost Immortal sect's elders? Too naive? Some present bristled. Killing you, one is enough. Master Zhao Zhan of Lingwu Wang is sufficient. Exactly, daring to act wildly in my great Qi country, don't you see the place? The powerful figures around Zhao Gao could not bear the insult. Qianxue sneered, fixed his gaze on Zhao Zhan, and the tension thickened. Whoosh! Qianxue transformed into a flash and rushed towards Zhao Zhan. Phantom movement technique, buzz, buzz, buzz. He created 7 to 8 lifelike shadows, each lunging. Zhao Zhan glanced at Zhao Gao and seeing no move from him, laughed. Good. This king also wants to see how powerful the esteemed sect master of the Ghost Immortal sect really is. Clang! Drawing his battle knife, Zhao Zhan spun it to create a dazzling arc. Raging slash of the 8 desolations. Blade lights erupted from Zhao Zhan's hand, each radiating black aura. The densely packed blade lights crisscrossed forward, severing the phantoms from Qianxue. Puff, puff, puff. The blade lights plowed into the ground, carving deep marks. Many stepped back, unnerved by the raw force. Zhao Zhan did not pause. He struck upwards, and a black curtain of blades formed above his head. Not bad. You actually discovered my true form. A cold voice echoed, and Qianxue appeared above Zhao Zhan, pressing down with a palm. Shadowless Ghost Claw! Buzz, a black ghostly shadow like a claw pounced onto the blade light. The two powers collided, erupting sparks and shaking the eardrums of those present. With a roar, the black halo drilled a hole through the curtain of blades. The curtain collapsed and shattered, blade chi spilling in all directions, gouging the stone underfoot. The crowd hurried away as blade lights fell and carved the ground. The sight made many stomachs drop. Even fragments of that blade chi could maim a peak heaven-level martial artist. But the fight did not relent. Qianxue pressed the attack, dark energy surging like demons, pouncing down. 8 desolation blade technique, blade wings shattering the void. Zhao Zhan roared, his aura swelling, black hair flying, blade intent like a demonic god's weapon. Boom, black blade light clashed with Qianxue's infinite black energy. Dozens of collisions rang out between them, each strike extinguishing formidable power. Observers were forced back by the suffocating pressure. Watching felt like having one's own true chi strained. Chen watched with a frown. Though Xiong and Qianxue were locked in fierce combat, Chen felt oddly that Qianxue had not used his full force. He expanded his spiritual power to observe closely. Upon looking, Chen's face changed. "This Qianxue," horror gleamed in his eyes. Beside him, Zhuo Li clenched his fists, dazed by the violent fluctuations of true power. The crowd buzzed with anger and disbelief as Qianxue taunted Xiong between blows. "I laugh because the so-called #1 expert of the Great Qi Kingdom is just that. Too disappointing," Qianxue said, shaking his head as if bored. "Before, I was just playing with you. Next, I will defeat you in 3 moves." Xiong's eyes blazed. He drew on his 4th-ranked Tian Yang bloodline. A faint red glow wrapped him, suffocating pressure spreading from his body. He gripped his blade with both hands, the invisible blade intent sharpening. Break, with both hands above his head, a dazzling blade light surged forth, nearly 10 feet high, whistling as if about to sever heaven and earth. Heave of disdain crossed Qianxue's face. Instead of dodging, he suddenly arrived in front of the blade light and punched out. Black ghostly energy swirled around his fist. Countless angry spirits seemed to wail between heaven and earth. "Want to clash with me head-on?" Xiong's face tightened. As a swordsman, his power was his attack. To have an opponent meet his blade with a bare fist was unexpected. He forced his true energy to the peak, urging the blade to strike with everything he had, intending to wound Qianxue and seize the initiative. But in the next moment, Xiong's expression changed. "What?" He widened his eyes, horrified at the scene before him. Boom! Suddenly an aura erupted from Qianxue that was nearly double the strength of before, an astonishing power soaring from his body, directly piercing the clouds. At the same time, he struck with a punch against the blade light unleashed by Xiong, and with a resounding boom, Xiong's blade light rippled with countless waves, as if being struck continuously by immense power before it suddenly exploded. "This is the first move." Coldly stating these words, Qianxue's figure flickered, and he abruptly appeared in front of Xiong, his speed so fast that Xiong couldn't even react in time. Bang! A palm struck Xiong's chest, causing the protective true energy on Xiong's body to suddenly fluctuate, like a stone thrown into a lake, creating countless ripples before bursting apart with a boom. Second move, finally, a terrifying force of the fist pierced through, directly shaking into Xiong's body. Third move! With the cold voice, Xiong could no longer withstand it and spat out a mouthful of blood, heavily flying backward. Crack! The battle knife in his hand suddenly plunged into the ground, frantically dissipating energy, but still slid for over 10 meters before finally stopping, the hard rocky ground scarred with a trench over 10 meters long. Wow! Spitting out another mouthful of blood, Xiong's expression was wan, his aura was weak. What? Lord Xiong was actually defeated? What happened? He was fine just a moment ago. How did he suddenly lose? He said 3 moves, and he really defeated Lord Xiong in 3 moves. How did Qianxue's strength suddenly increase so much? The crowd erupted like an exploded oil pan, bursting into an uproar. Everyone was stunned, completely unprepared for this scene. "When did you break through to half-step Wuzong?" Lifting his head, Xiong's face was pale as he stared intently at Qianxue, a hint of gloom in his gaze. In that instant, the terrifying power that Qianxue unleashed completely surpassed his peak late-stage Qianxue-level true energy. That aura was extremely thick and condensed, clearly the kind of strength only a half-step master could possess. Xiong's words shocked the entire venue, everyone staring at Qianxue in disbelief. No one expected that Qianxue would be a half-step Wuzong-level expert. To know, in the entire Northwest 5 nations, there were hardly any experts at the Wuzong level. The strongest in various powerful nations were generally peak late-stage Qianxue-level martial artists, just differing in depth of cultivation. Among them, the strongest was Wei Tianming of the Dalian Kingdom. Many years ago, he had entered the half-step master realm, but had never broken through to the 5th stage Wuzong to become a true master expert. Yet even so, he was still regarded as the first person, the top expert of the Northwest 5 nations. And now, another half-step master expert had emerged, Qianxue. How could the crowd not be shocked? How could they not be astounded? Originally I didn't want to reveal my cultivation, but your strength indeed exceeded my expectations, forcing me to take it seriously. Qianxue smiled faintly, exuding an aura of authority. Though still not having entered the true Wuzong realm, a half-step master had already differentiated himself from other Qianxue-level martial artists, possessing a higher status. Today I did not come to cause trouble in the Daki kingdom, only to kill the murder of my son, Nian Wuji, Qin Feng, and Qin Chen. Now with Qin Feng dead, there remains only Qin Chen. As long as Qin Chen dies, I will leave this sect and will not say a second word. However, if you all wish to obstruct me, then do not blame me for being merciless and causing a massive disturbance in the Daki kingdom. At that time, if certain important figures are harmed, do not blame me, Nian, for not giving prior notice. As his words fell, Nian Shu's gaze shot toward Zhao Gao, his tone filled with complete threat. What do you want to do? Protect his Majesty. Many strong figures of the Daki kingdom were alarmed, rushing to block in front of Zhao Gao, yet under Nian Shu's gaze there was a deep sense of dread. For martial artists, each level was like a layer of heaven. Though they were all Xuan-level martial artists, even ordinary peak late-stage Xuan-level warriors might not be able to stop him, let alone a half-step master like Nian Shu. If he truly went wild, these people might not be able to keep him from harming his Majesty. For a moment, the atmosphere on the scene froze, everyone's expressions grave, not knowing what to do. Only the many inner door elders of the Ghost Immortal sect sneered in their hearts. Don't joke, if there wasn't a backup plan, would the sect master dare to risk bringing them into the capital of the Daki kingdom? After all, this was the capital of the Daki kingdom, where strong warriors abounded. If the sect master were merely at peak late-stage Xuan level, once Daki kingdom unleashed a wheel battle, even if the few from Ghost Immortal sect were strong, they'd likely end in defeat here. But a half-step master was different. Even if the strongest in the capital of Daki kingdom came out, they couldn't say they would definitely break out. But in the chaos, killing the king of Daki, Zhao Gao, was not impossible. This was an invisible deterrent, even more terrifying than the Great Wei Kingdom's army pressing in. How about it, have you considered? Looking at Zhao Gao, whose face changed color unpredictably, Nian Shu had a faint smile. An aura of subtle danger radiated from him, locking onto Zhao Gao as if ready to strike down if he gave an unsatisfactory answer. Xiao Zhan, come back! Under the pressure of Nian Shu's aura, Zhao Gao's face shifted for a long time before he could no longer suppress a sigh, seeming to age many years in an instant. Your Majesty! Xiao Zhan was startled, exclaiming in surprise. If the Majesty let him withdraw, did that not mean giving up on Qin Chen? Having witnessed Qin Chen rise, Xiao Zhan was filled with expectations for him. Such a genius, if he were to fall in the capital of the Daki kingdom, how would they position themselves in the Northwest 5 nations in the future? I told you to withdraw, did you not hear me? Zhao Gao frowned, his voice rising involuntarily. I am, Xiao Zhan hesitated, painfully glancing at Qin Chen and ultimately sighed, having to step back. Only Qin Chen and Nian Shu faced off directly. Seeing this scene, all the people in attendance felt a deep pain in their hearts. It felt as if something within them had suddenly shattered. Yet they could also understand Zhao Gao's choice. Recklessly opposing a half-step master was not a wise move. Meanwhile, Qin Yuanji and the others turned pale, instantly losing all color. They opened their mouths to Zhao Gao, seemingly wanting to say something, but in the end couldn't utter a word. Ha ha ha! Seeing this scene, Nian Shu couldn't help but laugh loudly, his laughter bright and clear, making everyone feel boundless sorrow and anger. Now aren't you very afraid? Coldly looking at Qin Chen, Nian Shu spoke with icy eyes. Everyone couldn't help but look at Qin Chen. How would Qin Chen respond in this situation? Would he panic or kneel and beg for mercy? Even the most talented genius of the Duchy Kingdom, Qin Feng, fell apart when facing life and death. Qin Chen was a few years younger than Qin Feng, so his mental fortitude was surely lacking. But unexpectedly, there wasn't a trace of fluctuation on Qin Chen's face. This left everyone in shock. Fear, he smiled faintly, a smile filled with an indescribable taste. You think you can make me fear? Qin Chen found it laughable. In his previous life, he had faced numerous crises and experienced life and death countless times. Even when facing the 9th level martial god, he felt no fear. Let alone someone like Nian Shu, who was merely a half-step grandmaster. At this moment, Qin Chen's expression was cold and indifferent, his resolute face like an unchanging rock, timeless and unyielding. As if nothing in this world could stir even the slightest ripple in his heart. That calmness left everyone deeply shaken, feeling inferior to him. Thinking from their own perspective, faced with such a crisis, they could never be as calm as Qin Chen. What a kid, you do have some guts. It's a pity that I, Nian Shu, detest those who are self-righteous the most. I hope you can remain as calm as you are now after a while. Qin Chen's performance infuriated Nian Shu, and his tone turned icy. That calmness only fueled the anger and hatred boiling within him. Kill him, kill him! In the distance, Zhao Feng glared at them with venomous eyes, revealing endless hatred. You can try, Chen replied indifferently, then turned to remind Liang Yu and the others beside him. Everyone, be careful and don't move around randomly later. What? Liang Yu and the others were all dumbfounded, staring wide-eyed, almost doubting if they had misheard. What did Chen just say? At such a critical moment, he still had the mind to remind them not to move around randomly. They nearly swayed and fainted from shock. Big brother, can you take this seriously? This is a life-and-death moment? All right, I want to see what kind of confidence you have. Seeing Chen actually ignore him, Qianxue exploded with rage, his face turning red, nearly going insane. Even the top expert of the Qi kingdom, Zhao, had been defeated by him. Where did this confidence of Chen come from, being so calm? His figure flickered, preparing to attack. Stop! Suddenly, an angry shout came from afar, and immediately 2 figures appeared in the open space. It was the Alchemy Pavilion's head Zhao and the president of the Bloodline Holy Land, Dongfang. Why are they here? The 2 figures, one imposing with wise eyes and the other graceful and charming, were none other than Dongfang and Zhao. Esteemed guests, I am Dongfang, president of the Bloodline Holy Land of the Qi Kingdom. And I am Xiong, head of the Alchemy Pavilion of the Qi Kingdom. It is said that the Ghost Immortal sect is the top sect in the Northwest. Today, upon meeting Lord Qianxue, it truly lives up to its name. As soon as they landed, they approached Qianxue, introducing themselves and smiling. The president of the Bloodline Holy Land and the head of the Alchemy Pavilion. Qianxue felt anger rising in his heart. How could these people keep coming to disrupt him? Yet upon hearing their identities, he couldn't help but frown, feeling his heart skip a beat. May I ask why you 2 have come to stop me? With confusion in his heart, Qianxue spoke blandly. What are these 2 major powers doing here? It should be known that although the Bloodline Holy Land and the Alchemy Pavilion were based in the Qi Kingdom, they were merely branches of the Bloodline Holy Land and Alchemy Pavilion, primarily serving Bloodline Masters and Alchemists of the Qi Kingdom. According to regulations, they were not to interfere in the political struggles of the Qi Kingdom. Even if the Qi Kingdom were to fall and a new kingdom were established, the Bloodline Holy Land and the Alchemy Pavilion would remain uninvolved and would rebuild again in the newly established kingdom. Qianxue didn't believe that the Bloodline Holy Land and Alchemy Pavilion had come to support the Qi Kingdom, as this was not in line with the attitudes of these 2 major powers. In fact, the higher-ups of the Bloodline Holy Land and the Alchemy Pavilion had clear instructions for every branch subordinate, forbidding them from participating in internal power struggles, which positioned them very detached. Actually, our purpose for coming is simple. This young friend Chen is a bloodline master of my Bloodline Holy Land and also an alchemist of the Alchemy Pavilion. We hope that you, Lord Qianxue, can let him go for the sake of my Bloodline Holy Land and Alchemy Pavilion and not cause unnecessary slaughter. Dongfang spoke directly. This person is your Bloodline Holy Land's bloodline master and also an alchemist. Qianxue's brows furrowed upon hearing this, so they had come to save Chen. What abilities did this person have to make even the president of the Bloodline Holy Land and the head of the Alchemy Pavilion plead for him? If it were for something else, Qianxue might have compromised. But on the matter of Chen, he could not back down. Sorry, this child killed my son Wuji in the 5 Kingdoms tournament. Today he must die. Without hesitation, he spoke decisively. Are you really going to give no face at all? Dongfang frowned. What was his identity? He was the president of the Bloodline Holy Land of the Qi Kingdom. Even in the higher-ups of the Bloodline Holy Land, he had his own backing. He seldom intervened in matters, but he didn't expect that Qianxue would refuse to show any face this time. Face, this child killed my son and you want me to give you face? Do you think that's possible? Qianxue was furious. Even if he was the president of the Bloodline Holy Land, how could he let anyone stop him from avenging his son? Kill, his figure flickered, and before Dongfang could speak again, Qianxue had already charged toward Chen. Now that both the president of the Bloodline Holy Land and the head of the Alchemy Pavilion had appeared, if he delayed any longer, who knew what other people might come out? Boom, a black palm radiated infinite power like a heavenly curtain pressing down directly toward Chen. Damn it! Stop! Dongfang and Zhao were both enraged, their expressions changing dramatically. They never expected that Qianxue would show them no regard, attacking without hesitation, and they hurriedly flew forward to block. But it was too late. Qianxue deliberately struck suddenly, intending to prevent Dongfang and Zhao from intervening. Before they arrived, Qianxue's palm was already about to fall on Chen's head. Die! A trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes as Qianxue roared, Wuji, your father has avenged you. Not good. Young Master Chen, retreat quickly. Beside Chen, Zhu Li and the others were alarmed and furious, shouting while rushing forward to block the attack for Chen. But Qianxue's aura was too terrifying, like a mountain, pressing down on them, making it impossible for them to act, and they could only watch helplessly as that palm descended. In this critical moment, Chen suddenly threw out several formation plates from his hands. Buzz, 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 a brilliant white light flashed, and an invisible formation power suddenly enveloped Chen and the others completely. Boom, Qianxue's palm came down like a great mountain, heavily crashing down onto the grand formation. Buzz, the entire grand formation was enveloped in white light, violently shaking and rippling with countless waves, eventually settling into calm, dissipating all of Qianxue's palm's strength into nothingness. What is happening? What just occurred? Dongfang Qing and Xiao abruptly halted, horrified as they gazed at the mansion shrouded in white light. They could see that the entire mansion was wrapped in an invisible aura, as if it had been sealed off into another world. "It's a formation," the crowd exclaimed. Everyone was dumbfounded. In this critical moment, Chen had actually thrown out several formation plates, constructing a grand formation that blocked Qianxue's attack. Even the thought of it was hard to believe. It seemed like a tale from the Arabian Nights. To know that Qianxue was a half-step master-level powerhouse, and a formation capable of withstanding his attack had to be at least a fourth-tier formation. A fourth-tier formation is often incredibly difficult to set up. Even a formation master would need to expend a great deal of effort to successfully arrange it. Yet Chen could create a formation with a single hand. How profound must his mastery of formations be? Damn it, to think that a mere formation could block my sect's attack. The crowd was shocked while Qianxue was furious. He never expected that Chen actually had such a skill. Boom, 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 boom. In his rage, Qianxue attacked frantically, his violent strikes falling like rain, mercilessly bombarding the white formation's halo. The entire grand formation shook violently. The white light surged, smoke swirling and flowing wildly. With each strike, astonishing ripples erupted on the formation, yet soon after, the ripples would dissipate, returning to calm. After a barrage of punches, although the grand formation swayed precariously, it remained steadfast and unmoving. What? The eyes of the onlookers widened in shock, each person frozen in disbelief. What kind of grand formation is this, that it can withstand the frenzied attack of a half-step master? It's too exaggerated. Our sect does not believe that this formation's defense is truly that strong. Qianxue was enraged. Boom. Within him, it was as if a volcano had erupted, an astonishing aura bursting forth. At the same time, a mist of dark, ghostly shadows spread from his body, making him appear like a demon. Ghostly shadows fill the sky, unmatched strike. Countless vengeful spirits howled on his palms, a large amount of black mist coalescing into a black skeleton, nearly 10 feet tall, fierce and terrifying, resembling a demon emerging from the abyss, biting down upon the grand formation in front of him. Buzz, the entire grand formation trembled violently, with faint explosive sounds echoing as if it could be bitten through at any moment. Inside the grand formation, Chen's expression grew serious. Rapidly, true stones appeared in his hands, swish, swish, swish. One by one, he tossed these true stones, which fell into various corners of the formation, providing an astonishing amount of true energy. Finally, after several breaths, bang, the black skeleton lost its support of true energy and exploded instantly. Meanwhile, the grand formation in front restored its calm once again, flowing with a white halo. It stood like a wall of copper and iron, guarding everything unbreakable. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded, staring wide-eyed. It actually held up. Meanwhile, Zhao Gao had a grim expression. Had I known that Chen had such a grand formation, I would never have recalled Xiao Zhan earlier, such humiliation. Sect Master, there is no need to attack again. Just as Qianxue was about to launch another assault, a heavy voice sounded, followed by the appearance of a figure next to Qianxue. It was one of the inner sect elders that Qianxue had brought with him. This person wore a black robe, thin and gaunt, with eagle-like eyes full of a vicious aura, making one shiver in fear. Sect Master, this is a 9-9 Vitality Grand Formation, a top-tier, fourth-tier defensive formation. As long as the true energy inside does not extinguish, the formation will continuously circulate and replenish true energy. Unless one possesses the ability to break it in one strike, no matter how many times they attack, as long as the true energy remains, it will not be easily breached. The black-robed elder spoke solemnly before Qianxue. Elder Zhongluo, do you have the ability to break it? Qianxue turned and stared intently. Every sect has defensive formations and various formations, so it is essential for a sect to have a formation master. Zhongluo was the formation master of the Ghost Immortal sect, possessing extremely high cultivation and terrifying attainments in formations, reaching the 4th tier. Back then, when Nian Wujin trapped Chen and the others with the confinement void formation during the initial trial, it was taught by Zhang Luo. Otherwise, since Nian Wujin himself was not a formation master, how could he have set up the formation? If it were a perfect version of the 9-9 Vitality Grand Formation, it would indeed be almost impossible for me to break it. However, this formation is not complete. It was hastily set up using formation plates, so there will definitely be flaws and weaknesses. Moreover, with the sect master's cooperation, it may not be impossible to break it. Zhang Luo focused on the formation before him, his spiritual energy spreading out, carefully sensing every part of the formation. Then I will trouble Elder Zhang Luo. Qianxue replied coldly, glancing at Chen in the grand formation. You think that hiding in the formation means I can't do anything about you? That's too ridiculous. Today, no matter who comes, no matter what method you use, you will not leave here alive. With every passing moment, Qianxue's fury towards Chen reached an unprecedented intensity. I never expected there would be a formation master among the experts of Ghost Immortal sect. The onlookers, who had initially been filled with joy, felt their hearts sink, shaking their heads in despair. They had thought Chen was safe, but it turned out he was merely buying time. At this moment, outside the capital of the Great Qi Kingdom, over 10 miles down the official road, a sturdy, tall horse galloped swiftly, kicking up an astonishing cloud of dust. This horse was robust, muscular, standing at a full 2 meters tall, distinctly different from ordinary horses. Moreover, this tall horse was covered in a layer of fine scales, gray-brown in color, with its eyes exhibiting a strange, dark red hue. As it dashed forward, the merchant horses on the official road neighed in terror, as if encountering a natural enemy, only calming down after the figure had disappeared into the distance. Gray-scaled blood eyes, could it be the legendary flying scale blood eyes? This is said to be a half-demon horse, rumored to possess half the bloodline of the blood beast flying scale, immensely strong, capable of carrying heavy loads, and able to travel thousands of miles in a day, found only among the military of Great Qi Kingdom. Which general from the military is returning? Only someone of the rank of at least a general could ride a flying scale blood eyes, and it must be an urgent military matter. The merchants on the official road couldn't help but exclaim, each guessing. However, because the speed of the flying scale blood eyes was too fast, they only caught a glimpse of a strong figure on the horse, yet they could not discern the true identity for the moment. But without a doubt, something significant had occurred in the border military. Over a distance of several li, for the Phelan blood eye, it only took a minute or two to arrive. Upon seeing the grand gates of the capital city of the Great Qi Kingdom in the distance, the figure on horseback pulled the reins. Zailululu, the Phelan blood eye immediately raised its front limbs, going from a rapid sprint to a complete stop, almost happening in the blink of an eye. The combination of movement and stillness created a beauty that filled one with longing. On the horse there sat a tall and robust old man. His hair and beard were gray, and his face was aged, not knowing how much hardship he had endured. His exposed arms were covered in scars, densely packed together, some even overlapping, making one feel horrified. Especially on his face, there was a scar that nearly spanned across his right eye, appearing extremely terrifying, but it added a few points of sharpness to his aura. Just sitting on the horse, he emitted an inexplicable aura, as if in this world one person and one horse had already become the only existence. We've arrived. The Phelan blood eye reached the city gate, and the old man raised his head to look. His murky yet unfathomable wise eyes coldly gazed at the signboard of the city gate, revealing a trace of inexplicable emotion. It had been over 10 years. He wondered how Yue Kai and Chen were doing. That Zhao Feng had truly gone too far, daring to drive Chen and Yue Kai out of the Qin residence and make the disciples of the Qin family turn against each other. If it weren't for Yuan Zhai sending word, perhaps the Qin family would have been destroyed by this woman. This old man was none other than Qin Chen's maternal grandfather, the first military god of the Great Qi Kingdom, the commander of the 3 armies, the Dingwu Wang, Qin Ba Tian. The Great Qi Kingdom had 3 major elite legions. They were the Mad Lion Legion, the Sky Eagle Legion, and the Blood Battle Legion. These 3 legions were hailed as the elite trump cards of the Great Qi Kingdom, with each soldier capable of fighting 10. And the founder of these 3 legions was none other than Qin Ba Tian. Back in the day, he started as a soldier, rose through the ranks, and ultimately became the commander of the 3 legions, stationed at the borders for decades, becoming the most fearsome military god in the Great Qi Kingdom's history. He had outstanding military achievements, was bestowed the title of Dingwu Wang by the previous emperor, and enjoyed high ranks. However, he was very aware that his years in the military had made him a god among the army of the great Qi kingdom, but also made him the most feared person by Zhao Gao. For this reason, he had been stationed at the borders alone for over 10 years without returning, just to dispel Zhao Gao's suspicions. Moreover, the prominent military family of the Qin, whether it was Qin Yuan Xiong, Qin Yuan Zhai, or the many elders and strong warriors of the Qin family, regardless of whether they were previously in the military or not, were all sent back to the capital to serve as civil officials. He understood the principle of being too successful and causing worry. Though the Qin family appeared prestigious, in reality, it had already reached a precarious state. However, upon learning that Qin Chen and Qin Yue Kai had been driven out of the Qin residence, and that Qin Chen and his brothers Qin Fen and Qin Feng were turning against each other, he had no choice but to break his established rules and hurry back to the capital. He was not afraid of being destitute and becoming a commoner, but he feared internal strife that would tear the Qin family apart. So he returned. Who is it? When Qin Ba Tian stopped at the city gate of the capital, it immediately caused a commotion among the entire gate guards, all of them staring in astonishment. Especially when they saw the Phelan blood eye that Qin Ba Tian was riding, they were even more stunned. Which general is this? Has he returned to the capital? We had no notice at all. The leading captain of the city guards couldn't help but exclaim. One should know a general returning to the capital was not a trivial matter. It required an audience with the royal family. Humph, you brats don't even recognize me? Qin Ba Tian coldly snorted, but his voice carried a sense of delight. After over 10 years of being away from home, he was finally going to see his daughter and grandson. Even the old man couldn't help but feel excited. He urged the Phelan blood eye and slowly walked towards the city gate. You are the Ding Wu Wang, old master Qin Ba Tian. Before the captain of the city guards could recognize him, an old man on the side stammered, his tone filled with excitement. As his words fell, others also turned pale, their eyes wide in shock, instinctively exclaiming, "It's actually the Ding Wu Wang, old master Qin Ba Tian has returned. It's the military god, old master Qin Ba Tian." The crowd erupted, and everyone couldn't help but exclaim. In the great Qi kingdom, Qin Ba Tian's reputation was as renowned as that of Xiao Zhan. It was as loud as thunder, known by all. If people admired the top expert Xiao Zhan as a pinnacle powerhouse, then for Qin Ba Tian, it was a respect and admiration that came from the depths of their hearts. One could say that without Qin Ba Tian, there would be no great Qi kingdom, and there would be no stable days for decades. Decades ago, the armies of the Great Wei Kingdom invaded the Great Qi Kingdom, losing dozens of cities with troops approaching the capital, causing the Great Qi Kingdom to even face the threat of destruction. It was old master Qin Ba Tian who turned the tide, sprinting 1,000 miles, leading the 3 legions and slaughtering the million-strong army of the Great Wei Kingdom, forcing them to flee the Great Qi Kingdom without a trace. Since then, old master Qin Ba Tian had guarded the borders of the Great Qi Kingdom for decades. In these decades, the Great Qi Kingdom had never lost a single city again, becoming the military god of the entire Great Qi Kingdom. Ha ha ha, you all have worked hard. Qin Ba Tian laughed heartily, tugging at the reins, and entered the city. Old master Qin Ba Tian has returned. If he finds out about the situation with the Guixian sect, will he? Sitting down on the ground, the captain of the city guards couldn't help but feel anxious. Though this captain was still on duty, guarding the city gate, how could he be unaware of what had happened to the Qin family? Now, this matter had already spread like a whirlwind, reaching every ear in the capital. But now, old master Qin Ba Tian had returned. This was a short-tempered man. If he knew that the experts from the Guixian sect had come to the capital to deal with his grandson and grandson, then the captain of the city guards already dared not imagine what would happen next. With old master's temper, he would definitely clash with the Guixian sect, and at that time he would surely be killed by the experts of the Guixian sect. No, thinking of this, the captain's face turned ashen. In the hearts of their generation, old master Qin Ba Tian held an exceptionally unique position, being the guardian deity of their generation. They didn't want to see the old master meet such a tragic end. However, they were powerless to stop it and could only silently pray in their hearts. Over the years, the changes in the capital have truly been great. Riding the Phelan blood eye, Qin Ba Tian galloped towards the Qin residence. But some discussions from the bystanders couldn't help but reach his ears. "It's over, have you heard? The sect master of the Guixian sect has defeated Lord Xiao Zhan, and now they want to kill Qin Feng from the Qin family and then go after Qin Chen. The emperor has already stopped intervening. Damn that Guixian sect, they are too arrogant, actually killing people in our Great Qi Kingdom capital openly. Qin Feng is our Great Qi Kingdom's #1 genius, and as for Qin Chen, he is even more likely to surpass others." These two talents are rare in 100 years for our great Qi kingdom, and they are actually going to be killed by the Gui Xian sect just like that. What can we do? Even Lord Xiao Zhan has been defeated. Who else in our great Qi kingdom can stop that Qianxue? Various discussions rang in Qin Ba Tian's mind like thunder, exploding in his head. The citizens, although they had never been to the Qin Chen residence, showed no decrease in their attention to it. Every moment, news was being spread, and almost everyone in the royal capital was focused on the events occurring at the Qin Chen residence. After all, this matter was of great significance, related to the dignity of the entire Qi nation, stirring the hearts of every citizen. But while the city buzzed, inside the formation at the Qin Chen residence things were going very badly. Under the joint attacks of the Ghost Immortal Sex formation, Master Zhang Luo and Qianxue, the 9-9 life-saving Great Formation was swaying precariously. Zhang Luo analyzed each pattern with a cold, calculating eye, probing seams, testing strains. With every coordinated strike from Qianxue and his experts, the formation's light dimmed. The intricate motifs that had been bright and steady now flickered and shivered. Qin Chen had only had time to craft a half-finished, top-tier 4th-level formation plate, a masterpiece hurried and incomplete. Flaws and gaps showed, and even his high attainments in formations could not hide them. Boom, 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 each blow bent the formation one step closer to collapse. Qianxue sneered like a man watching a trap close. Ha, you little brat, do you think you can block this sect with a haphazard formation? Today, this sect will take your life, and you won't survive until tomorrow. Inside the formation, Qin Chen's face was calm but cold. He glanced at his mother, at Zhu Li and the others, and said, "Once the great formation is forced open, you all must leave this place and be sure to stop Qianxue to avoid being affected." "How can this be?" Zhu Li shouted. "Is young Master Chen saying he is going to surrender? We cannot give up. No matter how strong Qianxue is, we are not people who fear death. I haven't given up." Qin Chen's eyes were very cold. "Soon I will deal with Qianxue, but you all must protect my mother and avoid unnecessary sacrifices." Qin Yueche's face was surprisingly calm. "Chenner, it's okay. You don't have to worry about your mother." Her voice was steady. The woman who had once seemed weak had steadied into rock. Not far away in the imperial court, the royal family argued like a house on fire, but the debate had hardened into a fracture. "Your Majesty, Qin Chen is extraordinarily talented, not only as an alchemist and bloodline master, but also has significant attainments in refining and formations. Such a genius cannot be lost to our Qi nation." Xiao Zhan pressed, urgency in his voice. "Yes, father, if Qin Chen dies, it will be a huge loss for our Qi nation. Are we just going to watch as the Ghost Immortal Sex people slay our nation's genius?" The 4th Prince Zhao Wei cried. Zhao Feng shot back. "Xiao Zhan, 4th brother, you speak lightly, but have you considered father's feelings? Father does not want to save Qin Chen, but he cannot. Once we act, the Ghost Immortal sect would definitely not rest until they had their revenge. At that time, who will stand against Qianxue? Are you suggesting father sacrifices our entire Qi nation for a Qin Chen?" Zai Zun stepped forward, tears in her eyes. "Are you really going to just watch as Qin Chen is killed? You should know that Qin Chen killed Nian Wuji and Cao Heng to save your daughter. Now he is in peril, and our Qi nation is turning a blind eye. This is not what a benevolent ruler would do." "Shut up!" Zhao Gao's face darkened. He saw the danger Zai Zun's pleading posed. If the Ghost Immortal sect learned the princess had spoken for Qin Chen, Qianxue would direct the fury toward the royal family. His decision was already made. "Father, you have disappointed me too much." Zai Zun's voice trembled as she retreated. "If you don't save Qin Chen, then I will take matters into my own hands. After all, my life was saved by Qin Chen, and today I will return it to him. It is only right." Zhao Gao's hand signaled a nearby royal expert. Bang! Zai Zun was struck on the back of the neck and instantly fainted. "Take Princess Zai Zun back to the palace and prohibit her from going out," Zhao Gao commanded coldly. "Yes." The imperial guards carried her away. "Father, you—" Zhao Wei's face crumpled, disappointment and alienation in his eyes. He was silent, unable to argue further, and left with the others. Xiao Zhan watched Zhao Gao's expressionless face and felt, for the first time, that the emperor had made a grave mistake. Back at the Qin Chen residence, the pressure intensified. Boom! The great formation at the entrance erupted with a thunderous explosion. Countless formation patterns shattered, the brilliance of the entire array dimmed by at least half in an instant. "Ha, it's almost over. Wuji father is about to take revenge for you," Qianxue crowed, eyes fierce and red. The crowd outside gasped, whispers of despair rippling through them. If even a top-tier 4th-level formation could be broken, what shelter remained? Xiao Ye and Dongfang Qing exchanged a glance and moved, only to be once again stopped by Ghost Immortal elders. There was no space to break through. The sect had arranged its defense. Inside the shattered formation, Chen's lips curled in a mocking smile as he drew the mysterious rusty sword. "Make your move quickly. Stop being so wishy-washy like a woman." The words shocked everyone. Was he unafraid of death or courting it? "Damn it, that damned little beast, you are looking for death!" Qianxue lunged, a terrible aura erupting from him as his palms became ghastly claws. "Kid, no one is coming to save you now, just die," he snarled. "Who dares touch my grandson?" A thunderous roar split the air, shaking onlookers to their bones. At that same instant, in the royal capital, a tall, robust figure pushed into a tavern, scattering patrons with the force of his presence. What did you say? Who killed my grandson Qin Feng and wants to kill my grandson Qin Chen?" Qin Baishan's voice thundered as he seized a middle-aged man and demanded answers. News tumbled from trembling mouths. Qin Feng dead, Qianxue's hand in it, Qin Chen besieged by the Ghost Immortal sect. "Damn Ghost Immortal sect, you dare!" Qin Baishan roared, then swept from the tavern, kicking his warhorse Phelan Zhu Tong into a neighing bolt of speed. The capital spun with rumors. If old Master Qin Baishan rushed over, there would be blood. But fate timed things cruelly. The formation had just shattered. Qianxue's palms were descending, his killing intent like a blade closing whoosh. From afar, a sharp sound of breaking air split the sky, and a streak of light, moving at astonishing speed, arrived behind Qianxue in the blink of an eye. Qianxue initially planned to kill Qin Chen first, then see who was behind the attack, but before he could strike, an intense sense of danger suddenly surged from behind, causing the hair on his body to stand on end. Not good, the incoming person is a master. Ignoring the task of killing Qin Chen, Qianxue instinctively struck backward with a palm. Boom! An astonishing force surged through the air, violently pushing the surrounding atmosphere outward. Qianxue's right hand went numb, and he was secretly shocked by the strength of the opponent, which was not at all inferior to that of Xiao Zhan from the Duchy Kingdom. He quickly flipped in midair and turned to look. Not just him at this moment, everyone turned to look. In the distance, the Imperial Guard was in an uproar as a figure rode a tall horse, charging forth. Wherever they passed, the guards that could not dodge were sent flying away like waves being sliced apart. Whoosh! As the figure approached the residence, only a few dozen meters away, he sprang from the horse's back like a giant rock, soaring over Zhao Gao and others' heads, and with a thud landed within Qin Chen's residence. The entire ground shook, the rocks beneath his feet instantly shattered into powder, kicking up clouds of dust. "Who are you?" Qianxue stared at the powerful figure before him, his brows furrowing as anger erupted in his eyes. How did another powerful being suddenly emerge in the Duchy Kingdom? With one after another attempting to stop him, Qianxue was on the verge of losing his mind. It was normal for Qianxue not to know Qin Baishan. However, the other Duchy citizens present, as well as countless imperial guards, city guards, and members of the Zhao and Qin families, were all stunned upon seeing the newcomer's face. "It's Lord Qin Baishan. Prince Wu, why is he here?" "Head of the family," various titles echoed. Everyone stared in shock at the elderly man before them, each person frozen in disbelief. Even Zhao Gao's gaze tightened. It seemed he had not received any news of Qin Baishan's return. How had Qin Baishan suddenly come back? For some inexplicable reason, Zhao Gao felt a dryness in his throat. A name carries a shadow. When the name Qin Baishan echoed throughout the street, the countless onlookers around fell silent as if struck by frost. Although Qin Baishan had not returned to the royal capital for over a decade, this name was like a mark forever etched in everyone's mind, never to be forgotten. "Chen'er, grandpa has returned." Behind Qin Chen, Qin Yueqi gazed at Qin Baishan, who stood proudly in front of Qin Chen, murmuring to herself, her eyes filled with excitement. A smile blossomed at the corner of her mouth. "Father Yu, how did you come back?" Qin Yuanxing had regained his composure and could not help but stand up. Elders of the Qin family and others instinctively moved forward. "Head of the family? How did I come back?" Qin Baishan coldly looked at the group of Qin family elders, his brow furrowed with a presence that commanded respect without anger, emanating an astonishing aura. "If I hadn't returned, this family would have likely been destroyed by you all." His deep voice, laced with anger, reached the ears of the Qin family members, causing them to involuntarily shudder, each one silent as a cicada in winter. Though he had not returned for over a decade, everyone remembered the old man's domineering temper. Moreover, in reality, Qin Yuanxing was not the head of the Qin family. He merely acted in that capacity. The true head of the family remained Qin Baishan, the old master. Grandpa has returned. Everything will definitely be fine now," Qin Ying said excitedly from the side. In her mind, as long as Grandpa was there, nothing was insurmountable. That pair of shoulders could even support the sky. "Is he really my grandpa?" Qin Chen looked at the figure before him and murmured. In his memory, he had no impression of Qin Baishan, but in the memories of the previous Qin Chen, Qin Baishan's figure was incredibly vivid. It was this old man who, when he and his mother were looked down upon by the Qin family, stood against the tide and chose to keep them. It was also this old man who, in his childhood, cared deeply for him and personally taught him martial arts. And this old man was the one who, years ago, sought out various rare treasures to help awaken his bloodline, bringing them back to the royal capital to change his constitution. Everything in the previous Qin Chen's memory was so clear, so profound. So much so that with the old man standing right before him, Qin Chen couldn't help but feel tears welling up in his eyes. His heart suddenly softened, and the hot blood within him could not help but boil. "Who dares to harm my grandson?" Just a few words made Qin Chen feel incredibly moved. In this world, there was still such an elder who cared for him and protected him. This was familial love, not the disgusting faces of people like Qianxue. Seeing that Qin Chen was unharmed and glancing at Qianxue behind him, Qin Baishan sighed in relief, but his gaze fell on Qin Feng's corpse, and his expression turned icy. "It was you who killed my grandson, and you want to kill my grandson as well?" Taking a step forward, Qin Baishan lowly roared. With that step, the earth trembled. Many citizens wobbled and almost fell to the ground. "You are the grandfather of Qin Chen and Qin Feng?" Qianxue looked at Qin Baishan, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. "War god? Ridiculous!" He glanced at the excited expressions of the surrounding crowd and couldn't help but sneer. Even the strongest in the Duchy kingdom had been slain by him. What use was an old soldier in the army that deserved such excitement from them? "Qin Baishan, why have you returned to the royal capital? Don't be reckless, think carefully." Zhao Gao spoke from not far away. His expression shifted between light and dark, and he seemed to be lost in thought. "Zhao Gao, you allowed this ghostly disciple of the immortal sect to kill my grandson and son. I will settle this account with you later." Qin Baishan snorted coldly. Everyone was shaken. Each person was horrified. Only Qin Baishan dared to directly address the name of the king of the Duchy kingdom and declare his intention to settle accounts with him. Moreover, recalling the scene where Qin Baishan soared over Zhao Gao's head earlier, the corners of everyone's mouths couldn't help but twitch. "Impudence, brazen, Qin Baishan, how can you speak to His Majesty like that? As the commander of the three armies, you should not return to the capital without His Majesty's summon. Are you preparing to rebel?" Several powerful figures beside Zhao Gao read the atmosphere and, seeing Zhao Gao's unpleasant expression, began to rebuke him sharply. "A bunch of useless fools, only knowing how to flaunt your power against your own people. Where were you all when the enemy invaded?" Qin Baishan sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. These strongmen, supported by the royal family, appeared majestic, but they were merely relying on the royal family's authority, using their power to bully others. The royal strongman trembled with anger, nearly spitting blood. "And don't you dare saddle me with big hats. I have returned this time because of an urgent battle report that I must deliver personally." With a wave of his hand, a battle report was sent flying and landed in Zhao Gao's hands. "Recently, strange, powerful figures have suddenly appeared at the borders of our kingdom and in various cities. Their movements are suspicious. Once they enter the cities, they go into hiding, likely intending to plot against our Duchy kingdom. Furthermore, according to intelligence from within the Dawei kingdom, in the past 10 days, the military strongholds in Dawei have seen a sudden increase in the flow of supplies, and the military regiments have been mobilizing overnight. Trade caravans from the 5 nations are strictly forbidden from entering the trade routes of Dawei. I have reason to suspect that Dawei is likely preparing to attack us, and it's not just a small-scale disturbance as before, but they could be gathering an army of 1,000,000. Hence, I specifically returned to seek guidance on how to act." Upon seeing Zhao Gao reading the battle report, Tian spoke loudly. Although he was domineering, he wasn't reckless. He had already considered various factors before taking action. This time he returned to the capital, though it violated procedure. He had sufficient reasons and would not leave any handle for Zhao Gao to grasp. What? Hearing the news from Tian, everyone was shocked. They had just learned this information from Qianxue, and thus knew that many strong figures from the Ghost Immortal sect had already infiltrated the borders of Duchy Kingdom and had colluded with Dawei, intending to threaten Duchy with an army of 1,000,000. However, hearing it directly from Tian gave it a different significance. One must understand, Duchy Kingdom is vast and extensive. From the borders to the royal capital, even riding on a blood-eyed flying unicorn that could travel 10,000 miles a day, it would still take at least 3 days and nights to arrive. This means that Tian had analyzed these military developments at least 3 days prior and set off for the royal capital that same night. This time frame was at least 3 days faster than when Qianxue and the others arrived. Everyone was astounded, speechless. "Qin Ba Tian, you have such audacity." An old man beside Zhao Gao stiffened, Wen Zun, the prime minister. He had little patience for Qin Ba Tian's bypassing of protocol. This urgent news should have been sent immediately to His Majesty by messenger. You took 3 days to come yourself, wasting time that could have been used to coordinate defenses. If a battle erupts while you are absent, what then? Wen Zun's rebuke was sharp but brief, enough to show there was civil opposition without dragging the scene. "Old man Wen, you should stick to your role as a civil official and not meddle in military affairs," Qin Ba Tian shot back coldly. 3 days before I left the army, I had already arranged for the sudden emergence of strong figures in the border cities to be secretly monitored. Once they show any movement, they will be captured immediately. They won't be able to stir up any waves. He did not stop there. Qin Ba Tian's voice deepened, each word measured like a blade. "As for the million troops of Dawei, I deliberately left the army to make them lower their guard, thinking they might find an opportunity. In reality, I have ordered 3 major legions to ambush at various checkpoints. If Dawei dares to make a move, they probably won't even reach the border cities of Dachi before being annihilated by my 3 legions, suffering heavy casualties. Moreover, I have sent a covert unit into Dawei. When the time is right, we will launch a counterattack, which could severely damage Dawei's strength, reducing their national power by at least 30%. It's even possible to strike directly at their heart." Qin Ba Tian's words struck like thunder, leaving the court stunned. The god of war truly lived up to his name. Standing firm at the borders of Dachi for decades, instilling fear in the Dawei army, his reputation was well-deserved. The Ghost Immortal sect and Dawei had thought they could pressure Dachi by colluding. Unaware that days prior, Qin Ba Tian had already observed their movements and laid a net to trap them. For a moment the hall was silent, filled with a mixture of admiration and unease. Zhao Gao's face flickered. His hoped-for leverage had been dissolved by Qin Ba Tian's forethought. He opened his mouth, then closed it. Even Qianxue studied Qin Ba Tian now with a cold curiosity. This old man had discovered the sect's infiltrators and prepared a response before anyone else. As Qin Ba Tian turned, his eyes fixed on Qianxue, a killing intent boiling over. "Today you killed my grandson and are now aiming to harm my grandson. I Qin Ba Tian am here and you shall not leave alive." Boom. The killing intent surged like a storm, piercing the heavens. Qin Ba Tian stepped forward, and in an instant the atmosphere shifted. Everyone felt as if they stood on a battlefield amidst the dead. Qianxue's lips curled in contempt. "Based on your strength, let it be. Since you are the god of war of Dachi today, I shall slay you as well, letting Dachi know the consequences of offending my Ghost Immortal sect." He advanced. The moment they moved, the world erupted. The momentum between them collided, shattering the ground into jagged crevices that spiderwebbed across the hall. There was no longer room for words, only the pinnacle of confrontation remained. 10,000 ghosts salute the ancestor. Qianxue surged upward, black mist billowing from his body. Countless ghastly heads howled within it, the miasma coalescing into a towering skeletal specter that charged like a living nightmare toward Qin Ba Tian. Especially when he heard Qin Baishan's plan. He had to kill Qin Baishan at the first opportunity and relay the news back to prevent heavy losses for the disciples of his Ghost Immortal sect. The astonishing momentum caused the heavens and earth to change color, and many Qiuan-level experts present felt their minds being suppressed, experiencing immense discomfort. "Not bad in strength, but today you must die." Qin Baishan roared, showing no signs of retreat. Instead, he gathered strength in both fists and struck out at the howling black ghostly figure with a punch. He was clearly prepared to clash head-on with the opponent. "Not good. Qin Baishan is too reckless. That Qianxue is a half-step Wuzong expert." Many of the citizens of the Great Qi Kingdom covered their mouths, their eyes filled with horror. They had heard of old Master Qin's strength. It was said that he had entered the late stage of Qiuan level 20 years ago. However, no matter how strong he was, he could not surpass the strongest expert of the Great Qi, Zhao Zhan. And now, even Zhao Zhan had been defeated by Qianxue. How could old Master Qin alone be a match for the opponent? The only hope was that Zhao Zhan and old Master Qin would join forces. Perhaps together they could contend with Qianxue. In an instant, everyone's gaze fell upon Zhao Zhan. "Your Majesty!" Zhao Zhan's blood boiled, and he hurriedly looked at Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao had been worried about the border, but Qin Baishan had already resolved that issue. Now, if Zhao Gao gave the order with so many strong experts present in the Great Qi, they might be able to confront the many experts of the Ghost Immortal sect, causing them great losses. However, what Zhao Zhan saw was a pair of cold eyes. Zhao Gao's expression was dark, showing no intention to act, only endless coldness. Zhao Zhan's heart sank inexplicably, feeling a chill. No one knew what Zhao Gao was thinking or what his intentions were. All they knew was that he had not given the order. Boom! All thoughts were but a moment, and at this time the attacks of Qin Beishan and Qianxue finally collided. Boom, roar, the terrifying power of the punches and the black ghostly aura clashed violently. With each collision an astonishing explosion occurred, and the ground beneath their feet cracked, with countless fissures spreading in all directions, as if an earthquake had taken place. Contrary to what everyone imagined, Qin Beishan was not defeated in a single strike. Instead, he stood his ground, his overwhelming punch power soaring into the sky, emitting a heart-pounding pressure, firmly holding back the surging black ghostly energy. Did he block it? Everyone was overjoyed, exclaiming in surprise. Crack, however, this scene didn't last. The punch power displayed by Qin Beishan quickly developed cracks and then shattered with a loud explosion. The overwhelming ghostly energy once again swept toward the old man violently. Not good. Old master, be careful, the crowd exclaimed, nearly scared silly as their hearts seemed to stop beating. Such a terrifying attack with a single blow, the old master would surely die. At this moment everyone was worried, but only a flash of joy briefly crossed the depths of Zhao Gao's eyes before it quickly vanished. The crowd dared not watch any longer. Yet, Qin Beishan's face showed no signs of panic. Instead, he coldly laughed and said, "Half-step Wuzong is indeed strong, but not as strong as you might think." As his voice fell, Qin Beishan's momentum surged violently, nearly reaching the heavens. Boom. He directly broke through to the peak of late Xuan level, entering an even higher realm. That terrifying true energy swirling around him was nothing but the true energy of a half-step Wuzong. Half-step Wuzong, Old Master Qin is actually also a half-step Wuzong expert? At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded, nearly going mad. Half-step Wuzong was a rarity in the 5 countries of the Northwest, extremely difficult to encounter. Previously, only the strongest expert of the first country, the great Liang, Wei Tianming, was a half-step Wuzong expert. Next, the ghost immortal sect's Qianxue also broke through to half-step Wuzong. But now, who would have thought that the old master of their great Qi, Qin Beishan, was also a half-step Wuzong expert? Such a surprise left everyone with their mouths agape, almost able to fit a chicken egg. Break, fully revealing his strength, Qin Beishan's aura surged dramatically as he threw a punch. This punch was like thunder, crashing with a bang that shattered the air, sending shockwaves through the crowd's eardrums. The thick punch power swept across the black ghostly energy, producing pop, pop, pop sounds. The terrifying black aura let out a piercing scream and was actually burst apart by a single punch. At the same time, an astonishing punch force rushed directly towards Qianxue. What? Qianxue was taken aback and hurriedly defended himself. With a bang, he was sent flying back, his legs scraping along the ground, creating a trench nearly 10 meters long before he finally stopped, his face pale. The esteemed master of the ghost immortal sect is nothing more than this. With a cold shout, Qin Beishan showed no hesitation, charging forward once again. Damn it! Qianxue gritted his teeth and charged forward as well. Boom, boom, boom. Next, the two sides engaged in a frenzied battle in this open area. Each strike unleashed incredible power, shaking the ground to pieces and sending stones flying. The surrounding experts dared not get too close, all retreating frantically, watching the two engage in combat, unable to intervene. In fact, they could barely even see the speed at which the two were fighting. Furious bloodline? At the start, Qianxue was still able to contend evenly with Old Master Qin. However, when Qin Beishan unleashed his 4th-grade Furious Bloodline, the battle immediately tilted, and Qianxue was almost completely suppressed, constantly retreating. If he weren't also a half-step Wuzong expert with astonishing defense, combined with his training in the Ghost Immortal sect's top-tier technique, the 10,000 Ghosts technique, he would have likely been defeated long ago. Even so, Qianxue could only hastily defend, continuously retreating. This scene left the onlookers dumbfounded, each one in shock. No one could imagine that the previously dominating, invincible, and arrogant Qianxue would be so helpless at this moment, reduced to mere defense with no power to counterattack. As fellow half-step Wuzong experts, Old Master Qin's moves were grand and powerful, possessing a unique charm. Even more astonishing was that his true energy was incredibly rich. At the half-step Wuzong level, it was even more abundant than Qianxue's. This was hard for everyone to believe. One must understand that Qianxue was the master of the Ghost Immortal sect, which had stood in the 5 countries of the Northwest for hundreds of years, possessing techniques and secrets that were even more terrifying than those of the Great Qi. And Qin Beishan was merely the King Wu of the Great Qi, with the Chen family rising to prominence in just a few decades. In terms of techniques and martial skills, let alone matching the Ghost Immortal sect, there was a significant gap even with the Great Qi. Yet now the true energy that Qianxue cultivated was actually inferior to that of Qin Baishan. This left everyone feeling incredible. They were filled with intense doubt. Outsiders were shocked, let alone Qianxue, who was in the midst of battle. My Wan Gui Jiu is a high-level Xuan technique, a treasure of my ghost immortal sect obtained through great hardship. It is among the top techniques in the entire Northwest 5 nations. Where did this Qin Ba Tian get such a profound technique, even more terrifying than my ghost immortal sect's Wan Gui Jiu? Qianxue was on the verge of madness. In terms of the same level, he prided himself on not being weaker than anyone, which was why he had acted so arrogantly. But unexpectedly, he was beaten badly by an old man, and the frustration in his heart was imaginable. However, despite being at a disadvantage and filled with anger, there was not a trace of panic in Qianxue's eyes. Why is Qianxue so confident? This was something the others present did not see, but how could it escape Qin Chen's eyes? Logically speaking, if a person charged into the enemy's camp and discovered there were experts stronger than themselves, regardless of temperament, they would surely feel nervous and flustered. This is a reflex reaction inherent in every person. Yet at this moment, Qianxue showed no such emotion, as if everything was still under his control. Something must be wrong. Qin Chen's gaze slightly narrowed and his soul power spread out, sweeping across the field. Is this the 5 elements absolute kill formation? Suddenly, Qin Chen's eyes focused on several experts from the Ghost Immortal sect. At some point, these experts from the Ghost Immortal sect had dispersed around, standing at the 5 corners of a pentagon, forming an implicit combined attack formation. Isn't this the 5 elements absolute kill formation? Qin Chen finally understood why, despite being in a difficult situation, Qianxue remained so confident. The 5 elements absolute kill formation was an extremely terrifying attacking formation, a type of combined attack formation. Once formed, the attacks of the strong within the formation would merge together. Not only that, but the attack power of the martial artists within the formation would be increased by at least double. This was an incredibly terrifying number. In other words, once this formation was completed, if Qianxue and the others attacked simultaneously, it would be equivalent to 2 half-step Zhangxi experts and several peak Xuan-level late-stage martial artists attacking Qin Ba Tian at the same time. At that time, regardless of Qin Ba Tian's cultivation level, he would be lightly injured at the very least, or heavily wounded and possibly even killed instantly. Chenner, are you saying that the other side has set up a formation to deal a heavy blow to your grandfather? Qin Chen's murmured voice was very soft, so much so that even Chu Wei Chen beside him did not notice, but Qianxue Kai, who was closest to Qin Chen, heard it. Unable to restrain herself, she whispered in inquiry, "If that's the case, hurry up and send a message to your grandfather to be careful." Her face showed a hint of urgency. "Mother, don't worry. With me here, the Ghost Immortal sect's conspiracy will not succeed." Feeling Qianxue Kai's concern, Qin Chen couldn't help but smile slightly. Could it be that Chenner can break it? Qianxue Kai was surprised, looking astonished. This is a formation set up by several major Xuan-level experts. Although she didn't know the level, how could she have imagined it was at least a 4th-tier formation? Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused trouble for Qin Ba Tian. Hee, break it? Mother, we don't need to break it." Qin Chen smiled slightly, but his expression was very cold. "Isn't the Ghost Immortal sect trying to secretly harm my grandfather? Since that's the case, I'll make them lose their gains and turn their 5 elements absolute kill formation into their grave." Qin Chen's face was full of confidence. In his previous life, he was a 9th-tier formation master. Although he couldn't arrange a heaven-defying formation due to his limited cultivation, it was more than enough for him to destroy others' formations. After all, destroying a formation is much easier than constructing one. Letting the formation constructed by the Ghost Immortal sect become their grave. If someone else said this, Qianxue Kai would undoubtedly think the other person was crazy. However, when Qin Chen said it, Qianxue Kai inexplicably believed him. After all, as a mother, how could she not believe her son? At this moment, Qin Chen did not say anything further, as he had already observed that the 5 elements absolute kill formation was nearing completion. If he didn't hurry, it would soon be too late. At some point, several low-grade true stones appeared in his hand, and he engraved formation runes into them to set up the formation. On the field, the battle between Qin Ba Tian and Qianxue had reached a critical stage. Qin Ba Tian continuously attacked, causing Qianxue to retreat repeatedly, and the prolonged defense had left him unable to supply his true power. This situation was already quite dangerous. Once Qianxue failed to block an attack, Qin Ba Tian's strike could injure him in an instant, and after being injured, it would be even more impossible for Qianxue to withstand Qin Ba Tian's attacks, leading him into a dangerous cycle until he was ultimately killed. This was something everyone present, including Xiao Zhan, could see clearly, even though they weren't Qianxue's opponents. They couldn't help but clench their fists, excitement bubbling within them. Boom. Finally, after a long period of fighting, Qianxue was exhausted and in a moment of carelessness was sent flying by Tian. Crack! His protective true power fluctuated violently before breaking apart. A terrifying true power surged into his body. With a muffled groan, Qianxue was forced back, his feet leaving more than 10 deep craters in the ground before he finally stopped. A trace of blood slipped from the corner of his mouth. He was already injured. However, after being injured, Qianxue not only showed no panic, but instead revealed a strange smile on his face. He had already received secret communication from Zhang Luo that the 5 elements absolute kill formation was completed and could launch a decisive blow at any moment. At this moment you can still smile. Tian, cold and arrogant, furrowed his brows and coldly questioned. Is the other party's brain broken? They get injured by me and still foolishly laugh. Are they stunned by the hit? Haha, of course I'm going to laugh. Why shouldn't I laugh? Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Qianxue's smile became even more radiant. I laugh because you're about to die and you don't even know it. Ridiculous! Tian raised an eyebrow, too lazy to waste words with him. Suddenly he shot upwards and threw a punch. He wanted to take advantage of the victory to kill Qianxue right here. However, there was no trace of panic on Qianxue's face. He was calm to the point of sending chills down one's spine. At this moment it wasn't just Chen, even the other experts present felt something was off. Attack! At the moment Tian's attack was about to arrive, Qianxue suddenly shouted, boom. At the same time, his true power erupted, and he charged towards Tian like a demon god. Boom, 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 boom. Not only that, but the many ghost immortal sect experts who had been moving around also suddenly sprang into action. They had been prepared, moving at lightning speed, launching a thunderous strike in an instant. Buzz, 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 buzz. Simultaneously, countless formation runes erupted with light on the field. The attacks from the many strong experts of the ghost immortal sect instantly seemed to resonate, amplifying each other's power, increasing it by a full double. They charged towards Tian with ruthless determination. What? When did the ghost immortal sect set up this formation? Not good, old Master Chen is in danger. Countless gasps erupted in an instant. At this moment, people finally noticed the abnormal situation on the field. The terrifying attacks from many strong members of the ghost immortal sect were like shooting stars chasing the moon, emitting a chilling aura as they madly rushed towards Qin. Among them, even the peak of human-level initial stage, Ling Zhang, unleashed an attack that was comparable to a peak martial artist of human-level mid-stage. And the originally dark-skinned middle-aged man in the mid-human level had an attack power comparable to the peak of human-level late stage. The most terrifying, however, was Qianxue's attack. Endless black energy swirled like demons dancing wildly, erupting with an unprecedented astonishing pressure that completely suppressed old Master Qin's attack. The 5-element absolute kill formation, a top-tier 4th-level attack formation, was certainly not just an empty name. This formation had been practiced multiple times by many strong members of the Ghost Immortal sect, specifically to deal with enemies that were difficult to handle in sect wars. Once it erupted, everyone was horrified and unable to look directly at it. If such an attack were to land, even if old Master Chen were strong, he would likely be heavily injured or even perish. You, a mere martial artist, no matter how strong, are nothing in the face of my Ghost Immortal sect's foundation. Go die! Amid the roar, Qianxue's face twisted with rage, as he could already imagine the scene of Qin being blasted into bits. However, what Qianxue did not expect was that just as his attack was about to land, Chen, who was outside the formation, suddenly brightened his eyes. He swiftly manipulated the formation technique with both hands and threw it outward. Swish, swish, swish. 9 low-grade true stones fell like glowing jade pendants into the formation where the 7 were located. Reverse formation technique, Chen shouted as he manipulated the formation seal. 9 beams of splendid light surged into the sky almost simultaneously, dazzling and brilliant. Not good! The formation master of the Ghost Immortal sect, Zhang Luo, was the first to react, exclaiming in horror. He wanted to say something, but it was already too late. Buzz, those in the formation, including Qianxue, felt a blur before their eyes. Then they saw that the attacks originally aimed at Qin were inexplicably redirected towards themselves. No, don't! Ah! Boom, boom, boom. Several deafening explosions erupted, nearly shattering the eardrums of everyone present. Following that came the incredibly tragic sounds of screams. None of the Ghost Immortal sect's strong members' attacks landed on Qin. Instead, they struck their own comrades. Among them, those who received weaker attacks were merely left in a disheveled state, clothing torn and drenched in blood. The most unfortunate was the inner gate elder of the Ghost Immortal sect who bore the brunt of Qianxue's attack. Despite being at the mid-human level, he was directly obliterated by Qianxue's strike, turning into a mist of blood with no bones remaining. Pop, pop, pop. After guiding the attacks, the 9 low-grade true stones set up by Chen lost energy and exploded. Damn it, how could this happen? Seeing the tragic scene, Qianxue howled to the sky, his eyes blood-red, almost going mad. This 5-element absolute kill formation was clearly meant to kill Qin Beishan. How could it backfire and cause such heavy losses for his side, not only injuring 2 but also losing 1? It was incredibly tragic. He couldn't help but glare fiercely at Zhang Luo. Master, it's that Chen. He used the foundation of the 5-element absolute kill formation to set up a reverse formation, causing our attacks to misfire, so? Zhang Luo explained in a panic. At this moment he was also quite disheveled, his clothes charred, and he had a wound deep enough to see the bone. You waste! Qianxue spat blood in anger. This idiot, the formation he set up was actually altered by a kid. Are you a pig? Knowing that Chen is a formation master, how could you not prepare at all? Qianxue cursed, wishing he could slap Zhang Luo to death. But he also knew that even if he killed Zhang Luo right now, it would be of no use. At this time, besides Zhang Luo, everyone else was also stunned. Seeing that Qin Beishan was about to be defeated, Chen's sudden action had turned the tide, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Alchemist, Bloodline Master, or Formation Master, just how many identities and how terrifying is this Chen's talent? Everyone could no longer imagine how high Chen could reach if he continued to grow like this in the future. At this moment, the only one with a bad expression was Zhao Gao. If he had known things would develop to this point, he would have intervened with Chen and Qin Beishan regardless of the cost. Now it was all too late. Ha ha ha, no wonder he is my grandson. Qin Beishan had also realized the course of events and couldn't help but laugh towards the sky. He was even more excited than when he defeated Qianxue himself. Trash from the Ghost Immortal sect, what do you have to say now? Even my grandson is better than you and you dare to act wildly here? With a leap, Qin Beishan charged towards Qianxue. Boom, boom, boom. Having lost the 5-element absolute kill formation, and with his true energy severely depleted, Qianxue immediately fell into a disadvantage, spitting out another mouthful of blood. After landing a hit, Qin Beishan pressed the attack. Damn it, old man, do you really think my sect is afraid of you? Qianxue roared to the heavens, swallowing several pills. The boiling bloodline power and ghostly true energy surged into his body with a domineering stance, causing the black true energy around his body to burn fiercely. Numerous black threads appeared on his skin, merging with his flesh, making him look like a vengeful spirit. Corpse Ghost Disintegration Technique. In an instant, Qianxue's aura surged more than doubled as he punched out. Boom-ka, the overwhelming black ghostly energy surged with the wind, forming a pitch-black canopy that shattered Qin Beishan's attack before crashing down in front of him. What secret technique is this? Qin Beishan didn't dare be careless. His fists glowed with a yellowish light, resembling 2 massive grinding discs, constantly wearing down the opponent's ghostly energy. However, the opponent's true energy was too abundant, and the 2 large hands transformed into yellow grinding discs couldn't keep up with the erosion. Bang, his hands were shaken away and he was hit hard in the chest, sent flying. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Old master, everyone was shocked. Die for me? Qianxue was engulfed in black energy, like a demonic god, surprisingly turning the disadvantage around. It must be a certain body secret technique that activates one's potential in a short time, greatly enhancing their power, but the side effects must be extremely strong. Chen's eyes flashed as he instantly understood the reason. But understanding was one thing. Chen was very clear that since the other party had used a secret technique, their power would definitely surpass Qin Beishan's for a short time. Grandpa, this technique will definitely affect his sanity. I'll hold him off, you attack. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen unleashed a mental storm. Buzz, the invisible mental attack, instantly invaded Qianxue's mind. Originally, with Qianxue's cultivation, he shouldn't have been so easily hit by the mental storm. But after using the corpse ghost disintegration technique, his strength increased while his intelligence decreased. At the same time, his mental resistance also dropped significantly, allowing Chen to launch an effective attack in an instant, plunging him into a state of mental chaos. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Qin Beishan struck a punch at his chest. Bang! His chest suddenly caved in, creating a deep fist imprint, and he spat out a mouthful of internal organ fragments. Zhangzhu, the remaining experts from the Ghost Immortal sect were all horrified. Once Qianxue died, there was no doubt that all the elders of the Ghost Immortal sect would die here as well. Unable to hold back, they flew upwards, wanting to save Qianxue. Ha ha ha, your opponents are us. However, having been alerted by Chen, Xiao and Dongfang Qing were already prepared this time. The two soared into the air, blocking the remaining powerful members of the Ghost Immortal sect. Both Dongfang Qing and Xiao possessed astonishing strength, and one was a bloodline master while the other was an alchemist. In terms of real strength, they were only slightly inferior to Xiao Zhan. With the two working together, the injured elders from the Ghost Immortal sect couldn't break through their defenses at all. Struck by Qin Baishan's punch, Qianxue, who had originally been dull-witted, instantly regained his senses. Seeing the scene before him, his eyes filled with rage. "You few, leave first," he shouted explosively. Whoosh. Suddenly, a black pill appeared in Qianxue's hand, and in a rush, he swallowed it. Sizzle, an astonishing aura burst forth from him, and Qianxue's cultivation actually rose once more in an instant. Boom. Like a demon god, he stood proudly in the sky. Wuzong, his cultivation has actually broken through to 5th level Wuzong. Even the usually calm Qin Baishan revealed a trace of shock in his eyes upon sensing Qianxue's aura. At this moment, black mist continuously seeped from every pore of Qianxue, almost obscuring his human form. But the aura emanating from him was frighteningly suffocating. This is all you're doing, you will all die today, every single one of you. Boom, Qianxue's eyes turned blood-red like a beast, and the first to attack were Xiao and Dongfang Qing. A gigantic black palm imprint manifested in the heavens, spreading black ghostly energy everywhere. Dongfang Qing and Xiao had no time to react, feeling as if death itself had arrived. Under Qianxue's true Zhang-level aura, both of their figures were unable to move, as if they were imprisoned in the void. Mental storm? At a critical moment, Chen hurriedly unleashed a mental storm. Qianxue's mind momentarily blurred and his attack stalled. Dongfang Qing and Xiao seized the opportunity to evade to the side. Boom! The massive black palm, although it did not directly strike the two, still sent shockwaves through the edges of the palm imprint, causing Dongfang Qing and Xiao to be violently thrown back, blood spilling from the corners of their mouths, their faces filled with horror. On the ground, a huge handprint pit appeared, several meters deep and over 10 meters wide, with countless debris flying everywhere, startling the many commoners and martial artists present, who all retreated in fear. Is this the true power of a 5th-level Wuzong? Swallowing hard, everyone felt a deep sense of dread. "Damn brat, you have repeatedly disrupted our plans. I will kill you today." With a roar, Qianxue madly charged toward Chen. He was filled with hatred for Chen. If it weren't for him, his son would not have died, and so many elders of the Ghost Immortal sect would not have perished. "Don't you dare harm my grandson!" Qin Baishan shouted angrily and charged forward. "Get lost!" Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as Qianxue's palm struck Qin Baishan, sending him flying backward, crashing into a wall on a distant street, causing the wall to shatter and leaving a human-shaped pit. Qin Baishan grunted, spitting out blood, his face pale as a sheet. But Qianxue was not faring any better. His skin cracked open, black mist dissipating everywhere, as if he would explode at any moment. The black pill he had just consumed had extremely strong side effects, worse than any explosion pill, only sustaining his cultivation for several dozen breaths. If he did not stop using his power after several dozen breaths, he would explode, dying along with his soul. This meant he had to kill the person he wanted to kill and leave the capital of the Great Qi Kingdom within a very short time frame, or face certain death. Among everyone present, the one he hated the most was Chen. Boom. Having sent Qin Baishan flying, Qianxue's figure had already swooped down in front of Chen, the terrifying black palm striking down in an instant. Chen! Young Master Chen! Everyone exclaimed in shock, with Zhu, Li, and the others seething with anger. They never expected that even in this dire situation, the Ghost Immortal sect's Qianxue could actually rise from the dead, posing a threat to young Master Chen. The foundation of the top sect in the northwest was truly terrifying. In their rage, they wanted to rush forward to stop him, but it was useless. The terrifying black energy surged, knocking them back repeatedly. They couldn't even stabilize themselves, each one spitting blood under the impact of the force. Young Master Chen, Xiao and Dongfang Qing's expressions were desperate as they cried out in panic. Chen. Zhao Lingshan was determined to rush forward, but helplessly watched the black palm descend, tears of anguish streaming down her cheeks. At that moment her heart shattered. Chen's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpoints. Wuzong, his mind stirred as he prepared to activate the 5th-level true rune he received from Feng within his storage ring. Initially, he only needed to use the void-breaking rune to teleport away and avoid Qianxue's attack. But he also had his mother and many friends by his side. If he teleported away, Qianxue's attack would certainly injure others. Thus, he could only activate the 5th-level True Rune. The 5th-level True Rune possessed immense power, equivalent to a full-force strike from a 5th-level Wuzong, fully capable of withstanding Qianxue's full attack. He could see that Qianxue's current state could not be maintained for long. Once obstructed, it was possible that he would fail. Just as Chen was about to activate the 5th-level True Rune, a clear and icy voice suddenly sounded from behind him. "Want to harm my son? Have you asked me first?" Then, a slender jade-like hand suddenly emerged from behind Chen. That hand, smooth as jade and flawlessly white, gently touched the handprint that Qianxue had unleashed. An unbelievable scene unfolded. Under the gentle touch of this jade hand, Qianxue's full-force attack was instantly shattered, the entire handprint fracturing in an instant. At the same time, he was thrown back like a kite with its string cut, spitting out large mouthfuls of black blood. "What?" Everyone was stunned, looking blankly at the owner of that jade hand. Even Chen turned in shock, exclaiming, "Mother!" The person who had made the move was actually Qianxue, who had always seemed frail and powerless. The entire scene trembled, falling into a state of daze. At this moment, everyone was in a daze, completely unsure of what to say. The entire venue was as silent as death. How could this be? Everyone stared blankly at Qianxue, completely dumbfounded. Qianxue, who had always appeared as a frail woman, turned out to be a martial artist. Moreover, she was a top-tier expert whose cultivation far surpassed Qianxue, at least a pinnacle-level Wuzong. How could this be possible? Hiss, a sound of gasps echoed throughout the venue. Everyone was shocked, their minds going blank. How could this be? The most horrified was still Qianxue. He had thought that after swallowing the ancestral treasure, the blood ghost pill, and breaking through to the 5th-level Wuzong in a short period, he could kill his enemies and leave safely. Unexpectedly, in the Great Qi Kingdom, there was a top-tier expert who had always been lurking here without making a move. It was only when everyone could not stop him that she revealed her true strength. How ridiculous of him to think he had a chance. However, what Qianxue didn't understand was that the 5 countries in the northwest had never had a 5th-level Wuzong. How could there be such a hidden expert in the Great Qi Kingdom? Moreover, she hadn't acted even when Chen faced multiple crises. If she had acted earlier, he would have been killed long ago. How could he still be alive until now? While Qianxue was in shock, there was another group of people in the crowd who were equally terrified, and that was Zhu Feng and others from the Chen family. "What?" Qianxue. Zhu Feng's mouth dropped open, her eyes nearly falling to the ground in shock. "Mother," the one who truly felt like vomiting blood was Chen. His mother had always been a grand expert, and he hadn't even known. Did he live like a dog in his previous life? But thinking back, there were indeed many signs. For instance, every time he broke through, his mother could see through it. And the blood spirit pool was so mysterious that even some top-tier experts in the Great Qi Kingdom might not understand it, yet his mother knew it so well. All of this actually revealed the extraordinary nature of Qianxue. However, due to the memories of the previous Chen, he had never thought about it too much, which is why it was concealed. "Die!" Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Qianxue's eyes were cold, and her delicate hand reached out towards Qianxue again. Whoosh, that palm, as smooth as sheep-fat jade, was soft and beautiful, resembling a celestial maiden from the 9 heavens extending her hand, without the slightest hint of mortal breath. But this hand, as it extended, exuded an endless killing intent. No, Qianxue was terrified. Under this palm, the black true energy within him froze and seemed to stop his thoughts. He was certain that as long as this palm struck him, he would undoubtedly die with no way to survive. Ghost escape. At the critical moment, Qianxue shouted loudly and his body suddenly blurred. Puff! The next moment, the shimmering palm struck Qianxue, instantly blasting him to pieces, turning him into countless fragments that scattered. Yet not a drop of blood fell. A false body? Qianxue frowned, and a hint of cold laughter appeared in her eyes. "You want to escape in front of me?" Her delicate hand gently shook and slapped towards a certain point in the void. Buzz. The air ahead rippled like water waves, and a black figure suddenly appeared in everyone's sight, crazily fleeing outside the royal capital. It was none other than Qianxue. "Die." Her indifferent voice, like the sound of death, sent an invisible force into Qianxue's body. No, Qianxue let out a chilling scream, his body filled with countless cracks, like a porcelain object continually shattering. "Ha, I didn't expect that Qianxue, a lifetime of cleverness, would die here. But don't be too proud, you killed me, and Chen won't survive either." 100 Ghost Curse. In the final moments, Qianxue's blood burned, and a black void aura shot up into the sky from his body. Bang! He exploded, turning into countless black blood droplets that rained down, reduced to powder. But that black void aura did not dissipate. Instead, it formed a grotesque face that surged towards Chen. Frowning, Qianxue instantly slapped out, the air ahead rippling into countless waves, spreading layer upon layer. However, that grotesque face seemed to not exist in this world and was completely unaffected. For some reason in that moment, Chen felt a chill all over his body, as if he was falling into the abyss of hell. Mental storm. At the critical moment, Chen unleashed a mental storm, a formless mental tempest sweeping through, crashing against that void face. But the void face showed no signs of being affected, transforming into a formless force that descended and enveloped Chen. Immediately after, it quickly penetrated into his body. A chilling sensation spread throughout his body, and he felt his true energy and vitality plummet, his spirit also feeling incredibly fatigued. Is this the power of a curse? Chen frowned. Although this force did not directly harm him, it constantly influenced his vital energy, wearing down his will. This is a typical curse power. Chenner, are you all right? Qianxue looked over anxiously, grabbing Chen's right hand. A pure true energy surged into Chen's body, searching everywhere, but she couldn't sense anything. This power seems to have merged with Chen's flesh, making it impossible to separate. Such pure true energy. Chen was secretly amazed, looking at Qianxue in shock. The true energy within Qianxue was exceptionally pure. Although it couldn't compare to his 9-star god Emperor art, even in the martial domain, it was by no means ordinary. This was at least a heavenly-grade cultivation technique. No wonder it could evade my perception and prevent me from detecting her cultivation level. But how could my mother, an ordinary woman in the great Qi kingdom, possibly possess a heavenly-grade technique? Heavenly-grade techniques produce true energy that is extremely pure and condensed, far surpassing ordinary true energy. Moreover, heavenly-grade techniques have a terrifying concealment ability. As long as the opponent's cultivation level is not too much higher, it is very difficult to detect their true strength. And although Chen was practicing the 9-star god Emperor art, his cultivation was too low, and coupled with subconscious influence, he failed to uncover Qianxue's cultivation. Not good, the sect leader is dead, run. With Qianxue dead, the other elders of the Ghost Immortal sect were all terrified and began to flee in all directions, wanting to escape from the place. Capture all the remnants of the Ghost Immortal sect. If there is any resistance, kill without mercy. King Zhao Gao of the Great Qi Kingdom finally gave the order, waving his hand with a cold expression. Without a leader, the remaining few inner sect elders of the Xian sect were no match for the numerous powerhouses of the Qi Kingdom, and were all intercepted, falling into an encirclement. However, despite knowing they could not resist, none of these Xian sect elders attempted to surrender. Instead, they fought back fiercely, drenched in blood. In the end, after losing 2 members, they realized the situation was dire and shouted for surrender. This Xian sect is audacious, daring to attack the geniuses of my Qi kingdom. Their crimes are unforgivable. Kill them all. Zhao Gao's gaze was cold and merciless. Puchai, blood splattered everywhere. Ultimately, all the experts from the Xian sect were slaughtered on the spot, their blood staining the streets. From then on, all the powerful individuals sent by the Xian sect fell, with not a single survivor. The stench of blood lingered in the streets of the royal capital. Everyone looked toward Qianxue, their eyes shining with an inexplicable brilliance. They all understood that if it weren't for Qianxue stepping in today, not only would the experts of the Xian sect have been wiped out, but every person present could have faced danger, even perilous death. Meanwhile, the expressions of the Chen family members were particularly complex. Their faces changed, filled with regret. Had they known Qianxue was this powerful, even with 10 times their courage, they would not have dared to expel Qianxue and Chen from the Chen family. However, they did not understand why. If Qianxue was so strong, she had always endured humiliation, even when Chen was insulted, remaining calm. "Father, are you all right?" Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Qianxue quickly approached Qin Beishan, her face displaying concern. "I'm fine." Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Qin Beishan's face bore a hint of relief mixed with pain. "Yuechi, you've suffered these years. Father, what you said is entirely Yuechi's own decision." Qianxue shook her head, then smiled. "However, Yuechi did not expect that my child with Tian would possess such remarkable talent for cultivation. I believe Tian will be very pleased when he learns of this." When mentioning Tian, a shy and longing expression appeared on Qianxue's face, similar to that of a young girl. Her stunning beauty and innocent demeanor made all the men present wide-eyed and unable to tear their gazes away. "Chenner, come meet your grandfather." Qianxue waved to Chen. "Yes." Chen stepped forward, feeling an indescribable mixture of emotions. Calling an old man grandfather was indeed somewhat awkward, but Qin Baishan's previous strong stance touched him deeply. At least he felt no animosity toward Qin Baishan. "Ha ha ha, you brat, it's been so many years, why do you look so strange? You won't even call me grandfather." Seeing Qin Chen's peculiar expression, Qin Baishan couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Old Master Qin, Miss Qin, if it weren't for the two of you just now, our Duchy Kingdom would have faced a real crisis. Thankfully, the strong enemy has been eliminated. Are both of you all right?" At this time, Zhao Gao approached with a smile, expressing his concern. His tone was warm, as if there was no unpleasantness between them. "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. The old minister is still in good health and not in danger of dying." Qin Baishan snorted coldly. As for Qianxue, she merely cast a faint glance at Zhao Gao without speaking. But her pure and proud demeanor made Zhao Gao feel inferior. If Zhao Gao did not resent Qianxue, it would be impossible. Not long ago, such an exquisite woman was designated by the late emperor to be his consort. Unexpectedly, to escape marriage, she left without a word, only to return with Qin Chen. This made him a laughing stock among the emperors of the Duchy Kingdom. Over the years, although Zhao Gao appeared indifferent, he never mentioned this matter, yet deep in his heart there remained resentment. But at this moment, in front of Qianxue, he did not dare express any dissatisfaction. He even felt a sense of inferiority and anxiety. A powerhouse like the Guixian sect Master Qianxue was no match for Qianxue with a single palm strike. Her strength surpassed his imagination. With such strong individuals, combined with a military commander like Qin Baishan, they could even overturn the royal power of the Duchy Kingdom. Zhao Gao was filled with regret. Had he known this, he would never have given up on Qin Chen, allowing himself to fall to such a state. "We're going back to the residence." Ignoring Zhao Gao, Qianxue took Qin Chen and Qianxue back to the mansion. Leaving Zhao Gao standing there awkwardly, his face alternately green and white, looking very unpleasant. "Patriarch! Father!" the many elders of the Qin family and Qin Yuanxing anxiously called out. After returning to the royal capital, Qin Baishan, the patriarch of the Qin family and a martial king, did not first return to his own mansion but instead went to Qianxue's residence. What kind of situation was this? "You few go back first. I'll return to the residence later. Standing here is inappropriate." Turning around, Qin Baishan snorted coldly. "Qianxue, you wretched woman, you clearly had the ability to save Feng earlier. Why did you not help? You wretched woman!" Suddenly, a furious scream erupted as Zhao Feng burst out, looking like a madwoman, rushing toward Qianxue with a distorted face. Bang! However, before she reached Qianxue, Qin Baishan struck her away with a palm, sending her crashing to the ground, covered in dirt. "Father! Old in-law!" Qin Yuanxing and Zhao Zhen's expressions changed, and they quickly stepped forward to help Zhao Feng up. "Yuanxing, are you not going to take Zhao Feng back? Or do you still think my Qin family is not embarrassed enough?" Qin Baishan shouted in anger, then turned his gaze to Zhao Zhen, narrowing his eyes, and coldly warned. "In-law, I advise you to mind your own business regarding the matters of my Qin family in the future. Otherwise, don't blame me for disregarding our past friendship." "You!" Zhao Zhen's face flickered between blue and white, but he could not utter a word. At that moment, the members of the Qin family and Zhao family hurriedly left in embarrassment. "Your Majesty, what should we do?" A few powerful individuals from the palace gathered around. "What else can we do?" "Return to the palace." With an ashen face, Zhao Gao was filled with pent-up anger and did not show the others any good expressions. "Young Master Chen, Old Master Qin will take our leave." We bid farewell. Knowing that Qin Chen, Qianxue, and Qin Baishan still had many things to discuss, Zioya, Dongfang Qing, Wang Kang, Liang Yu, and others, being perceptive, quickly clasped their hands and took their leave. "Everyone, when there's time, Qin Chen will personally visit to express gratitude," Qin Chen said politely. This time, Dongfang Qing and the others had disregarded the danger to help him confront the enemy. Qin Chen naturally felt very grateful. As the saying goes, true feelings are revealed in times of adversity. The battle against the Guixian sect allowed him to see the true nature of everyone who sincerely supported him was clear at a glance. Seeing many powerful individuals leave one after another, the gathered crowd also shook their heads and dispersed. Yet the excitement in their hearts could not be calmed. Even the most ignorant person knew that in the 5 nations of the Northwest, a pinnacle expert at the late Xuan level was the most top-tier powerhouse. Half-step Marshal Zhang had previously only been possessed by the first expert of the De Liang Kingdom, Wei Tianming. And now, their Duchy Kingdom finally had a half-step Marshal Zhang powerhouse. Not only that, aside from the half-step Wuzong expert, Qin Baishan, it turns out that Qianxue from the Qin family is actually a strong individual who has surpassed the Wuzong level. How shocking is this? In the Northwest, where the Wuzong level is not prominent, Qianxue could almost claim the title of the #1 expert in the Northwest. The top expert of the 5 countries in the Northwest actually resides in their Qi country, and it is someone who has never revealed their cultivation level. Just thinking about it left everyone in shock. In an instant, everything happening here spread like a storm throughout the royal capital, circulating and being discussed by everyone. At this moment in Qianxue's room, Chen and a few others all sat down. After this intense battle, aside from the part of the residence belonging to Qianxue, which remained intact, the rest of Chen's estate had already turned into rubble, becoming ruins. Yueqi, I didn't expect you to live in such a place. That Zhao Feng is really too much. Looking at this residence in the West City slum, Qin Baishan's eyes widened, his gaze revealing a hint of murderous intent. Father, living here was my decision, and it's very peaceful around here. The neighbors are all friendly, there's no need to be so angry. Qianxue instead comforted Qin Baishan. Sai, if you ask me, you're too stubborn. You insist on hiding your cultivation. Otherwise, over the years, would Zhao Feng dare to touch you? Qin Baishan shook his head. Father, have you known about my third sister's cultivation all along? Qianxue, standing nearby, couldn't help but be shocked, and Qin Ying also widened her eyes. Humph, what do you think? Your father is not the kind of person who would throw you and your mother away just because he knew your older brother and Zhao Feng disliked Yueqi. Qianxue's mouth fell open. So the old man has always known about Qianxue's cultivation, which is why he dared to leave them in the royal capital, making himself anxious for all these years. Sai, if it weren't for this news about you, my Chen family's disciples would have reached the point of killing each other. I wouldn't have rushed back like this. Poor Wind, although he is a bit overbearing, he wouldn't randomly kill. It must be that Zhao Feng? The old man Qin's eyes revealed a hint of sadness. But the main shock remained, Qianxue's cultivation. Even a 5th-level Wuzong expert like Lion Qianxue had been killed with a single palm. Such cultivation far exceeded what the 5 countries in the Northwest could bear, making it hard for Qianxue to accept. Second brother, you ask a good question. Actually, the reason I hide my cultivation is all for Chen. For Chen? Qianxue was stunned, and even Chen showed a puzzled expression. Qianxue smiled somewhat proudly, yet with a tired gentleness in her eyes. Chen, your mother never wanted to reveal her strength in front of you. Long ago, I understood what kind of person Zhao Feng is. If I revealed my strength, she and those around her would be even more afraid and hateful, thinking we would take everything away. At that time, you couldn't even awaken your bloodline. You had no self-protection. As a mother, I could not always guard you. If Zhao Feng took a chance while I was absent to harm you, what could I do then? Even if I killed Zhao Feng, could she return you? So I had no choice but to hide my cultivation. Without it and with you appearing ordinary, they would not take us seriously. In that way, you could grow up safely. Knowing this, I am already satisfied. Qianxue looked at Chen with affection, a hint of kindness flashing in her eyes. Chen's heart shook. His mother had done this to protect him. But mother, with your cultivation, even if you go anywhere in the Northwest, you should be able to earn a living, right? Why stay here? Chen still didn't understand. Mother stays here for a reason, and that is to wait for your father to come. In Qianxue's eyes, there was a hint of yearning and shyness. Father! This was the first time Chen heard his mother mention his father. In his heart, his father was like a mysterious figure who had never appeared, existing only in legends. Qianxue's gaze grew distant. Chen, your father is a towering expert, a real man. The reason your mother could cultivate to her current level is because of your father. He taught me the true path of cultivation, showed me techniques far beyond what the Qi country has, and even the technique your grandfather trained in was given to me by him. Qin Baishan, who had been listening in silence, suddenly spoke. No wonder Qianxue couldn't help but feel perplexed. His father had broken through to half-step Wuzong despite hidden ailments and years on battlefields. Now it made more sense. The heaven-level technique Yueqi practiced could not have come from ordinary sources. If the technique was given by Chen's father, then that father belonged to an immensely powerful, mysterious outside family, one of the top forces on the continent. Mother, who exactly is my father? Chen asked. Your father comes from a very mysterious place on the continent. The family he belongs to is immensely powerful, Qianxue said, but she grew resolute. Chen, forgive your mother, I cannot tell you the name. His family is strict about family techniques. Passing it to me already violated their taboos. If they knew, they would be enraged. They would punish him, and to eliminate future threats, they might even kill us. If you probe into their identity, it could endanger your life. This was another reason she had always hidden her strength. Chen fell silent. The thought that his abnormal bloodline came from a terrifyingly powerful outside family explained much. He felt both curiosity and a growing resolve to one day seek the truth. All these years you couldn't awaken your bloodline. I thought of guarding you for life. But when your bloodline awakened at the academy, I was so happy, Qianxue said, tears of joy and sorrow mixing. That was thanks to Wei Zhen's kick, Chen said lightly. Qianxue shook her head. No, your father's blood flows through you. You were never ordinary. A hush fell. Then Qianxue, voice trembling slightly, asked the question that had weighed on her heart. Chenner, if one day I must leave to find your father, will you resent me? Chen looked at her, his expression steady. Mother, you go. I support you. Find him and ask why he left us here for over 10 years without contact. Panic flashed over Qianxue's face, but she nodded. She had feared he would hate the man who had abandoned them, but now he gave her permission. Her eyes reddened. She had not expected such understanding. Yuechi, don't worry. If you leave, I will take good care of Chenner and won't let him suffer any grievances, Qin Beishan said gently. Father, thank you for your support. Tears finally fell from Qianxue's eyes. After all these years, it was Qin Beishan's silent backing that had allowed her to endure. She would go to seek a man whose bloodline made her son abnormal and whose family posed a danger if revealed. She would go because she could no longer hide in place now that Chenner had awakened. Next, I will guide you for a while and take care of some matters for you. Those who dared to harm you will not be allowed to have an easy time, Qianxue said, the fierce glint in her eyes unmistakable. Chen smiled. I can handle things, and it won't be long before I may even leave the Northwest 5 nations to see a broader world. I have much to settle. Qianxue looked at him proudly and then turned to Qin Beishan, who had been brooding. Looking at his daughter and grandson living in such squalor, Qin Beishan felt a deep sense of shame and regret. For the first time, he questioned whether his decisions long ago had been right. The marriage alliance that had brought Zhao Feng into their lives had soured the Qin family. Yuechi, Chenner, now that I'm back, shouldn't you both leave this place and come home with me? Qin Beishan asked, voice tight with feeling. Yes, third sister, why not come back? With father here, Zhao Feng wouldn't dare to do anything to you, Qianxue urged. Qianxue shook her head gently. I just don't want to return to that home. The entire Qin family, the only ones I can acknowledge are father and you, second brother and Yinger. The rest, it doesn't matter if I don't see them. Qin Beishan sighed, then hardened his expression. He looked around once more at the ruined estate and the people who had turned a family into a mess. His decision crystallized quietly but irrevocably. Yuanji, Yinger, let's go. I want to see just how decayed the Qin family has become after more than 10 years of absence. With a cold snort, Qin Beishan stood up, said his goodbyes to Qin Yuechi and Qin Chen, then turned to leave with Qin Yuanji and Qin Ying. He had a fierce expression, and in his heart he had already decided that this time he would show some people what was what. Otherwise, the Qin family would sooner or later be ruined by this couple. Qin Chen knew that with Qin Beishan's return, the entire royal capital would certainly be stirred up with chaos. But he was too lazy to get involved in such matters. Returning to his room, Qin Chen sat cross-legged and began to introspect his body. The power of the 100 Ghosts' curse, although it seemed not to have affected his body on the surface, was actually lurking within him, never dissipating. If this continued, it would definitely lead to some issues. Let me take a look, Buzz. As he slightly stirred the true energy within his body, Qin Chen immediately felt a chilling force wrapping around him, seeping into his soul. That sensation was as if a person, in the midst of a hot summer, suddenly found themselves in a cold and damp ice cellar, feeling an overwhelming aura of coldness. As he delved deeper, Qin Chen's powerful soul force instantly discerned that within his body, there seemed to be strands of formless black aura permeating every cell, even eroding at the soul level. These strands of formless black aura, filled with a ghostly chill, were a type of vastly different power, unlike spiritual force, distinct from soul force, and certainly not true energy. Rather, it was a form of power that was indescribable. This should be a type of curse power, the 100 Ghosts' curse, and it might have incorporated some unique ghostly energy, making this power distinct from ordinary levels of power. Qin Chen frowned. He had heard of curse power, a particularly special type of force in the Tianwu continent. This power was elusive and unclear in origin. Some said it was a mutation of soul force, while others claimed it belonged to a force from the third realm. In short, it shared commonalities with bloodline power, true energy, spiritual force, and soul force, yet was not similar. First, let's use true energy to disperse it. Calming his mind, Qin Chen fully operated the 9-star Divine Emperor art, beginning to expel that black curse power. Buzz, the powerful true energy from the 9-star Divine Emperor art circulated swiftly within him, making contact with the black curse power. To Qin Chen's surprise, his 9-star Divine Emperor art's true energy was indeed effective against the black curse power, starting to wear down its strength. However, before Chen could revel in this surprise for long, he discovered that this curse power seemed to possess a consciousness of its own and actively avoided him. Moreover, after being worn down to a certain extent, the true energy of the 9-star Divine Emperor art only managed to suppress the curse power but could no longer continue to erode it. It seems my 9-star Divine Emperor art's true energy is not pure enough. Chen shook his head. The fact that true energy could erode curse power had already surprised Chen, but after all, his true energy was still at the human level. Even if its purity was high, without enough quantity, it wouldn't suffice. Next, Chen tried using spiritual force, soul force, and bloodline power to eliminate this curse power. Unfortunately, he had already attempted with spiritual force before, and it had no effect at all. As for soul force, although it was the strongest, reaching the level of gathering souls into forms, it too had little impact on the curse power, just like spiritual force. However, the thunder bloodline power surprised Chen. As arcs of lightning surged, that curse power continuously dissolved. But much like the previous true energy of the 9-star Divine Emperor art, once the curse power had been dissolved to a certain extent, the thunder bloodline power also lost its efficacy. Although the curse power could be dissolved, it soon regained strength, creating a balance between the two sides. It seems both the thunder bloodline power and the true energy of the 9-star Divine Emperor art are effective, but unfortunately their strengths are too low. As of now, Chen's true energy was at the human level, and after such a long period of self-cultivation and improvement, his bloodline power had barely reached the 2nd tier. One should know that a typical martial artist's bloodline power was usually equivalent to their cultivation level. A 4th-tier Qianxue-level martial artist typically possessed 4th-tier bloodline power. Yet, as a mid-level human-level martial artist, Chen's bloodline was still barely at the 2nd tier, which indeed felt somewhat weak. In that case, it seems there are 4 possible methods to eliminate this curse power. As ideas flashed in his mind, Chen immediately thought of 4 solutions. The first was to elevate his cultivation level. The 9-star Divine Emperor art was incredibly formidable. As long as his true energy became strong enough, it would eventually expel this curse power completely. However, this method was also quite difficult. Chen estimated that to achieve this, he would need to at least break through to the Qianxue level, allowing his true energy to transform into true power, which would make it possible. But he had just recently broken through to mid-level human level, and breaking through to Qianxue level consecutively would be extremely challenging. Not to mention whether there was a way to do so, even if such a way existed, Chen would be reluctant to proceed. The transition from human level to Qianxue level was a crucial step for martial artists from low tier to mid-tier. The true energy would undergo transformation into true power. This process was extremely important. Rushing it would lead to an unstable foundation, greatly impacting future cultivation, clearly not worth the risk. The second method was to enhance his bloodline power. From the previous results, this difficulty was also considerable. After all, to completely remove the curse power from his body, he would need to elevate his bloodline power to at least the peak of the 3rd tier, or even reach the 4th tier. If the peak of the 3rd tier could eliminate it, that would be feasible and manageable, but if it required entering the 4th tier to do so, the difficulty would be even greater than the first method. The third method was to seek special flames. According to what Chen knew from his previous life, a very simple way to deal with curse power was to use powerful flames. Whether it was demonic fire, earth fire, or true fire, all had a restraining effect on curse power, and this restraint was exceptionally strong. In general, during his previous life, alchemists with earth fire could face curse power without fear, while those with heavenly fire were even the nemesis of curse power. However, whether it was heavenly fire, earth fire, or even powerful demonic fire, all were exceedingly difficult to find. Heavenly fire was scarce throughout the Tianwu continent. Even within the martial domain, it could cause a sensation, leading to battles between martial gods. As for earth fire, while there were more instances, finding it in the northwest was evidently quite unlikely. The only possibility was to seek high-level demonic fire. The last method was to seek special sacred items. According to Chen's understanding, sacred items also had a restraining effect on curse power and could dissolve it. It seemed that wanting to eliminate this curse power was no small task. After sitting cross-legged for half a day, Chen had formulated some ideas on how to expel this curse power. However, his heart still felt heavy. Each of these 4 methods was not ordinary and posed considerable difficulty. Moreover, what puzzled Chen was that Qianxue was merely the master of a small sect in the northwest, yet he could cast such a powerful curse. This was indeed somewhat unusual. In the following days, the entire capital of the Qi kingdom fell into turmoil. After Qin Ba Tian's strong return, he immediately stripped Qin Yuanxiong of his position as the acting family head and handed that position over to Qin Yuanzhai. As for Qin Yuanxiong, he was punished to handle some minor family affairs, essentially losing all his power. Additionally, several elders of the Qin family experienced significant changes in their positions. Some elder members of the same generation as Qin Yuanxiong were directly stripped of their elder titles, no longer involved in any family matters, and only required to tend to herbs and flowers each day. In response, many Qin family elders were trembling, not daring to speak. If it were the usual Qin Ba Tian, these elders might have argued their case. However, knowing that Qin Yuanxiong was a half-step Wuzong who would dare to utter a word. Moreover, recalling the terror of Qin Yue Kai and how they had originally supported her expulsion, these elders were even more fearful, worried about retaliation. The only one who was dissatisfied was Zhao Feng. Upon learning the news, she rushed in like a shrew, but was knocked to the ground by Qin Ba Tian's furious glare, infuriating Zhao Feng, who declared she would return to her maternal home. Qin Ba Tian directly responded, "If you go back, don't come back." This left Zhao Feng in shock, and she cried wretchedly, claiming the Qin family only recognized Qin Chen and did not consider her son, Qin Feng, a member of the family. The onlookers sighed in pity. Yet his words only made Qin Ba Tian even more enraged. If it weren't for Zhao Feng causing trouble, how could his grandson Qin Feng have ended up in such a state? Furious, he ordered his servants to drag her out, forbidding her from leaving. Learning of this, Zhao Zhen hurriedly came to intercede, but was coldly rebuffed by Qin Ba Tian, who said coldly, "Old in-law, you should worry about yourself. This time your commotion in the capital, targeting my grandson, who knows how Zhao Gao will deal with you, and you still have the leisure to manage my affairs? I won't keep you." After that, all Zhao family members were expelled from the Qin residence by the Qin family's disciples. The Zhao family from Lingnan, as one of the top noble families in the capital, had a high status, but being driven out like this by the Qin family naturally filled them with indignation. However, in the past, they dared not confront the Qin family. Now, knowing that Qin Ba Tian was a half-step Wuzong powerful figure, how could they dare to act recklessly? They had no choice but to leave in frustration. "Your Majesty, what should we do now?" Meanwhile, the imperial palace of the Qi kingdom was also rife with undercurrents. In contrast to the Qin family's drastic measures, Zhao Gao sat on the throne with a gloomy expression, regretting his decisions deeply. Qin Chen had such exceptional talent, Qin Yue Kai's cultivation was surprisingly high, and Qin Ba Tian had actually broken through to half-step Wuzong. Every time he thought of these, Zhao Gao felt like he was about to vomit blood from frustration. If he had known things would turn out this way, he would never have given up on Qin Chen, even if it meant death. Now that the Qin family was dissatisfied with him, it even caused Zhao Gao to feel a hint of panic. Yes, panic. For so many years, Zhao Gao had suppressed the Qin family because of Qin Ba Tian's outstanding achievements. But now, with Qin Yue Kai at such a high cultivation level, and Qin Ba Tian having broken through to half-step Wuzong, besides holding a strong military force, if the two were to ally, it wouldn't be impossible to overturn the Qi kingdom's regime. What to do? What can be done now? Zhao Gao felt somewhat flustered, his expression dark. "Your Majesty, I actually advised you against this from the start." Zhao Zhan sighed from the side. To be honest, when Zhao Gao was preparing to abandon Qin Chen, he too felt immense disappointment. "Are you blaming me?" Turning his head, Zhao Gao glared fiercely, furious. "Your Majesty!" Zhao Zhan was taken aback, not expecting Zhao Gao to speak to him like this. Zhao Gao also realized his attitude and couldn't help but sigh. "Zhao Zhan, don't blame me. I am indeed a bit troubled right now. If it weren't for the Qin family." After a long moment, Zhao Gao still couldn't bring himself to say the word rebellion. "Actually, Your Majesty, there's no need to worry so much." Zhao Zhan shook his head. Zhao Gao frowned. "What do you mean?" "Your Majesty, if the Qin family really wanted to rebel, would they have waited until today?" Zhao Zhan sighed, directly broaching the topic. Looking at Zhao Gao's puzzled expression, Zhao Zhan continued, "Qin Ba Tian has held command over the three armies for more than a decade. It's not just a day or two. But look at his actions over these years. Not only did he guard the borders and never return to the capital to avoid raising your suspicions, but he also allowed the Qin family disciples to return to the capital, relinquishing military positions to take up civil ones, even retiring to farm. This has already expressed his intentions. Who knows if he is just pretending for me to see?" Zhao Gao worried. "Does Your Majesty think Qin Ba Tian needs to act this way? If the Qin family wanted to rebel, they would have acted several years ago, not wait until now." Seeing Zhao Gao like this, Xiao felt somewhat speechless and couldn't help but say, "Your Majesty, with Qianxue Kai's cultivation, it certainly didn't happen overnight. Based on my estimation, she probably had strength equal to mine at least 10 years ago. If the Chen family truly wanted to act, they would have done so back then. Think about it, 10 years ago, you had just ascended the throne, and your grip on the court was definitely not stable. Moreover, at that time, several princes were still young and unable to control the situation. Additionally, 10 years ago, the Dawei kingdom frequently invaded our borders, leading to constant warfare there. If the Qin family wanted to rebel, they could have sent Qianxue Kai to infiltrate the palace and attack you, then frame it on the Dawei kingdom. At that time, if you were to fall, the princes would be unable to control the situation, and the responsibility of saving the nation would undoubtedly fall back into the hands of Qin Ba Tian, who commands the three armies. Then the Qin family could take power first and later govern personally. No one could stop them. But the Qin family didn't do this. Instead, after your ascension, they repeatedly relinquished power. The entire Qin family, aside from Qin Ba Tian holding the military, only Qin Qianxue has a position in the court, while the others have become commoners. All of this only happened after you ascended the throne, demonstrating Qin Ba Tian's sincerity towards you. Over the years, our Duchy kingdom has flourished and the people's hearts are in alignment with you. Your Majesty has gained immense prestige among the military and the populace, not to mention the princes have all become capable. How could the Qin family still rebel? What do you think? Xiao looked at Zhao Gao, sighing internally. It was as if he was lost in his own world, unable to see the reality. Otherwise, with Zhao Gao's intelligence, he could never have failed to notice. Upon hearing, Zhao Gao fell into deep thought, and gradually his gaze became clearer. To be able to hold the position of a nation's ruler, Zhao Gao was certainly not an incompetent person. Upon reflection, he realized that Xiao words made a lot of sense. If the Qin family truly intended to rebel, they wouldn't have needed to self-limit their actions for so many years, just to show themselves. Instead, it was he who had been wary of Qin Ba Tian's military power, getting himself trapped in a dead end and digging deeper. Xiao, why didn't you tell me this earlier? Zhao Gao was deeply frustrated. If he had come to this realization sooner, he wouldn't have ended up in such a predicament. Your Majesty, it's not that I didn't want to tell you early, it's just that I couldn't figure it out myself. I previously thought that Qin Baishan didn't have any rebellious intentions, but wasn't sure enough. It was only after learning about Qin Yuechi's cultivation level that I was truly convinced, Xiao explained. That makes sense. Zhao Gao nodded. If it weren't for Qin Yuechi demonstrating her astonishing cultivation, he wouldn't have been so panicked and things wouldn't have unraveled so easily. What should I do now? Zhao Gao asked anxiously. Your Majesty, your wisdom surely surpasses mine. You should know very well what to do, Xiao smiled and replied. Zhao Gao was taken aback, then slapped his forehead. It was I who was confused. With his worries relieved, his mood instantly brightened. Then, you should immediately send my decree to reward Qin Baishan. This time, for resolving the crisis of the Ghost Immortal sect and the Great Wei Kingdom, he deserves great merit. Grant him the freedom to enter and leave the royal capital without needing my orders. Furthermore, it seems that Qin Yuanzhai has a good relationship with Qin Chen, so confer him the title of Marquis and appoint him as the central senior commander. As for the Zhao family in Lingnan, they dared to harm Qin Chen, which is truly a grave offense. They must be severely punished. The most crucial thing is still Qin Chen and his mother. Reward them with a mansion and countless treasures. You must make the Qin family see my sincerity. By the way, isn't Qin Chen close with Zunner and Wire? Let the two of them go visit as well. And also summon King Kang. I've heard that King Kang has a very close relationship with the Qin family. With him around, it should be easier. I must say, Zhao Gao indeed has quite a bit of courage. After figuring it out, he immediately issued a series of decrees. Will the Qin family forgive me for this mistake? After saying this, Zhao Gao couldn't help but shake his head in frustration. When Zhao Gao's rewards reached the Qin family and Qin Chen, the entire royal capital was shaken. Especially those commoners and strong individuals who witnessed Qin Baishan coldly rebuking Zhao Gao were dumbfounded. They never expected that the Qin family not only didn't receive punishment, but instead was greatly rewarded. And the scale of this reward was unprecedented. However, upon careful thought, everyone understood. This time, by driving back the experts from the Ghost Immortal sect, the Qin family had made a great contribution. Moreover, given the Qin family's strength, even if Zhao Gao wanted to punish them, he probably wouldn't know how to proceed. As for the rewards, Qin Chen had little reaction. At that moment, he was more concerned about how to remove the cursed power within him. Over the past few days, Qin Chen had gained some understanding of the 100 Ghost Curse. After being afflicted by the 100 Ghost Curse, Chen's cultivation had stagnated to a certain degree. Moreover, his vitality was continuously being drained. Of course, there were areas on Chen's body that the 100 Ghost Curse found difficult to erode. The first was the Sea of Souls. The soul power formed by gathering souls, although not very effective against the 100 Ghost Curse, could isolate its erosion and defend a territory. In fact, Chen somewhat hoped that the 100 Ghost Curse would invade the Sea of Souls so he could observe whether that mysterious ancient book would appear to dispel it. Unfortunately, this cursed power couldn't even invade the Sea of Souls, so it naturally couldn't trigger a response from the mysterious ancient book. The second was the source of the bloodline. In the core area of Chen's bloodline, the 100 Ghost Curse also couldn't erode it. If it got close, it would be extinguished. The last was the Qi Sea. The 9-star Divine Emperor technique's true energy, while unable to eliminate the 100 Ghost Curse. Similarly, the power of the 100 Ghost Curse couldn't penetrate the Qi Sea, so although Chen's cultivation had stagnated, it was still gradually improving. It can be said that these were the 3 main forbidden zones on Chen's body. Aside from that, every part of Chen's body was unavoidable. Even the undying sacred body was the same, having only slightly stronger resistance. Continuing like this was not a solution. Over the past few days, Chen had been accepting guidance from Qianxue while also searching for a solution. The key lay in finding special demon flames, earthly fires, and sacred items. Ultimately, from Dongfang Qing and others, Chen learned of a place, Wucheng. Wucheng was a large city located at the border of the 5 nations in the northwest. The 5 nations in the northwest had varying relationships. Some nations were quite friendly, while others were more tense. To facilitate trade among all parties, Wucheng was born. For hundreds of years, Wucheng had served as the trading center for martial artists from the 5 nations in the northwest, boasting the largest auction house in the entire region. It can be said that the rarest treasures from the entire 5 nations would ultimately flow into Wucheng for trading, aside from being cherished by major forces. It is said that several years ago, certain special demon flames were auctioned in Wucheng, causing quite a sensation. It looks like I need to find a way to go to Wucheng. Chen frowned. There was just over half a month left until the final competition of the 5 nations. However, the ancient southern capital was located right in the center of the 5 nations, not far from Wucheng, and it was on the way. And 2 days later, Qianxue finally left. Although she didn't want to leave at this time, Qianxue understood that children were like fledgling eagles. Without experiencing wind and rain, they would never spread their wings and soar into the sky. One day, he would leave on his own, seeking his own world. Although Qianxue was heartbroken, she also understood that this was the best choice. Moreover, after all these years, she had stayed in the Great Qi Kingdom for Chen, enduring for over 10 years. In earlier times, she didn't feel much. But now, knowing her son was no longer mediocre, her heart had long flown outside. Watching Qianxue leave, although Qin Baishan and the others were reluctant, they could understand. The day after Qianxue left, Chen left a letter and also departed from the Great Qi Kingdom, heading towards the distant Wucheng. Hundreds of miles outside the royal capital of the Great Qi Kingdom, there lay a continuous mountain range. The Sunset Mountain Range, vast and boundless, covered with countless tall trees and vegetation. Plus, with the presence of blood beasts, it was very difficult to traverse without strength. This place was also the favorite adventure location for martial artists from the Great Qi Kingdom. Swish! Deep within the Sunset Mountain Range, in the most terrifying area for martial artists, a figure flashed like lightning, landing on a nearby large tree. This person wore a dark robe and had a handsome appearance. It was Chen. This should be deep within the Sunset Mountain Range. There should be flying beasts and blood beasts around. Looking around, a hint of anticipation appeared on the boy's face. In the martial city, located in the central region of the 5 nations in the northwest, the distance to the Qi Kingdom is quite far. To travel there, an ordinary carriage would take too long. Without a few months, it wouldn't arrive at all. Even riding a flying Lin Blood Eye would at least require 10 days to half a month. By then, the re-examination of the 5 nations competition would have already started, and there would be no way to catch up. Thus, Chen thought of taking a flying beast. Flying beasts are extremely fast, covering thousands of miles in a day effortlessly. Most importantly, they can fly over mountains and rivers without detours, which greatly reduces travel time. The Sunset Mountain Range is the nearest place to the royal capital where flying beasts can be found. Originally, the blood-claw green eagle that Feng subdued was discovered in this Sunset Mountain Range. However, since it was Chen's first time entering the Sunset Mountain Range, he didn't know where to find a faster flying beast, so he moved deep into the Sunset Mountain Range. Swish, swish, swish. In such primitive jungles with towering ancient trees, an ordinary martial artist would surely get lost immediately if they entered for the first time without a guide and would become completely trapped, unable to escape. However, even though it was Chen's first visit, he felt completely at ease, as if walking in his own backyard, relaxed and carefree. About half a day later, Chen had already reached the most core area of the Sunset Mountain range. This should be about right. Now let's start searching seriously. Chen sensed the occasional aura of blood beasts around him and nodded. Along the way, Chen had seen some flying beasts, but he didn't take action. In fact, although there were many flying beasts in the Sunset Mountain range, finding one that could carry a person and had enough stamina was not easy. Some flying beasts were fast but couldn't travel long distances due to lack of endurance. Some blood beasts had decent speed and stamina, but their bodies were too small, making it difficult if they carried a person. Others flew too low, easily attracting natural enemies. Thus, any flying beast was quite precious and could not be easily subdued. Swish! In the forest, Chen strolled casually, not in a hurry at all. Along the way, he encountered a few teams of adventurers whose flickering eyes appraised him, but he passed them by. The most dangerous thing in the mountain forest is not the ferocious blood beasts, but the martial artists who prey on each other. This group must have taken him for an inexperienced kid. He had no time for their tricks, so he moved on. Soon he found a towering rock face, thick with branches and steep. Many flying beasts like to reside on such cliffs. Let's go! His figure shifted, rushing forward. Moments later, Chen approached the cliff and indeed found a huge nest high up on the rock face. It should be a nest of some eagle-type blood beast. Before he could act, a few patrols of late-stage Earth-level martial artists blocked the approach. They were cautious, but after a brief exchange, and a simple, clear explanation that he only needed to pass by and buy some knotweed. Chen paid a small family guarding an herb field for a handful of knotweed, then passed them and continued on. They watched him leave, bewildered and unable to fathom his aim. A little farther on, at the foot of the cliff, Chen paused. He set out several white true stones in a pattern and ignited the knotweed as bait. The smoke carried the knotweed's peculiar fragrant energy, an aroma that iron feather eagles favor, far into the sky. Not long after, a huge shadow blotted out the sky. The iron feather eagle, a heaven-rank blood beast, swooped down with terrifying speed and power. Its claws were like a massive net, its iron feathers shimmering like blades. The patrols who had followed him from a distance froze in fear. Even if they had been suspicious earlier, none of them wanted to stand in its path. As the iron feather eagle struck, Chen moved strangely light and quick, barely dodging a claw strike. The beast, enraged, made another sweep. Just as everyone thought the youth would be torn apart, countless white lights erupted from the true stones, like vines of luminescent energy, instantly binding the iron feather eagle and forcing it to the ground. It's a formation. Someone breathed out. A beast-binding formation, specifically made to restrain beasts. Chen had arranged it with the knotweed smoke to draw the iron feather eagle back at the precise moment and trap it. The white lights tightened, and the iron feather eagle flapped furiously, shaking the earth but could not break free. Chen tidied his clothes and looked at the iron feather eagle with calm satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. This iron feather eagle had entered its prime years, muscles bulging, iron feathers gleaming, fast and enduring, exactly what he needed. The patrols exchanged stunned looks. To casually set up a formation capable of binding a heaven-rank flying beast, who was this young man? Bound by the formation, the iron feather eagle kept screeching. Chen spoke to it in a steady voice. "Little eagle, you might as well stop struggling. This is a beast-binding formation specifically designed for strange beasts. No matter how you struggle, it's impossible for you to escape. You might as well save your strength." At the same time, more subtly, he activated a secret art of beast taming. His words were the shell. The real control came from within, soul pressure delivered through speech. The technique he used was the Divine Words Control Beast technique, an advanced mind command art that let him tilt the beast's will. Chen continued in a soft, commanding tone, releasing mental force into the iron feather eagle's mind. "Don't worry, I won't harm you. If you help me, you'll gain benefits. Escort me a short distance and I'll reward you." At first the beast fought, but the mental pressure and Chen's steady tone eroded its rage. Little by little, the iron feather eagle's struggles slowed, then it bowed its head, lowering its body in a posture of submission. What? The observers blinked, nearly unable to breathe. They had seen taming methods before, raising cubs or long negotiations of reward, but never like this. Words and a focused soul force could bend the will of a heaven-rank beast so quickly. When Chen finished, he gestured and the white true stones returned to his hand, dissolving the outward formation. The Iron Feather Eagle did not take advantage of the moment to attack. It remained calm, eyes fixed on him with an anticipating gleam. Swish, Chen vaulted onto the beast's back with practiced ease. An invisible mental thread twined into the Iron Feather Eagle's mind, and the beast obeyed, unfurling its wings. With a roar that shredded the air, it shot into the sky. In moments they were a mere speck on the horizon, racing toward the direction Chen intended to go. Not far below, the patrols stood stupefied. They had expected a slaughter or an escape, but not submission and a tame mount. The sight lodged in their minds, a boy who could bind a heaven-rank Iron Feather Eagle and then, with his voice and will, make it his mount. "Is this real?" one breathed. "Someone quickly slap me to see if I'm dreaming," another muttered. They had watched him buy knotweed from a small guarded field, lay a formation, and then, in a display that seemed part formation mastery and part soul art, claim a heaven-rank flying beast as his mount. It was beyond their previous categorizations of talent. The young woman who had briefly interceded moments before stared at the vanishing speck, eyes filled with regret and admiration. If only we had treated him differently. Hu Guanxi and the others looked at one another, their faces flushed with a complicated mixture of shame and awe. Everyone remained silent, but in their hearts there was unanimous agreement. Above the boundless horizon, Chen rode the Iron Feather Eagle, swiftly moving forward. On both sides, white clouds floated by, and the wind howled. The massive body of the Iron Feather Eagle soared through the air, unleashing a heaven-level pressure that deterred most flying beasts from approaching. Looking down at the endless wilderness below, Chen sat cross-legged on the back of the Iron Feather Eagle, absorbing the genuine chi of heaven and earth. The great river below was the Kanglang River. Beyond it lay the Qianxue mountain range, and Wu City was on the plains outside the mountain range. He should be able to reach it in half a day's time. After landing on the outskirts of the Qianxue mountain range, Chen had the Iron Feather Eagle stay put and dashed outward. A silvery-white howling moon wolf king burst from the brush, towering and fierce. Without changing expression, Chen unsheathed the rust sword. Puff, a flash of sword light cut the wolf king in two. Its corpse was flung several meters before crashing into the undergrowth, blood splattering everywhere. The other wolves scattered, howling in fear. With the rust sword sheathed, Chen continued onward. He was calm, keeping the Iron Feather Eagle hidden on the mountain's edge, unwilling to draw attention in a chaotic place like Wu City. In a patch of mossy forest, a clearing brimmed with panic. A group of guards surrounded a giant three-eyed salamander. The beast's long red tongue whipped the air. In an instant it lashed out and wrapped around a guard, swallowing him whole. The salamander's three eyes turned toward the red-clothed girl, and it lunged. "Miss!" everyone screamed. Before they could react, a sword chi flashed from behind, slicing the salamander's tongue clean off. The girl fell to the ground, dazed. The middle-aged man started, but his eyes went wide when he saw the youth holding a rusted sword. The single stroke that cut the tongue carried terrifying power. The salamander, enraged, charged that way. No one expected what happened next. Chen made two motions. The first struck the beast's skull, splitting its head wide with a muffled cry. The second was a thin, precise thrust. A thumb-thick sword hole appeared below the third eye, the sword chi burrowing deep into its brain. The beast convulsed, blue-green blood spraying the trees, then went limp. Its massive body crashed down and lay still. Sizzle. The salamander's blood crystal burst forth, floating into Chen's hand. The surviving guards gaped. The red-clothed girl, exhausted and trembling, hurried forward. "Young hero, I am Su Yan. These are guards of the Zhu family. Thank you, young hero, for saving our lives," she said, gratitude and relief in her voice. Chen nodded, sheathing the rust sword. He watched them quickly strip the salamander for its medicinal parts. The third eye was carefully wrapped and placed in a rosewood box. Chen learned in brief strokes that the Zhu family was a medium force in Wu City. Su Yan's father, Xiong, was a peak mid-stage heaven-rank martial artist who had fallen ill. They had sought many alchemists, and it was Liu Cheng, a peak second-grade alchemist in Wu City, who had promised to help if they could bring a three-eyed salamander's third eye. Liu Cheng had even given them a potion, claiming it would weaken the salamander by half if sprinkled at its den. Tempted, they used it. Instead of weakening the beast, the potion had enraged it. Nearly a third of their group lay dead, and the rest were grievously injured. The Zhu family was nearly wiped out by a beast enraged by a fake weakening potion from Liu Cheng, Chen said, his tone flat. Seeing their injuries, Chen decided not to bicker over spoils. "Keep it," he said. "Then thank you, young hero." Su Yan and the others thanked him again and again. They set about burying their dead and counting losses. "We are returning to Wu City. May I ask where young hero is headed? If convenient, let us travel together," Su Yan asked. "I'm heading to Wu City as well. Given your state, I'll escort you out." Chen replied. They left the Qianxue mountain range without further incident. Chen kept the Iron Feather Eagle hidden on the mountain's edge until they were clear of dangerous territory. Along the way, details of Liu Cheng's involvement were confirmed. He had provided the potion and promised cure for Xiong if the third eye was procured. Instead of helping, that false medicine had caused the near annihilation of the hunting party and dragged Chen toward Wu City. As they approached the plains outside the mountain range, the ancient outline of Wu City rose on the horizon. Its walls and gates hinted at the complicated forces and entanglements within, the very place where Liu Cheng practiced and where the Zhu family's affairs would be handled. Chen's expression was calm as he turned to Su Yan and the middle-aged Zhang Han. "Do you still have that potion? Let me see a bit of it," he suddenly asked. "Only a little is left." Although Zhang Han didn't know what Chen was going to do, he still took out the remaining bit of the medicinal package. After taking a careful sniff, a cold smile appeared on Chen's face. "You've been deceived," Chen said with absolute certainty. "This is not a potion to weaken the three-eyed salamander. It is a beast-attracting potion, typically used to lure blood beasts to appear, and it has no effect on weakening the three-eyed salamander at all," Chen said faintly. "Are you sure?" Zhang Han couldn't help but exclaim, his face looking very grim. "Believe it or not," Chen replied. With his knowledge, it was unlikely that he could be mistaken on this. Zhang Han and Su Yan exchanged glances, and their expressions turned very ugly. If what Liu Cheng gave them was indeed just an ordinary beast-attracting potion, then it was not meant to have them hunt the three-eyed salamander, but rather to send them to their deaths. However, they had no grievances with Liu Cheng. Why would he want to do this? Filled with doubt, all of them felt extremely depressed. They left the Qianxue mountain range and continued for over 100 miles, when a pitch-black city came into view in Chen's line of sight. Though the martial city was not large, it had an ancient and weathered aura exuding a certain imposing presence. "I hope it won't let me down," Chen thought silently. If he couldn't find something to resolve the 100-ghost curse in the martial city, then he would be in trouble. To enter and exit the martial city, one needed to pay a silver coin. Su Yan and the others were familiar with the process, and after helping the group pay, they entered the city. Inside Martial City, everyone was dressed in armor or martial robes, each carrying their swords and knives, exuding a remarkable aura. It was chaotic here. Ordinary people rarely relocated to such a place. Not to mention whether it was necessary, just the cost of living was not something an ordinary person could bear. "Qianxue, I can't repay you for the life-saving grace you showed earlier. I see you haven't settled down yet. Why not come to our Zhu family first so we can properly express our gratitude with a banquet?" Su Yan eagerly suggested as they entered Martial City. "Yes, Qianxue, it's your first time in Martial City. Let us be your guides," Zhang Han added warmly. Chen, being so young yet possessing such cultivation, was undoubtedly a genius from a powerful force in the 5 nations of the Northwest. Associating with someone like him could only be beneficial, especially since Chen had saved them before. It was only right to express their appreciation. "That sounds good," Chen nodded. The Zhu family was located in the eastern part of Martial City, and after walking for nearly half an hour, they finally arrived. From a distance, they noticed a crowd gathered at the entrance of the residence, whispers filling the air. "What's going on? Why are there so many people at the entrance?" Su Yan and the others looked puzzled and hurried forward. Half of the Zhu family's main gate had collapsed, with bloodstains at the entrance, yet not a single guard in sight. Inside the Zhu family's hall, 2 groups faced each other. On one side were the Zhu family's experts. On the other, men in black led by a burly middle-aged man beside a pockmarked youth. The burly man, Zhou Xinhua of the Zhou family, claimed a drunken promise bound Su Zhengdong to betroth his daughter to the Zhou family and demanded shops in the city when met with refusal. He beat and poisoned Xiong to prove his point and sent men to smash the residence. His tone was coercive and cruel. His real goal was to seize the Zhu family's shops by any means. "Father, don't agree to him," Su Yan shouted as they entered, fury and fear written on her face. Chen watched from the crowd, frowning. It was clear the Zhu family's situation was serious. He said nothing at first, quietly assessing. Zhou Xinhua sneered at Chen's youth. "Law, in Wu City the strong are respected. My fist is the law." He moved to seize Su Yan. The room erupted. Zhu family members charged, but Zhou's men were prepared, blocking them and pressing the advantage. Xiong leapt forward and was ruthlessly struck down, coughing up blood. Chen stepped out from the crowd, the rusted sword in his hand. "Who is it? Dare to ruin my good deed?" Zhou Xinhua barked, then launched a massive black fist at Chen. The sword was dismissed by many as a pauper's weapon, but the next moment their laughter froze. A brilliant sword light burst forth, slicing the black fist as though cutting cloth. Zhou Xinhua's later stage heavenly level arm guard was split. He surged with true energy, burning with rage, and unleashed a heavenly wolf-dominating fist meant to crush Qin Chen. Qin Chen's sword cleaved the red true energy wolf in two. The sword light struck Zhou Xinhua, leaving a deep wound in his chest. Terrified and desperate, Zhou Xinhua lunged to grab Su Yan and then to flee, but Qin Chen's sword severed his arm and then both legs. In the span of a breath, Zhou Xinhua lay gutted and helpless. "You can't kill me. As an outsider, how dare you kill wantonly in Martial City? Once the major forces find out, you will undoubtedly die," he raved. Qin Chen showed no mercy. The swordlight flashed and Zhou Xinhua's head flew, his eyes wide in disbelief. He fell still. Silence followed, then panic. The remaining Zhou family members, leaderless and terrified, begged for mercy. Qin Chen handed the decision to Xiong. "Ha-ha-ha, Zhou Zhenlong, do you take me, Xiong, for a 3-year-old child? Letting you go back is like letting a tiger return to the mountain. Everyone, surround the hall, leave no one from the Zhou family behind, kill them all," Xiong roared. The hall became a slaughter. Qin Chen cut down several elders who tried to flee. The pockmarked youth was pierced through the heart. One by one, the Zhou members fell. Only Zhou Xinglong, the strongest left, stubborn and bleeding, stood defiant. "Leave this one for now," Qin Chen said, and the Su family obeyed. Zhou Xinglong spat blood and sneered until Qin Chen's blade threatened him. Faced with the choice to die or talk, he chose talk. "Speak, what is the relationship between Liu Cheng and your Zhou family?" Qin Chen demanded. Zhou Xinglong laughed bitterly and then, seeing no hope, confessed. "This plan was set by Master Liu Cheng. The poison that injured Xiong was also provided by Master Liu Cheng. Master Liu Cheng said he would lead the Su family to the three-eyed salamander territory to die. The treasures we obtained would be split evenly with Master Liu Cheng." The revelation struck the Su family like thunder. Liu Cheng, who they had trusted to cure Xiong, was named as the mastermind. Bang! Qin Chen crushed Zhou Xinglong's dantian, bursting his cultivation. Zhou Xinglong's face distorted with pain and rage. "I promised to spare your life, but I never said I wouldn't ruin you," Qin Chen said coldly. Zhou Xinglong, humiliated and crippled, was taken into custody to be kept alive as evidence. The corpses of the Zhou family head and many elders were cleaned up. The Su family had their enemy crushed, but the hidden traitor Liu Cheng had just been exposed as a key target. Qin Chen looked at the Su family, at the stunned faces, then at Su Yan. He had settled the immediate danger. There would be time to deal with the deeper rot. "Father, don't agree to him." After the dust settled, Xiong led Su Yan and the others to a small reception room. He bowed deeply to Qin Chen. "Young hero, thank you. If it weren't for you, my Su family would be facing a life-and-death disaster," Xiong said, voice heavy with gratitude. Qin Chen waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Just a small effort on my part." They prepared a modest repast. The mood was strained. The Su family was grateful but shaken by Zhou betrayal and Zhou Xinglong's confession that linked Master Liu Cheng to the scheme. During the meal, Xiong coughed violently, blood at the corner of his mouth. The poisoning was worse than they'd thought. His breathing was labored. The heart lotus poison that bloomed in his chest had already eaten into his foundation. The Su family elders fell into worried silence. "Family head, let me take a look at your injuries," Qin Chen said unexpectedly. "You can heal injuries, young hero, Qin?" Xiong asked, surprised. "I know a little." Qin Chen placed his fingers on Xiong's pulse and felt the heart lotus poison churn, an insidious, entangling curse that resisted exterior medicines. The alchemists in Martial City could not break it. It needed precise internal intervention and a conductor to trigger a reversal. "Hey!" Qin Chen suddenly exclaimed, a peculiar expression on his face. He produced a jade box. When opened, dozens of golden needles gleamed within. "If you trust me, family head Su, just stay still," Qin Chen said. "Trust, of course," Xiong nodded. At this point, there was nothing else to rely on. Qin Chen slammed the table once, releasing a controlled surge of true energy. More than 10 golden needles leapt out, and with a flick of his wrist, pierced Xiong's skin. The needles injected an invigorating medicinal qi directly into Xiong's meridians, their tips targeting the heart lotus's nodes. Xiong groaned, coughing up black blood as the poison resisted. The golden needles exploded simultaneously into powdered essence within his body, unleashing a refining warmth that circulated against the poison's chill. Qin Chen's mental energy threaded through Xiong's meridians, guiding the medicinal qi. The heart lotus poison writhed, furious at being forced to submit. Qin Chen pushed further, sealing the petals with a tenacious binding technique, while the golden needles forced the poison to concentrate. Pain racked Xiong. The Su family watched, breaths held. The room seemed to freeze around the trembling, sweating man. Then a tremor rolled through Xiong's foundation. The poison erupted once more as if resisting a final blow. Chen seized the moment, channeling a flash of his true energy into the needle's residue. Under his direction, the poison coalesced into a single knot and was extricated from Xiong's core. The heart lotus, cruelly violent before, began to wither, its petals drying into ash. Xiong's face, pale and lined, slowly regained color. His Danshan shuddered, the blockage fell away. Breakthrough, Zhang Mingzheng and the others gasped when the aftershock hit the hall. The release of internal pressure triggered by the cure forced the nearby disciples into a minor tidal wave of true energy. Even Xiong, pinned to his chair, felt the surge as his cultivation shifted, a small, jagged step closer to recovery. Coughing, Xiong opened his eyes. Sweat dotted his brow, but the torment had subsided. He attempted to stand and faltered. Chen supported him gently. I can feel it. The poison is gone, Xiong breathed, incredulous. The elders wept quietly, relief breaking loose in a flood. Suyan sank to her knees, hands clasped to her chest as tears streamed down her face. Chen had not only expelled the heart lotus poison, but in the process had triggered a stabilizing breakthrough that strengthened Xiong's foundation. It was a clear demonstration of Chen's medical prowess and of his precision. The golden needles were not mere tools, they were conduits of his will. "Young hero Chen, you truly are a divine hand," an elder murmured. Chen simply smiled, but his expression was grave. His ears had picked up hushed talk. Zhou Jinglong had named Liu Cheng. That mole within the Zhu family, that supposed healer, had aided the Zhou family in the ambush and plotted to lead the Zhu family to slaughter in the Qianxue mountain range. Zhou Jinglong said Master Liu Cheng was involved, Chen said aloud, watching Xiong closely. If that is true, Liu Cheng is a mastermind, he must be brought to account. Xiong's face hardened. The relief at being cured did not erase the sting of betrayal. Liu Cheng, how could he? He treated me once and won my trust. If he is behind this, I will not rest until he pays. Keep Zhou Jinglong alive, Chen added. He will be held as evidence to expose Liu Cheng, make him speak everything he knows under questioning. They had already crippled Zhou Jinglong's cultivation. He could not escape, and now he was the key to proving Liu Cheng's treachery in Martial City. Chen's tone left no room for negotiation. The Zhu family, humbled and indebted, acted at once. Zhou Jinglong was bound, gagged, and taken to a guarded room. He would live, enough to talk, enough to suffer. "Young hero Chen, please accept our humiliation of hospitality," Xiong said. "Your skill saved my life and my family." Chen declined the extended festivities. His goal in Martial City was not to bask in gratitude. He had another matter, bookmarks of danger pointing to Liu Cheng and the lingering 100-ghost curse, to investigate. He had spoken softly about traveling soon, and the Zhu family, grateful, could only urge him to stay while sealing their loyalty. As the sun dropped, Xiong's breathing steadied. The golden needles had done their work. Chen slid the jade box closed and placed it back into his storage ring. At this point, Chen had already put away the jade box and placed it back into his storage ring. The entire venue was silent. Everyone stared blankly at Chen, their eyes nearly popping out. The Zhu family, after all, was a prominent family that had seen many physicians. They had witnessed gold needle acupuncture before, but they had never seen such a miraculous treatment. With a flick of his finger, over a dozen gold needles instantly entered all the acupuncture points, almost like magic. "Young hero Chen, what should I do next?" Xiong's hope ignited like a flame at this moment. After witnessing Chen's methods, he vaguely felt that the other party might truly have the hope of curing his injuries, and he couldn't help but show an expression of anticipation. Not only him, but all the strong members of the Zhu family present looked on with eager eyes, their expressions excited. "What to do?" Chen was taken aback, showing a look of confusion. "You don't need to do anything." "Huh!" The Zhu family members were all dumbfounded. What does this mean? An unshakable heaviness settled in their hearts. Could it be that after young hero Chen used the gold needles, he found the family head's injuries to be too severe to treat? This wasn't beyond the realm of possibility. After all, they had sought out at least 7 or 8 alchemists, and apart from Liu Cheng, no one had been confident in treating the family head's injuries. Seeing the expressions of everyone, Chen immediately understood that the Zhu family had misunderstood. He couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, everyone, there's no need to worry. The toxins in Zhu family head's body have already been removed and healed by me." "Healed?" Yan and the others froze, their minds spinning. "You just flicked the gold needles and healed the family head's illness. Are you joking?" Everyone was so frustrated they almost spat blood. In fact, the poison in the family head's body wasn't that severe. It's just that this kind of toxin is very strange. It can permeate every cell in the human body. Therefore, ordinary detoxifying agents are completely ineffective." However, I activated the true energy within all of the family head cells with the gold needle acupuncture. In an instant, using the family head's own true energy, I forced that toxin out, so everything is fine now. Seeing the confusion on their faces, Chen explained. The poison in the family head was actually not very strong, it was just a bit special and was known as the heart lotus poison. This toxin was extracted from the rare treasure, the 7-colored heart lotus. This 7-colored heart lotus is a pinnacle-level 4th-grade spirit medicine, extremely precious, capable of purifying a martial artist's true energy and raising their cultivation level. Thus, when it flared up, it was quite powerful, penetrating every meridian and every cell in the body, making ordinary detoxifying agents useless. But finding the right method to completely remove it wasn't difficult. Not severe, it's fine now. Hearing Chen's simple explanation, the members of the Zhu family in the hall were all at their wits' end. If this poison were simple, the Zhu family wouldn't have been powerless for so many days, only to seek out someone like Liu Cheng. You need to know they had seen at least 7 or 8 alchemists before, and half of them couldn't even identify the reason for Suxing's injuries, while the other half recognized the cause but could not find a solution. Now that Chen made it sound so simple, they couldn't help but feel like they were about to vomit blood. Seeing everyone's expressions, Chen realized that what he said was probably difficult for them to accept at the moment. He couldn't help but smile. Zhu family head, try circulating the true energy within your body and see if your injuries are indeed healed. Okay. Although Suxing was doubtful about Chen's words, he still couldn't help but circulate the true energy in his body. Boom, an astonishing aura erupted from him, and the entire hall felt as if a whirlwind had swept through. All the cups and dishes were shaking violently. This! Suxing's eyes nearly popped out, his entire expression dazed, completely unable to believe his eyes. My injuries have actually healed. Not only that, why do I feel that the true energy in my body is even purer than before? It's at least half stronger. Suxing murmured, his expression nearly blank. In other words, before he was injured, his cultivation was at the late stage of heaven level. But now he could clearly feel that he had already broken through to the peak of the late stage of heaven level. This was simply like a pie falling from the sky. The other strong members of the Zhu family were also dumbfounded, staring blankly at Chen. He really cured him. What on earth is this young hero, Chen? It's too unbelievable. At this moment, no words could describe the shock in their hearts. They were nearly going crazy. Seeing this, Chen simply smiled. That 7-colored heart lotus is a legendary treasure that enhances a martial artist's cultivation. While the lotus seeds can refine the heart lotus poison, once absorbed, they will also greatly boost a martial artist's cultivation. Thus, it was only natural that Suxing felt a breakthrough. At that moment, a maid outside brought in a tray, on which were the storage rings taken from the corpses of the Zhou family's elders, neatly arranged. Young hero, these are the storage rings of the Zhou family's elders. Our Zhu family hasn't taken a single cent. Besides that, there's also a small token of gratitude from our Zhu family. I hope young hero will graciously accept it. Suxing stood up from his seat and personally took the tray, respectfully offering it to Chen. Chen not only saved Su Yan and the others, but also saved the entire Zhu family. Just now, he even healed his injuries. Such kindness cannot be expressed with just a few words. Moreover, a master like him is definitely not someone an ordinary force can cultivate. Suxing had already decided to curry favor with him. All right. Chen was not polite, not even glancing at the storage rings on the tray. With a slight sweep, he stored them all in his own storage ring. I don't know what brings you to Wu City, young hero, but if there's anything you need, please speak up. As long as our Zhu family can help, we would never hesitate. Wu City was extremely chaotic and was the trading center of the Northwest. Suxing knew that the other party had a purpose in coming, so he couldn't help but inquire. I'm here to find some specific items, but it's not urgent for now. First, tell me about Liu Cheng. Chen smiled and said. After learning that Suxing had the heart lotus poison, Chen became somewhat interested in Liu Cheng. Speaking of Liu Cheng, Suxing's face darkened. He had previously held hope that the other party could cure his injuries, but he didn't expect that he would be just as bad as the Zhou family, nearly getting his daughter killed in the Qianxue mountain range. He gritted his teeth and said, "That Liu Cheng is an alchemist from Wu City. You must know that Wu City is extremely chaotic and not under the jurisdiction of any of the 5 countries, so there are no alchemy pavilions or bloodline sacred grounds here, leading to a severe shortage of alchemists. Most alchemists are rogue cultivators, making each alchemist extremely valuable. And Liu Cheng, in terms of alchemy, is quite talented and is a pinnacle 2nd-grade alchemist. Therefore, he has a significant reputation and status in Wu City." Xiong was explaining while Chen nodded secretly by the side. In a chaotic place like Wu City, there were naturally many daily conflicts. In such circumstances, the status of alchemists would naturally rise. After all, when warriors fought, those with lower cultivation levels would surely not be content and would focus on improving their cultivation. At this time, medicinal pills were indispensable. Moreover, warriors often got injured during battles. Once injured, they would naturally need healing pills or medical treatment, which would further highlight the status of alchemists. Thus, the more chaotic a place became, the higher the status of alchemists would rise. This is a timeless truth, not only applicable in Wu City but also in other parts of the continent. Furthermore, a place like Wu City does not have an official alchemist organization like the Alchemy Pavilion, making the status of alchemists even more intimidating. So, is Liu Cheng affiliated with one of the 4 major powers in Wu City? Chen then asked. Previously, when interacting with Su Yan and the others, Chen learned that the Order of Wu City was managed by the 4 strongest powers. These 4 powers were the Song Family, Zhu Family, Wu Ziu Mansion, and Tianxing Chamber of Commerce. Each power had a Qianxue-level expert stationed, making them the overlords of Wu City. Actually, no. Liu Cheng has not joined any power. Instead, he opened an apothecary shop named Liu Ji in the most prosperous area of Wu City, which has gained quite a reputation. People seeking medical help flock there, and his rule is that anyone wanting him to treat them must meet his specified requirements. Otherwise, he won't pay them any mind, Xiong explained. Su Yan and the others nodded in agreement. Among the many alchemists in Wu City, while Liu Cheng may not be the most famous, he was certainly one of the top contenders. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sought him out initially. He really is forceful, Chen couldn't help but sneer as he stood up. Let's go. Upon standing, Chen took a step forward to leave. Where are you going? Xiong was taken aback, while Su Yan and the others looked surprised as well. Naturally, I'm going to find Liu Cheng. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Chen's mouth. Since Liu Cheng dares to set you up like this, I am quite curious about what kind of person he is. Chen, young hero, you're not planning to provoke Liu Cheng, are you? Xiong's expression suddenly turned anxious. I fear you may not know that Liu Cheng is not to be compared with the Zhou family. The Zhou family is merely a small family in Wu City, and we had the upper hand earlier. Even if we killed Zhou Xinhua, no one would say anything. But Liu Cheng is different. He has a huge reputation in Wu City. Although he isn't affiliated with the 4 major powers, he has a good relationship with the Zhu family, one of the 4 powers. If we recklessly confront him, it could be very dangerous. Although Xiong hated Liu Cheng to the core, he didn't dare to provoke him so easily. After all, Liu Cheng's identity as an alchemist was not something the Zhou family could compare to. I naturally know this, but since Liu Cheng has set up the Su family like this, if it were me, I certainly wouldn't be able to tolerate it. Today I'm going to Liu Ji to seek justice. If the Su family head is willing, he can come with me. If not, that's fine, I won't force it, Chen said calmly. Chen, young hero, what are you saying? If it weren't for you today, the Su family might have already encountered great calamity. I say this only to remind you. Since you insist on doing this, I have no objections. Don't say it's just Liu Ji. Even if it's a mountain of knives and a sea of fire, if I frown, I'm a coward, Xiong said, his blood boiling from Chen's words. Then let's set off, Chen smiled slightly. To be honest, he definitely intended to confront Liu Cheng, especially after learning that Xiong was poisoned with heart lotus poison, which piqued his curiosity about Liu Cheng. This was a pinnacle-grade 4th-tier 7-color flower lotus. If the other party truly possessed such a spiritual medicine, it could significantly enhance Chen's cultivation, which he certainly wouldn't ignore. At the same time, Chen was also testing Xiong. If the Su family really feared Liu Cheng and acted timidly, Chen would have turned around and left without hesitation. There was no point in keeping such a family around. Immediately, Chen and the group from the Su family marched toward Liu Ji. Chen, young hero, Liu Cheng's cultivation is at the peak of the late heaven level, and besides that, his identity as a peak 2nd-tier alchemist has attracted many experts. Although there are no Qianxue-level experts, there are still 2 at the peak of the late heaven level. You must be cautious in your actions, Xiong reminded along the way, worried that Chen might act recklessly. Relax, I'm not a reckless person, Chen nodded, smiling. As the 2 parties briskly walked along the street, after about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, they witnessed the area ahead becoming increasingly lively, with a large pavilion appearing in front of them. Red bricks and green tiles, with golden and glazed decorations, this pavilion stood tall in the bustling market, showcasing a unique style compared to the shops on either side. Above the entrance of the pavilion hung a gilded plaque with the words Liu Ji written on it. At the same time, several guards stood in front of the pavilion, their expressions proud, emanating a formidable aura. Initial stage heaven-level warriors? Chen's gaze sharpened as he took a look. The guards stationed at the entrance were all heaven-level experts. Such people would definitely be at the elder level in the Zhou or Zhu families and wouldn't easily show themselves, yet at Liu Ji, they were merely guarding the door. This is Liu Cheng, the apothecary's Liu Ji. He sits here every afternoon, so this is the busiest time for Liu Ji, with many warriors seeking his treatment coming in, Xiong reminded quietly. Indeed, looking up, the entrance of Liu Ji was already bustling with a crowd. These people all had expectant expressions, constantly looking forward. Among them, several warriors were helping a blood-soaked man, anxiously trying to get inside. Hey, what are you all doing? Before they could reach the door, they were blocked by the guards. This brother, we are from the Stormwind Adventure team. We encountered a heaven-level blood beast, the Sky-Eye Ghost Cat, in the Qianxue mountain range. Our captain stayed behind alone to save us and is now severely injured. We ask that you please let us in to see Master Liu Cheng and save our captain, the warriors said urgently, their expressions filled with anxiety. The Stormwind Adventure team was somewhat known in Wu City, with their captain being a peak mid-stage heaven-level expert. Sorry, our pavilion master instructed that if you want treatment, you must first queue up. After your turn, you can then take on tasks, meet the requirements, and only then can you see clients. The leading guard glanced at them dismissively. Several brothers, look at our team leader who is already injured like this. Please have some mercy and make way. We all understand the rules, but the situation is urgent, so I kindly ask you brothers to be accommodating. The speaker's expression was anxious as he fumbled a few banknotes and slipped them into a few people's hands. This is a small token of appreciation. I hope you won't mind. The leading guard glanced at the money and sneered. You think you can buy us off with 10,000 silver coins? That's just insulting. How can you do this? The reason our Storm Wind Exploration team went to the dangerous Qianxue mountain range is because we accepted a mission from your Liu Pavilion to find the Xiong grass. Otherwise, how could our leader get injured? This is really inhumane. Exactly, our injuries from accepting your Liu Pavilion's mission, don't you care at all? The members of the Storm Wind Exploration team stepped forward, pleading, but the guards only grew colder. With a wave of his hand, the leading guard slapped the banknotes away. You think you're important? What Storm Wind Exploration team? Just a garbage exploration team. If we say you can't see him, then you can't see him. Get lost immediately, or don't blame us for being rude. Tempers flared. The Storm Wind Exploration team surged with true energy, several early heaven-level fighters among them, desperate to protect their injured captain. The guards responded with ruthless force. An invisible white light shimmered at the entrance, and the team was struck down, spitting blood and collapsing. The captain, already badly hurt, was kicked hard and sent flying. At that moment a figure appeared and caught him. I say, you've gone too far, haven't you? It was Chen. Oh, where did this little brat come from, still wet behind the ears, trying to act tough here? The guards advanced with cold smiles. Xiong hurried forward, trying to smooth things over, but inside he worried. The formation covering the entrance made him uneasy. He urged caution to Chen, but Chen only took out a jade bottle and tossed it to the Storm Wind vice-captain. This bottle of healing pills is for you guys to treat your injuries. After a moment, Chen stepped forward and slammed his palm toward the formation. Boom, the formation shuddered and collapsed. The invisible pressure vanished. Xiong stared, astonished that a formation he had felt threatened by fell to a single palm. Before the stunned guards could react, Chen moved like a blade. A flash of sword light cut the leader of the guards down. His throat burst with blood and he fell, eyes frozen in shock. The other guards, deprived of their formation's protection and now facing Chen's fury, were beaten back and badly injured. Chen, young hero, Xiong cried out, torn between fear and admiration. Smash everything here, all the pills, confiscate them all, Chen said coldly, looking at the counters beyond the hall. Smash, destroy? Xiong and the others hesitated, then followed. The Storm Wind Exploration team, having taken the healing pills, watched as their captain's wounds knit closed. They stared at the jade bottle in disbelief. Such pills were of extraordinary quality. Feng stood, recovered, and solemnly declared, "That young hero, although we don't know him, dared to challenge the Alchemy Pavilion and saved us. We understand the importance of gratitude. Now our benefactor is about to clash with the Liu Pavilion, and we cannot stand by idly. Follow me inside." They went in with him. Inside, the hall glittered with counters and rows of pills, attendants fluttering among customers. At Chen's signal, his group wrecked the front hall. Counters were smashed, samples scattered. attendants shrieking, enough to show the Liu Pavilion's veneer of respectability was brittle when its cruelty was exposed. Oh my God, who exactly is this young man? How dare he act against the guards of the Liu Pavilion? Is he not afraid of death? Head of the Zhu family is still following him in this reckless manner. Is he trying to drag the entire Zhu family into the mess? The crowd surged forward, shocked into a roar as they stared at the slain guards, the ruined counters, the stunned customers. The scene made plain what many had suspected but feared to say. Liu Pavilion would abuse desperate adventurers with impunity, and now someone had dared to tear off its mask. The onlookers nearly fainted on the spot. Minus 355 combined, what kind of person dares to cause trouble in my Liu Pavilion? With such a huge commotion, if Liu Pavilion did not respond, it would be too disgraceful. A group of imposing guards immediately walked out from inside Liu Pavilion. The leading figure was burly, true energy swirling around him, expression extremely gloomy. Beside him stood two indifferent middle-aged men. Is it you who are causing trouble in my Liu Pavilion? Upon entering the hall and seeing Chen and others, one of the middle-aged men drew his long sword with a clang and slashed directly at Chen. The overwhelming sword energy descended like a large net, each strand like a profound silver thread. Bang! A mighty punch surged out, shaking the void, shattering the net. The black iron fist did not diminish, crashing down towards the middle-aged man. Not good! The middle-aged man slashed desperately. Fire burst forth, he staggered back, coughing blood. So strong! Everyone watching widened their eyes. That middle-aged man was a peak Earth-level mid-stage expert, yet he had been severely injured by Xiong's punch. When had Xiong become this terrifying? Clang, clang, clang. Weapons were drawn, many powerful figures stared at Xiong with killing intent. It turns out to be the head of the Zhu family. How bold of you to dare come to my Liu Pavilion to cause trouble. The burly man ordered his subordinates not to act rashly. Aside from Liu Cheng, Liu Pavilion had recruited 3 experts at the peak of the Earth-level late stage. This burly man was one of them, known as the Rage Lion, a cruel fighter who had fled to Wu City and served as chief guard in Liu Pavilion. You don't need to care who I am, just let Liu Cheng come out here. Chen's tone was indifferent. The Rage Lion hurled a punch. Boom, the void trembled. Xiong appeared and blocked. Bang. The two forces collided, the hall shook violently. The Rage Lion condensed a cyclone around his fist, forming a massive vortex. Break! Xiong hurled a punch. Boom, a shockwave shattered nearby furniture. Xiong staggered back, blood surging within him. Is this all you've got, and you still dare to be so arrogant? The Rage Lion laughed, pressing down with his palm. Xiong, your fighting style is clearly flawed. Dealing with this guy is actually quite simple, just watch closely. A calm voice suddenly rang out. Chen appeared in front of Xiong. The crowd was dumbfounded. This kid was still young. What qualifications did he have to be so bold? The Rage Lion roared and struck at Chen with a palm that gathered true energy like an ocean. Chen drew the mysterious rusty sword at his waist, and a beam of sword light flashed. The true energy shot from the Rage Lion's fingers was split, scattering into a hurricane. The true energy lion the Rage Lion had formed exploded under the sword light. The Rage Lion tried to block, but the endless sword energy pierced his body. Blood splattered as he roared and collapsed. With one sword strike, the Rage Lion fell. Step, step, step. The remaining guards at the back were filled with terror and retreated. The onlookers were stunned. Xiong, pay attention. This person's fist technique is based on masculine energy, but he hasn't refined this vitality to the extreme, leaving gaps. Just find the right moment and exploit the flaws. Chen offered one short piece of guidance to Xiong, who nodded, enlightened. The others were nearly mad that Chen could teach mid-fight and remain so calm. Where is Liu Cheng? Why hasn't he come out yet? Chen coldly shouted at the remaining guards. A middle-aged man in an alchemist's robe stepped out, flanked by 2 imposing elders. The 3 stared at the body of the Rage Lion. Their expressions turned grim. The guards bowed respectfully. Everyone step back. Liu Cheng kept calm, directing his gaze towards Xiong. He spoke about having tried to help Xiong, explaining a tale about a 3-eyed salamander and a package of potions he allegedly provided to assist. Chen burst into laughter. Who do you think you are? You come to my Liu Pavilion, killing at will, and you dare to speak arrogantly? Today, if you don't give my Liu Pavilion an explanation, don't even think about leaving peacefully. Liu Cheng's composure was a surprise to Chen, but it matched his intent. Bring him up. Several elders from the Zhu family brought in a middle-aged man. Isn't this elder Zhou Jinglong from the Zhou family? The crowd whispered. Zhou Jinglong looked weak, his aura strange. Seeing him, Liu Cheng's expression changed. A kick landed on Zhou Jinglong's knee, forcing him to kneel. Master Liu, save me, Zhou Jinglong cried. With a rusty sword at Zhou Jinglong's neck, Chen said coldly, speak up. Tell me your Zhou family's conspiracy with Liu Pavilion, and I'll let you go. But if you lie, don't blame me for being merciless." Zhou Jinglong shivered. He hoped Liu Cheng would save him. Qin Chen's sword flashed, and Zhou Jinglong's right arm flew off. "Ah!" Blood gushed. Qin Chen pressed on the wound to stop the bleeding, coldly asking, "Now will you speak?" I'll speak, Zhou Jinglong nearly cried. Before Zhou Jinglong could explain fully, Liu Cheng moved with murderous speed to claw at him. Qin Chen sliced with his sword. Liu Cheng staggered back, pale. Two elders beside Liu Cheng lunged, three peak heaven-level late-stage experts rushing at Qin Chen to kill him. "Young hero!" Xiong rushed forward. "Xiong, back off!" Qin Chen shouted. His rusty sword transformed into a rain of swords, dense sword energy forming a net. The three experts attacked, but could not break Qin Chen's defenses. The crowd went mad with shock. They did not know Qin Chen's soul power had reached the point of soul gathering. He could discern the order of assaults and the flaws in the three's attacks at a glance. He seized those flaws and struck. Puff, puff. Two elders were caught off guard, blood blossoming as they flew backward. A steel needle shot towards Zhou Jinglong's face, but a flash of sword light deflected it into the eaves. The crowd buzzed with suspicion. "You are in such a hurry to kill and silence. Are you afraid of your conspiracy being exposed?" Qin Chen pushed Liu Cheng back with another strike and laughed coldly. Zhou Jinglong, trembling, revealed the collusion. Liu Pavilion had given the Zhu family a package of medicine, supposedly to counter the three-eyed salamander. In truth, it was a beast-attracting drug, making blood beasts frenzied. Liu Pavilion and the Zhou family split the spoils after sending rescuers to die. The crowd exploded. Deliberately using the excuse of treating Xiong, sending the Zhu family's experts to their deaths in Qianxue Mountain. Once the Zhou family takes down the Zhu family, they will give half of the treasures to Liu Pavilion. Anger and disbelief surged. People remembered other teams ambushed after accepting Liu Pavilion's tasks. Liu Cheng's explanations were drowned out by rising fury. Liu Cheng lost his temper. "Kid, do you really think you are invincible?" With a stomp, dazzling white lights shot up. A formation enveloped the hall, the four symbols turning formation, reaching a peak level of 3rd rank and faintly taking on 4th rank aspects. Perception blurred. Everyone felt trapped. "You little brat, dare to act wildly in my Liu Pavilion? You will definitely die today." A sharp gust of wind appeared behind Qin Chen and stabbed down. Liu Cheng imagined Qin Chen's head bursting under his punch. But when he struck, sparks flew. The rusty sword blocked behind Liu Cheng's head. Puff, a thread of blood appeared at Liu Cheng's throat. "How is this possible?" Liu Cheng fell heavily, unprepared to die so easily. "Not good, Master. Liu Cheng is dead." The other two peak late-stage elders were terrified. They tried to flee. "Let's go!" They had ways to resist the formation, but were paralyzed by Qin Chen's instant mental storm. Two streaks of sword light illuminated, and their heads shot up into the sky. After collecting their storage rings, Qin Chen stamped the ground. The invisible mental power spread, and the four symbols turning formation instantly calmed down. In a dozen breaths, 3 top experts of Liu Pavilion lay dead. The hall returned to silence. The crowd stared, then erupted. "Quick, someone hit me a couple of times, see if I'm dreaming." From today on, Liu Pavilion no longer exists. "All of you get out," Qin Chen coldly ordered. Blades and swords clattered to the ground. The remaining guards threw down their weapons and fled. "Everyone, please leave. Liu Pavilion will be closed from today," Qin Chen declared. The onlookers fled, panic spreading. Even those whose perception had been restricted understood that Qin Chen had countered a 3rd/4th rank formation and slain peak heaven-tier masters. They did not wish to test further. "Young hero Qin Chen, what should we do now?" Xiong and the Zhu family members stared at the corpses, dumbfounded. "Clean this place up and also search through Liu Pavilion. Everything found, send it to me." Xiong nodded respectfully. "By the way, young hero Qin Chen, I heard Liu Cheng has a good relationship with the Zhu family, one of the 4 major forces. The Zhu family is a clan of formation masters. It's very likely they helped set this formation. If the Zhu family finds out, they may come to seek revenge. You must be careful," Xiong warned. "Rest assured, I know," Qin Chen nodded. While Xiong and the others searched Liu Pavilion, Qin Chen found a quiet room and began to search for Liu Cheng's storage ring. While Qin Chen and the others were cleaning up the aftermath, everything that happened in the Liu Pavilion was quickly spreading through Wu City like the wind. It instantly stirred up a huge uproar. The Liu Pavilion was different from the Zhou family and the Zhu family. As an open alchemy pavilion, the Liu Pavilion's reputation in Wu City was far greater than that of the Zhou family and Zhu family. After all, every martial artist might need medicinal pills for cultivation. Regardless of whether they had previously traded with the Liu Pavilion, at the very least, Every martial artist in Wu City would pay attention to a medicinal force like the Liu Pavilion. But now, the Pavilion Master Liu Cheng of the Liu Pavilion had actually been killed by the Zhu family and a young man within the Liu Pavilion. This news immediately triggered an earthquake in Wu City. Everyone was in an uproar. Was the Zhu family seeking death? Everyone knew that the Liu Pavilion had a very close relationship with the Zhu family, one of the four great forces. The actions of the Zhu family were not only targeting the Liu Pavilion. To outsiders, they were also slapping the face of the Zhu family. In an instant, everyone's attention turned to the Zhu family, wanting to see how they would handle the situation. At the Zhu family estate. This was an extremely grand estate, covering an area of over 100 acres, located in the most prosperous part of Wu City. As one of the four great forces in Wu City, the Zhu family held immense power, being like a behemoth within Wu City, instilling fear in others. Bang! A delicate redwood table was smashed to pieces by a giant hand. The second master of the Zhu family, Zhu Hongjun, was currently looking at the steward, reporting to him with a gloomy expression, his eyes filled with anger. "What did you say? The Liu Pavilion was destroyed by the Zhu family?" He spoke in shock, disbelief evident in his tone. "Yes, my subordinate has carefully investigated the source of the news. The Liu Pavilion was indeed destroyed just now by the Zhu family and a young man. Pavilion Master Liu Cheng and his three top experts have all perished, with none surviving." The steward knelt on the ground, trembling, his head lowered. "How is that possible? The Zhu family is just a small family. How can they be compared to the Liu Pavilion? Moreover, within the Liu Pavilion, there were formations laid by my Zhu family. Let alone the Zhu family, even an ordinary early-stage mystic-level martial artist wouldn't be able to easily break through." Even after receiving confirmation, Zhu Hongjun still found it hard to believe. "My subordinate heard that the young man brought by the Zhu family seems to be a formation master as well. With just one punch, he shattered the formation outside the Liu Pavilion. His mastery of formations is extremely formidable. One punch shattered the formation at the entrance of the Liu Pavilion." Zhu Hongjun's eyes bulged, then he coldly snorted, "Humph, I don't know where this news came from, but it's simply nonsense." He wasn't unaware of the formation at the entrance of the Liu Pavilion. After all, he was the one who had someone set it up. It was a pinnacle third-tier formation, and it was actually shattered by a young man with a single punch? What a joke. If it were him, Zhu Hongjun wouldn't have that capability either. Then you immediately take people to the Liu Pavilion to see what exactly happened. Remember, don't be fooled by some rumors. Also, regardless of whether Liu Cheng is dead or not, the Liu Pavilion must be taken down. That place was constructed with a significant effort by my Zhu family and cannot fall into the hands of others. Understood. The steward immediately took his orders and exited, a young man. "Humph, I want to see who dares to run wild in Wu City." Zhu Hongjun's face was dark, his expression grim. Chen naturally didn't know that the Zhu family, one of the four great forces in Wu City, had already set their sights on him. Even if he did know, he certainly wouldn't care. At this moment, he was in the Liu Pavilion, searching for Liu Cheng's storage ring. It had to be said that Liu Cheng was indeed a renowned figure in Wu City and had been operating the Liu Pavilion for many years as an alchemist. The treasures in the storage ring were numerous, enough to astonish Chen, with all kinds of spiritual herbs and silver notes scattered all over the place. Among them were a large number of second-tier medicinal pills, but the quality of these pills was rather ordinary. Yet even with such ordinary quality, the pills were still sought after by people in Wu City, highlighting how scarce alchemists were here. These medicinal pills naturally couldn't pique Chen's interest, and his gaze continued to search within the storage ring. Oh, finally, upon seeing a brilliant flower lotus within the storage ring, a smile appeared on Chen's face. It was indeed the seven-colored heart lotus. This flower lotus had 7 colors, resembling a vibrant rainbow, dazzling and colorful. The quality of this 7-colored heart lotus was quite good, having at least 100 years of maturity. Refining its medicinal properties would be enough to advance my cultivation further. The more Chen looked, the more satisfied he became. The reason he made a move against Liu Cheng was that he had detected the heart lotus poison in Xiong, wanting to see if Liu Cheng possessed the 7-colored heart lotus, and unexpectedly, he really found it. The 7-colored heart lotus was extremely rare. If directly absorbing its medicinal properties, although it could enhance his cultivation, it would waste at least 80 to 90% of its efficacy. Only by refining it into a heart lotus pill could its effects be maximized. Naturally, such a treasure as the 7-colored heart lotus could not be wasted casually. Its efficacy had to be maximized. It could be seen that Liu Cheng might have refrained from refining it out of fear of wasting the medicinal properties, so he carefully preserved it in the storage ring. Qin Chen certainly wouldn't do anything as wasteful as Liu Cheng. The refining of the Heart Lotus pill was very complicated. Besides the 7-colored Heart Lotus, at least 5 or 6 types of 4th-tier mystic-level spiritual herbs were needed for fusion. I must quickly find a way to gather all the materials. Moreover, the 100-ghost curse on me must also be expelled soon. What method should I use? Qin Chen frowned in deep thought. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Since Wu City is severely lacking alchemists, why not? His eyes brightened, and Qin Chen immediately had an idea. He immediately walked out. In the hall, the members of the Zhu family were already standing respectfully there. Young hero Qin Chen, this is the wealth we found in the Liu Pavilion. Before everyone lay several chests. Inside were the medicinal pills, spiritual herbs, and other items taken from various counters of the Liu Pavilion, the sheer quantity causing Xiong and the others to be astonished. In terms of financial power, although the Zhu family operated a few shops in Wu City, compared to the Liu Pavilion, it was simply worlds apart. Without looking at the chests in the hall, Qin Chen directly addressed Xiong. Xiong, I need you to do one thing. Quickly reopen the Liu Pavilion. I plan to sell some medicinal pills and rename it to the first Alchemy Pavilion. Xiong was taken aback. Young hero Qin Chen, are you planning to sell all of Liu Pavilion's pills? Qin Chen shook his head. Xiong, from now on, just call me Chen Shao. Don't call me young hero Qin Chen. It sounds awkward. Secondly, I'm not selling Liu Pavilion's pills. The garbage pills from Liu Pavilion will not appear in the first Alchemy Pavilion. Garbage pills. Hearing this, Xiong and the others were dumbfounded. Not selling Liu Pavilion's pills? What kind of pills was Chen Shao planning to sell? Moreover, Liu Cheng was at least a pinnacle 2nd-tier alchemist, and he was extremely famous in Wu City. To say they were garbage pills was simply too exaggerated. Young master, if we don't sell the Alchemy Pavilion's pills, what are we going to sell? Unable to hold back, I asked. What I plan to sell are the 3rd-grade True Qi pills, Breaking Profound pills, and Heart-condensing pills. Qin Chen casually listed a few pills. Xiong and the others were shocked by Qin Chen's words, their eyes wide open in disbelief. 3rd-grade True Qi pill, Breaking Profound pill, Heart-condensing pill. Is this for real? Xiong and the others were nearly going crazy. To put it into perspective, in Wu City, a peak 2nd-grade alchemist is already considered top-tier. A 3rd-grade alchemist is non-existent, except for the Tianxing Commerce Association. Neither the Song family, the Zhu family, nor the Wu cultivation manor has one. Yet, Qin Chen claims he will sell 3rd-grade pills, completely beyond their imagination. Does young master really have these pills? Seeing Xiong and the others doubtful, Qin Chen did not explain. He casually took out a True Qi pill, and a rich medicinal fragrance immediately spread. It really is a 3rd-grade pill. Gasps of cold air rose and fell. Xiong and the others trembled, their expressions dazed. Even though they had mentally prepared themselves, the moment Qin Chen pulled out the pills, they were still stunned. Initially, they thought they understood Qin Chen to a certain degree, but now they realized that what they had seen was merely the surface. Young master, are you sure these pills can really be sold directly? Xiong swallowed hard and asked. The pills Qin Chen mentioned were simply too astonishing. In a place like Wu City, which lacks alchemists, these 3rd-grade pills would be enough to fetch a high price at the Tianxing Commerce Association's auction. To sell them outright now was incredibly bold. Of course, do you have any questions? Qin Chen understood that if he wanted to extract real treasures from the warriors of Wu City, money alone would not suffice. Only by exchanging it for something better could he have a chance, and he didn't have much time, so he had to use such extreme methods. There is indeed a problem. Calming down, Xiong took a moment to gather his thoughts and spoke in a serious tone. You say? Qin Chen immediately looked over. Although we've killed Liu Cheng and taken over the Alchemy Pavilion, if the Alchemy Pavilion is really related to the Zhu family, they will definitely come looking for trouble, and they will certainly want to reclaim the Alchemy Pavilion, Xiong said solemnly. Reclaim the Alchemy Pavilion? Qin Chen was taken aback. We've already killed Liu Cheng. What right does the Zhu family have to take it back? Can any of the 4 major forces in Wu City just reclaim any shop they want? Qin Chen couldn't help but feel puzzled. Previously, when the Zhou family and the Zhu family were in conflict, he was very clear that the Zhou family's goal was to seize a few shops from the Zhu family. But according to what Xiong was saying now, even if they killed Liu Cheng, the shops would still return to the 4 major forces. Then why did the Zhou family go to such lengths to deal with the Zhu family? It's not that the 4 major forces can reclaim the shops, but that when one force seizes another's shop or physical industry, they must pay a transfer fee to Wu City in order to gain formal ownership rights. This transfer fee is usually 20% of the value of the physical industry. Normally, Wu City wouldn't interfere with the transfer of shops between the various forces, but the Alchemy Pavilion is different. Wu City is already controlled by the Zhu Family and the other three major forces. If the Zhu Family intervenes, then our ownership of the Alchemy Pavilion will definitely be problematic. 20% transfer fee. The four major forces really do have a good plan. Hearing this, Chen couldn't help but sneer. No wonder Wu City was in such chaos, with various forces fighting each other and no one managing the situation. It turns out there was this hidden aspect. Any struggle between forces ultimately has to pay a protection fee to the four major forces that control Wu City. Naturally, the four major forces were happy to see this, and as long as it didn't disrupt Wu City's order, they would certainly prefer it to be more chaotic. Let's not worry about that for now. We'll deal with the Zhu family when they come knocking. Here's a bottle of third-grade True Chi pills. You take it out to sell. Remember, make a big splash. It's best if the whole Wu City knows that we have third-grade pills for sale. Chen took out a bottle of True Chi pills and handed it to Xiong. He then turned to Su Yan and said, "You take me to Liu Cheng's alchemy room now. I need to enter seclusion to refine some things." This time, Chen didn't bring many third-grade pills, so he needed to refine some himself. Fortunately, after looting the Alchemy Pavilion and the Zhou family, he had plenty of third-grade spiritual herbs, enough to refine quite a few third-grade pills, and even a good number of fourth-grade herbs. Holding the third-grade True Chi pill, Xiong stared blankly as Chen hurriedly entered Liu Cheng's alchemy room, even forgetting to ask what the price was. Despite Chen chasing everyone away earlier, a large crowd had gathered outside the Alchemy Pavilion to watch the ongoing developments. The number of people outside not only didn't diminish, but as the news spread, more people came running, inquiring, and watching. Unfortunately, after Chen and Xiong drove the crowd away, there was no further commotion, leaving everyone quite disappointed. Thus, when Xiong stepped out again and changed the sign from Alchemy Pavilion to First Alchemy Pavilion, while announcing that third-grade pills were for sale, everyone watching was instantly stunned. In just half an incense stick's time, the entire Wu City was completely shaken. The former Alchemy Pavilion was transformed into the imposing First Alchemy Pavilion, and now there were True Chi pills for sale, particularly the third-grade True Chi pills. This news instantly shocked people from various forces. Even though each third-grade True Chi pill was priced at 50,000 silver coins, it still couldn't stop the throngs of people from flocking over. In just half an hour, the entrance to the First Alchemy Pavilion was already packed to the brim with people, a sea of heads. Xiong quickly realized that his pricing was far too low. 50,000 silver coins for one pill was unimaginable for a family like the Zhu family, but to some of the larger families in Wu City, it was nothing. There was nothing more sought after than treasures that could enhance one's strength, especially since the bottle of third-grade True Chi pills that Chen gave to Xiong were high-quality pills. Each one bore pill patterns, a rare quality. Before Xiong could even sell a single True Chi pill, the entrance to the First Alchemy Pavilion was already overflowing with people pushing to get closer. Some even fought among themselves just to get to the front. "Everyone, listen to me. Don't panic. Whatever you do, don't panic." Xiong was sweating profusely. Although he was the head of the Zhu family, he had never seen such a large scene. The ones causing the biggest ruckus were families and forces far more powerful than his own. For a moment, he was at a loss, completely unsure of what to do. "Everyone, if anyone dares to make a move in front of my Alchemy Pavilion again, the right to purchase pills will be permanently revoked." In the end, Xiong had no choice but to roar in anger, and only then did the fighting among the crowd stop. However, even so, some people had already been injured. Seeing the scene calm down, Xiong, fearing that chaos would erupt again, hurriedly sold 10 third-grade True Chi pills. In just a matter of breaths, an income of 500,000 silver coins was already in hand. "Everyone, today's 10 True Chi pills have been sold out. Please leave in an orderly fashion and do not cause a disturbance." Xiong's words immediately drew a disturbance among the crowd. Some heaven-level warriors who had hurried over just to buy the True Chi pills suddenly became anxious. "What happened? They sold out so quickly." "Yes, we rushed over and didn't even see the pills." "When will the next batch of True Chi pills be sold?" The excitement in the crowd showed no sign of diminishing. Instead, it became even more intense. In the long history of Wu City, this was the first Alchemy Pavilion to sell third-grade pills. After finally seeing such an opportunity, how could they not be anxious and concerned? "Everyone, I apologize, but I do not know the time for the next batch of third-grade pills. Please do not cause a disturbance and leave first, waiting for our notification." Xiong did not expect the situation to develop this way. The pills were sold out, Yet the crowd still refused to disperse, and the enthusiasm was indeed too overwhelming. But he also didn't know Chen's plan, nor did he know when Chen would sell pills next, so he could only say ambiguously. However, Xiong did not anticipate that his words would not only fail to disperse the crowd, but instead provoke more dissatisfaction. "What's going on? You just said there were third-grade pills for sale, and now you don't even have a time set. Aren't you playing with us? The Alchemy Pavilion is too much. Destroy Liu Pavilion and set up Alchemy Pavilion. Why be so unscrupulous in doing business? The Zhu family is going too far." The crowd was like a pot that had exploded, causing even greater chaos. Some heaven-level warriors who had finally seen the chance to buy third-grade pills were particularly agitated, nearly dismantling the Alchemy Pavilion. As Xiong was at a loss, Chen stepped out, looking at Xiong with a helpless expression. "Zhu family head, you're not good at business. How did it get so chaotic?" "Qianxue, I also don't know." Xiong's face was filled with frustration, wanting to cry but having no tears. After all, the Zhu family was the #1 family in Wu City, operating several shops and was experienced. But just now, his so-called experience was completely useless. "Let me handle this." Chen knew that this was not Xiong's fault. In fact, he had not expected that a mere bottle of third-grade true qi pills would cause such a commotion. Pushing aside Xiong, Chen stepped to the front of the Alchemy Pavilion. "Everyone, please quiet down." A loud voice, accompanied by a majestic aura, spread out from afar. Chen's voice contained a strong mental will, combined with a unique sword intent, causing everyone's minds to resonate, as if thunder struck, ringing in their heads, forcing them to quiet down. Bowing slightly, Chen looked at the crowd on the street and said, "Friends, you should all know that I am not from Wu City. I couldn't stand by and watch Liu Pavilion act tyrannically and do evil, so I took action to destroy them. Normally, I would turn and leave after finishing, but considering Wu City's lack of alchemists, and that I killed Liu Cheng, bringing loss to everyone in Wu City, I decided to temporarily change Liu Pavilion to Alchemy Pavilion to sell some third-grade pills as a way to make amends and give back to everyone here. I'm sure everyone saw my sincerity earlier. If I really wanted to make money, that third-grade high-quality true qi pill would definitely not be priced at 50,000 silver coins each. If I put it up for auction at the Tianxing Chamber of Commerce, each would definitely fetch far more than this price. My purpose is to bring some benefits to everyone in Wu City, so I hope everyone can quiet down. If things get too out of hand, I would rather not have this Alchemy Pavilion and walk away. I believe with my pills, not just in Wu City but in any power across the 5 Western countries, I can get by. Additionally, I hope everyone will not make things difficult for the Zhu family. They are just running errands for me. They can't make decisions on my behalf. Making things difficult for them will also be fruitless." After Chen said this, the originally restless crowd immediately quieted down, and no one dared to speak loudly. Wu City had finally gained a force capable of selling third-grade pills. If they drove the person away due to their recklessness, they would have nowhere to cry about it. Seeing the scene calm down, Xiong couldn't help but feel ashamed. He had to admit Qianxue's skill was too strong. He had been shouting for a long time, and the chaotic scene had calmed down just with a few of Chen's words. This capability was not something an ordinary young person could achieve. Seeing the crowd on the street calm down, Chen slightly nodded, feeling quite satisfied with the effect Xiong had created earlier. The reason he did not initially give Xiong the price of the pills was because he did not understand Wu City's market, and his goal was to create a commotion in Wu City, not to make money. Although the price of 50,000 per pill was a bit low, causing chaos at the scene, it had made his name known. Seeing everyone so enthusiastic, I also understand everyone's eagerness for high-grade pills. Please rest assured, since I opened this Alchemy Pavilion, it's certainly not just to sell one bottle of true qi pills. There will definitely be larger transactions coming up, but the prices for the following pills might not be as low as 5 silver coins each. "Ah, does that mean the prices are going to increase?" I said. "How could there be such a great deal for third-grade pills priced at 50,000 silver coins each? To sell one bottle and then raise prices. Isn't that too much? If it's priced at 100,000 silver coins each, what are we supposed to do?" The crowd immediately exploded. The reason they rushed over was that they had heard there were third-grade pills for sale at a cheap price. If the price suddenly spiked to a normal level, even if they wanted to buy, they wouldn't have the financial capacity. In an instant, the crowd surged again, becoming noisy with anxious expressions on everyone's faces. -360. Chen quickly waved his hand and said, "Friends, rest assured. Since my Alchemy Pavilion is giving back to everyone, how could we casually raise prices? The next batch of Tier -3 pills will still be 50,000 silver coins each." Upon hearing Chen's explanation, many people in the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Still, some astute individuals watched him closely, sensing that since he said this, there must be more to it. Sure enough, before everyone could relax fully, Chen added, "However, we need to change the purchasing method." "What kind of change?" The crowd focused its attention on him. "The pills we sold earlier were Tier-3 True Chi pills. As everyone knows, Tier-3 True Chi pills are used to enhance the True Chi within a martial artist's body, and many spiritual herbs can be refined into them. Therefore, we didn't charge for the material fees at the beginning, but the special pills we are going to sell next are unique Tier-3 pills, such as the Breaking Qianxue pill and the Heart Condensing pill." Hearing this, murmurs rose again. These two pills were what every martial artist dreamt of. Chen smiled slightly, then with a shake of his right hand, two porcelain vials appeared. He tilted them and two round pills rolled into view. One pill was light yellow, the other grayish-white, each with distinct pill patterns. A rich medicinal fragrance drifted out and immediately set the crowd aflame. "It really is the Breaking Qianxue pill and the Heart Condensing pill. My goodness, both have pill patterns. High-quality pills. This level can maximize cultivation without too many side effects. With a Breaking Qianxue pill and a Heart Condensing pill, I could break through for sure," excitement surged. As the crowd leaned forward, a middle-aged man in black, eyes blazing, surged ahead. "Hand it over!" So fast, he had already closed the distance. This was Black Bat King Xiong, notorious for speed and boldness. Many glanced at him with alarm, some had thought to snatch as well but were slower. Xiong's hand shot out toward Chen's vials. Suddenly, whoosh, the two pills vanished from sight. A dazzling sword light erupted, cutting through the air and filling Xiong's vision. "What? Not good!" He swayed to retreat, but the sword light had already come. His protective True Chi shattered like paper. In an instant his body was split in half midair, blood spraying as his severed corpse tumbled to the ground, eyes wide with shock. "Ah!" The crowd recoiled, scattering back. Silence and a chorus of horrified gasps followed. The young man before them, who had slain Master Liu Cheng and others, was not to be trifled with. Chen's face was calm. "Take care of this person's corpse." Zhu Family's men stepped forward, clearing Xiong's body and washing away the blood. With a gentle step, Chen caused a faint formation wave to ripple outward. Everyone felt their inner true energy snag briefly, then fall still. The surroundings resumed as if nothing had happened. "Is that a formation?" Someone whispered, fear sharpening in their voice. No one forgot how quick Xiong had been, yet he had died in a single stroke. The lesson was clear and final. Chen glanced over the crowd. "My alchemy pavilion only wishes to conduct business peacefully and give back to the martial artists of Martial City. If such incidents happen again, my alchemy pavilion will cease selling pills and leave immediately." That warning settled the crowd. People swallowed their greed, reminded of the cost of rash moves. "But what about materials?" someone asked after a moment. "We don't know the exact herbs for the Breaking Qianxue pill or the Heart Condensing pill." Chen smiled. "I have considered that. I do not require the exact materials for those pills. You only need to provide special materials of equivalent grade. For example, to obtain one Breaking Qianxue pill, you must provide one Grade-3 special material. Any Grade-3 spiritual herb, true stone, or similarly graded treasure qualifies. Manuals, martial skills, and weapons are not accepted. The key is this. The higher the grade of the material you provide, the sooner you will obtain purchasing priority. Provide Grade-4 materials and you'll be first in line." Relief rippled through the crowd. Chen continued, "We can refine any Tier-3 pill here as long as you provide the materials. Refining will take time. You may receive the pill the next day after submitting materials. Quantity is limited. Once exchanged, the pill is gone." Silence, then swift calculation. Exchanges required effort. The rule was clear and non-negotiable. Materials for pills, priority by material grade. "All right, everyone understands the rules. I will now open purchasing qualifications for these two bottles. Please submit your materials, and I will select the trading objects." Chen produced the two vials again. The crowd, chastened and obedient, moved to present what they had. "I will offer a Grade-3 purple sunflower for a Breaking Qianxue pill. I have a Grade-3 alfalfa seed. I want a Heart Condensing pill. A Grade-3 star stone for a Heart Condensing pill. Get out of the way, I offer a Grade-4 celestial star grass. I want both a Breaking Qianxue pill and a Heart Condensing pill." In an instant, various bidding voices filled the air, almost reaching a fever pitch. Xiong and the others were completely dumbfounded. At this moment, the crowd surged, and many people rushed forward, waving various materials in their hands, making it impossible to maintain order. With just the small number of people from the Zhu family, it was simply not enough. Fortunately, these people were competing against each other to buy the Po Xuandan and Ning Xindan. Although they pushed against each other, there were no real conflicts. Chen saw the heated scene before him and couldn't help but take a deep breath. What shocked him was not just the enthusiasm of the crowd, but the fact that someone was actually willing to take out fourth-tier materials to purchase these two types of pills right from the start. And the material they presented was Qianxue grass. This was fourth-tier Qianxue grass, which is considered extremely rare even among fourth-tier spiritual herbs. Moreover, Qianxue grass was one of the main ingredients for the fourth-tier Qianxue Dan. With two auxiliary materials and some other lower-tier spiritual herbs, it could completely refine a batch of Qianxue Dan. Qianxue Dan is a type of pill that can condense a martial artist's true power, and when he seeks to break through to the fourth-tier Xuan level in the future, it will definitely be of great use. Without caring about his surprise, Chen hurriedly said to Xiong, "Zhu Family head, exchange for the fourth-tier Qianxue grass first." The martial artist who took out the Qianxue grass was chosen and immediately became extremely excited. He quickly stepped forward, taking the fourth-tier Qianxue grass along with 100,000 silver coins to purchase one Po Xuandan and one Ning Xindan. He then left joyfully. He had found this fourth-tier Qianxue grass not long ago in a valley in the Qianxue mountain range, and he almost lost his life for it. After returning, he had checked the effects of Qianxue grass and knew it was a very precious spiritual herb. However, in Wu City, there were hardly any third-tier alchemists, let alone fourth-tier alchemists, so Qianxue grass could not be sold at a normal price here. In fact, if it weren't for Chen's appearance, he had already decided to auction the fourth-tier Qianxue grass at the mid-sized auction held by the Qianxue Chamber of Commerce in a few days. But now, with the appearance of the Po Xuandan and Ning Xindan, he immediately changed his mind. With his cultivation, having this Po Xuandan and Ning Xindan might allow him to raise his strength a level again. This was definitely not something that a few silver coins from the auction could compare to. Seeing that someone had exchanged fourth-tier spiritual herbs for two pills, some impatient martial artists could no longer hold back and took out all the fourth-tier spiritual herbs they had on them. Chen was naturally overjoyed and immediately instructed Xiong to call up the martial artists who brought out fourth-tier spiritual herbs and materials to qualify for purchases. These martial artists were greatly excited, and without hesitation like the previous person, they all purchased one Po Xuandan and one Ning Xindan and left in high spirits. This greatly stimulated the other martial artists who had not yet made their purchases. Now, on the street outside the first Alchemy Pavilion, at least 1,000 people had surged, and with only 10 pills in each bottle, half were gone in the blink of an eye, making the other martial artists eager to purchase these two types of pills nearly burst into flames from anxiety. What if these two bottles of pills were sold out all at once? What would they do? Although Chen said there would be more pills for sale in the future, what if there were none left? No, this time they had to buy. Thinking this, the remaining people, as long as they had fourth-tier materials on them, could no longer afford to hide them and all took them out, clamoring to obtain the purchase qualifications for the Po Xuandan and Ning Xindan. This scene made Chen both excited and dumbfounded. It seemed that the wealth of the martial artists in Wu City greatly exceeded his imagination. But when thinking about it, who lived here? These were all martial artists living on the edge of danger, many of whom were wanted criminals from the 5 major forces in the northwest. Many of their treasures might have been looted from somewhere or obtained through some unsavory means. To them, what were fourth-tier spiritual herbs or fourth-tier treasures? They were all nothing. The real value lay in exchanging these treasures for pills and weapons that could enhance their own strength. So when Chen offered pills that could enhance their strength, almost no one could resist. In just a short while, the 2 bottles containing 20 pills had been sold out completely. Now Chen had obtained 10 types of fourth-tier materials, 6 of which were spiritual herbs and 4 were rare materials for refining weapons and formations. Seeing that the 2 bottles of pills sold out so quickly, many who hadn't purchased pills felt a heavy weight in their hearts. How could they have sold out without even having a proper sale? Such popularity, once the news spread, would surely attract more martial artists to come. By then, even if the first Alchemy Pavilion continued to sell pills, they might not get the chance to purchase them. For a moment, everyone felt heavy-hearted, and those who took out fourth-tier materials but did not gain purchase qualifications felt even more like crying without tears. Just because they were a little late in taking out their fourth-tier spiritual herbs, they lost their chance to buy. How could they be so foolish? They felt such hatred in their hearts. If they had known it would be like this, they would have definitely taken out the materials at the first moment instead of hiding them. Now the pills were gone, and what would they do with these fourth-tier materials? Cook with them? Just as they were lamenting, Chen's loud voice rang out again. Everyone, I truly did not expect these pills to be so popular. Since I want to give back to the martial artists of Wu City, I won't hide anything. I have a few more bottles of Po Xuan Dan and Ningxin Dan, which I originally planned to use for my cultivation, but now I will sell them to solve the urgent needs. As soon as he said this, all the martial artists at the scene nearly cried. Benefactor, do you see what good people are? This is what a true good person looks like. For their sake, he even took out his cultivation pills to sell. Comparing this to the previous Liu Pavilion, it was simply like heaven and earth. Boom, the entire place exploded once again. Countless people waved high-tier spiritual herbs and surged forward, fearing they would miss the opportunity. Everyone, don't rush. One at a time, Chen immediately instructed Xiong to exchange, feeling extremely excited. He wasn't merely giving out his cultivation pills, but rather he saw that there were simply too many high-tier materials on the scene to let go. In less than a quarter of an hour, nearly all the martial artists who could take out fourth-tier materials had completed their exchanges. Those who took out better third-tier materials also gained the qualification to exchange. Even so, many people watched helplessly as a few bottles of pills were exchanged completely without having the chance to redeem. They felt such hatred in their hearts and secretly resolved that they must find a way to get some high-tier materials when they returned. What are you doing? What is this place? Everyone get out of the way, clear a path for me. At this moment, a furious shout echoed, causing the crowd outside to disperse. A group of extraordinary martial artists stormed in with great momentum. The leader was the steward of the Zhu family, who had come on the orders of Second Master Zhu Hongjun to reclaim the Liu Pavilion and prepare to teach Chen a good lesson. The Zhu family, as one of the four major forces in the martial city, had always been accustomed to acting arrogantly. When they saw so many people gathered at the entrance of the Liu Pavilion, they didn't bother to ask for a clear reason. Led by the Zhu family's steward, they barged in recklessly. What are you doing? Why are you pushing? Do you understand the rules? Do you know what it means to be first come, first served? The Zhu family squeezed in from the back, and the people at the front immediately became displeased. Without knowing who was coming, they started to curse loudly. For them, being at the front was crucial, as it might grant them a chance to exchange items, so they naturally weren't willing to back down. Who are you all talking about? Have you all turned against me? The steward of the Zhu family's face darkened. As the steward, when had he ever been spoken to like this? A chilling aura instantly spread out. Hearing the coldness in the voice and the terrifying aura, everyone turned around, and upon seeing the incoming people, they were immediately scared pale, their scalps tingling, and they stepped back in fear. They quickly cleared out a large space. Then everyone nervously looked at Chen, knowing that trouble was coming for him. Everyone knew where Chen's first alchemy pavilion came from. It was obtained after the Liu Pavilion was destroyed. And the Liu Pavilion was said to have a good relationship with the Zhu family. After the Zhu family got the news, they would definitely come to support the Liu Pavilion. Unexpectedly, the Zhu family really showed up. Each of them felt anxious for Chen. In fact, they had originally come to watch the commotion, hoping for the Zhu family to appear. But now, the situation was different. It was not easy to have a place in the martial city that could sell third-grade pills. If the Zhu family destroyed it like this, where would they buy pills in the future? Wasn't this asking for their lives? To be honest, at this moment, the many martial artists present were even more nervous than Chen. Of course, Xiong and others were equally tense, their legs going weak and fear evident in their eyes. Having been in Martial City for so many years, they naturally recognized the steward of the Zhu family. "Zhu Zun, what wind blew you here?" With a smiling face, he couldn't help but step forward to ask. At the same time, he transmitted a message to Chen. "Young Master Chen, this person is named Zhu Zun, the steward of the Zhu family. He must be here because of the Liu Pavilion incident causing us trouble. Don't act impulsively later." "Humph, Xiong, you're so bold to dare act recklessly in Martial City, killing without restraint. Enough with the nonsense. Immediately shut down the Liu Pavilion, admit your guilt, and come with us to the dungeon." Zhu Zun did not beat around the bush. He coldly smiled and said, glancing disdainfully at Chen and Xiong. "He, Zhu Zun, how could I not understand what you said? Are you mistaken?" Xiong replied with a smile, explaining. "The Liu Pavilion previously colluded with the Zhou family to scheme against my Su family for our assets. We were forced to defend ourselves. It was truly out of necessity. Moreover, aside from my Su family, many martial artists in Martial City have also been tricked by Liu Cheng. We are just seeking justice. But don't worry, even though my Su family took down the Liu Pavilion, our goal is to give back to the many martial artists in Martial City, and we certainly won't skimp on the taxes owed to the four major forces." Zhu Zun's face turned cold. What the Liu Pavilion did is not something you can decide with just your word. Xiong, if you are sensible, come with us to the dungeon right now. If it turns out that your claims are true after we clarify the matter, we will naturally release you. And this kid, who exactly is he? An outsider making a ruckus in my martial city, let him come with us. Be obedient or don't blame us for being rude. Upon hearing this, Xiong's heart sank. It seemed the Zhu family had no intention of letting them go, nor did they plan to follow normal procedures. What kind of place was the martial city's dungeon? It could be said to be a private prison of the four major forces. Would anyone who got taken inside have a good life? It was impossible to come out alive. He hurriedly wanted to say something, but saw Chen's expression darken, coldly saying, "Zhu family head, where did this guy come from? In this chaotic scene, why waste words with them? Tell them to get lost immediately, so as not to affect our first Alchemy Pavilion's business." As soon as Chen said this, all the martial artists present staggered. Each one's eyes widened, nearly going mad. Xiong was on the verge of tears. "Young Master Chen, this is one of the four major forces in Martial City, the Zhu family. Is it really okay to speak like that? You're bringing trouble upon us." Indeed, hearing Chen's words, Zhu Zun was furious. As the steward of the Zhu family, whenever he went out, which force didn't treat him with respect, calling him Zhu Yi, yet this guy was so arrogant it was simply outrageous. If he didn't teach him a lesson, this person probably wouldn't understand what this martial city was really like. "Someone take them down. If they resist, kill them without mercy." With a thunderous shout, Zhu Zun was completely enraged, his gaze icy as he looked at Chen, filled with killing intent. Behind him, a large group of martial artists stepped forward in unison. The sound of swords and knives unsheathing echoed continuously, forming an astonishing aura that soared into the sky. Knowing that Chen's battle record was terrifying, Zhu Zun brought with him 5 peak late-stage heaven-level experts. In addition, there were quite a few mid-stage heaven-level powerhouses. He didn't believe they couldn't subdue even a single youth. Xiong's face went pale, his heart terrified. "It's over, it's really over." He had operated in Martial City for many years and naturally knew that the Zhu family's strength was far beyond what was visible. Which of the four major forces hadn't had mystic-level experts sitting in their ranks for so many years? And they definitely were not just one. No matter how strong young Master Chen was, how could he possibly be the Zhu family's opponent? "Zhu Zun, let's talk this out." He couldn't help but step forward to explain. "Xiong, stop talking." Chen coldly snorted, then addressed everyone in the street. "Everyone, my first Alchemy Pavilion originally came to Martial City with the purpose of eliminating evil and rewarding the vast martial artists of Martial City. Since Martial City does not welcome me, Chen, then it's fine. A few worthless fools cannot stop me, but unfortunately, it seems my first Alchemy Pavilion will have to close down." At this point, Chen revealed a hint of helplessness, sighing. "Originally, aside from the broken profound pill and the heart-condensing pill, my first Alchemy Pavilion was also preparing to launch the charging profound pill and the force-condensing pill tomorrow. If I could gather enough materials, I was even planning to release the 4th-grade true strength pill. Now it seems there's no hope." While saying this, Chen shook his head repeatedly, showing a very regretful expression. Boom. Upon hearing his words, the martial artists on the entire street exploded like a lit oil pan, erupting in chaos. "What, Qianxue Dan, Ningli Dan, and there are also the 4th-grade True Qi Dan? Is this all real?" The crowd erupted, noise soaring to the skies, shaking the clouds above. Every person widened their eyes, minds shaken, unable to calm down. Qianxue Dan and Ningli Dan, though both 3rd grade like Po Xuan Dan and Ningxin Dan, were on a completely different level. Po Xuan Dan and Ningxin Dan were middle-ranking 3rd grade pills at best. But Qianxue Dan and Ningli Dan were peak 3rd grade, even hinting at half-step 4th grade prowess. The differences lay in effects. Po Xuan Dan and Ningxin Dan merely improved breakthrough chances and comprehension for martial artists below the peak of the late-stage heaven level. Qianxue Dan and Ningli Dan did far more. Qianxue Dan could give a late-stage heaven-level martial artist a 20% chance to break through to the 4th-tier Xuan level regardless of their own base chance. A martial artist with no hope could suddenly have a 20% chance. One who already had 80% would be guaranteed. Ningli Dan similarly gave a late-stage heaven-level practitioner a chance to condense true power inside the body, smoothing and greatly increasing future breakthrough success. For those stuck at the heaven-level threshold, these pills were irresistible. And 4th-grade True Power Dan, what need to say more? 4th-grade pills could turn Xuan-level careers. Thus, when Chen mentioned these 3 types of pills, the martial artists on the street went wild. Manager Zhu Zun had come to shut the pavilion down. The Zhu family, one of the four major powers of Wu City, did not conceal its intent. They simply wanted Qin Chen taken away, but Qin Chen's few words changed everything. "Who? Step forward!" Zhu Zun turned, glaring through the crowd, killing intent in his eyes. He didn't understand why the crowd turned at a single mention of pill names. He had heard of Qianxue Dan and Ningli Dan, but for the first alchemy pavilion to claim they could sell such pills was laughable. Even the Tianxing Chamber of Commerce couldn't procure them, yet this pavilion dared to sell them? He thought Qin Chen was spouting nonsense to confuse and drag things out. Someone in the crowd shouted, "The Zhu family is too tyrannical. We're just trying to live. Will they kill us all? That Liu pavilion harmed us for years while the Zhu family looked the other way. If the pavilion is finally bringing benefits to the people, how can you step in like this?" Voices rose, sharp and furious. The words were few, but they struck true. Resentment from years of oppression poured into the open. The crowd's anger coalesced quickly. It did not matter where the first speakers came from, only that their grievances resonated. Zhu Zun's attempt to intimidate only made things worse. He drew his sword and roared, "If you say another word, do you believe I'll take all of you to the sky prison, execute you one by one?" His threat was a detonator. The people answered with a roar. "Wu City is not the Zhu family's world. You can't do whatever you want. If he dares to make a move, we will fight him." The martial artists surged forward as one, anger ignited by decades of being pushed down. Zhu Zun realized the mood had shifted. Alone, the Zhu family could terrorize individuals. Facing a united crowd, their power faltered. 5 peak heavenly-level experts stepped forward beside Zhu Zun, releasing a crushing aura, trying to restore dominance. For a moment, the streets swayed under their pressure. "Zhu Zun, enough! The Alchemy Pavilion destroyed the evil Liu Pavilion to give back to the martial artists of Wu City. Everyone can see this. This city is not a place for any force to do as they please." The voice cut through the tension, cold and heavy. An old man in a black robe stepped from the crowd, an embroidered blood-colored eagle blazing on his chest. Thin, with eagle-claw hands and a battle knife at his waist, his eyes were deep and sunken, his aura thunderous. Even the 5 peak heavenly-level experts seemed to shrink. "It's Blood Eagle Mad Blade Zhao Tianleng?" A gasp ran through the crowd. Zhao Tianleng's reputation preceded him, peak earth level, a blade master whose methods were cruel and decisive. He had once raised a family that dared besiege him. His name alone warped the calculations of the 4 major powers. If you could not kill him immediately, provoking him risked everything. Zhu Zun's face darkened. Seeing Zhao and the many martial artists gathered, and then sweeping his gaze toward Qin Chen, he realized the danger. Rather than escalate and lose more face, he chose withdrawal. "We're leaving." With a curt wave, Zhu Zun led his group away in disgrace. At the entrance of the Alchemy Pavilion, Xiong inhaled sharply. He had not expected a single sentence from Qin Chen to turn the tide so decisively. Qin Chen had been in Wu City less than a day. His ability to sway the masses was astounding. Qin Chen cupped his hands to the crowd, smiling faintly. "Thank you all for your righteous words. Tomorrow our Alchemy Pavilion will continue to welcome business. Of course, the promise I made earlier will be fulfilled. Tomorrow, not only will there be Breaking Xuan Pill and Heart Condensing Pill, but there will also be Chang Xuan Pill and Strength Condensing Pill for sale." He nodded once to Zhao Tianleng, acknowledging the man whose presence had forced the Zhu family's retreat. From Xiong, he learned more of Zhao's background. Earth-level martial artists like Zhao would not involve themselves without interest. Zhao Tianleng ignored the departing Zhu family and walked directly in front of Qin Chen, eyes cold, asking, "You just said you could refine the 4th-grade true power pill." Qin Chen thought. As expected, Earth-level martial artists wouldn't help without benefits. Although his spiritual power had just reached the peak of the 3rd level, relying on the 10,000 gods formula, powerful soul power and past experience, refining the 4th-grade true power pill was completely within his grasp. "The Blood Shadow Mad Blade, Zhao Tianleng, before me is a mystic-level martial artist. Naturally, he has no demand for mystic pills like the Xuan Dan and Ningli Dan. What he seeks must be only the 4th-grade pills." "That's right, I can refine the 4th-grade Zhenli Dan," Qin Chen said without hesitation. "However, I see that you have come here. It shouldn't be just for the Zhenli Dan, right?" "What do you mean?" Zhao Tianleng's gaze sharpened, and a fierce killing intent erupted from his eyes, powerfully suppressing Qin Chen. This killing intent was terrifying, as if countless blades were spinning around Qin Chen, ready to strike at any moment. Qin Chen smiled faintly, his expression calm. Under this aura's suppression, he felt nothing. What a joke. He was someone who could slay even the mystic-level elder of the Ghost Immortal sect. So naturally, he wouldn't be intimidated by the aura of the Blood Shadow Mad Blade. Interesting. Seeing Qin Chen remain unperturbed under his gaze, Zhao Tianleng couldn't help but feel secretly astonished. He retracted his aura and said solemnly, "What I want to refine is indeed not the Zhen Li Dan. I heard earlier that you at the first Alchemy Pavilion can refine any pill that the other party wants. So, can you refine the 4th grade Qing Xin Dan?" Chen thought to himself, as expected. From the beginning, he had keenly sensed that Zhao Tianleng's aura was somewhat off. It was clear that he had gone astray during his cultivation, causing his aura to become chaotic and his meridians to be damaged. Fortunately, the influence of his deviation was not very severe, so it didn't show any particularly abnormal symptoms yet. However, if left unchecked, as the heart demon invaded, the injuries on him would worsen, eventually leading to the scattering of his consciousness and his body exploding. The 4th grade Qing Xin Dan is a type of pill that can dispel heart demons and purify consciousness. It was evident that Zhao Tianleng wanted to use the 4th grade Qing Xin Dan to eliminate his heart demons. "I can indeed refine the Qing Xin Dan," Chen replied. Hearing this, a flash of joy appeared on Zhao Tianleng's face. "Are you serious? Is there a need for me to lie to you? However, while I can refine the Qing Xin Dan, its materials are hard to find," Chen said calmly. "To refine the 4th grade Qing Xin Dan, the most crucial material is the 4th stage Qing Xin flower, a rare spiritual herb that grows in special environments. If this Blood Eagle Mad Blade did not have the Qing Xin flower, Chen would have no way to help. If he did bring out the Qing Xin flower, though, he wouldn't mind refining a batch for him." Without saying a word, the Blood Eagle Mad Blade directly took out a jade box and a pile of materials, placing them before Chen. "This is a 4th stage Qing Xin flower, along with the other auxiliary herbs for refining the Qing Xin Dan. I will come to collect the pills tomorrow." Chen opened the jade box and found that there was indeed a Qing Xin flower inside. He immediately nodded and said, "No problem. However, the success rate of the Qing Xin Dan is relatively low. I can only give you at most 2 tomorrow. Moreover, the refining cost for a 4th grade pill is 300,000 silver coins, plus 1 type of 4th stage material." "No problem." The Blood Eagle Mad Blade quickly took out 2 more jade boxes and a stack of silver notes. "Here are 600,000 silver coins, along with 2 types of 4th stage materials." However, as Chen collected the items, the Blood Eagle Mad Blade coldly stared at him. "If you cannot refine the Qing Xin Dan, say it early. I will turn around and leave immediately. However, if you take my items and cannot produce the pills tomorrow, you should know the consequences." "I will come to collect the pills early tomorrow." Receiving the materials, Chen said indifferently. "Good." Hearing Chen's words, the Blood Eagle Mad Blade shot him a cold glance, handed over the items, and turned to leave without a word, clearly not worried that Chen would run away with his things. Chen stored the items away, secretly sighing. This martial city truly had an abundance of treasures. He had suddenly acquired several Qing Xin Dans, 2 types of 4th stage materials, and 600,000 silver coins. Although the success rate for the Qing Xin Dan was low, with his strength, he could at least produce 6 to 9 pills in one batch, meaning he could earn at least 4 Qing Xin Dans. Furthermore, in addition to dispelling heart demons, the 4th grade Qing Xin Dan could also enhance a martial artist's clarity of thought, making their cultivation much easier, thereby benefiting him greatly. However, Chen understood that he still needed to be cautious. Since he could attract the Blood Eagle Mad Blade, he would undoubtedly attract other mystic-level martial artists as well. If it were a martial artist at the early stage of mystic level, Chen wouldn't be afraid. However, if a martial artist at the mid-stage of mystic level were to come, it would be troublesome. Moreover, in a place like Martial City, there might even be late-stage mystic-level martial artists. If a late-stage mystic-level martial artist decided to take action against him, running away would be his only option. After the Blood Eagle Mad Blade left, Chen closed the door to the first Alchemy Pavilion and began organizing the gains from today. In just over an hour, he had gained over 3 million silver coins, along with more than 30 types of 4th stage materials and nearly 20 types of 3rd stage materials, all of which were extremely rare. On the side, Su Jia and the others were completely dumbfounded. How many years would it take for their Zhu family to earn so many treasures? Yet, in just 1 hour, young Master Chen had achieved it. However, they also understood that young Master Chen had paid a price of over 40 third-grade pills, something that ordinary forces could not afford. Su Xiong and the others were astonished, and Chen was quite excited as well. Among all these materials, a few were exactly the auxiliary herbs needed for refining the Xin Lion Dan. He was just 1 or 2 ingredients short of gathering all the necessary materials for it. The only regret he had was that among these materials, there was not a single divine material capable of dispelling the 100 Ghosts' curse on him. "Here are some pills." You can take them for cultivation. After tidying up the materials, Chen took out some jade bottles and handed them to Xiong. What is this? Xiong, puzzled, opened the jade bottle and was immediately stunned. Inside the jade bottle were precisely the Po Xuan Dan and Ning Xin Dan sold today. Xiong knew very well how precious these pills were. Any single one was worth a sky-high price. Hastily waving his hands, young Master Chen, no, this is just too precious. I told you to take it, just take it. Your current strength is too weak. It's best to raise your cultivation level as much as possible. Also, take some of the original pills from Liu Pavilion and send them to the Storm Adventure team. Chen understood very well that he would not be long in Martial City. Since he had stirred up such a commotion, if Xiong and the others did not have enough strength, they could very well be held accountable once he left. Naturally, he wouldn't do such a thing. These pills were incredibly precious to Xiong and the others, but to Chen, they were nothing. As for the pills from Liu Cheng of Liu Pavilion to Chen, they were simply trash. At this time, as the crowd dispersed, the events that occurred in the first Alchemy Pavilion swept through like a gust of wind, instantly spreading throughout Martial City. In no time, nearly everyone knew that at the site of the original Liu Pavilion, there was a force called the First Alchemy Pavilion, which had third-grade pills for sale and could even refine fourth-grade pills. This news instantly triggered a huge sensation in Martial City. Chapter translation: Fourth-grade medicinal pills. This is the first occurrence in the history of Wu City. Even at the Tianxing Chamber of Commerce's auction, they are rarely seen for years. How can it not shock people? After all, the head of the Alchemy Pavilion of the Great Qi Kingdom, one of the 5 powerful countries in the northwest, Xiong, is only at the peak of the 3rd grade and cannot refine 4th-grade medicinal pills, which shows how rare 4th-grade medicinal pills are in the 5 countries of the northwest. This is also spreading in a small range within Wu City. Once it spreads throughout the 5 countries in the northwest, it is likely to drive the entire region crazy. Chen also knew that exposing 4th-grade medicinal pills would entail enormous risks, but to eliminate the 100 Ghost Curse, he had no other choice. The longer he delayed, the greater the damage to his body would be, and the more energy he would need to expend for recovery in the future. Therefore, he could not afford to care about so much anymore. To prevent any accidents, after shutting down the first Alchemy Pavilion, Chen did not immediately refine the medicinal pills, but rearranged the formation within the first Alchemy Pavilion. The original formation of the first Alchemy Pavilion was set up by the Zhu Family, with the main formation at the peak of the 3rd grade, still a bit away from the 4th grade. Chen quickly swapped the foundation of the main formation and expanded the original formation, completely turning it into a 4th-grade formation. A glint of fierce light flashed in Chen's eyes as he secretly thought. With this, it should be enough. A 4th-grade formation would be difficult for even a Xuan-level martial artist to escape death. After completing the formation, Chen then entered the refining room of Liu Cheng to refine the large quantity of medicinal pills needed for tomorrow. At this moment, the events occurring at the first Alchemy Pavilion rapidly spread among the 4 major forces. Tianxing Chamber of Commerce headquarters. Oh, a 4th-grade alchemist has come to our Wu City? The speaker was an old man in a golden robe, his face covered in wrinkles and looking extremely old, yet his eyes sparkled with fierce light, instilling a strong sense of awe. Yes, this person sold 3rd-grade Po Xuan pills and Ning Xin pills today, and he stated that he would also sell Chang Xuan pills and Ning Li pills tomorrow. Zhao Tianling from Blood Eagle Crazy Blade even commissioned him to customize a 4th-grade Qing Xin pill, and he accepted it. A middle-aged man knelt below, his attitude respectful, head bowed. Hee, that's interesting. Such a young person is a 4th-grade alchemist. It truly is strange. Moreover, I have never heard of such a master in the 5 countries of the Northwest. Interesting. The old man smiled, and a wise look flashed in his eyes. President Duan, should I send someone to make contact with him? I heard that the Zhu family has already sent people to find him today, but they were driven out of the first Alchemy Pavilion by the enraged martial artists of Wu City. No need. The old man waved his hand, a hint of sarcasm on his face. That bunch of idiots from the Zhu family think that no one knows about the matter between them and Liu Cheng. They even dared to cause a scene. However, that young man was able to use the martial artists of Wu City to force the Zhu family away. That is indeed interesting. The old man's gaze was deep. This was the 2nd time he had said it was interesting today. Well then, you go visit Master Xiong, have him come to the Chamber of Commerce headquarters early tomorrow morning, and then you send someone to the first Alchemy Pavilion to buy a medicinal pill as fast as possible and send it to Master Xiong for identification. We won't need to do anything else, understand? Yes, I understand. The middle-aged man nodded and immediately retreated. After the other party left, the old man looked up, his eyes shining with brilliance, muttering to himself. A fourth-grade alchemist is extremely hard to find in our 5 countries of the Northwest. What exactly is this kid's background? Interesting, interesting. Not only the Qianxue Chamber of Commerce, but also the Zhu family and the Martial Cultivation Mansion learned of the news and were shaken. The most furious was the Zhu family. How audacious! Did that kid really say that today? In the Zhu family hall, a group of strong individuals sat around, their expressions filled with rage. Zhu Zun knelt below, his head bowed. Replying to the family head, "Every word of mine is true. That kid didn't put our Zhu family in his eyes at all." Zhu Hongjun, the second master of the Zhu family, darkly said, "Elder brother, everyone knows that Liu Cheng is one of our Zhu family's people. That kid dared to directly destroy Liu Pavilion and even slander our Zhu family. He clearly does not regard our Zhu family with any respect. If we don't teach them a lesson, how can our Zhu family stand in Wu City in the future? Where do we put our face?" The head of the Zhu family, named Zhu Hongjai, was a tall man with a red mole on his left eyebrow and a sharp gaze. He waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "Don't act rashly for now." Zhu Hongjun immediately grew anxious. "Elder brother," Zhu Hongjai said solemnly, "this person could easily kill Liu Cheng and the 3 masters of Liu Pavilion. His background must be extraordinary. The key is that he can produce such a large number of 3rd-grade medicinal pills. I suspect he has other powerful support behind him." "Elder brother, do you mean?" Zhu Hongjai sneered. "With such a young age, if he has excellent talent and extraordinary cultivation, I would believe it. But to say he is a 3rd-grade alchemist, how could that be possible? If it were that easy to become an alchemist, wouldn't everyone in the world be an alchemist? There must be a powerful alchemist behind him, and since he has not appeared yet, we don't know what their goal is. We absolutely cannot act rashly." "But elder brother, the guards of Liu Pavilion have already said that besides the Su family and that kid, no one else entered Liu Pavilion to make a move. Are we really going to let them go?" Zhu Hongjai coldly smiled. "Of course we can't let them go. Although our Zhu family cannot act rashly for now, it's still easy to find someone to test them. Call Wu Liongyue over." "Yes." Soon, a man walked in from outside the hall. He was dressed in a black robe, his appearance hidden beneath the cloak, resembling a ghostly figure. "Family head, you called for me?" Wu Liongyue entered the hall and respectfully bowed to Zhu Hongjai. He was not a member of the Zhu family, but an elder guest secretly supported by them, with cultivation at the peak of the early Xuan level. Many times when the Zhu family had matters they could not handle publicly, it was he who resolved them. Zhu Hongjai said, "Elder Wu, you should have heard about the events at Liu Pavilion. Tonight I need you to secretly investigate Liu Pavilion and find out who is behind the scenes, opposing our Zhu family. Rest assured, family head, I will not fail in my mission." With a cupped fist, Wu Liongyue's mouth curved into a cold smile. Night fell. After a day of turmoil, Wu City gradually returned to tranquility. Outside Liu Pavilion, several figures quietly approached. "Elder Wu, this is Liu Pavilion." Zhu Zun and others led Wu Liongyue to the outside of Liu Pavilion, speaking cautiously. "Rest assured, you wait here. This elder will be back shortly." With a cold smile, Wu Liongyue's figure flickered and quietly blended into the darkness, then transformed into a stream of light, swiftly entering Liu Pavilion and vanishing from sight. As Wu Liongyue's figure vanished into the darkness, like a shadow that disappeared without a trace, Zhu Zun and the others displayed expressions of astonishment. The shadow arts of Elder Wu are becoming increasingly terrifying. Heh, need I say more? I've heard that before Elder Wu came to Martial City, he was the leader of an assassin organization in the Great Zhao Kingdom. However, after offending the Zhao royal family, the organization was exposed and their base was destroyed, forcing him to flee to Martial City. With Elder Wu making a move, that kid is definitely dead this time. Elder Wu's assassination skills are highly admired even by the clan head. Hehe, let's wait for the good news. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of Zhu Zun's mouth. In the alchemy room, Chen closed the furnace, and with a bang the lid opened, releasing over 10 pills that soared into the sky and fell into Chen's hands. Phew! Releasing a long breath, Chen stored the pills in a jade bottle. This was already the 5th batch of pills, and his true energy had been consumed quite a bit. He needed to recover first. Sitting cross-legged, Chen operated the 9-star Divine Emperor technique to restore his true energy. In the dim corner of the Liu Pavilion, a shadow lurked like a ghost, swiftly moving within the darkness. This shadow seemed to merge with the night. Several martial artists from the Su family patrolled within the Liu Pavilion, completely oblivious to the shadow nearby, as if it were just air. Humph, let's first find out what that kid is doing, then deal with these lackeys. Wu Liongyue had no interest in attacking these martial artists from the Su family. He could easily kill them in an instant, but doing so might expose his objective, which would be counterproductive. Let you live a bit longer. Blending into the darkness, Wu Lingyu searched toward the inner cabinet. Before long, he arrived outside the alchemy room. Peering through the window, Chen was sitting cross-legged in meditation. In the entire Liu Pavilion, aside from the Zhu family members, it seemed that this kid was the only one present. There was no sign of the expert mentioned by the clan head. Hiding in the corner, Wu Lingyu thought to himself, "Since that's the case, I'll take this kid back and let the clan head interrogate him. The truth will surely come to light." His figure swayed, and Wu Lingyu reached the edge of a window. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, causing the window to rattle as if shaking from the breeze. A shadow had silently entered the alchemy room, hiding under the shadow of the window. Chen, who was meditating, opened his eyes and murmured, "Why is there such a strong wind here? Strange." He stood up and walked to the window, intending to close it. Swish. At that moment, Wu Lingyu sprang out from the shadows, raising his hand as 3 black tentacles formed from true energy burst forth, wrapping around Chen from awkward angles. Taking a slow step back, Chen turned with a cold smile. He had no idea when the mysterious rusted sword was already drawn in his hand. "Been waiting for you, slash!" A sword was swung, and brilliant sword light emerged, instantly spreading an aura powerful enough to cut through everything within the alchemy room. The tentacles dissolved under that single resplendent strike. Wu Lingyu's face went pale. He had used shadow arts to approach undetected, but Chen's formation and soul sense, refined from rearranging the Liu Pavilion and his mastery of formations, had perceived the intrusion as surely as sight. He was found. Wu Lingyu cursed inwardly and unleashed the Zhu family secret. He slammed a Qianxue iron disc forward. Black true energy coalesced into a vast bloodline shadow snake that roared into being, its blood-red eyes fixed on Chen as the 2 attacks converged. "So it's you," Chen said coldly, and without elaborate parries he stamped his foot. Boom! White formation lights flared, the trapping formation of the Liu Pavilion activating in an instant and cleaving the air between them. Chen's formation sense flared, identifying the intruder's soul and the bloodline condensation within the black snake. Where Wu Lingyu relied on stealth and layered defenses, Chen relied on the formation he had arranged and superior soul perception to pick the vital point. The Qianxue iron disc struck the outer ring of light and shattered under an invisible force. At the same time, Chen channeled a concentrated psychic blow that shattered Wu Lingyu's protective rune barrier and disrupted the shadow snake's cohesion. With the Zhu artifact broken and the bloodline power splintering, Wu Lingyu's advantage collapsed in an instant. "No!" Wu Lingyu screamed as his body convulsed under the mental assault, blood sprayed from his mouth. Before he could recover, Chen's sword flashed twice, first to finish the mental break, then to cleave the body. The metal disc and the serpent bloodline were crushed and absorbed into the formation's suppression. The final sword cut sent Wu Lingyu's head flying from his shoulders, blood splattering 3 meters away. Swish! The large formation retracted, and the open ground immediately returned to calm. In the silent night, it seemed as though nothing had happened, only a headless corpse remained, telling the tale of the previous brutality. "Qianxue, what happened? What's going on?" The entire process sounded long, but it actually occurred in an instant. By the time Xiong and the others arrived, the battle had already ended. They saw Chen in a blue outfit standing calmly in the open area, seemingly unconcerned. "It's nothing. Someone intruded into my alchemy room just now, but I've already killed him," Chen said in a calm tone. Only then did everyone notice Wu Lingyu's corpse on the ground and the head rolling in the corner. On that head, Wu Lingyu's eyes were wide with shock and anger, seemingly unable to believe that he had died here. "Isn't this Wu Lingyu?" Xiong and the others were shocked and their eyes bulged. Wu Lingyu was at least a pinnacle-level practitioner in the early Qianxue realm, known throughout Wu City, and had a cultivation level almost not below that of Zhu Yingquang Dao. Could it be that Qianxue killed him just like that? Everyone felt dizzy, unable to believe it. "Clean up here, then hang this person's head outside." Without inquiring about Xiong's background, Chen knew who had sent the person just by thinking. Yes, trembling, Xiong and the others retreated, and Chen returned to the alchemy room to begin refining the pills to sell tomorrow. Outside the alchemy pavilion, Zhu Zun and the others heard the commotion inside quiet down and sneered. "It seems Elder Wu succeeded. Manager Zhu, should we go in now?" "Wait a moment." Zhu Zun pressed his right hand. "We're waiting for Elder Wu's news." At that moment, the door of the alchemy pavilion creaked open, and everyone frowned, quickly hiding in the corner. They heard several footsteps, which seemed to pause at the entrance for a moment before the door closed and returned to the alchemy pavilion. "What's going on? Did Elder Wu fail?" Frowning, Zhu Zun and the others peeked their heads out. In the next moment their eyes bulged, and they fell to the ground, their faces suddenly turning ashen. After dealing with Wu Lingyu, Chen didn't dwell on it but went into seclusion to refine pills once again. At this stage, having an additional third-grade pill was equivalent to having an extra fourth-grade spiritual herb, which was an incredibly lucrative deal for Chen. Due to the lack of alchemists, Wu City, located at the border of 5 nations, was bustling with people and merchants coming and going in droves. Being close to the Qianxue mountain range, it had vast lands and abundant resources, meaning that many powerful warriors held a significant number of spiritual herbs but had no means to sell them. This represented a tremendous business opportunity for Chen. It was also the reason behind his efforts to come to Wu City. The next day, when Xiong opened the doors to the Alchemy Pavilion, he found the area outside packed with people. From a distance, the densely packed crowd resembled a sea of people, stretching as far as the eye could see, which startled Xiong greatly. In all his years running Wu City, he had never encountered such a grand scene. Even the large auction held by the Tianxing Merchant Association every 3 years paled in comparison. Su Yanyan and the others behind Xiong were also bewildered, unable to count how many people were jostling together in front of them. With parched mouths and sweaty palms, Xiong stepped outside. Seeing Xiong and the others emerge, the crowd at the Alchemy Pavilion immediately parted, creating a clearing. Despite the large number of people, the crowd was surprisingly orderly, without a hint of chaos. Many people's gazes frequently darted to the head of Wu Lingyu at the entrance of the Alchemy Pavilion. Wu Lingyu's cultivation level had reached the peak of the early Qianxue level, making him a well-known figure in Wu City, so many recognized him. Although the crowd didn't know why Wu Lingyu's head was hanging there, none of them were fools. Even without thinking hard, it was obvious that he must have coveted the pills from the Alchemy Pavilion and attempted a nighttime ambush, only to end up dead. With Wu Lingyu dead here, the crowd suddenly awakened to the fact that the Alchemy Pavilion's strength was far from the weak front it appeared to be. Some desperate individuals had even resolved that if the Alchemy Pavilion could indeed offer the Qianxue Dan and Ningli Dan today, they might dare to break in tonight and do something. However, at this moment, everyone felt a cold chill in their hearts, breaking out in a cold sweat, secretly grateful that they had held back last night out of caution. Otherwise, it might have been their heads hanging there. After Xiong and the others emerged, they quickly set up a high platform at the entrance of the Alchemy Pavilion. Just as the platform was completed, Chen walked out of the Alchemy Pavilion. Are there really Qianxue Dan and Ningli Dan today? How would I know? I hope so, I'm so nervous. Master Chen is out, everyone be quiet. Don't speak, Master Chen has arrived. Before Xiong could say anything, someone had already reminded the surrounding noisy crowd, and even Chen's name had been learned. Chen was taken aback by the number of people on the street, but he felt more excitement than fear. Seeing the anticipation on most of their faces, he immediately realized he was about to make a fortune today. Moreover, Chen's soul power detected more than one Qianxue-level expert among the crowd, all of whom stood there, waiting earnestly. With so many Qianxue-level warriors present, Chen had little concern. He believed that after yesterday's events and the sight of Wu Lingyu's head, these Qianxue-level warriors wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Is the Qianxue Dan ready? Standing at the front of the crowd, Zhu Yingquangdao stepped forward anxiously as soon as Chen appeared. His tone, while still cold, lacked the dominance and aggressiveness from yesterday, replaced instead with a hint of anxiety. Seeing Wu Lingyu's head had made it clear to him that the Alchemy Pavilion had no fear of a peak early Qianxue-level warrior like him. Here it is, check it out. Chen casually tossed out a jade vial. Zhu Yingquangdao quickly caught the vial, opening the cork in haste and pouring its contents into his hand. 2 perfectly round pills instantly appeared in his hand, radiating a light green hue with 2 clear pill patterns visible, exuding a soothing fragrance. Upon smelling the fragrance, the surrounding warriors felt their minds clear, their pores relax, and they were invigorated. It really is a 4th-grade Qianxue Dan. My heavens, could this young man really be a 4th-grade alchemist? That's terrifying. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their faces displaying shock and exhilaration. Seeing the pills in his hand, Zhu Yingquangdao was immediately filled with immense excitement. It truly is a 4th-grade Qianxue Dan, thank you very much. As he spoke, Zhu Yingquangdao hastily stored the pills away, and in an instant he vanished into the crowd, leaving behind an envious silhouette. After Zhu Yingquangdao left, Chen clasped his fists and said, Friends of Wu City, today at the Alchemy Pavilion, we have 23rd grade Tru Chi Dan, 23rd grade Po Xuan Dan, 23rd grade Ning Xin Dan, 23rd grade Chang Xuan Dan, and 23rd grade Ning Li Dan available for sale. totaling 100 pills. Every pill is a top-grade pill with pill patterns, and I hope everyone enjoys selecting them. The purchasing standard is the same as yesterday. Bring a high-grade material to gain a qualification for selection. Additionally, our Alchemy Pavilion also undertakes custom pill projects. For any pill, as long as you provide suitable high-grade materials and the necessary spiritual herbs for refining, our Alchemy Pavilion can accommodate it. Of course, as everyone knows, refining pills requires a significant expenditure of energy, so I have limited capacity for custom pill projects. I hope everyone understands. As soon as Chen's voice fell, the scene erupted in excitement. Especially for the Qianxue Dan and Ningli Dan, for Tian-level warriors, these were akin to drugs. For the vast majority of warriors present, they would risk their lives to obtain them. Not to mention, the fact that he could custom-make fourth-grade pills was astonishing. Any alchemist making such a claim would normally be scoffed at. However, everyone had just witnessed Zhu Yingquang Dao take away the custom Qianxue Dan, and in terms of capability, no one doubted Chen anymore. The crowd surged forward with offers and shouts. Chen kept control with a few firm words, then accepted the best materials presented. Within a short time, the initial batch was all exchanged. The exact mechanics and silver counts mattered little compared to the outcome. Top-tier fourth-grade materials flowed into the pavilion, and Chen kept refining and exchanging as fast as his energy allowed. By evening, many more pills had been produced and exchanged, and the pavilion's coffers and stores of rare herbs swelled. Chen grew exhausted and dizzy from the strain and stopped to rest, leaving registration and the remainder to Xiong. After this day, the reputation of the first Alchemy Pavilion was fully established in Wu City. The entire Wu City knew there was a shop selling third-grade pills, and its owner was even a fourth-grade alchemist. In just one day, the first Alchemy Pavilion had become known by everyone. Those who did not manage to exchange for pills realized that staying outside the first Alchemy Pavilion made no sense, and they all sought ways to find the best materials because they knew that after today, the appetite of the first Alchemy Pavilion would only grow larger, and ordinary fourth-grade materials might not even catch their interest. Although Chen's selling method was not an auction, it was actually not much worse. To buy pills from the first Alchemy Pavilion, it was not enough to just present good materials. One had to provide materials that were better than what others offered. Watching the gradually dispersing crowd, Xiong finally let out a sigh of relief. In just one day, the members of the Zhu family were exhausted. But word traveled fast. By evening, powerful figures from across Wu City, many at mystic level, had gathered at the gate, unable to accept being turned away. "May I ask if Master Chen is available now?" they asked, teeth clenched but restrained. Most of those wishing to customize fourth-grade pills were martial artists at the mystic level, for whom Qianxue Dan and Ningli Dan were indispensable. Xiong, who in the past wouldn't have dared breathe in their presence, now received them with composure. "Master Chen is too tired today and has already taken a rest. Everyone just needs to write down the pills you wish to customize and the materials you have, and register. When Master Chen finishes resting, he will decide whether to proceed with the customizations. Please come back tomorrow morning for the results." These powerful individuals were extremely frustrated, but they did not dare to show any displeasure, and they all began to register. After half a day's efforts, they understood that although they were old forces in Wu City, the first Alchemy Pavilion was extraordinary and could completely ignore them. 372. The first Alchemy Pavilion was filled with joy, but the Zhu family in Wu City was in a state of gloom. This damn guy actually managed to refine the third-grade Qianxue Dan and Ningli Dan. He really made a fortune this time. Zhu Hongzhen's face turned red with anger, trembling all over. "It seems this child has quite an extraordinary background, and I heard he even refined a fourth-grade Qianxue Dan for Blood Eagle Mad Blade. Who would have thought?" Zhu Hongzhai, the head of the Zhu family, wore a serious expression. "Big brother, what should we do now? Shouldn't we just confront him directly, no matter what his background is?" Zhu Hongzhen gritted his teeth. "That's not appropriate." Zhu Hongzhai shook his head. "Are we just going to let this go? With Liu Ji destroyed and Wu Lingyu killed, how had the Zhu family ever suffered such losses?" "Second brother, don't rush," Zhu Hongzhai sneered. "Even if we want to let it go, the other major forces will likely not let it slide." "What do you mean, big brother?" Zhu Hongzhai scoffed. "Second brother, think about it. How many high-grade materials and silver coins did that kid gather today? The high-grade materials trade has a huge share monopolized by the Tianxing Chamber of Commerce. Now, this kid has snatched away most of their business. What do you think Tianxing Chamber of Commerce will do? You mean to let them fight among themselves?" Zhu Hongzhen's eyes lit up. Zhu Hongzhai coldly smiled. The Qianxue Chamber of Commerce is just one of them. This kid has stirred up such a big commotion. Although it has benefited many martial artists in Wu City, he has offended not only our Zhu family and the Qianxue Chamber of Commerce. Many families and forces in Wu City have had their business taken away by this kid. They can't be happy about it. Just wait and see, it won't be long before this kid runs into trouble. Hee, big brother is truly wise. Zhu Hongjun grinned coldly. At this moment, within the Qianxue Chamber of Commerce, the atmosphere was extremely tense, as a group of formidable individuals sat together, led by the old man who had previously found Chen very interesting. President, if this continues, the first alchemy pavilion will probably acquire all the high-grade materials in Wu City. If this goes on, how will our Qianxue Chamber of Commerce conduct business in the future? Yes, President, we need to think of a solution. One by one, the senior members of the chamber looked anxious and spoke urgently to the old man. Everyone, please calm down. The old man waved his hand, his expression calm. The people below were on the verge of tears. How could the president remain so composed at such a critical time? Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the middle-aged steward of the Qianxue Chamber of Commerce knocked and entered. What did Master Xiong say? The old man's eyes opened wide, shooting out two sharp beams of light. President, Master Xiong said that the pills we obtained today were refined in no more than 1 day. They are indeed freshly made. The middle-aged steward reported respectfully. So it really was that young man or someone behind him who refined them? The old man's gaze deepened, and he smiled. This is indeed interesting. Below, the high-ranking members of the Qianxue Chamber of Commerce looked speechless at the old man. Is the president going mad? Our Qianxue Chamber of Commerce is about to be robbed, and he still finds it interesting. At the first alchemy pavilion, after resting for a full hour, Chen finally recovered his mental strength. Young master, these are the pills that the major powerful figures in Wu City need to customize. Xiong walked over and took out a registration form. Wait a moment, I will look at it later. Just put it here and don't let anyone disturb me. Yes, Xiong respectfully exited. Chen organized the materials in his storage ring and looked at the hundreds of high-grade materials inside, his face showing ecstatic joy. After 2 days of purchasing, he had finally gathered all the main materials for the 4th-grade Xinlian Dan, along with several unexpected gains. First, I'll refine the Tianhun Dan. Without hesitation, Chen immediately began to refine the pills. The Tianhun Dan was one of the simpler 4th-grade pills. Although Chen's mental strength was only at the peak of the 3rd level, with his previous life's rich experience, refining the Tianhun Dan posed no difficulty at all. As the array fire ignited, intense heat spread throughout the alchemy room, and various materials were thrown into the Dan furnace. One after another furnaces of Tianhun Dan were produced, and Chen swallowed them in quick succession. The Tianhun Dan's cold mental strength tore through the air and rushed into his Sea of Souls, where Chen activated the Wanshan to draw and refine it. Under Xinlian and Wanshan, the cold mental strength was absorbed and condensed, each pill strengthening his Sea of Souls, each refinement refining his control. The process was rapid and furious, a condensed montage of effort and artistry until a final surge of pills sent his soul power over the edge. Mental strength coalesced, formed into a transparent sword-shaped condensation above the Sea of Souls, and his spirit power leapt past the 4th tier. My mental strength has finally surpassed the 4th level. Slowly exhaling a breath of murky air, Chen's mouth curled into a smile. His entire aura had changed drastically. Spirit power, although closely related to cultivation, is actually dependent not on cultivation level, but on the strength of the body and soul. It is a medium between physical and spiritual strength. Chen's indestructible holy body and the 9 stars divine emperor technique had pushed his physical foundation far beyond ordinary mid-earth level warriors, allowing his spirit power to exceed his cultivation without hindrance. Under normal circumstances, an alchemist's spirit power is limited by cultivation. A mid-earth level warrior could rarely reach the 4th tier. But Chen had forcefully broken this constraint, and with spirit power at the 4th tier, he finally had the confidence to refine the Heart Lotus pill. The Heart Lotus pill is a high-difficulty 4th-rank pill. The entire refining process is complex, and each step requires extreme control. Previously, Chen had hesitated. Materials were scarce, and the 7-colored Heart Lotus was unique. Now, with his spirit power bolstered, he began the refining process. Half an hour later, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted through the entire refining room. The aroma was overwhelming. The true chi of those nearby trembled, and several apprentices paused in astonishment, suddenly feeling a faint pang of breakthrough. In the refining room, Chen sat cross-legged, adjusting his state, operating the 9 stars divine emperor technique. Time condensed into a single focused rhythm of breath and motion. When he finally swallowed the heart lotus pills, the effect came like a torrent. The medicinal power swept through his dantian, condensed within his meridians, and compressed his true qi. The fusion of pill power and his defiant techniques turned several hours into a whirlwind of transformation. The heart lotus pill after pill poured its essence into him, accelerating meridian transformation, raising true qi to a boiling point. At last, under the joint assault of medicinal force and his own cultivation methods, something in his body shattered and restructured. A terrifying aura erupted from within Chen. Pop! He had broken through to Laterth level. Not only that, the subsequent replenishment and the condensing of vast true qi pushed him farther still. By the time the medicinal frenzy subsided, he found himself standing at the peak of Laterth level. Chen was overjoyed and astonished. This result exceeded his expectations, yet it came at a tremendous cost. He had poured mountains of resources, true stones and precious pills, into this single night of refinement and breakthrough. The number of pills, the stacks of true stones, the length of refining marathons, all blurred into a single truth. The price of this advancement was enormous, the worth of the consumed treasures enough to bankrupt a royal family. He straightened, feeling the firm, overwhelming power in his limbs, the air in the refining room trembling slightly. Yet despite spirit power surpassing cultivation, despite the jump to peak Laterth level, one thing remained unresolved. The 100 Ghosts curse still lurked beneath his soul, its shadow not fully dispelled. The remedies strengthened him and the pills advanced his body, but the curse's root had not been utterly cleared. Counting what he had consumed, Chen couldn't help but laugh bitterly. In just half a night he had exhausted a fortune in true stones and pills, precious beyond reckoning. And though his cultivation had soared, the 100 Ghosts curse still lingered, unresolved, like a storm waiting on the horizon. This was just a breakthrough from the mid-level peak of the heaven level to the later stage of the heaven level. In this way, how many treasures would it take to break through from the later stage of the heaven level to the mystic level? If this were to get out, it would definitely shock everyone speechless, frightening them half to death. Chen could only smile bitterly. His cultivation of the 9 stars divine emperor technique and the indestructible holy body was indeed powerful, but the resources consumed were astonishingly high. However, thinking of his strength breaking through from the mid-level peak of the heaven level to the later stage peak of the heaven level, Chen felt quite satisfied. For Chen right now, no treasure was more important than his improved strength. After the breakthrough in cultivation, Chen did not rush to leave, but quickly began to use his true qi after the breakthrough to eliminate the 100 Ghosts curse in his mind. Buzz. The powerful true qi of the 9 stars divine emperor technique flowed rapidly within his body, coming into contact with that black cursed force. Indeed, after the breakthrough, the true qi that had originally lost its effect against the black cursed force became strong once again, starting to wear down the power above. However, when the wear reached a certain level, that black cursed force found a way to counter the true qi of the 9 stars divine emperor technique, restoring a balance between the two sides. It seemed that without breaking through to the mystic level, making the true qi break through to true power, no matter how much it was enhanced, it would be impossible to completely eliminate the power of the 100 Ghosts curse. Although this result had been anticipated for a long time, Chen couldn't help but feel disappointed. But it was not without effect. After breaking through to the later stage peak of the heaven level, the true qi's suppression of the 100 Ghosts curse had become stronger. Standing up, Chen picked up the customized list of alchemical pills. On it were densely packed materials and pills. After all, it was not easy for Wu City to have an alchemy master, and no one would waste this opportunity. Compared to those heaven-level martial artists, the mystic-level martial artists from Wu City were not much better. Or rather, the strongest in the entire Northwest 5 nations were not much better than the mystic-level martial artists from Wu City. Because in the Northwest 5 nations, 4th-grade alchemists were extremely rare, and not everyone could come into contact with them. With a glance, many of the pills on the list were not even cultivation pills. Chen understood this quite well. Just like the Blood Eagle Mad Blade, mystic-level martial artists at this level would inevitably face some problems. For them, improving their cultivation was important, but solving problems was equally important. Compared to heaven-level martial artists, the materials provided by mystic-level martial artists were even more precious. But now that the Heart Lotus pill had been successfully refined, Chen no longer felt the previous urgency. What Chen regretted was that among the materials provided by these mystic-level martial artists, none were sacred materials. It seemed that sacred materials were very scarce. Acquiring them was not something that could be achieved overnight. He selected some materials he needed and a few pills he might use in the future. As for those he did not need, he did not take them. Fourth-grade pills were extraordinary. Unlike third-grade pills, if too many circulated in the market, it would have extremely adverse effects. Moreover, if he could refine any fourth-grade pill, it would undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of the four major forces in Wu City, putting him in danger. Though he had broken through to the later stage peak of the heaven level, it was still very dangerous if the top experts from the four major forces in Wu City took action. Chen's acquisitions burned through a huge amount of resources, materials, coin, and time flowed away rapidly, but he persisted in refining and selling fourth-grade pills. The sales drew constant crowds. The Pavilion's fame soared as the city buzzed about the young alchemist who could produce fourth-grade pills. Still, despite countless exchanges of materials, no sacred items appeared. Chen decided to wait a few more days, specifically asking for sacred materials. If none surfaced, he'd leave Wu City to seek other methods. The heavy resource burn weighed on him, but the Pavilion's renown had clearly risen enough to draw the attention of major powers. That day, after the sales ended, an old man visited the Alchemy Pavilion. With gray-white long hair and dressed in a gray robe, although the man was not young, there was a remarkable vitality within him. After his mental power breakthrough to the fourth level, Chen's vision became sharper, and he immediately realized that this person was actually a strongman at the later stage of the heaven level, his cultivation level not less than that of Zhao Zhen, the head of the Zhou family from Lingnan in the great Qi nation. Beside him, Xiong revealed a look of shock upon seeing the old man, even his hands slightly trembling. Chen furrowed his brows. After Xiong had followed him for so long, he had seen many mystic-level martial artists and had long grown indifferent to many of them. This was the first time he had seen someone like this old man that caused such a reaction, indicating that the old man's identity was definitely not simple. Seeing that Chen did not speak, the old man laughed heartily and cupped his fist towards Chen, saying, "I am Unyielding from the Qianxue Chamber of Commerce." "Greetings, Master Chen." "Qianxue Chamber of Commerce?" Chen was taken aback. How could he not know that the Qianxue Chamber of Commerce was one of the four major forces in Wu City, and it had the reputation of being the most powerful among them? The largest auction house in Wu City, the Qianxue Auction House, belonged to the Qianxue Chamber of Commerce, and the annual large-scale auction held by the Qianxue Chamber of Commerce even attracted strongmen from various forces in the Northwest 5 nations. No wonder Xiong had such a reaction. It turned out to be someone from the Qianxue Chamber of Commerce, and this person's status in the chamber was definitely not low. No wonder Xiong was shocked. Just as he was thinking, Xiong's voice had already sounded in his ear, whispering, "Young Master Chen, this person is the president of the Qianxue Chamber of Commerce." Chen was even more astonished. The president of the Qianxue Chamber of Commerce. He immediately understood what this person represented in Wu City. One could say that among the people in Wu City, this person held the highest position, with only a few exceptions. "Master Chen has met President Duan. May I ask what brings President Duan to my Alchemy Pavilion?" Chen knew that his extensive acquisition of materials in Wu City would surely attract the four major forces, but he had not expected the first to come would be the president of the Qianxue Chamber of Commerce. Unyielding, seeing Chen being so direct, laughed heartily and didn't mind, saying, "I didn't expect Master Chen not only has astonishing cultivation and is a top genius in the great Qi nation, but your talent in alchemy is also so high. Even among the Northwest 5 nations, you stand out. The most powerful alchemist in our Qianxue Chamber of Commerce is only a third-grade alchemist. You, Master Chen, at such a young age, have already surpassed our Qianxue Chamber of Commerce. The great Qi nation is truly fortunate." As soon as Unyielding finished speaking, Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. This Ling Tian actually knows that he is from the great Qi nation. Chen was secretly shocked, and a hint of vigilance suddenly rose in his heart. However, after thinking carefully, he felt a sense of clarity. He had caused such a huge commotion in Wu City, and the top forces there would definitely investigate. Local families in Wu City, like the Zhu family and the Song family, might not have many connections, but the Qianxue Chamber of Commerce is one of the top chambers of commerce in the 5 Northwest nations. Their influence is almost spread throughout the entire 5 Northwest nations, so it wouldn't be surprising for them to uncover his origins. After all, having experienced the initial test of the 5 nations' grand competition, he could be considered a notable figure in the 5 Northwest nations, and in the great Qi nation, he was even more well-known. With a faint smile, Chen said, "President Duan is being too polite. I believe President Duan didn't come today just to chat with me, right? So what if he knows his identity? If the other party could find out about his background so quickly, they probably also knew clearly about the recent happenings in the capital of the great Qi nation. He didn't believe that the Qianxue Chamber of Commerce would dare to act against him. Chen's speculation was not wrong. Duan Tian not only found out about Chen's identity, but he also thoroughly understood the recent incident where the leader of the Ghost Immortal sect fell in the capital of the great Qi nation, which had already left him quite shocked. No matter how strong the Qianxue Chamber of Commerce is, it cannot be more terrifying than the Ghost Immortal sect. Now that even the leader of the Ghost Immortal sect had died in the capital of the great Qi nation, he naturally felt an immense sense of caution. Seeing that his probing seemed to have hit nothing but air, Duan Tian felt extremely uncomfortable, as if he had punched into thin air. He chuckled dryly and said, "Master Chen is joking. I came this time because I believe your alchemy skills are top-notch in Wu City. Refining third-grade pills so effortlessly, compared to our alchemy masters at the Qianxue Chamber of Commerce, you might even be slightly superior. Perhaps we can exchange some insights." Chen sneered in his heart. Slightly superior? Don't boast. He had done his homework on the alchemy market in Wu City. If the alchemists of the Qianxue Chamber of Commerce were only slightly inferior to him, how would he have the opportunity to engage in this business? The advanced materials he had previously exchanged could have easily been transported by the Qianxue Chamber of Commerce to any place in the 5 Northwest nations. There was no way for him to take that role. Without even thinking, the third-grade alchemist of the Qianxue Chamber of Commerce was absolutely far behind him. Even when compared to Xiong, they were not on the same level. Otherwise, why would they be affiliated with the Qianxue Chamber of Commerce? Such an alchemist, even if they could refine third-grade pills, would have a limited variety and low success rate. As for fourth-grade pills, no need to even think about it. Seeing Chen's silence and cold smile, Duan Tian knew that Chen probably did not regard the alchemists of his Qianxue Chamber of Commerce as anything special. In fact, this was true. The gap between the alchemists of the Qianxue Chamber of Commerce and Chen was not just a little. "Master Chen, with your alchemy level, not to mention in the 5 Northwest nations, even outside of them, it's extraordinarily remarkable. However, I heard that you will soon participate in the re-examination of the 5 Nations Grand Competition. You should know that the 5 Nations Grand Competition is a grand event among the talents of the Northwest, held once every 5 years. The ancient southern capital, which appears once every 5 years, holds incredible opportunities. The higher your cultivation level, the greater the opportunities you will receive in the ancient southern capital. Your future achievements will definitely be even greater." Duan Tian, having learned of Chen's identity, naturally also knew that he was going to participate in the re-examination of the 5 Nations Grand Competition. But now, there were only about 10 days left until the re-examination of the 5 Nations Grand Competition, and this Chen was still in Wu City purchasing medicinal materials. With his intelligence, Duan Tian immediately guessed that Chen should be buying materials to enhance his own strength. Chen smiled slightly. "President Duan, cultivating always takes time. There's no need to rush." Duan Tian shook his head. "I cannot agree with that, Master Chen. You should know that for martial artists, the benefits of breaking through early are significant. The younger you are, the higher your potential, and the greater your future achievements will be. If you delay too long, the momentum within you will diminish. This is why we often look at a genius's achievements in relation to their age." After a pause, Duan Tian continued, "I know Master Chen's cultivation level is exceptional, or else you wouldn't have achieved such results in the initial test of the 5 Nations Grand Competition. However, the re-examination of the 5 Nations Grand Competition is not just about selecting from those who passed the initial test. Geniuses from various great forces of the past in the 5 Northwest nations will also join the competition, seeking that sliver of opportunity. It can be said that the higher your strength before the re-examination, young hero Chen, the greater your chance of obtaining opportunities." "There is such a thing?" Chen was taken aback. He didn't know that past geniuses would participate in the re-examination of the 5 Nations Grand Competition, but upon further thought, it was not impossible. The ancient southern capital opened once every 5 years, which is a long time. During this period, not everyone has the opportunity to participate in the initial test of the 5 Nations Grand Competition. There will definitely be many who, for various reasons, cannot attend the initial test. But the talents of this group may not necessarily be weaker than those who participated in the initial test. Among them, there might even be some geniuses who participated in the last 5 Nations Grand Competition. 5 years ago, they were still young, and after 5 years, they are still under 25 and can participate in this grand competition. For example, Chen, who is only 16 this year, will be only 21 in 5 years and can directly participate in the next grand competition without having to take the initial test first. Tian believed he had caught a glimpse of Chen's thoughts and finally revealed a smile. Master Chen, there are so many geniuses in the 5 Northwest nations. No matter how high your talent is, how can it surpass all the geniuses in the Northwest? Just to mention one, the top genius of the last competition, Feng from the De Liang nation, was only 18 at the time and already a late-stage heaven-level expert. I heard that 2 years ago he had already stepped into the mystic-level realm. After all these years, I can't imagine how terrifying he has become. For Master Chen to claim the top spot is not an easy task. Feng? Chen murmured. A late-stage heaven-level expert at 18 is indeed frightening. After all, Feng only crossed into the late-stage heaven level at 20. Compared to Feng, Feng was clearly even more terrifying. Or someone like Qianxue from the Ling Tian sect, who also appeared to be only 18 or 19, but was already a late-stage heaven-level martial artist. In terms of talent, she was also incredibly formidable. Ling Tian smiled and said, "I believe Master Chen came here to enhance his strength. Only with increased strength can you gain a greater advantage in competition. I have come here as well, seeking to make a deal with Master Chen. If you can refine some pills for our Tianxing Chamber of Commerce, we will offer you a 4th-grade Zhu fruit as compensation and promise that as long as you are in Wu City, no one will dare to touch you." Zhu fruit? Chen was slightly taken aback. "That's right, I wonder what Master Chen thinks," Ling Tian said confidently. "The Zhu fruit is indeed a good item." Chen smiled. He did not expect that the Tianjing Merchant Association would present such a treasure. The Zhu fruit is an extremely terrifying type of 4th-grade spiritual medicine, containing amazing energy that can nourish the meridians of a martial artist and improve their cultivation. If Chen had not obtained the 7-color heart lotus earlier, he might have been tempted by this Zhu fruit. However, now that he has already acquired the 7-color heart lotus and broken through to the late heaven level, he is not very enthusiastic about the Zhu fruit. "Although it is a good item, I don't particularly need it right now." Just as a smile appeared on Ling Tian's face, Chen suddenly spoke again. Ling Tian was taken aback. "Master Chen, could it be that you don't want the Zhu fruit? With Master Chen's alchemy abilities, the Zhu fruit could definitely elevate your cultivation level by at least 1 rank. Improving my cultivation is best done step by step. Why aim too high?" Chen's words almost made Ling Tian spit blood. At this moment, he found it hard to understand. Chen's purpose for coming to Wu City should be to collect materials to enhance his own strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come here at this time. But now, he showed a complete lack of interest in the Zhu fruit. This is the Zhu fruit. At his current cultivation level, it should be the most necessary thing for him. How could he not be interested at all? Could he be fooling me? Suddenly, Ling Tian had such a thought, but upon careful consideration he found it impossible. From Chen's expressions and demeanor, it was clear that he was indeed uninterested in the Zhu fruit, and not just pretending. Seeing that Chen was truly disinterested in the Zhu fruit, Ling Tian's heart sank. His gaze turned anxious, but he still calmly said, "Master Chen, even if you don't need the Zhu fruit to run such a first alchemy pavilion in Wu City, you need a strong backing. Even if our Tianjing Merchant Association has no objections to you, the other 3 forces may not be so accommodating. You should know that the Zhu Family, Xiong Family, and Martial Cultivation House are not as reasonable as our Tianjing Merchant Association." Unexpectedly, Chen nodded and said, "President Duan, you make a very good point. So I have decided that after tomorrow, this first alchemy pavilion will cease operations. You also know that I need to participate in the re-examination of the 5 nations grand competition. If I don't set off soon, it will probably be too late. Since I'm leaving, the Zhu Family, Xiong Family, and Martial Cultivation House will have no reason to trouble me." Ling Tian was completely stunned. He, who was usually calm, was left dumbfounded. He did not expect that Chen would actually decide not to open for business after what he said. At Chen's age, he should be in that fearless, reckless phase of youth, right? Little did he know, after 2 days had passed, Chen realized that his profits were truly terrifying. If he continued to exchange, regardless of how wary the 3 major forces in Wu City were, they would definitely take action. Even if it was not in the open, they would surely do so in the dark. His primary purpose for coming here was still to lift the 100 ghost curse on him. Since there was no way to do that, wasting time here had little meaning. Master Qin, Wu City is a huge market. Are you really going to give up just like that? Duan Tian even started to persuade Qin Chen. To ordinary people, Qin Chen's first alchemy pavilion seemed to be stealing business from the Tianjing Merchant Association, and the higher-ups in the Tianjing Merchant Association thought the same way. But Duan Tian did not believe so. He looked further than others. What does the Tianjing Merchant Association do? Trade and auctions are their main businesses. Indeed, Qin Chen's appearance had taken a large portion of their material procurement business. However, Qin Chen's identity as an alchemist sparked his mind. With Qin Chen's strength, as long as he cooperated with the Tianjing Merchant Association, providing a large quantity of third-grade pills. With the Tianjing Merchant Association's connections, they could easily auction off these third-grade pills at any auction house in the Northwest 5 nations. How much profit would that generate? While others saw Qin Chen taking market share from them, he saw the entire Northwest market. But now, if Qin Chen just left, where would the Tianjing Merchant Association find such a powerful alchemist? As for using force, after hearing about the events in the capital of the Duchy Kingdom, Duan Tian did not even think about it. Someone who could slap the ghost immortal sex master to death, what kind of cultivation level would they be? Offending such a master could easily lead to the destruction of the Tianjing Merchant Association in a split second. Master Qin, you are an alchemist. Have you heard of blood spirit fire? To reach an agreement with Qin Chen, Duan Tian finally revealed his biggest card. Are you talking about demonic fire? As soon as Duan Tian's voice fell, Qin Chen's expression finally changed. Yes, it is a type of demonic fire. Duan Tian nodded, seeing that Qin Chen's expression had changed, and finally let out a big sigh of relief. If Qin Chen is not interested in blood spirit fire, then I really have no way out. Master Qin, you are an alchemist and naturally understand the importance of fire to an alchemist. A powerful fire can even double an alchemist's strength. There are many types of flames, including true fire refined from the martial artist's own cultivation in fire-type techniques, formation fire triggered by formations, and demonic fire refined from the bodies of strange beasts, as well as earth fire and sky fire that arise naturally from heaven and earth. Demonic fire is further divided into beast fire and blood spirit fire. Among them, beast fire comes from fire-type blood beasts, while blood spirit fire comes from mutated plant blood beasts. You don't need to explain these, I already know. Qin Chen directly interrupted the other party. Demonic fire is actually classified into different types. Not only is there demonic fire within blood beasts, but some plants also contain demonic fire, known as blood spirit fire. These plants are, in fact, a type of blood beast. For example, the Tianjing vine and devil flower possess life and can kill invisibly. Compared to the demonic fire of blood beasts, the demonic fire from plants is even rarer. After all, plants themselves are often wood attribute, which is quite incompatible with fire. What level and attribute is the blood spirit fire you mentioned? Qin Chen asked without hesitation, directly getting to the crux of the matter. What he had said earlier. In reality, it was not that he did not want to cooperate with the Tianjing Merchant Association, but rather that he was preparing to wait for the right price. Qin Chen was well aware that as the largest merchant association in Wu City, the Tianjing Merchant Association must possess many treasures and materials, and perhaps even sacred materials. However, if he directly agreed, the other party would certainly not present any good items, so he chose to take a step back to make them take a step forward. Now that he heard the other party possessed blood spirit fire, he immediately inquired in detail. After all, there are too many kinds of demonic fire. Even some human-level, earth-level, and heaven-level fire-type blood beasts can give birth to demonic fire. But demonic fire of such levels might not even be as powerful as the true fire he condensed himself, and would not do anything to help with the 100-ghost curse inside him. Therefore, the first thing Qin Chen needed to confirm was the level of the other party's blood spirit fire. To be honest, I'm not very clear about the level of this blood spirit fire. I might even say I don't know. You don't know? Qin Chen was speechless. How could the other party's auction house not know about the blood spirit fire? This fire did not come from any particular blood beast. Rather, it is rumored to have originated from an ancient relic. After arriving at our merchant association, our alchemists at the Qianxue Merchant Association also studied it. However, because it exceeded the judgment level of our alchemists, we are also unclear about the level of the blood spirit fire. At first, we even suspected whether this flame was truly the blood spirit fire, because the aura of this fire changes over time. Yet after reaching a certain point, the aura of the spirit within the fire becomes very apparent, confirming it as the blood spirit fire. Such a flame exists? Qin Chen was quite astonished. The alchemists of the Qianxue Merchant Association are at least third rank, and in terms of identifying flames, they must have reached a considerable level. Yet they almost couldn't even identify a single flame. This was indeed a bit strange. Is your merchant association planning to give me this blood spirit fire? The less clear the Qianxue Merchant Association was, the more interested Chen became. After all, flames that could be easily identified by third-rank alchemists generally weren't high-level flames. The harder they were to identify, the higher their rank would surely be. This would also increase the probability of breaking his 100 Ghosts curse. Duanlingshan shook his head and said, "This flame is not a treasure of our Qianxue Merchant Association, but rather something from another seller entrusted to us for auction. Our Qianxue Merchant Association cannot decide to directly gift it to Master Chen." Chen furrowed his brows. "Since you can't afford to give it, why say so much? Although our Qianxue Merchant Association cannot give this blood spirit fire to you, it will be auctioned at our quarterly auction tomorrow. Our Qianxue Merchant Association is willing to pay any price to purchase this blood spirit fire and gift it to Master Chen," Duanlingshan said proudly. "Then thank you, President Duan. However, if I need it, I can completely auction it myself. I'm not short on money." Chen laughed. "Ha, with Master Chen's strength, naturally you won't lack money. However, our Qianxue Merchant Association does have value in cooperating with you. After all, you are still young and surely do not wish to expend too much energy on acquiring materials. If Master Chen trusts me, we can collaborate. Our Qianxue Merchant Association guarantees that as long as there are any treasures or high-level materials, we will definitely reserve them for you at the first opportunity. Of course, I cannot force this matter. Since Master Chen is interested in the blood spirit fire, here is a VIP card from our Qianxue auction house. You may come directly to our Qianxue auction house tomorrow. The only thing I can guarantee is the sincerity of our Qianxue Merchant Association." Duanlingshan was quite straightforward. Knowing that Chen wouldn't immediately agree, he cupped his hands and turned to leave the first alchemy pavilion. After sending Duanlingshan out, Xiong returned to Chen's side. "Qianxue, are you really not planning to cooperate with the Qianxue Merchant Association?" The Qianxue Merchant Association is the most prominent force in Wu City and is also the one most at odds with the first alchemy pavilion. Xiong couldn't believe that Qianxue would act so disinterested in front of President Duanlingshan. What surprised Xiong even more was Duanlingshan's attitude toward Chen. Although it was said that President Duan was quite amiable, as the top force in Wu City, it didn't mean they weren't overbearing. Numerous forces had been swallowed by the Qianxue Merchant Association, with some suffering brutal bloodshed. Yet in front of Qianxue, Duanlingshan's attitude was so equal. Moreover, Xiong vaguely sensed that President Duan seemed to be aware of Qianxue's identity, as if he came from the Great Qi Kingdom, which was why he had such an attitude. However, even a prince of the Great Qi Kingdom wouldn't necessarily elicit such a response from President Duan, right? Xiong couldn't figure it out at all. Glancing at Xiong, Chen smiled and said, "Cooperation with the Qianxue Merchant Association is certainly going to happen. I just don't see the need to rush to agree to them." He could indeed ignore the Qianxue Merchant Association and leave right after the auction, but the Zhu family still needed to survive in Wu City. If he left without a backing, the Zhu family would definitely be annihilated by the Zhu family and other heads of families in no time. Moreover, the Qianxue Merchant Association was one of the top merchant associations in the Northwest 5 nations, so cooperating with them had its benefits, not drawbacks. At the very least, as Duanlingshan said, if he needed any high-level materials in the future, he could obtain them through the Qianxue Merchant Association, relieving him of that hassle. What made Chen anxious was the level of the blood spirit fire mentioned by the Qianxue Merchant Association. If it really surpassed his expectations and could lift his 100 Ghosts curse, then this trip would be worthwhile. Regardless, after tomorrow's auction, whether or not he could obtain the sacred materials, he needed to leave. Before that, he must improve his strength, for he was certain that the Zhu family would not allow him to leave peacefully. "Prepare yourself. I won't be taking any more alchemy custom orders today." After instructing Xiong, Chen entered seclusion once again. "Zhu family? What? Old man Duan went to the first alchemy pavilion alone, and then he came out not long after." Zhu Hongzhai stood up abruptly, his face dark. "What's that old man up to?" "Eldest brother, what's wrong? Could it be that the Qianxue Merchant Association didn't cause trouble for the first alchemy pavilion? That's impossible." Zhu Hongzhan also stood up in shock. Zhu Hongzhai furrowed his brows, pacing back and forth in the hall with his hands clasped behind his back, looking utterly perplexed. Zhu Hongzhan said helplessly, "The first alchemy pavilion has snatched so much business from the Qianxue Merchant Association these days, with so many high-level materials lost." Wouldn't Old Man Duan feel distressed? Based on his previous character, he would have stripped the other party bare long ago. Why is he acting so strangely this time, going alone and making no noise? What's wrong with that guy? He's a person who wouldn't get up early without profit. Upon hearing this, Zhu Hongzhai's footsteps suddenly halted. He turned his head. "Second brother, what did you just say?" Zhu Hongzhen was taken aback and said, "I said, according to Old Man Duan's previous character, he would have stripped the other party bare long ago." "No, it's the last sentence." Zhu Hongzhen thought for a moment. "He's a person who wouldn't get up early without profit." Halfway through his words, his eyes widened in shock. "Eldest brother, are you saying that Old Man Duan might be interested in the other party's alchemy materials?" "It's very possible." Zhu Hongzhai's face was as dark as if it could drip water. "With the connections of the Tianxing Chamber of Commerce, as long as they can obtain the pills from the Alchemy Pavilion, they could undoubtedly sweep across the entire martial city, and even extend outward. Sweeping through the 5 nations of the Northwest is not out of the question. This old man is indeed cunning, having such an idea." He had been anxiously waiting for a conflict between the Tianxing Chamber of Commerce and the Alchemy Pavilion, but he never expected that after waiting for so long, this was the outcome. "Big brother, what do we do now?" Zhu Hongzhen was dumbfounded. Once the Tianxing Chamber of Commerce and the Alchemy Pavilion joined forces, it would definitely become much more difficult for their Zhu family to deal with Chen. "Humph, since the Tianxing Chamber of Commerce isn't taking action, then we'll take action ourselves. You go to the Martial Cultivation Mansion right now and have them set a place for us to meet in secret." Zhu Hongzhai narrowed his eyes. "Will the people from the Martial Cultivation Mansion agree?" Zhu Hongzhai coldly replied. "If it's just to deal with the Alchemy Pavilion, the Martial Cultivation Mansion might not agree. After all, they rarely get involved in such matters. But since the Tianxing Chamber of Commerce wants to ally with the Alchemy Pavilion, they won't have a choice but to agree. The Tianxing Chamber of Commerce is the #1 power in Martial City and is already suppressing the other 3 major forces. If they were to join forces with the Alchemy Pavilion, their 3rd major force would definitely find it increasingly difficult to survive in the future. The Martial Cultivation Mansion is extremely powerful, and they naturally wouldn't stand by and do nothing at this time. As for why not call the Song family, the Zhu family has always been at odds with the Song family. To deal with the Alchemy Pavilion, there's no need to share this good fortune with others. The alliance with the Martial Cultivation Mansion is only because the Tianxing Chamber of Commerce has joined in. Big brother, should we send someone to monitor the Alchemy Pavilion and the Tianxing Chamber of Commerce? If they really do unite, the Tianxing Chamber of Commerce will definitely send experts to protect the Alchemy Pavilion. Moreover, that kid is an outsider, and no one knows when he will leave. Don't worry about that. Tomorrow is the quarterly auction of the Tianxing Chamber of Commerce. Since that kid is looking for materials, he won't leave before the auction. But what you said makes sense. We need to send someone to keep an eye on the Alchemy Pavilion and all the exits of Martial City. We can't let that kid just walk away. Understood. Zhu Hongzhen showed excitement and quickly made arrangements. In the hall, Zhu Hongzhai coldly snorted. "An outsider causing such trouble in my Martial City and even killing my Zhu family's disciples. If I let you leave alive, how will my Zhu family live in Martial City in the future? Kid, it's your fault for being ungrateful and offending us." A strong killing intent lingered in the hall. In the Alchemy Pavilion's refining room, Chen sat cross-legged, constantly operating the 9-star Divine Emperor technique, adjusting his entire aura to a mysterious level. Then he began to mobilize the mental power in his mind, using an extremely strange method to start condensing spiritual runes. Buzz! The transparent mental sword in his mind gently trembled, and strands of invisible mental power, like transparent threads, continuously dissipated, forming obscure mental patterns in the air above his mind. What Chen was cultivating now was the 2nd form of the 10,000 Gods technique. The 10,000 Gods technique is a terrifying secret method for mental cultivation. In his past life, with this secret method, Chen was able to break through the 9th-level Martial Emperor realm with his mental power, becoming a 9th-grade Imperial Alchemist. The 10,000 Gods technique has a total of 5 forms. The first form, Spirit Storm, uses powerful mental power to impact the minds of martial artists, leaving them in a daze. The second form, named Illusory Forbidden Cage, forms an illusory space with strong mental power to attack the enemy on a mental level. Compared to Spirit Storm, Illusory Forbidden Cage is much more terrifying. After all, Spirit Storm is merely a simple mental impact, aimed at making the enemy lose their will for a short time. However, Illusory Forbidden Cage directly attacks the enemy on the mental level, causing damage. However, the difficulty of cultivating Illusory Forbidden Cage is extremely high. One of the requirements is that the mental power must reach the 4th level and condense into substance. Moreover, its cultivation difficulty is also very high. Any small mistake could lead to a mental breakdown or even becoming an idiot. But for Chen, who had already practiced illusory forbidden cage in his past life, this was not difficult at all. While taking pills to enhance his mental power, he slowly cultivated according to the heart method of the 10,000 gods technique. After half a day, a layer of shimmering blue light suddenly radiated from the center of Chen's forehead. This blue light was like a misty halo, flowing above his forehead. Upon closer inspection, it resembled streams of agile air currents wandering, hazy and incredibly magical. Another 2 hours passed, and the blue light at Chen's forehead grew stronger, eventually forming what seemed like a vertical eye horizontally across his brow. Strands of mental power revolved around Chen, finally converging at the center of his brow, forming a strong magnetic field. Time flowed by. Another 2 hours passed. The blue halo at his brow suddenly split open, as if a pair of blue eyes had suddenly opened. Swish, an invisible mental power shot out, enveloping the entire Alchemy Pavilion in an instant. The tranquil night sky turned darker, plunging into an endless abyss. All the martial artists within the Alchemy Pavilion, whether asleep or awake, felt as if they were gazing into a chilly, deep pond, their vision continuously extending before being swallowed by the entire world. Swish, the next moment, every martial artist, whether awake or asleep, found themselves in an icy, deep space. What they could see was pitch black, and the silent panic shocked their minds. Where is this place? What is happening to me? Every person was in an independent space, feeling icy all over without a shred of safety. Breathing felt constricted, incredibly difficult, and their bodies were frozen, unable to move. They wanted to shout but couldn't make any sound, just as they were in a state of terror and despair. Whoosh, the silent space vanished. Everyone awoke at the same time, gasping for air. Was that just a nightmare? Xiong extended his hands, his face pale, and he was drenched in sweat. A cold wind blew, and he felt frozen all over. It seems I've been too tired and tense these days. After a while, he finally freed himself from that feeling and fell back asleep. Others also felt as if they had just had a dream, each one forced a bitter smile. The second form of the 10,000 gods technique, illusory forbidden cage, has finally been completed. Opening his eyes, Chen smiled slightly. He had only casually manifested it earlier and did not carry out a real attack. Otherwise, Xiong and the others wouldn't have just felt like they had a dream. Those with weaker mental power could instantly become idiots or vegetative in their sleep. With this secret technique, although Chen's cultivation level hadn't improved, his combat strength and lethality had greatly increased. Are there some people lying in ambush outside? Are they spies from the Zhu family? Chen coldly smiled. The casual release of illusory forbidden cage made him sense quite a few things. However, Chen didn't take it to heart. After all, he would be leaving tomorrow, and no matter how much the Zhu family watched him, they couldn't keep track of him. Soon, dawn broke. The quarterly auction of the Tianxing Chamber of Commerce finally began. The Tianxing Chamber of Commerce's auction house sat in the most prosperous district of Wucheng. Chen arrived early with Xiong and the others. The moment staff recognized him, they stepped forward with deference. He, Master Chen, you are here. Did you see that? This is Master Chen from the first Alchemy Pavilion. I heard he is a peak 3rd-tier alchemist. Some say 4th tier. Otherwise, how could someone so young refine 4th-grade pills? Whispers trailed Chen wherever he went, but he paid them no mind. Under the guidance of the Tianxing staff, he was led to the VIP area above the auction hall. The venue itself looked quieter than he expected, but that calm was deceptive. The quarterly auction of the Tianxing Chamber of Commerce required a high entry fee, keeping out casual onlookers. Those present were people of means, and the treasures shown here would headline any ordinary auction. They were escorted to a 5-star VIP room, a rarity, and once Chen entered the room, murmurs rippled through the other VIPs. Nearby, Zhu Family of the Zhu family and the master of Wuxiu Mansion exchanged looks that revealed displeasure at the attention Chen drew. Xiong pointed them out with awe, while Chen watched with an unreadable face, his soul power quietly sweeping the room. Below, in a 3-star room, Chen's gaze caught on a figure that made him pause. A man in a black cloak exuded a chilling aura. Perception shielding wrapped him like a treasure, masking his form. When Chen probed faintly with his spiritual power, he felt an alarming force, unmistakably that of a Wuzang, a 5th-tier expert. Someone who should not reasonably be in Wucheng, much less at this auction. He stood, unsettled, and quickly withdrew and concealed the trace of his probing. The cloaked man glanced up at the 4-star and 5-star rooms, and a cold smile crossed his lips, as if amused at someone having the audacity to try to detect him. Young Master Chen, what's wrong? Xiong asked. I'm fine, Chen said, then added, have the auction manager of the Tianxing Chamber of Commerce come to see me. The auction began. Zhen, the chief auctioneer, introduced the first item. A small vial of ice marrow body refining liquid sealed in frost charm jade, a rare treasure from extreme ice valley that could improve physiques below the mystic level. Bidders climbed quickly, the hall stirring for a universally useful treasure, but Chen paid it only passing attention. Shortly after, the steward who had been assigned to Chen returned with hesitation. When Chen asked about the identity of the guest in the number 49 VIP room, the steward balked. Guest information was sacred to the chamber's credibility. He needed presidential approval. Duan Tian arrived with a smile and a bow. After the steward left, Duan explained the chamber's principles. Chen cut him off, direct and blunt. Starting today, my alchemy pavilion will cooperate with your Tianxing Chamber of Commerce, supplying one type of third-grade pill every month, 10 bottles per month, and once a year if it's a fourth-grade pill, Chen announced. Since I will be leaving Marshall City, use the Zhu family as a facade. The Zhu family can liaise with the Alchemy Pavilion's head in the Duchy Kingdom, Xiong. All pills will come from the Alchemy Pavilion in the Duchy Kingdom. I can provide the first month's 10 bottles now. Each is a top-tier third-grade pill, equivalent to the Qianxue pill. He produced 11 bottles at once. Duan Tian opened them, and his expression changed to one of astonishment. Qianxue pill, Hua Mai pill, Shen pill, and even a fourth-grade true energy pill among them, each a peak specimen, covering many needs in the market. Duan was impressed and immediately agreed to the cooperation. But when Chen asked about the cloaked guest and the identity of the person who had brought the blood spirit fire for auction, Duan hesitated. He admitted he did not know the guest's personal identity. What he did know was that the blood spirit fire had been consigned by that outsider to the Tianxing auction. He also mentioned, cautiously, that there had been rumors of a similar blood spirit fire shown at a large auction in the Dalian Kingdom a month ago. Chen's unease deepened. He had clearly sensed both a cold and a faint fiery aura from the cloaked man. Demon fires like the blood spirit fire were coveted not only by alchemists for refining, but by weapon refiners, array masters, and fire cultivators. The presence of a Wuzong who would put such a treasure up for auction made no sense unless there were reasons beyond simple greed. If that demon fire was shown in Dalian, and now here there's a pattern, Chen thought. If it truly can lift the 100 Ghosts' curse, I must obtain it. I won't be deterred by schemes. Duan, now a partner, offered payment terms. Chen demanded rare, high-grade materials as prepayment. The rest could be settled after the auction. Duan brought the Tianxing Chamber of Commerce's stores and inventory lists. The chamber possessed many high-grade spiritual herbs and a couple of fifth-grade materials. Chen selected a handful of items that truly mattered to him. They were the auction house's treasures. Duan winced inwardly, but handed the chosen materials over. Long-term profit from cooperating with Chen outweighed immediate sting. To seal the cooperation, Chen provided a clear demonstration. A sample batch of 10 peak third-grade pills, each pill a top specimen, presented for Duan's inspection. Duan tasted and tested them, and, convinced of their quality, handed over several rare high-rank materials as earnest payment on the spot. The exchange formalized the partnership. The Tianxing Chamber of Commerce would act as Chen's sales conduit through the Zhu family, and in return Chen had secured rare materials and the chamber's backing. While the two settled terms, the auction moved on. The ice marrow vial had been sold for a high sum. Subsequent lots, rare third-grade and fourth-grade treasures, changed hands without Chen needing to follow every incremental bid. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense as Zhen, playing his part, teased the audience. The next auction items will certainly interest everyone. This item is often the most expensive among treasures of the same level. Eyes turned, anticipation mounting. Among those watching, the cloaked man remained an inscrutable presence below, wrapped in his perception-warding cloak. The mention of most expensive had everyone leaning forward, for it meant more than wealth. It meant influence, danger, the kind of treasure that could change fates. A stir immediately erupted in the auction hall. -383 in an auction, treasures of the same level are often numerous, such as weapons, formation plates, and medicinal pills. However, the few that can be called the most expensive are typically only of certain types, whether it be a martial technique, breakthrough pills, or top-tier defensive armor. This item was a piece of armor known as the Tian armor. Sure enough. As soon as the speculation in everyone's hearts settled, the old man began to explain. This precious armor was obtained by our Tianxing Chamber of Commerce from a relic and is of extremely high grade, surpassing the level possessed by the 5 nations of the Northwest, being a 5-tier armor. Hearing the words 5-tier armor, Chen was taken aback. How could there be 5-tier armor in the martial city, and it was even put up for auction? He understood the value of armor very well. A weapon might sell for 10,000 silver coins, but armor could fetch at least 20 to 30,000. Martial artists walked the edge of life and death. A moment's carelessness could lead to their demise. A powerful piece of armor greatly enhanced one's safety. The old man in the black robe added, however, although this Tian can armor is 5-tier, due to certain reasons, some parts are damaged, and its defensive capability has greatly weakened, so it cannot be considered 5-tier armor. In terms of defense, it is equivalent to an ordinary 4-tier armor. That was reasonable. The commotion calmed somewhat, but greed still burned in many eyes. The maid opened the tray, revealing a completely black armor, worn with many formation patterns broken and a large gash across it. Yet when people sensed it, a thick, cold aura clung to the armor, different from ordinary pieces. Chen lightly swept his perception across the Tian can armor and immediately felt a probing coldness, as if someone cloaked were testing every thread of its formations. The sensation was precise, clinical, searching for secrets. A shock ran through Chen. He pretended indifference and quietly withdrew his focus. That cold probe lingered, then swept past his private box twice more. The cloaked person, the one from the 30-number room, must have noticed me spying on him. Chen thought, unease rising. There was no starting price. The highest bidder would win. Bids rose fast. Chen did not usually need armor. His undying holy body made him less dependent on defenses, but the cloaked Wuzong's probing changed everything. A Wuzong-level enemy with the will and means to single him out could be fatal. If he could win this Tian can armor and perform even a modest repair, he could raise its defense from damaged 4-tier to peak 4-tier, perhaps doubling his survival chances. He had the skill to reconnect fractured formations at the joints. It wouldn't return to flawless 5-tier condition, but it would be far safer than leaving Wu City vulnerable. Acting on that calculation, he announced from the 5-star VIP room, 1,500,000. The crowd was stunned. The 5-star room was reserved for top forces. When they realized the bid came from Master Chen of the First Alchemy Pavilion, murmurs turned to astonishment. The Zhu family and other local powers bristled. In a 4-star private box below, Zhu Hongjun whispered to Zhu Hongjai, "He must be afraid of us taking action against him, so he's buying it for self-defense. What should we do now? This heavenly remnant armor cannot fall into this kid's hands." Zhu Hongjai's voice was icy. After a tense pause, bids came from the Zhu family, the Song family, and the Wu Ziu mansion, each determined to prevent an imbalance in Wu City's power structure. The 3 major families jockeyed briefly, then a strange silence spread. None wished to be drawn into a ruinous bidding war or a possible trap set by Qianxue. Seeing hesitation among the others, Chen made one decisive move and said, 3 million. Silence. Then with a strike of the hammer, Xiong declared, 3 million once, 3 million twice, 3 million thrice, sold. When the Qianxue Chamber of Commerce attendants delivered the armor to Chen's private box, a man bowed and said, "President Duan said that Master Chen does not need to pay for this heavenly remnant armor. It can be deducted from the future profits." Chen set restrictions to keep others' perceptions out and examined the armor. As he suspected, though outwardly battered, the formations were not completely destroyed. The array patterns belonged to ancient laws, archaic in design but potent. He took out a formation pen and worked quietly. Rather than detailing each step, after half an hour of careful restoration, Chen reconnected several core arrays. A wave of spiritual fluctuation pulsed briefly. Mysterious patterns flowed over the armor as ancient laws awoke. The restored arrays revealed long-buried laws and greatly upgraded its protection. The armor now fit him, and with the added robe over it, his presence was hidden once more. It would not be a flawless 5-tier relic, but the improvement was enough to materially increase his safety before leaving Wucheng. Treasures continued to surface, but Chen's attention had already been drawn elsewhere. The old man on stage produced a jade box and with solemnity opened it. A blue flame lifted like a lotus, emitting an unstable, dual-nature aura. At moments nearly a weak flicker, at others an overwhelmingly scorching blaze that would make any 4th-level mysterious martial artist's heart race. The crowd stirred. Xiong admitted their appraisal could not name it precisely, only that it was a form of blood-spirit fire, at least 4th level in potential. From the 30-number VIP room, the cloaked seller had been suspicious throughout the auction. Now that box's contents seemed to match the strange manipulations earlier in the hall. Even within the jade box's restrictions, a scorching aura leaked out. The flame's temperament shifted constantly. sometimes weaker than first-level demon fire, sometimes approaching the ferocity of a heavenly flame. Chen's heart hammered. A memory surfaced, a mention in ancient records of Kinglian demon fire, a flame born weak but with boundless potential, able to grow into unparalleled ferocity. The Blue Lotus unstable, dual-nature aura fit the description. There was immediate consensus that whoever could refine this flame would gain immeasurable advantage, but the danger was obvious. The flame might be impossible for ordinary refiners to control. Chen's mind crystallized instantly. If it was indeed Kinglian demon fire, its potential could transform an alchemist's future. Even if merely a rare blood spirit fire, its value was enormous. He could not leave Wu City without it. Amid the uproar, before others could calculate or hesitate, Chen spoke up first, voice steady, 3 million. Boom, the entire venue erupted. At this moment, Chen couldn't care less about why others wanted this flame, nor whether it was truly the Kinglian demon fire. All that mattered was that he secure it. He had a feeling, an urgency, that this Kinglian blood spiritual fire could remove his 100 ghosts' curse. 3 million, when Chen's bid rang out. The hall went utterly silent. Eyes turned as if drawn by a blade. Was Master Chen really here to buy, not to cause trouble? A first bid at 3 million with no reserve. Who did he think he was? 3 million was a sum that, in this auction house, only the very richest could casually toss about. Many who had prepared to bid on the blood spiritual fire felt their faces go pale. They had been ready for careful increments. Not this kind of brute force. A cold snort came from the 4-star VIP box. 3,100,000, Zhu Hongzhai's voice cut through the silence. He hated Chen. The first alchemy pavilion had humiliated the Zhu family before. He wasn't going to let Chen take this without a fight. Chen didn't flinch. He raised his voice. Calm and deliberate, 5 million. The number slammed into the room like a gong. People stared. Some mouths hanging open. Nobody expected such a bid, not as an opening salvo and not from someone who just entered the city's scene. Zhu Hongzhai's jaw clenched. He spat. 4,100,000. The words sharp but strained. The Zhu family's coffers were not bottomless. Every jump burned into their industry's reserves. Yet to let Chen waltz away at a paltry price would cost them face. Chen's reply was soft but unmistakable. 6 million. The hall hummed with a different tension now. This was no ordinary contest over a CURIOUS Chinese letter. This was someone who either had reckless wealth or powerful backing. Zhu Hongzhai's eyes flicked to his elder brother, to the faces around them. He hesitated. They could push harder, of course, raise the price and force Chen into the open, but doing so risked exposing their vulnerabilities, reckless spending that would reverberate through their enterprises, and the possibility that this was some trap staged by Tianxing commerce. "You're being presumptuous," Zhu Hongzhan hissed, whispering accusations that tugged at a nerve in the room. "Perhaps the Tianxing commerce and Master Chen are in collusion. Didn't you notice he's sitting in the 5-star area?" Murmurs spread like wildfire. It was true. Chen's place in the VIP ranks. The audacity of his bids, everything pointed to outside support. If Tianxing commerce backed him, then any direct confrontation could be political suicide for the Zhu family. Zhu Hongzhai's hand trembled over the token. He ground his teeth and let out a short, forced laugh. "Give it up. Little fox, if you win this for the first alchemy pavilion, you'll pay a price elsewhere. Step outside if you want to test me." Chen only smiled, cold and unreadable. "I don't need to step outside." His expression made it clear he didn't need to explain his resources. His calm implied depth. The crowd began to recalibrate. This wasn't merely a rich newcomer or a show of bravado. Someone had put serious backing behind Chen. Eyes swept the boxes and the auction dais, searching for the origin of that backing. Speculation shifted from curiosity to cautious calculation. Zhu Hongzhai looked at his brother, at the ledger of their holdings, and then out into the room where whispers had turned into wary glances. He swallowed his pride. 5,500,000, he finally forced out, a sharp reversal, intended as both a warning and an attempt to test Chen's resolve. Chen's gaze didn't change. 8 million? There was no theatrical flourish, just the cold arithmetic of a man who decided the price was secondary to the end. That simple escalation, decisive and disproportionate, broke the Zhu family's momentum. Around the hall, the tenor shifted. Those who had sneered at Chen's first bid now glanced at each other with new respect and a new unease. Whether this was Tianxing Commerce's hand or some unknown patron, the message was plain. Chen was not alone, and the auction had already become more than a transaction. Zhu Hongzhai's face went pale. The brothers exchanged a few terse words, then fell silent. Pride might have demanded another push, but prudence and the whispering threat of political fallout kept them anchored. The auctioneer's hammer hovered, and the crowd leaned forward. The blood spiritual fire sat on its pedestal, its petals faintly glowing, indifferent to the game below. Chen had made his stand. The room had finally understood that winning this flame might cost far more than money, and that Chen might not be someone to be trifled with. Since you can't afford it, then stop whining and changing the subject. Heh, the esteemed head of the Zhu family is nothing more than this. With a cold laugh, Chen couldn't be bothered to say anything more. After this commotion, no one in the venue dared to compete with Chen anymore. Regardless of whether he was colluding with the Qianxue Merchant Association or not, this guy was clearly a madman. Competing with him would only lead to suffering. They wouldn't want to be caught in a trap, which would truly be a case of losing more than gaining. All right, this friend has bid 500,000 silver coins. Is there a higher bid? The old man in the black robe scanned the entire venue. He knew this price was already extremely high, but he still asked habitually. Indeed, there was no sound at all in the room. 500,000 once, 500,000 twice, 500,000 three times. Good, congratulations to this friend for successfully bidding for this strange fire at the price of 500,000. Xiong struck down hard, locking in the price. Master Chen, this is the blood spirit fire you just won for 500,000 silver coins. You really are? President Duanling Tian personally delivered the blood spirit fire, handing the jade box to Chen while sighing. 500,000 silver coins, that's no small amount. Even for their Qianxue Merchant Association, it wasn't something they could easily pull out. Yet Chen directly bid and secured it, a truly grand gesture. Receiving the jade box, Chen promptly opened it. Buzz, a brilliant azure lotus blossomed before Chen, emitting a terrifying aura. It really is a top-tier strange fire. Although he didn't know if this was indeed the azure lotus demon fire, the aura from this strange fire was exceptionally formidable, completely meeting his needs. Nodding, Chen directly stored the blood spirit fire in his storage ring and then stood up suddenly. President Duan, I need to leave Wu City right now. Please send someone to escort me out. As for the 500,000 silver coins, what, Master Chen, you want to leave now? Duanling Tian was taken aback, and Xiong and the others were also stunned. Although he didn't understand why Chen was in such a hurry to leave, Duanling Tian still nodded. All right, our Qianxue Merchant Association has a passageway at the back. I will personally take you out. As for the 500,000 silver coins, let's just forget about it for now. The value of those 110 pills far exceeds that amount. For the money of this blood spirit fire, our Qianxue Merchant Association will cover it for you. Chen nodded and didn't say anything further. Little Chen, let's go with you. Yes, wherever you go, we'll follow. At this moment, Xiong and the others spoke up from the side. During this time, they had become accustomed to working under Chen, and his sudden departure left them at a loss. Chen obviously could not take them with him. After all, he couldn't even guarantee his own safe departure this time. If he brought Xiong and the others along, it would be even more difficult to leave. You should stay in Wu City. With the protection of the Qianxue Merchant Association, there shouldn't be any problems. Besides, our future cooperation with the Qianxue Merchant Association will still require you. However, you need to understand that relying on external forces will not allow you to become true powerhouses. The pills I gave you are enough for you to break through to the mystic level during this time. Whether you can seize this opportunity depends on yourselves. Chen couldn't help Xiong and the others forever, but he had pointed them in a direction and arranged a backup plan. What they would do in the future was no longer something he could decide. Next, under Duanling Tian's guidance, Chen left the auction venue through the back door. Eldest brother, according to our informant in the Qianxue Merchant Association, Chen from the Alchemy Pavilion just left the auction venue under Duanling Tian's guidance and seems to be heading out of the city. In the Zhu family's VIP room, a martial artist from the Zhu family quietly entered and whispered a few words to Zhu Hongzhen, who immediately cried out in surprise. Oh, that kid is leaving. He's indeed clever, leaving through the back door of the auction venue. Does he really think we wouldn't get the news? Zhu Hongzhen sneered coldly. Eldest brother, what should we do now? Zhu Hongzhen rubbed his fists, his face filled with malice. What else is there to do? Immediately notify the martial cultivation manor's master Wu Lengfen and tell them the snake has emerged from its hole. Let them bring people to rendezvous with us and pursue him immediately. Humph, thinking of escaping from my grasp in Wu City is truly naive. Hehe, eldest brother, let's hurry up. That kid previously spent a fortune to buy the heavenly remnant armor and blood spirit fire. He probably doesn't know that in the end, these two treasures will still fall into our hands. Zhu Hongzhen sneered, a vicious killing intent flashing in his eyes. Silently, Zhu Hongzhen, and other Zhu family experts, along with Wu Lengfen and other experts from the martial cultivation manor, left discreetly, leaving only a few minor characters behind in their private room. President, the head of the Zhu family, and Zhu Hongjun have both left their room, and the master of martial cultivation manor has also left the auction venue. It seems they are headed to pursue Master Chen. Just as Zhu Hongjai and the others left, a steward from the auction house approached Duanling Tian to report the news. Zhu family and martial cultivation manor actually joined forces. It seems they are still not giving up on Master Chen. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing in his gaze. At that moment, another steward walked over. President, the guest in box 30 said there was an urgent matter and asked us to settle the payment for the Blood Spirit Fire auction first. Duanling Tian frowned, a chill running through him. Master Chen previously inquired about this person's situation. Did he see something? After hesitating for a moment, he said solemnly, "Settle it for him." "Understood," the steward retreated. Another person said, "President, about Master Chen?" Duanling Tian replied, "Don't worry about it for now. Let him be." He was sure that Chen was hurrying to leave because he knew the Zhu family and the martial cultivation manor would be a threat to him. Even the guest in box 30 must have been noticed by Chen. But since he didn't ask for help, he must have his own plans. After leaving the auction, Chen didn't stop for a moment and immediately made his way to the city gates, heading toward the Qianxue mountain range. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Behind Chen, Zhu Hongjai, Wu Lengfen, and others followed closely, arriving at the city gates. "Master Zhu, Master Wu," the city guards quickly approached to pay their respects. "And Chen, he just left here, heading toward the Qianxue mountain range," the guard hurriedly replied. "Humph, he thinks he can escape our pursuit by using the Qianxue mountain range. He's quite clever, but unfortunately too naive," Zhu Hongjai sneered. "Indeed, eldest brother, that kid probably doesn't know that you had already anticipated this possibility and set a trap ahead of time." Zhu Hongjun laughed heartily from the side. "Let's go." With a low shout, the group immediately set off in pursuit. Whoosh, on the boundless wilderness, a figure swiftly darted forward, and in the distance, the Qianxue mountain range gradually came into view. Chen moved like lightning, closing in rapidly. During his flight, he fully unleashed his spiritual power. Just as he expected, not long after, several figures suddenly appeared behind him. These were Zhu Hongjun and others from the Zhu family. To his surprise, beside Zhu Hongjun stood a formidable expert whose presence was extraordinary. Chen recalled that this should be the master of the martial cultivation mansion, called Wu Lengfen. Chen sneered. It seemed that the Zhu family was not only taking action, but had even colluded with the martial cultivation mansion to keep him. However, he was not concerned about this group at all. He retracted his spiritual power, and his immense soul force radiated out like an invisible wave. Sure enough, over 10 miles behind Zhu Hongjun, that cloaked figure from the 30 luxury booths also closely followed, firmly trailing Chen and Zhu Hongjun's group. Chen's heart sank. This cloaked figure was indeed not a good person. Just after auctioning off the Blood Spirit Fire, this person immediately followed him, seemingly without regard for the exciting auction, obviously having other intentions. Moreover, this person not only fixated on the Blood Spirit Fire he had just auctioned, but also remained hidden, carefully tracking Zhu Hongjun and the others. Perhaps they had set their sights on Zhu Hongjun's group. The Zhu family and the martial cultivation mansion probably had no idea that behind them was a truly terrifying expert tracking them. That cloaked figure possessed an extremely high cultivation level. Even the likes of Zhu Hongjai from the Zhu family and Wu Lengfen from the martial cultivation mansion did not notice at all, completely unaware that a hidden danger was following closely behind. Because Chen's soul force had reached a stage of forming into shape, and his spiritual power had also broken through to the 4th level, plus he cultivated the terrifying Wanshan Ju, he could perceive the presence of the cloaked figure. Even so, Chen remained cautious, fearing that the other party might discover he was spying on them. Moreover, Chen had a significant doubt about the purpose of this cloaked figure's actions. If it was merely for some wealth, there would be no need to go through such trouble. With this person's cultivation, they could easily traverse the 5 nations in the northwest, and there would be countless opportunities to make money. A 5th-level Wuzong could easily wipe out a large family like the Zhu family in an instant. Yet this person took out such a mysterious flame and repeatedly brought it to auction, which was completely illogical. As Chen flew, he quietly engraved formation plates. Ever since he learned that the cloaked figure was a Wuzong, he had been consumed by a strong sense of crisis, constantly inscribing formation plates. Given his current cultivation, if he were to fight, he would not be a match for a 5th-level Wuzong, and even trying to escape would be incredibly difficult. What Chen was doing was trying to increase his chances of survival. If Zhu Hongzhai and Wu Lengfen realized that the formation plates Chen was inscribing were not aimed at them, one could only imagine what they would think. In fact, it was exactly like that. From beginning to end, Chen had never taken Zhu Hongzhai and the others seriously. Even if they were formidable experts at the late stage of the Xuan level, he had no problem escaping even if he wasn't their match. What truly made Chen wary was that cloaked figure. Not only was their origin mysterious and cultivation fearsome, but their imposing aura also seemed incredibly formidable in Chen's eyes. That powerful presence and keen intuition were not something an ordinary Wuzong could possess. One must understand that in places like the Northwest, ordinary Xuan-level martial artists breaking through to Wuzong would be the weakest of Wuzong in the outside world. After all, there were no particularly strong experts in the Northwest, and the cultivation methods were quite ordinary. However, the aura from this person was terrifying, making Chen feel an unprecedented strong sense of crisis. In the distance, the Qianxue mountain range grew closer and clearer. Just as Chen was about to approach the Qianxue mountain range and dart inside, ha! A series of loud laughs suddenly echoed. From both sides of the wilderness, a group of imposing experts surged forth, each wielding a battle knife, enclosing Chen in the center. "Who are you? Why are you blocking my path?" Chen halted, frowning, pretending not to know their identities. "What people? Ha! Brat, you've been so arrogant in Wu City for so many days, you don't even know who you've offended." Tusk, a master alchemist, quite a prestigious identity. "Brothers, what do you think he has on him in terms of pills?" Ha! We'll know soon enough." After blocking Chen's route to the Qianxue mountain range, this group did not rush to attack. Instead, they leisurely scrutinized Chen, each one grinning maliciously. "Gentlemen, we have no grievances. There's no need to make things difficult for me. If you want alchemy, that's fine. Just provide high-grade materials and the cost of refining, and I wouldn't mind refining a few batches for you," Chen said calmly. Upon hearing this, the group before him burst into laughter, looking at Chen as if he were an idiot. "Brothers, did I just hear that right? This guy thinks we're here to have him refine pills for us. And he wants us to provide high-level materials and refining fees. Has he gone crazy from refining? Does this guy really think he's still at the first alchemy pavilion, being surrounded by people?" Chen frowned and said coldly, "If you're not here for me to refine pills, then please step aside quickly. I have something to attend to, and I need to enter the Qianxue mountain range soon." "At this time, you still want to enter the Qianxue mountain range? I think you'd have a better chance of entering hell." A thunderous cold laugh rang out, and whoosh, several figures quickly landed before Chen. "It's you guys, Zhu Family, what do you want?" Chen's expression darkened as he saw the Zhu family members. A hint of panic flashed in his eyes, but he quickly forced himself to remain calm. Ha, what do we want? Weren't you quite arrogant at the auction just now? Why aren't you acting so tough now? After auctioning off your items, you can't wait to leave before the auction is over. Why the hurry? Zhu Hongzhen felt incredibly proud. This kid had been so arrogant before, but now he suddenly deflated. Did he finally realize he should be afraid? As soon as he finished speaking, without another word, Zhu Hongzhen directly struck a palm toward Chen. The enormous palm radiated a terrifying aura, and the peak cultivation of the mid-stage Xuan level was immediately apparent, crashing down towards Chen. Bang! The massive force violently sent Chen flying, sending him tumbling back over 100 meters, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he heavily crashed to the ground. The enormous palm print, majestic and imposing, shook the void as if a god or demon had extended its claws to obliterate everything. In the void, the power of the palm reverberated, with astonishing true energy swirling and slowly dissipating. Opposite, Chen lay on the ground in a pitiful state, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, as if he had lost all fighting strength and was motionless. Ha! With such cultivation, you dare to be reckless in Martial City." The members of the Zhu family were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Chen had established the first alchemy pavilion in Martial City, causing a huge uproar. They initially thought his cultivation was terrifying, but who would have thought he was so fragile? The key was that with such cultivation, he had previously shown off at the auction, not knowing where his courage came from. Did he really think that by climbing onto the Heavenly Star Merchant Association, he could be safe and sound? "Big brother, this person hasn't even reached the Xuan level. His cultivation is merely at the late Earth level, hardly worth mentioning." Zhu Hongzhen sneered, his face displaying disdain, across from them. Chen's face was as pale as paper, feeling helpless. Fighting with others, he was forced to spit blood. It was truly frustrating. But Chen knew that once he revealed his true strength, the Zhu family and the Martial Repair Mansion would definitely come at him with full force. By then, with Zhu Hongzhai and Wu Lengfen, two late Xuan-level experts acting together, he wouldn't merely be pretending to spit blood. He would truly be spitting blood. Therefore, he could only pretend to be weak, allowing his opponents to lower their guard. Clop, clop. Amidst the laughter, Zhu Hongzhan stepped forward. His footsteps were heavy, pounding on the ground like the sound of death knocking at his heart. Kid, still thinking you're so great? Turns out you only have this little ability. Speak. Who exactly are you, and what is your purpose in Martial City? Also, those pills of yours, did you really refine them yourself? Zhu Hongzhan looked coldly at Chen, true energy swirling around him, standing high and mighty, looking down at Chen as if he were a god controlling life and death. Pei, Chen spat fiercely at him. Zhu, why waste breath on him? Just kill him directly and seize his storage ring. Let's see what treasures are inside. I remember he just spent 8 million silver coins to buy the Heavenly Ruin armor and that mysterious strange fire. The treasures in his storage ring must be considerable. A middle-aged man from the Martial Repair Mansion stepped forward, speaking sinisterly. His gaze was greedy, fixated on the storage ring in Chen's hand, reaching out to grab it. Wait, Zhu Hongzhai suddenly spoke, sensing something was off with Chen. With the arrogance Chen displayed in Martial City, he shouldn't be so foolish as to be captured so easily. Moreover, if this Chen truly had connections with the Heavenly Star Merchant Association, such a master alchemist, would the Heavenly Star Merchant Association not send someone to protect him? How could he be so easily injured and captured by the Zhu family? Zhu Hongzhai found it strange that Chen had no way out, since they and the Martial Repair Mansion had already prepared a trap, creating an impenetrable net. It would be extremely difficult for a fly to escape, let alone a living person. However, the ease with which Chen was subdued puzzled him, and he felt something was off in his heart. But it was too late for him to speak. Before his words had even fallen, the Chen who had been lying on the ground suddenly moved. Whoosh! A brilliant sword light illuminated the void, bursting forth with dazzling brilliance, stunning everyone. In the next moment, the middle-aged man's shocked and angry head soared into the sky, blood spraying nearly 10 meters away. At the same time, Chen's figure moved like lightning, the rusted sword in his hand shining brightly, resembling a startled rainbow, rapidly stabbing toward Zhu Hongzhan. Zhu Hongzhan was taken aback, then suddenly enraged. Good kid, you were actually deceiving me just now, seeking death. Before his words finished, his palm suddenly raised, instantly turning crimson, emanating a steaming aura as it struck down at Chen. A scorching breath enveloped Chen, crashing down on him with a loud clang as their weapons clashed. The scorching wave swept over, threatening to burn him to nothingness. In a flash of sword light, Zhu Hongzhan felt a sharp energy sweep over, and a wound appeared on his palm, while a massive wave had already enveloped Chen. Chen was once again blasted away, flying dozens of meters back and crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out another mouthful of blood. This time he was even more miserable. His robes were shredded, revealing the pitch-black Heavenly Ruin armor beneath, and faint burn marks appeared on his exposed arms, with even his hair curling from the burns. Chen groaned twice, staring fixedly at Zhu Hongzhan, seemingly regretful for not killing him earlier. But in his heart, he thought that after this surprise attack, the hooded figure should have relaxed their guard against his strength, right? His purpose in doing all this was not because of the Zhu family or the Martial Repair Mansion, but to deceive that hooded figure, letting them think that his strength was really quite ordinary. This is your reliance. You dared to pretend to be dead just now, trying to ambush me? Damn it. Seeing the bloodstains in his palm, Zhu Hongzhan was furious. If not for the Martial Repair Mansion warrior standing in front of him, being the first to be killed by Chen, his reaction would not have been so quick. Without that person, he might not have just suffered a flesh wound, but could have faced serious losses. What a cunning kid. I originally wanted you to die with dignity, now I have decided to tear you apart, torturing you to death little by little, so you know the consequences of offending the Zhu family. Zhu Hongzhan stepped towards Chen, his face twisted. This time he showed no signs of relaxation, channeling his true energy to the utmost. Though he knew Chen was gravely injured and had almost no fighting strength left, he did not slack off, not wanting a repeat of previous events, even though the chances of that were negligible. Ha. Facing such a certain death situation, Chen surprisingly started to laugh, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking at Zhu Hongzhan like he was an idiot. Everyone furrowed their brows, sensing something was off. Zhu Hongzhan frowned. At a time like this you can still laugh. Are you truly aware that you are about to die and have completely lost hope? Chen coldly laughed. I laugh at you being an idiot. I was merely stalling for time and you didn't even realize it. Now my reinforcements have arrived, do you know? Reinforcements? Surprised in his heart, Zhu Hongzhai and the others hurriedly looked around. Whoosh! At that moment, Chen's figure flickered, quickly leaping up and aiming to break through the crowd. "Humph, so you were looking for a chance to escape. Stay here." Boom, a palm descended, and Chen was once again blasted away, crashing heavily to the ground. "Damn kid, I'll first cripple you, then let you experience the pain of life worse than death." Zhu Hangjun advanced step by step towards Chen, exuding killing intent. Whoosh. Just then, a sound of wind erupted, and everyone immediately became alert, turning their heads hurriedly, only to see a hooded figure slowly walking out from not far behind them. "Is there really reinforcements?" Zhu Hangjai and the others' pupils contracted, their eyes fixed on the suddenly appearing cloaked figure, their expressions turning sharp. Just a moment ago, they had sensed their surroundings far and wide due to Chen's reminder and sensed no one nearby. Yet this person had silently emerged from not far away, causing both Zhu Hangjai and Wu Lengfen to break out in a cold sweat. Exchanging glances, both of their expressions grew serious. It was truly unusual that, with their cultivation levels, they had failed to notice the presence of this cloaked figure. The only explanation was that this cloaked person had an incredibly terrifying cultivation level, perhaps not weaker than theirs, or possessed a unique method to conceal his aura. However, upon seeing the cloaked figure appear, Chen instead let out a sigh of relief. His earlier act of pretending not to be Zhu Hangjun's opponent was aimed at making this cloaked figure believe that he was in mortal danger. Chen held a vague feeling that the other party's purpose for auctioning the mysterious blood spirit fire was not merely to keep auctioning it endlessly to earn money back, but rather for some other motive. If that were the case, the other party should not simply stand by and watch him die. Now that the cloaked figure had appeared, it immediately validated Chen's conjecture, making him both relieved and more vigilant about the other party's true intentions. "May I ask who you are? State your name." Zhu Hangjai and Wu Lengfen cautiously observed the cloaked figure. In their hearts, they believed that since Chen could produce so many medicinal pills in Martial City and had killed Wu Liangyu, there must be a powerful figure backing him. Could it be this cloaked person before them? A mere alchemist, yet no powerful warriors backing you. You wish to take food from the tiger's mouth of other forces? Truly ambitious. Do you really think that by refining powerful pills, others won't dare to make a move against you? The cloaked figure ignored Zhu Hangjai and Wu Lengfen's inquiry, dismissively focusing on Chen as if no one else were around. As he said this, his gaze landed on Chen. "I was also curious about what kind of background an alchemist capable of producing fourth-grade pills has, or who is behind you. Unfortunately, you really disappointed me." Chen bit his lip but remained silent. However, he was eager to know the true purpose of this cloaked figure. If he only wanted to reclaim the blood spirit fire, he could simply wait for the Zhu family and the martial cultivation house to kill him before appearing to take it back. But what was the purpose of his appearance now? The cloaked figure did not wait for Chen to speak and continued. "Earlier, you were the one who auctioned for the Kinglian strange fire at the Qianxue Trading Association, right? In such a short time, you probably haven't had time to refine it. To tell you the truth, for certain reasons, I need to refine a special pill, and that pill can only be made after refining the Kinglian strange fire. Now I'm giving you a chance. As long as you successfully refine the Kinglian strange fire, I will help you deal with these lackeys and save you. How about it?" Could it be that this cloaked figure's aim of selling the Kinglian strange fire was to have someone refine pills for him? But Chen felt that there was something off about his words. However, he couldn't pinpoint what it was at the moment. The Zhu family and the martial cultivation house had not realized the silent intrusion of the other party yet and were still somewhat apprehensive. But upon hearing his words, they could no longer hold back. "Sir, you speak too boldly. This person is our enemy from the Zhu family and the martial cultivation house. He must be kept here today. I hear what you say, and it has nothing to do with you. Why trouble yourself? If you need an alchemist, there are plenty around. Why must you interfere with our Zhu family and martial cultivation house? We are not some existence to be bullied." Seeing the other party dare to ignore him, Zhu Hangjai and Wu Lengfen simultaneously snorted coldly. Although the other party seemed strong, they could not discern his background. He was just one person. The Zhu family and martial cultivation house had laid out a net around the area with no less than 10 Xuan-level experts. Were they really afraid of some unknown figure? The cloaked figure sneered and said, "Zhu family. Martial cultivation house? What are those? Just two hillbillies from a remote place daring to be arrogant before me? Head, why waste words with him? Just take him out." An elder from the Zhu family could no longer restrain himself upon hearing this, roaring out as he suddenly produced a black iron staff, crazily striking down towards the cloaked figure's head. The iron staff shimmered with radiant patterns, clearly an extraordinary weapon. As he swung it, the air exploded, and its might could almost crush a mountain. The cloaked figure, who had remained motionless until now, let out a cold snort. Under the shadow of the iron staff, he did not budge until the staff was about to land on his head, at which point he suddenly raised his hand. The overwhelming shadow of the staff instantly vanished, and the elder from the Zhu family did not even see what happened. His angry expression froze, and the next moment blood mist erupted from his body. He looked at the cloaked figure in disbelief, wanting to say something, but no words came out. He fell straight to the ground, eyes wide open, and breathed his last. Wow. Everyone from the Zhu family and the martial cultivation house was stunned, staring at the cloaked figure in shock. A peak initial phase Xuan-level warrior was actually killed in an instant. Not to mention Zhu Hongjai and the others, even Chen was secretly shocked. Although he already knew this cloaked figure was a Wuzong expert, his actions were too ruthless. You dared to kill Elder Zhu Zun. I will make you pay. An elder who had good relations with Zhu Zun was utterly furious upon witnessing this, disregarding everything else as he drew a long knife and slashed at the cloaked figure. This elder's cultivation was even above Zhu Zun's, having already broken through to the mid-phase of Chuan level, making him one of the Zhu family's top experts. Seeking your own death, the cloaked figure sneered, his tone equally cold and unyielding, without any fluctuation, as he raised his hand to shoot out a black shadow. Zhu Hongjai quickly intervened. Elder Zhu Guang, be careful, but it was too late. The black shadow moved with incredible speed, arriving first and instantly shattered the elder's blade light. The next moment, the black shadow pierced through his body, erupting with blood mist. You! Elder Zhu Guang glared hard at the cloaked figure, a torrent of internal organs spewing from his mouth. Then with a thud, he collapsed to the ground, meeting his end. At that moment, everyone was filled with shock and anger, staring blankly at the scene before them, their hearts chilled as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Zhu Zun and Zhu Guang Elder were among the top-tier experts of the Zhu family, yet they couldn't even withstand a single move from this cloaked figure. Who exactly was this person? With such cultivation, even if Zhu Hongjai personally made a move, he might not achieve the same effect. Simultaneously, the bloodlust of the Zhu family members surged. Kill him! Avenging Elder Zhu Guang and Elder Zhu Zun, the strong members of the Zhu family went insane. Since you refuse to recognize greatness, then I'll just kill you all. The cloaked figure sneered coldly and pounced forward like a bat. Stop him, without needing to be instructed. Many strong experts from the Zhu family and the martial cultivation mansion rushed forward, their myriad attacks forming an endless torrent, tightly wrapping around the cloaked figure. The terrifying true energy that gathered surged violently as if it wanted to break through the sky. Activate the Great Formation! Zhu Hongjai's face turned pale as he shouted urgently. Buzz. Invisible streams of light burst forth and soared into the sky. These lights shone dazzlingly, exuding limitless power, and quietly descended. Every strong expert of the Zhu family stood around, their expressions grim. Beneath their feet were strange formation flags that sealed off the void in all directions. When countless streams of light fused together, forming a complete whole, Zhu Hongjai finally let out a long sigh of relief. This formation, known as the Four Harmony Five Elements Formation, was their Zhu family's clan-defending Great Formation. It was the foundation for the Zhu family to stand firm in Martial City for so many years. From the name of this formation, one could see that it was arranged according to the Four Harmony and Five Elements directions. The complete formation was a fifth-order formation, but the one obtained by the Zhu family's ancestors was already damaged. Coupled with the Zhu family's cultivation limitations, they could only unleash the peak fourth-order formation power. But it was already enough. Zhu Hongjai originally wanted to use this formation against the Qianxue Chamber of Commerce, but he never expected to deploy it against this cloaked figure. Once this formation was established, its power was limitless. With him stationed at the heart of the formation, even a late-stage mystic-level Master Realm expert would find it hard to handle, suffering within. Everyone, drive the formation with me and kill this scoundrel. Wu Lengfen, take the people from the martial cultivation mansion to assist from the side. Zhu Hongjai's gaze turned ferocious. The death of multiple Zhu family experts had completely ignited the fury within him. He wanted to kill the cloaked figure within this formation. Boom! As his words fell, the Great Formation activated. Countless rays of formation light surged forth with an astonishing howling sound, sweeping toward the cloaked figure, intending to reduce him to ashes. Insignificant tricks! Trapped in the peak fourth-order formation, the cloaked figure remained unperturbed. After a cold smile, he stepped forward to the right. The moment he took that step, the attacks surrounding him fell into a dead angle. The formation's full power was instantly reduced. He then lifted his hand and struck out. Boom! A tremendous force erupted from his palm, an aura that made the heart race spilled out. In that instant, Everyone within the formation felt as if they had plunged into an ice-cold expanse, their bodies stiffening with fear. In the next moment, the overwhelming formation light exploded, shattered by the cloaked figure's palm. The formation trembled violently. Countless rays of formation light scattered and shot out in all directions, leaving the Zhu family experts controlling the formation groaning in pain. Several formation flags cracked. The oppressive force that had been meant to bind and crush the invader twisted, then broke. Zhu Hongzhai's face went ashen. He could no longer imagine what kind of person he had provoked. To be able to easily shatter even the 4 Harmony 5 Elements formation's attack. He knew that if he had been the one to execute that strike, it would have surely left him heavily injured and spitting blood, yet the other party was completely unscathed. Wu Mansion Master, why aren't you making a move? Zhu Hongzhai roared angrily at the strong experts of the martial cultivation mansion. Go! Wu Lengfen's gaze was cold as he shouted. Dozens of martial cultivation mansion experts hidden in the area surged toward the cloaked figure, combining their force with the struggling formation. But it was already obvious that the combined strike only served to draw the cloaked figure's attention. He moved with an odd grace within the remnants of the formation, and with a few cold motions, several of the strongest martial artists who had rushed in were killed on the spot. Their names called out in horror, their bodies collapsing into bloody heaps. The Zhu family and the martial cultivation mansion had thrown their trump card array and their elite into the fray all at once. They had pinned their hope on that formation. In a single decisive clash it had been broken, and several named elders lay dead. The battlefield fell into a stunned silence. The 3 critical truths were now crystal clear to everyone present. This cloaked man possessed overwhelming superiority. The Zhu family and the martial cultivation mansion were no match even with their trump card array, and they were in immediate, desperate danger. Chen's face changed. He had hoped to avoid outright involvement, but seeing the formation shattered so easily and so many people killed in an instant, he understood. He could not remain idle. His earlier relief at the cloaked figure's arrival had vanished, replaced by the cold realization of the other party's intent and power. He tightened his fists, preparing to intervene. The cloaked figure still bore no injuries. Damn it! Wu Lengfen and Zhu Hongzhai were shocked and furious. Under the combined efforts of so many people and the formation of the 4 Harmony and 5 Elements array, they still could not match the strength of the cloaked figure. Worse, under the cloaked figure's continuous attacks, the 4 Harmony and 5 Elements array was constantly collapsing, teetering on the brink of destruction. Zhu Hongzhai's heart went cold. Under the array, the cloaked figure could kill them so easily. Once the array shattered, with their cultivation levels, there would be no hope of escape. Impossible! How could this cloaked figure be so terrifying? They had roamed Wu City for so long and never heard of such a master from the 5 Northwest nations. In the past, they had engineered countless villains to their deaths. They never expected to meet such a reversal today. They no longer dared to hold back. Eyes ferocious, they urged the power of their bloodlines and swallowed medicinal pills, trying to slow the cloaked figure. Their attacks could only slow him. They couldn't prevent him from killing them. Break the array! Zhu Hongzhai shoved everything into the formation. Essence blood poured into the array, pushing it to the edge. Wu Lengfen roared, his body radiating a cold glow, a chilling wave surging toward the cloaked figure. 3 forces collided. Both Zhu family members and Wu Lengfen groaned, blood bursting from their mouths. For a fleeting moment the cloaked figure seemed restrained. Black mist swirled around him like tentacles, twisting to resist the pressure. Chen watched, alarmed. The 4 Harmony and 5 Elements array was at least a peak 4th-tier formation. Under the desperate activation fueled by blood, it approached the 5th-tier threshold, yet could barely suppress the cloaked figure. He sensed something off. The cloaked figure's calm, the way he had seemed trapped, it felt like a trap to draw out Chen's hand. Decisive, Chen acted. He soared into the air, the mysterious rusty sword transforming into beams of sword light, stabbing out fiercely. Lightning-like sword radiance slashed, 3 flying knives shot from his sleeves as black streaks. Simultaneously, he unleashed his mental storm. He would not use the illusionary prison cage. It required time. He needed speed. Everything moved like a torrential storm. The rotating sword light carried immortal sword intent. The mental storm rushed toward the cloaked man at top speed. But a sudden premonition prickled Chen. Things were going too smoothly. The cloaked figure had been passive for so long. With a 5th-tier Wuzong cultivation, he should never be trapped so easily. He must be gauging Chen's trump card. Boom! Dozens of black tentacles surged forth, twisting wildly, sealing off all escape routes, wrapping toward Chen. Break! Chen roared, sword light shot in all directions. The tentacles were resilient. The rusty sword struck them with dull, leather-like sounds and could not cut through. The 3 knives were swatted away. The mental storm, however, found a seam. The cloaked man's eyes froze for a breath, not long, but enough. Explode! Chen produced the fifth-tier true talisman he had taken from Feng and detonated it. A ball of crimson light erupted. Scorching waves tore outward, shredding black tentacles and sending Chen flying back. Endless heat enveloped the cloaked figure. A muffled groan escaped. A gigantic black shadow emerged from the heat, the man charred, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He had suffered a hidden loss, his calm cracked. He coldly stared at Chen. As expected, you didn't let me down. You actually possess such a terrifying true talisman attack. It should be a 5th-level true talisman. If I hadn't only used 4 parts of my attention to deal with this broken formation and 6 parts to guard against you, I might have been severely injured. And that mental shock earlier, the one who spied on me at the auction, it should also be you. His tone brimmed with cold excitement. Unfortunately, although your strength is not weak, your cultivation level is too low. That fire talisman is strong, but it won't kill me. Heh, such a powerful alchemist, I truly look forward to seeing you. Then the cloaked man laughed, and the black tentacles erupted thicker, each nearly twice as thick, swirling with astonishing pressure toward Chen. They sealed the space around him. Chen kept calm. He knew he could not be ensnared. Once wrapped, there would be no escape. With his cultivation, he could not break through the tentacles' power. So he didn't try to force them. He changed the field. A large number of formation plates suddenly appeared in his hands. He hurled them into the 4 harmony and 5 elements formation. The plates landed and integrated, beams of azure light shooting out, vast pillars soaring into the clouds, perfectly merging with the broken formation. Chen made hand seals. An azure halo sprouted around him, a protective aura that began to hold against the pounding black tendrils. The cloaked man's sneer froze. The light shield resisted. He stared, disbelief widening. The halo indicated a 5th-level array. In an instant, with a few plates, Chen had upgraded the Zhu family's peak 4th-level formation into a 5th-level formation. He must be an array master, at least above 4th level. Zhu Hongzhai and Zhu Hongjun, guardians of array lore, stared dumbfounded. For generations, they had tried to complete their ancestors' 5th-level formation and failed. Chen had finished it with what seemed like ease. Their planned ambush twisted into joint offense. The experts pounced toward the cloaked man. Chen's hands moved with obscure ancient symbols merging into the grand formation. The aura soared, the formation's power pressed down like a tsunami, intending to trap the cloaked figure. Humph, good kid. I didn't expect to underestimate you, but do you think this formation can kill me? Idiot! The cloaked man raised his hands. Black mist flew from his palms, a swarm of tiny black dots wriggling like locusts. They darted toward the halo of the formation. Crack, crack, crack! It sounded as if something was biting and chewing. The light shield of the 4 harmony and 5 elements formation began to corrode. Devouring ants! Chen's alarm snapped into clarity. Those black mists were composed of tiny ant-like creatures, the legendary devouring ants. They fed on true energy, devouring true energy matter. True energy attacks had little effect on them. Any formation relied on great stores of true energy to function. The devouring ants would eat that energy bit by bit. Once the energy was gone, even the finest formation would fail. In that instant, Chen understood. The formation could not win. The cloaked man had baited them into relying on true energy constructs, then released the ants to corrode the array. The cloak had not been merely defensive, it had been strategic. Run! Chen no longer hesitated. The trapping formation could not kill the cloaked man, and with devouring ants active, it could not even hold. Staying meant death. He flickered and dashed toward the formation's exit, fleeing toward the nearby Qianxue mountain range. Damn it, this kid is trying to escape. The cloaked man's expression twisted in rage. He did not want Chen to flee. With a wave of his hand, the black mist formed by the devouring ants swarmed after Chen, pouring into the Qianxue mountain range. Buzz, 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 buzz. The buzzing swelled as the black mist formed from countless locusts spread like a canopy, blotting out the sun and sweeping through the Qianxue mountain range. Wherever it passed, towering trees were gnawed to nothing, as if the locusts had devoured the world itself. Once Chen vanished into the mountains, the allied forces from the Zhu family and the martial cultivation house were thrown into stunned disarray. Chen had been the keystone keeping the upgraded 4 harmonies and 5 elements formation functional. Without him, their combined strength could no longer sustain it. The cloaked figure, freed from the immediate restraint, redoubled his assault until the formation began to falter. Seeing defeat inevitable, Zhu Hongzhai gave a single, desperate order to trigger the formation's emergency contraction. The array ruptured and detonated in a violent, self-destructive release of energy. The blast shattered the battle lines. The formation collapsed, Many of the participating Zhu and martial experts were killed, and a small number managed to flee in the chaos. The cloaked figure wasted no time. He finished off the few surviving defenders, swept up their storage rings and treasures, and with a cold sneer, "Little brat, you really thought you could hide?" vanished in the direction Chen had taken, within the Qianxue mountain range. Swish! Chen ran, a lone figure cutting through ruined forest and kicked up dust, the dense black mist and the relentless hum of the Devouring ants pressing close behind him. The Devouring ants tracked true energy with terrifying precision, Chen thought, feeling the hot, stinging pressure of pursuit. His gaze hardened, there was no time to hesitate. But he had no way to deal with it. The devouring ants sustain themselves by devouring true energy. Any attack from a martial artist is fundamentally true energy, and general attacks have little effect on them. Swish! A sword light flashed, illuminating the world. Within the sharp sword energy lay incredible sword intent, slashing towards the rear. The black canopy formed by the devouring ants split, the sword energy vanished into a mass of writhing black bodies, and though a small number of ants were extinguished by the sword intent, the rest devoured the true energy contained in the 9-star martial god technique and grew stronger. No, the 9-star martial god technique I cultivate is indeed thick in true energy, but it has no absolute killing effect on the devouring ants. Only the sword intent can extinguish some of the devouring ants. Continuous attacks will only enhance the strength of the devouring ants. Chen tried mental attacks, but the ants' simple mental structure rendered such attempts almost useless. No matter where he hid, they followed, clearly tracking him under the stimulation of the cloaked person. I can't just sit here and wait for death. I refuse to believe that these devouring ants can infinitely absorb my true energy. He went all out, true energy surging as he launched his strongest blows. Sword energy after sword energy tore into the black curtain. Some ants were destroyed by sword intent, but more wrapped around the attacks and devoured them. The devouring ants could grow by consuming true energy. Pushing them to overconsume was his aim, but the plan nearly backfired as the black mass surged at him, intent on swallowing him whole. "Come on!" Chen was enveloped by countless devouring ants, wrapped like a rice dumpling as they drained his true energy. He thrust further, releasing his bloodline power, the thunderous bloodlight, and immediately a reaction he had not expected occurred. Upon contact with his thunderous bloodlight, many devouring ants recoiled in terror, some were turned to ash, while others, instead of perishing, were entangled by strands of thunder light, falling into a stupor. Thunder bloodline is surprisingly effective against the devouring ants. He barely had time to think before he felt something more. The thunder light seemed to sever the spiritual imprint the cloaked man had on some of the ants. Where that link broke, the ants in turn began to form a strange bond with Chen. Under the thunder light, the remaining devouring ants no longer dared to attack. They fled a short distance, yet were drawn to the thunder blood energy on Chen, hovering and refusing to leave, both fearful and attracted. Perhaps I can use the thunder blood power to subdue these devouring ants. Chen seized on the chance. He poured his thunder bloodline to its utmost. Streams of thick thunder light shot from his body, sweeping the swarm. Under his bloodline, the mental mark left by the cloaked person on many ants was extinguished, and a portion of them underwent metamorphosis, their backs flickering faintly with electric light as they fell into a stunned state. In the end, more than half of the devouring ants perished, and a fraction survived, bearing thunderlight and an inexplicable bond to Chen. "Capture!" He gathered the surviving thunder-infused ants into his storage ring, then let out a long howl. Yo! From a distance the iron feather eagle appeared, landing before him. Chen leapt onto its back, urged it into the air, and escaped. Over 10 miles away, the cloaked person spat blood and stared up at the iron feather eagle soaring high, horror and anger flashing in his eyes. The black iron feather eagle spread its wings and plunged deeper into the Qianxue mountain range. After several hours, Chen directed it to land in a secluded valley. He fed the eagle a few pills and sent it to cultivate, then retreated to a hidden spot to examine what he had seized. Earlier, while flying, he had observed the devouring ants in his ring. Stimulated by the thunder bloodline, they had been enveloped in faint electric light and had fallen into deep sleep. Crucially, the thunder blood power had severed the cloaked man's control over some of them and formed a mysterious bond with Chen. This was alarming and revealing. According to legend, devouring ants can devour all true qi in the world and rank highly on the list of extraordinary spirit insects. These devouring ants can easily consume my sword aura and at least reach the 5th rank. Where did that cloaked man obtain these devouring ants? Cultivating devouring ants to such a level demanded vast materials and rare resources. Chen did not believe anyone within the 5 nations of the Northwest could produce such insects. The cloaked man's possession of both devouring ants and the blue lotus extraordinary fire and his keen mental perception suggested he was not a local. The thought chilled Chen. The cloaked man must be from the outside world, carrying rare resources unknown here. Chen confirmed another key point as he inspected the ants. The ones touched by his thunder bloodline had not simply been subdued, they had in small part been converted. They were dangerous by nature, but his bloodline turned them into a hidden trump card that the cloaked man had used and bonded them before implied access to outside world techniques or materials. After steadying himself, Chen took out the blue lotus extraordinary fire from his storage ring. He had risked everything to obtain it. Without his formation skills, his thunder bloodline, the constraints from the Zhu family and the martial cultivation house, or the iron feather eagle's sudden aid, survival against the cloaked man would have been impossible. All of it was for this flame that might eliminate the 100 ghosts' curse in him. He opened the jade box. Scorching flame aura spread, raising the valley's temperature. The blue lotus extraordinary fire had a pure, unique source of flame energy, unlike ordinary demon fire. Whether it was the legendary blue lotus demon fire or not, it was certainly an extraordinary blood spirit fire. Before he could begin refining, Chen sensed a hidden mental mark lodged in a corner of the jade box. It had been obscure enough that only when he removed the flame could his mental power detect it. With a cold snort, he eliminated the mark, then threw out more than 10 array discs and set up a formation. His mental power penetrated the blue lotus extraordinary fire. A terrifying heat assaulted him. Waves of flame aura surged into his consciousness, and for a moment Chen realized how dangerous the fire could be. If he had been careless, even with 4th-rank mental power, the blow could have burned his mental strength to nothingness. As the aura of the blue lotus extraordinary fire fluctuated, it reached a lowest point. Now's the time. Chen urged his mental power, transformed it into a mental rune, and plunged it into the blue lotus extraordinary fire, instantly commencing refinement. -398. Chen initially thought it would take considerable effort, but he did not expect that in just a moment he had already refined the kingly and strange fire. He was taken aback, feeling that something was amiss. It was too easy. Even though he refined it when the kingly and strange fire was at its weakest, the process was still overly simple. Refining any demon fire, earth fire, or heaven fire is an incredibly complex process. It requires mental energy and flames to gradually fuse together, achieving a perfect resonance before the strange fire can be completely refined. The refinement of heaven fire is even more difficult because heaven fire possesses its own consciousness. Refining it is akin to enslaving it or even extinguishing it, thus the stronger the strange fire, the higher the difficulty of refinement. However, with the kingly and strange fire in just a breath's time, Chen easily and perfectly merged with it. His mental energy completely integrated into it, making the process feel far too effortless. Even a first-tier demon fire would probably not be this easy to refine. Despite his doubts, Chen observed that the kingly and strange fire had indeed been refined by him, giving him a feeling of being able to manipulate it as if it were an extension of his own body, as if they had completely merged into one. Moreover, with the increase in the power of the kingly and strange fire, that scorching sensation, which felt as if it could burn a person to ashes, had completely disappeared, now gently flickering in the palm of his hand. Not understanding the reason, Chen didn't think too much and directly drew the kingly and strange fire into his body. Whoosh! A rich scent of demon fire immediately surged in his mind. This kingly and strange fire, under Chen's control, floated above his spiritual ocean, releasing a faint strange fire aura that made his entire soul sea feel comfortable. A breath of life emanated from the strange fire, nourishing Chen's soul sea. Chen was shocked. What kind of flame is this? How could it contain such pure life force? Let's first refine the 100 ghosts' curse and see if this kingly and strange fire has any effect. What he did not expect was that, when he prepared to use the kingly and strange fire to refine the aura of the 100 ghosts' curse, a sudden and intense life-and-death crisis erupted from the depths of his heart. The kingly and strange fire was no longer as docile as before. It suddenly erupted with a powerful and terrifying killing intent, instantly launching towards the soul sea below. Chen was immensely shocked. He had clearly refined this kingly and strange fire, yet it could escape his control and was launching an attack on his soul sea. At this moment, the aura of the kingly and strange fire surged violently, a scorching aura rampaging above his soul sea, causing it to fluctuate violently, clearly intending to burn his soul sea into nothingness. This kingly and strange fire was trying to extinguish his soul. His reaction was near instant. "Do you really think I am unprepared?" Countless white lights suddenly appeared above the soul sea. These white lights crisscrossed, swiftly forming a net of heaven and earth, blocking the Kinglian's strange fire. Simultaneously, the brilliant ethereal sword of mental energy above the soul sea moved in an instant, striking fiercely against the Kinglian's strange fire. Boom, the fourth-tier mental energy sword collided with the Kinglian's strange fire, instantly unleashing a terrifying shockwave, rampaging above Chen's soul sea. If he hadn't been prepared and set up numerous restrictions in his soul sea beforehand, this single shockwave could have severely injured his soul sea. Struck by the spiritual sword, the Kinglian's strange fire writhed and emitted waves of angry and violent aura, its fierce essence seeming like a hellish demon roaring in rage. I've always felt you were a bit strange. I didn't expect that your strange fire has already developed a consciousness. Chen's divine sense had not detected the consciousness within the Kinglian's strange fire, but the restless and violent aura emanating from the fire made it clear there was a problem. It truly is remarkable, pretending to be without consciousness, being refined by me so smoothly, but unexpectedly there is indeed a consciousness hidden deep within the flames. He sneered. Clearly, this consciousness hiding within the Kinglian's strange fire did not have good intentions. If it had good intentions, the Kinglian's strange fire would have actively acknowledged him, and he would have known about the consciousness long ago. No wonder he always felt uncomfortable during the refinement process. It turned out to be this. But what astonished him more was the nature of that consciousness. Anything that can give rise to consciousness is undoubtedly an incredibly extraordinary fire. Demon fires could not naturally develop consciousness, only certain innate flames born from heaven and earth might. The only fires that can give rise to consciousness are heaven fires. These flames are born from the will of heaven and earth, and once they successfully grow, they will possess consciousness and become a living fire spirit, roaming between heaven and earth. But the blood spirit fire aura on this Kinglian's strange fire was obvious. It was clearly a blood spirit fire. How could it possibly be a heaven fire? Forget about that for now, let's refine it first. Above the soul sea, Chen's mental energies transformed into layers of shimmering light, wrapping around the Kinglian's strange fire. A dense array of mental runes acted like light membranes, quickly enveloping the Kinglian's strange fire, aiming to forcibly refine it. The Kinglian's strange fire seemed to sense the danger. At the moment it was wrapped in mental runes, a violent killing intent erupted within the blue flames, and with a loud boom, it tore apart the mental runes that Chen had unleashed. His fourth-stage spiritual power had no resistance whatsoever. The violent aura pressed down fiercely towards the Sea of Souls below. The flames collided with the barrier above the Sea of Souls like a comet crashing into a planet. The sound of cracking echoed as the barrier flickered, brilliant white lights bursting forth, enduring the burning power of the flames. Chen's heart sank. Once the Kinglian's strange fire broke through the barrier, the horrifying fire power would enter the Sea of Souls. At that moment, if the Sea of Souls couldn't hold on, he would be doomed. 10,000 gods technique, heavenly transformation, forbidden art. An astonishing spiritual storm swept through, forming layers of barriers that continuously covered the area above the Sea of Souls. Simultaneously, Chen's spiritual power formed a spiritual vortex. The top spun like a sharp cone, attempting to penetrate the interior of the Kinglian's strange fire. He knew very well that only by infiltrating the interior and extinguishing its consciousness could he completely refine it. Bang! The two forces collided and wrestled, instantly generating a massive storm above his Sea of Souls. The overwhelming fire power surged, and Chen's fourth-stage spiritual power surprisingly melted under the intense flames. He could sense that although the Kinglian's strange fire was nascent and unstable, its essence was already ferocious beyond reason. It did not merely act like a violent flame. Under that killing intent it behaved like a devouring beast. I won't believe it. Grimly, he unleashed his spiritual storm to the utmost limit. Transparent virtual swords multiplied in his mind, each sword shadow containing an astonishing aura as they crazily slashed towards the Kinglian's strange fire. The sword light crisscrossed into a towering formation, its endless sharpness pressing down. Seeming to sense danger, the volatility of the Kinglian's strange fire surged. An astonishingly violent aura erupted from the flames, reminiscent of the creation of heaven and earth. The flames surged, blocking countless sword lights and instantly breaking through the barrier above Chen's Sea of Souls. Crack, under this aura, the barriers crumbled into dust and disappeared. The Sea of Souls was exposed beneath the Kinglian's strange fire. The Kinglian's strange fire, like a famished beast, greedily gazed at the Sea of Souls below and rushed down. Chen felt as if he were being stared at by an ancient strange beast. The flames were not merely flames, but a primordial predator wanting to devour him completely. Just as the flames were about to surge into his Sea of Souls, time above the Sea of Souls froze. The mysterious ancient book, hidden in Chen's mind and invisible until now, activated. It suddenly appeared, pages opening, and a dazzling white light shot through, illuminating the Kinglian flames and firmly suppressing them. The furious Kinglian flames were instantly reduced to a trembling ball, shuddering as if it had encountered an ancient true dragon. The suppression made it shrink. Good opportunity. Chen seized it without hesitation. A torrent of spiritual power surged into the suppressed flames. The violent aura on the surface was forced down by the ancient book's light, and Chen pushed his spiritual power deeper into the Kinglian's strange fire, inscribing countless spiritual marks upon it. The fire resisted, an instinctual devouring consciousness rampaging inside, but under the pressure of the ancient book it could not break free. Crack! An extremely violent chaotic aura raged within the green-blue flames as they shook wildly, trying to escape the old tome's restraints. But Chen would not give it a chance. While the ancient book suppressed the flame, he frantically urged his spiritual power, attacking the core area, and at the crucial moment, dispersed a portion of his soul power, merging it into the Kinglian's strange fire. The Kinglian's strange fire exhibited conscious resistance, as if instinctively threatened and wanting to break free. Its killing intent rose like a tide. But under the ancient book's intimidation, after a brief, violent struggle, the Kinglian flames were forcibly subdued. Chen's marks took root. The violent aura and corrupt information within the flame were being transformed into pure flame auras. Each now carried an extraordinary strength, capable of slaying a profound-level martial artist. When the smoke cleared, the Kinglian's strange fire trembled and finally yielded. Chen had forced the flame into subjugation, and with part of his soul merged inside, had left a piece of himself bound to the fire. Instantly, a flood of mottled, chaotic aura burst into his mind, a crushing torrent of information. Alchemy formulae, martial truths, paths of cultivation, memories of consumption, everything overlapped in a violent, disordered rush. Chen was startled and hurriedly expelled most of the torrent from his mind. If not for his exceptionally strong spiritual power, already at the state of gathering the soul into form, that chaotic sea could have shattered his soul and reduced him to idiocy. He forced his will to sort and absorb what he could, letting the rest be discarded. From the fragments he retained came invaluable insights that would upgrade his alchemy and martial understanding. I see now. The Kinglian's strange fire was not born with intelligence, but rather an instinctual devouring consciousness. At that moment Chen fully understood the flame's nature. From birth it developed an awareness that sought to devour the powers of heaven and earth to grow. With each alchemist it consumed, that awareness would intensify and potentially evolve into full intelligence. The killing intent he had felt was the product of that instinct, a brutal hunger that had already consumed countless lives. Any who thought to refine it would be devoured, and their spirit and true qi absorbed to fuel the fire's growth. All the alchemists who auctioned the Kinglian's strange fire believed they had obtained an astonishing flame to enhance their cultivation, yet they were in reality feeding this devouring consciousness. The cloaked person who circulated the flame likely did not know the truth either. He merely thought continual consumption would stabilize the fire into a perfect tool. Chen coldly laughed inwardly at that foolishness. If left unchecked, the flame's consuming consciousness might one day evolve into a violent intelligence no one could control. After the violent information flood ebbed, the ancient book returned to calm and receded into the depths of Chen's mind. The gray, corrupt aura that had tainted the flame melted under Chen's refining and disappeared. The blue aura of the fire grew gentler and more brilliant, stabilizing at a level that felt far beyond a mere fifth-tier flame even if it registered as such. A magnificent blue lotus hovered above his sea of consciousness, gentle and resplendent. Since I do not know if you are the legendary Kinglian strange fire, I will call you Xiong. He named it and felt its presence respond faintly like a living thing. The scorching sensation that had once haunted him was gone, replaced by a warm, nourishing life force that made his soul sing. The price he had paid, a fragment of his soul merged into the flame, felt both heavy and necessary. He had wrested control, forced a pact, and gained an ally that was quasi-heavenly in nature. A blood-spirit fire carrying a devouring consciousness, refined into obedient brilliance, yet always hinting at something more ancient within. Taking a deep breath, Chen urged Xiong towards the 100 ghosts' curse tangled within his body. The curse manifested as black strands of clotted energy, entrenched and corrosive. When Xiong approached, those black strands emitted panic like mice seeing a cat, scrambling and recoiling. Chen guided the flame to surround and intercept. As soon as the Kinglian's strange fire touched even a strand of the 100 Ghosts' curse, the black energy dissolved like snow under the sun, turning to ash and dust. The process was swift and absolute. Half an incense stick later, the curse power within his body was completely gone, leaving no trace. A feeling of rejuvenation surged through him, as if countless iron blocks had been lifted from his shoulders. His Beihui point trembled lightly, his thoughts crystal clear, as if he had been reborn. Ah, the 100 Ghosts' curse that troubled me for many days has finally been cleared. He felt indescribably light. His will became more solid, his mental strength elevated. The Kinglian's strange fire had been far more terrifying than he had imagined. The 100 Ghosts' curse was special, yet it collapsed like an ant under Xiao Qing. That revealed both the fire's potency and the threat it posed if uncontrolled. There are not many days left until the final competition. Although the 5 nations in the northwest is remote, it surprisingly possesses many relics from the Dark Ages, along with many special treasures. The ancient southern capital is the core of these relics. There should be much information left behind, and I absolutely cannot miss it. With a long whistle, Chen leaped onto the iron feather eagle, urging it towards the ancient southern capital. He was not particularly interested in the 5 nations competition. He was after the ancient relics and the secrets they might hold. The ancient book's sudden intervention during the fight hinted at something older than common knowledge. Its abrupt appearance and decisive suppression of the flame suggested an origin far more mysterious than a simple tool, an origin Chen now felt the need to investigate. In the depths of the Qianxue mountain range, a black figure flew swiftly among the peaks. Roar! A late-stage Qian-level blood-scythe beast burst from the side, scales red as sun, fangs bared, lunging like an avalanche. The black figure was nearly caught, but a black thread flashed, splitting the beast and sending it crashing in a fountain of blood. The black-clad person halted, coldly chuckling, expression disdainful, when shock suddenly cut his amusement. What? The aura of the Kinglian's strange fire has vanished. How is that possible? His voice trembled with fury. He kept sensing, but found that the Kinglian's strange fire he had been able to feel before had completely disappeared from his perception. Impossible. From obtaining the Kinglian's strange fire to retrieving it again, dozens of alchemists had been consumed by it, but this was the first time such a thing had occurred. Without the perception of the Kinglian's strange fire, how could he find it again in the vast Qianxue mountain range? The Kinglian's strange fire won't destroy the mark I left behind by itself. It must be that kid, that damn kid. The cloaked person roared, his voice hoarse and terrifying, echoing throughout the land and shaking the mountains and fields. In the boundless sky, a black shadow soared thousands of meters high, speeding through the air. Gunandu is tens of thousands of miles away from Wu City. If we bypass the brown rock mountain range ahead, we should almost reach Tiangu City. Having left the Qianchang mountain range for 3 days, Chen continuously familiarized himself with the Chinese letter strange fire within his body, finally refining the Qing Lion Chinese letter Qing Lion strange fire to perfection. This time, the final assessment location for the 5-nation competition was set in Gunandu. But since Gunandu typically only appeared on the day of the assessment, the meeting point Chen agreed upon with Lingwu Wang Zhiro Zhan was in Tiangu City. Tiangu City, like Wu City, is a city located on the border of the 5 nations. This city is situated near the ruins of Gunandu and attracts a large flow of people every 5 years during the 5-nation competition, becoming a holy land. On the plain, an ancient city appeared at the edge of his vision, standing tall like a diamond embedded in the earth. It was Tiangu City. Eventually, Chen dismounted from the back of the iron feather eagle and allowed it to forage in the brown rock mountain range before he himself sped toward the distant Tiangu City. He had heard once, briefly, that beasts instinctively avoided the relic area around Gunandu. It seemed the rumor had some truth to it. On the ground, the weeds were taller than a person, and everywhere were piles of mottled rocks and gravel filled with a sense of desolation. A clash of metal echoed on the wind ahead. Curious, Chen drew closer and saw 2 young people surrounded by a scattering group of robbers. The fight was nearly over. The assailants were already losing heart. One sweep of silver-banded light, and the remaining attackers broke and fled in disarray. Chen stepped forward with a casual flick, one crisp slash that cut through the nearest path and sent the last of the bandits stumbling away. No grand display, just a deliberate motion. The threat evaporated as quickly as it had gathered. As the dust settled, the 2 young figures became clear. The man beside the woman wore a silver robe and a small crown, a silver fan twirling at his side. He moved with the sharp elegance of someone hardly bothered by the skirmish, his cultivation obvious and formidable. Chen recognized the fan-wielding youth at once, Li Cunyan. rumored to have ties to Dawei Liuxian, a rising name that had recently begun to ripple through the western northwest Five Nations. Beside him stood Qianxue, still in a white gauze dress, still possessing that unnatural, ethereal beauty. Her cultivation gave off the calm, potent aura of someone who had likewise grown stronger since they last met. You. At the sight of Chen, Qianxue's eyes flashed, recognition and something colder beneath it. The moment stretched, heavy with the memory of the blood-spirit pool and all that had transpired there. Chen's heart tightened. He had hoped to avoid any encounter with her. Every meeting between them had a way of turning into conflict. He had almost turned to leave, but Li Cunnion straightened, fan folding with a faint rustle, and offered a courteous nod, as if acknowledging an unexpected guest more than an enemy. "You're here," Qianxue said softly, every syllable laced with restrained feeling. It was not a greeting. Chen gave a slight, neutral bow. "Qianxue." Their exchange was brief, no flash of blades, no grand combat, only the quiet, taut recognition between two people who carried complicated pasts. Around them, the scattered robbers had fled. The plain returned to its hollow quiet, and Tiangu City loomed closer on the horizon, indifferent to the small reunion that had just taken place. "Is it him?" At this moment, Qianxue also spotted Chen, her eyes revealing a look of surprise. At this time, the battle knife in the hands of the bandit leader had already reached above Chen's head. Before the knife fell, the sharp blade transformed into a monstrous wave, completely enveloping Chen. The knife energy surged in all directions. It was enough to slice not just a living person, but even a piece of iron or stone in half. Chen felt frustrated. He hadn't provoked this guy, and even if he was coming towards him, was it necessary to try to kill him? Did he really think of himself as a lamb? A flash of sharpness passed through his eyes, and in a swift motion, a sword light flickered through the void. In the next moment, the leading bandit froze, his eyes wide with shock and anger as he stared at his chest. A fine line had already been cut into his robe, and a trickle of blood seeped out from the line. Immediately after, his body split in two, flying 10 meters away. The other bandits, witnessing this, dared not approach Chen and fled in panic. "Humph, he didn't die after all." The smile on the silver-crowned youth's face froze, his expression turned grim, and he let out a cold snort. Turning around, he found Qianxue was also looking at him, her gaze revealing an unusual emotion. "Qianxue, do you know him?" The silver-crowned youth instinctively began to regard Chen with hostility. Qianxue ignored him and flew towards Chen, frowning. "You actually acted alone and didn't go with the Great Qi Kingdom's team." Seeing that she had already noticed him and even spoke up first, Chen felt it would be petty to turn around and run. He simply stopped and chuckled. "Aren't you the same?" "Qianxue, who exactly is he?" The silver-crowned youth stepped closer, coldly staring at Chen, his expression slightly shifting. He and Qianxue were not old acquaintances. They had only met when following their sect to Ling Tian sect. Upon first seeing this beauty, he immediately became infatuated. As a genius of the Liu Xian sect, many women admired him, but those women were nothing compared to Qianxue. He found it hard to imagine how someone of such talent could emerge from a small place like the Northwest. After learning that Qianxue intended to travel to Tiangu City for training, he proposed to accompany her. Though she initially refused, she eventually agreed under the orders of the Ling Tian sect leader. In the silver-crowned youth's view, with his cultivation and talent, he only needed to show a bit of his prowess during their training journey, and what kind of woman wouldn't fall for him? Yet to his surprise, Qianxue remained indifferent towards him the entire way. Just as he was about to display his abilities against a group of bandits to impress her, this young man suddenly appeared. What enraged him was that Qianxue, who was usually cold to everyone, showed a hint of warmth in her eyes when looking at this young man, making the silver-crowned youth feel like he was facing a formidable rival and developing a deep hostility towards Chen. Qianxue's gaze flickered, and she smiled faintly. "He is a friend of mine named Chen, and he will also participate in this ancient competition in the southern capital." "Friend?" the silver-crowned youth snorted coldly. In a place like the Five Kingdoms, which was known for its alchemy pills, what kind of genius could possibly come from there? He didn't take Chen's strength seriously at all. However, seeing the unusual look in Qianxue's eyes and the smile on her face made him uncomfortable, prompting him to huff. Chen looked at Qianxue in disbelief. How could she introduce him as her friend? Was she joking? It was already a blessing that she wasn't introducing him as an enemy. Casting a suspicious glance at the silver-crowned youth and sensing the hostile aura emanating from him, as well as the slight smile on Qianxue's lips, Chen seemed to understand something. He immediately laughed. "Qianxue, who is this? Why not introduce us?" Qianxue calmly replied. "This is Li Cunnion, a genius disciple from Liu Xian sect." Liu Xian sect. Was there such a sect in the Five Kingdoms? Chen was taken aback and asked, "Liu Xian sect, what kind of sect is that?" Seeing that Chen's expression did not seem to be feigned, Qianxue was taken aback and said, "Could it be that you really don't know?" "Know what?" Qianxue replied helplessly. "It seems you truly do not know. The southern capital has always been a secret of the Five Kingdoms of the Northwest. Because we rarely communicate with the outside world, this information was only circulated among us. However, not long ago, someone leaked the news of the southern capital outside the Five Kingdoms. Beyond our Five Kingdoms lies the vast Dawei dynasty, and Liu Xian sect is one of the most powerful sects within the Dawei dynasty, very close to us. This time, during the great competition of the Five Kingdoms, not only will there be geniuses from our northwest, but also many forces from outside the Five Kingdoms have come to explore the legendary southern capital, and Liu Xian sect is merely one of them." Hearing this, Chen was astonished. Such things had happened without his knowledge. He could not help but ask, "Will the Five Kingdoms really allow them?" Mid-sentence, Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was indeed a foolish question. The rulers of the Five Kingdoms would never willingly let their own interests be taken by others. However, in this world, strength spoke louder than words. With the Five Kingdoms' abilities, they could not prevent the invasion of the Dawei dynasty. They could only endure and negotiate, trying to divide the benefits as much as possible. Moreover, since the southern capital had already been revealed to the outside world, it was certain that from now on, the blood spirit pool would also become known, and the benefits would be shared by all. Li Cunnion looked sideways at Chen, a faint smile on his lips, and said indifferently, "You hail from the remote northwest, so you naturally don't know much about our Liu Xian sect. But you should realize how vast the Tianwu continent is. The northwest is merely a forgotten corner, as insignificant as ants. The so-called geniuses from the northwest are equally unimpressive. If put in the outside world, they would be considered the weakest. Not to mention, the southern capital has not been thoroughly researched by the northwest for many years. This time we from Liu Xian sect are here to completely investigate the ruins of the southern capital, serving the genius of the world." His words revealed a lofty demeanor. This arrogance made Chen not even want to glance at him. Was Liu Xian sect really that impressive? Not to mention Liu Xian sect, even the Dawei dynasty, he had never heard of it in his past life and clearly wasn't some powerful force. He didn't know where this confidence came from. Li Cunnion's face darkened. If it weren't for Qianxue's presence, he wouldn't mind teaching Chen a lesson to let him know the concept of heaven and earth. "Chen, are you going to Tiangu City?" Qianxue suddenly asked. "Yes." Chen nodded, looking astonished. Was this girl really thinking of traveling with him? Did she want Li Cunnion to take action against him? Seeing that the situation was not right, and that Chen seemed to want to travel with them, Li Cunnion felt that his previous chances to be alone with Qianxue were now disrupted by Chen's presence. He darkened his tone and said, "Brother Chen, you are alone and must have important matters to attend to, right?" A chilling warning shone in his eyes as it landed on Chen. Originally, Chen did not want to get involved between the two of them. He didn't care about why Qianxue had invited him, whether it was to use Li Cunnion's hands to teach him a lesson or to utilize him as a way to evade Li Cunnion. He had no desire to intervene. However, upon hearing Li Cunnion's words, Chen changed his mind. His gaze turned cold, sharp as a sword. "You are meddling too much. Where I Chen go and whether I'm involved is not something you need to inquire about. You—" Li Cunnion's sinister smile suddenly froze, infuriated to the point of spitting blood. He glared fiercely at Chen, his entire body exuding a dense killing intent, cursing inwardly. "Since you are so ungrateful, don't blame me for being ruthless. Just an ant. Given the opportunity, I will make you understand what it means to regret." Qianxue hesitated for a moment and said, "Then let's depart together." At this moment, she felt a pang of regret. Her invitation to Chen was indeed meant to provoke Li Cunnion and teach Chen a lesson, but more than that, she didn't want to be with Li Cunnion. In recent days, Li Cunnion had been following her, making her extremely uncomfortable. Comparatively, although she greatly disliked Chen, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity upon seeing him earlier. But now, seeing the intense killing intent in Li Cunnion's eyes, Qianxue regretted again. She merely wanted someone to scold Chen on her behalf, not to have him face deadly consequences. However, it was clear that Li Cunnion had already held a grudge against Chen, and he would surely find ways to deal with him. Alone, Li Cunnion wasn't the worst, but the power behind him, the Liu Xian sect, could not be underestimated. If a conflict broke out, the great Qi kingdom would simply not be able to protect Chen. Be careful later. Li Kunian is the type who will repay any slight. If you can avoid conflict, do so. After all, the Liu Xian sect is powerful, and the great Qi kingdom cannot afford to provoke them. Feeling guilty, Qianxue couldn't help but send a message to Chen. Upon receiving the message, Chen was momentarily stunned. This girl actually cared about him. He chuckled and replied, "Don't worry, just a clown, no need to take it to heart." Qianxue was speechless. This guy really had a thick skin. A clown? Although Li Kunian's cultivation wasn't particularly strong, his strength was quite impressive, not something an ordinary disciple from the Five Kingdoms could compare to. But since she had already given a warning, Qianxue didn't say anything further. She would just be more cautious and try to keep the two from clashing. The three of them traveled quickly, rapidly approaching Tiangu City. After half a day, the distant Tiangu City appeared before them. This Tiangu City was built specifically for the ancient southern capital, so its history was not very long, but its road construction was intricate and elegant. "Li Kunian, where have you been? We've been waiting for you for a long time." Just as they entered Tiangu City, a cold voice rang out. In the distance, a woman in a crimson robe approached. Her face was sharp, with short hair and an ordinary appearance, but she exuded a formidable aura. Especially the pressure radiating from her was overwhelming, giving a strong sense of oppression. Initial stage Xuan-level martial artist. Chen's gaze sharpened. The young woman was only in her early 20s, yet she had already reached the Xuan level. "Senior Sister Hua." Upon seeing the newcomer, Li Kunian quickly greeted her respectfully. "Humph, you came too slowly. Where have you been these days?" The woman, referred to as Senior Sister Hua, glanced at Qianxue and Chen, revealing disdain. "Mixing with these disciples from the Five Kingdoms? If other factions see this, where will the face of our Liu Xian sect go? Come with me." With a cold reprimand, the woman in red turned around to lead the way. "Senior Sister Hua, I have some matters to attend to. Please tell me where the sect is based so I can go there myself later." After a moment of hesitation, Li Kunian spoke. He didn't want Chen and Qianxue to be alone together. The woman in red turned back, her expression darkening. "Since you and Elder Li arrived in the Five Kingdoms, you went elsewhere to meet old friends. The team leader is already somewhat dissatisfied. Now that the senior brother is about to arrive, we all need to go out to welcome him. Are you sure you won't come?" "The senior brother is coming." A flicker of shock appeared in Li Kunian's eyes. He looked at Qianxue and then said to the woman in red, "All right, Senior Sister Hua, wait a moment. I'll explain and come with you shortly." It seemed that the senior brother held a position of great importance in his eyes, even above the sect elders. Approaching Qianxue, Li Kunian said, "Qianxue, let's go to the sect together. I will introduce you to our Liu Xian sect's senior brother. Even within the Great Wei dynasty, our senior brother is a top-notch genius." "Sorry, I have things to attend to and won't be going with you. Also, I've told you many times, please don't call me Qianxue." Qianxue frowned. Li Kunian's expression became awkward. He nodded but did not force the issue. Instead, he approached Chen, his tone icy. "Come with me for a moment, I have something to say." "What do you have to say? Just say it here." Li Kunian turned his back to Qianxue, his gaze sharp as he coldly stared at Chen, lowering his voice in anger. "Kid, I've tolerated you for long enough. I advise you to stay away from Qianxue, or I will make you regret it. Don't think about a toad eating swan meat. Qianxue is not someone a commoner from the Five Kingdoms is worthy of." As he spoke, a terrifying aura surged from him, firmly pressing down on Chen. "Scram!" Chen spat out two words, ignoring Li Kunian's pressure. He turned to Qianxue with a smile. "Qianxue, let's go." Qianxue's face flushed red, a surge of anger welling up inside her. She hated that he also called her Qianxue. It was truly annoying. But in the end, she chose to follow Chen. She simply didn't want to stay with Li Kunian for another second. "This detestable kid!" Li Kunian roared inwardly, his eyes filled with rage and killing intent, wishing he could chop Chen into 1,000 pieces. "Let's go!" The voice of the woman in red came from behind. Li Kunian's expression returned to calm, casting a resentful glance at Chen's departing figure before turning to follow the woman in red. "All right, we should part ways here," Qianxue said coldly as she and Chen reached a street corner. "What, are you planning to use me and then slip away? It doesn't work that way." Qianxue's face flushed. "Who used you?" Her voice was weak, lacking confidence. "Come on, I have something I want to ask you." Chen smiled, uninterested in explaining, and turned to leave. Qianxue hesitated for a moment but followed him. After all, she had indeed used Chen before and had even put him in danger. Now to just turn around and leave felt a bit uncouth, not her style at all. No matter if it was Chen or Qianxue, it was their first time in Feng City. The two moved through the crowd with curious eyes, drawn toward the famous Xiong Pavilion, an inn favored by the young talents and top martial artists of the 5 countries. On the third-floor hall, conversations swirled among the gathered geniuses. Qianxue listened, then offered a short, measured explanation when Chen asked about the Great Wei dynasty. The Great Wei dynasty is a massive power beyond our 5 countries, she said. It dominates the border regions and supports strong sects there, Liuxian sect among them. Now forces from Great Wei are sending people into the 5 nations to take part in the grand competition over Gunnan City, the ancient southern capital. That's why so many outsiders have come. Chen nodded. Around them, talk turned to the blood spirit pool and the strategies tied to it. Qianxue summarized the key point simply. Everyone knows the blood spirit pool can enhance a disciple's talent, but timing matters. Countries realized a while back to rotate younger candidates. Send a younger prodigy, 16, 17, to undergo the baptism early. They might not gain much in the first visit, but 5 years later they're still under 24 and far stronger for the next grand competition. By lowering age now, each country spreads the benefit across multiple competitions instead of getting a one-time boost from someone who ages out. A murmur of agreement went through the hall. It explained why last competitions had seen such young faces and why this round felt different, more calculated, more far-reaching. A few around them voiced the conventional despair. Great Wei's scale would decide the outcome. Chen's reply was quiet but steady. Large dynasties have advantages, sure, but they aren't absolute, as martial artists' will and continuous effort can overturn those odds. Individual resolve has toppled greater forces before. His words struck Qianxue. For a moment she watched him under the noon sun and felt something shift, a silent recognition of the kind of will he spoke of. The conversation tightened into strategy again, who had been sent, which provinces had rotated youth forward, which familiar names might reappear in Gunnan City. Speculation buzzed, tension rising as everyone weighed dynastic weight against personal talent. Then a mocking voice cut through the hum like a blade, echoing across the 3rd floor. Heads snapped up, faces hardening, the hall's chatter dying at once as furious gazes turned toward the source. Great Wei geniuses among the crowd, smirks of provocation drawn across their faces. A group of elegant young men and women sat at a table not far away, wearing cold smiles. Their attire differed from that of the 5 nations, their aura distinctly superior, clearly marking them as from the Great Wei dynasty outsiders. "What did you say?" One of the young geniuses from the 5 nations snorted coldly. "What's wrong? Is it not true?" A blond young man swept his gaze over the crowd, his demeanor exuding superiority. The 5 nations in the northwest are just a minor power, hidden away in a corner. How could such a place possibly produce geniuses? The so-called Feng and others may have decent strength, but in Qianxue they are hardly impressive. Are you not just frogs at the bottom of a well? The words stung. Blood rose to many faces among the 5 nations' youths, but before longer arguments could start, a voice cut through. "Zhao Cheng of the great Zhao nation?" The earlier young man from the 5 nations growled, stepping forward. Zhao Cheng's name drew gasps. He was a famous figure, nearly a finalist in the last 5 nations competition. He lunged, his black war knife infused with true energy, a blade aura taking the form of a roaring tiger and rushing toward the blond youth. The blond youth did not draw steel. He extended a clawed hand, caught the roaring tiger's head, and with a twist shattered the blade aura. Then, with a single heavy fist, he struck Zhao Cheng, sending the great Zhao's prodigy through the 3rd-floor window and crashing into the street below, spitting blood. "This is the genius of the 5 nations? Easily crushed," the blonde scoffed, and laughter rose from his companions. Humiliation spread across the 3rd floor. The 5 nations' geniuses lowered their heads, their anger swallowed by shame. The blonde youth, Wu Yao, did not bother to boast further, only smirking as he surveyed them. "Just a jumping clown, no need to dwell on him," he said. "With our geniuses here, no one from the 5 nations will earn a spot." In a corner, Chen glanced at Qianxue. Before either could act, footsteps sounded from the 2nd floor and a cold voice rang out. "I, Wang Kaiming, will fight you." Qianxue smiled. Wang Kaiming walked down with a battle knife at his waist. His cultivation had advanced to late heaven level. He had the resolute face and eyes like a blade. He stopped and stared at Wu Yao as if nothing else existed. "Who are you?" Wu Yao sneered. "Wang Kaiming from Duqi Kingdom," Wang said calmly. Wu Yao's disdain did not waver. "Another swordsman, huh? In these 5 Western countries, what real swordsman can emerge? Anyone can talk big. If you have the guts, fight me." Wang's voice was steady. After watching Zhao Cheng fall, Wu Yao grew bolder. He glanced to his friends and then to Wang. "Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? Come at me all at once." "No," Wang Kaiming said. "One of me is enough." Wang drew his battle knife. A chilling wind swept the hall. He sent out a dazzling blade light that slashed toward Wu Yao. Wu Yao calmly extended his right hand, caught the blade light with a claw, and shattered it. The impact left deep marks on the floor. The inn trembled under the force of the exchange. The three-story tavern felt like it might split from the shock in a single, thunderous moment. Wang's next moves were few and precise. Several slicing strikes that sealed angles and tested Wu Yao's responses, each edged with his blade intent. Wu Yao's finger shadows crushed those blade lights, then he struck, an overwhelming punch that had already floored Zhao Cheng. The blow carried the weight of a practiced fist technique, a crushing, mountain-crumbling momentum. Wang answered with his signature, a fierce blade intent that split the fist's power and continued pressing forward. He was monstrously talented. His blade intent punched through Wu Yao's defenses in places, but the raw might behind Wu Yao's strikes made it clear Wang was slightly overmatched in force. "Is this your attack? How mediocre?" Wu Yao mocked between blows, though surprise flickered across his features when the blade intent cut his punch. Wu Yao's aura deepened. He had a trump card. "Receive my palm, great sun, shattering heaven fist." A brilliant sun spun above his hand, rolling toward Wang like a grinding disc. "Sky-repelling blade technique," Wang shouted, his blade intent surging like a torrent. The palm and blade met. The clash sent a blast of force through the hall, true energies roaring. The single image of devastation hung in the air. The tavern's beams groaned, windows shattered, and dust and splinters rained down as if struck by an earthquake. Wang Kaiming's blade intent shone with a rare, clear meaning of the sword blade lights cutting through the oppressive palm. Wu Yao's expression shifted from arrogance to anger. In the span of a few moves, both talents were revealed. Wang's young, brilliant comprehension of blade intent, and Wu Yao's terrifying mastery of fist path intent. "Wang Kaiming, you have already comprehended the blade intent," Wu Yao said, voice cold. "No wonder you dare to be so arrogant." His companions, who had been gleeful moments before, now watched in a new apprehensive silence. Wang's blade intent was true and bright, layered and relentless. Wu Yao's counter was a concentrated eruption of fist intent, the extreme path radiant fist, an ancient, overwhelming sun-like momentum honed by Tianmen mansion techniques. The crowd felt the difference between sword and fist intentions like two climates colliding. Wu Yao increased power, his palm surging like a blazing sun. Wang's blade shone like a torrent breaking through the sky. For a moment the two canceled and carved each other, and it seemed the outcome might tilt either way. Yet the quality gap in sheer destructive force was apparent. Wang was cunning and gifted, slicing through and finding openings, but Wu Yao's palm carried a level of annihilating might that made even the onlookers' breaths catch. "Wang Kaiming's talent is good, but he is still somewhat immature," Chen murmured to Qianxue. "His blade intent is brilliant, but he's taking great steps at a young age. Problems could follow." "Perhaps," Qianxue replied softly, eyes fixed on the duel. Wu Yao's face darkened. He had expected to bully provincial geniuses. Instead, he found a swordsman with a clear, burning intent. He prepared to end it, to show that fist intent could obliterate blade meaning. He pushed forward, then in an instant his fist might was severed. A flash of sword light sliced the fist's true energy in two, the palm collapsed into nothing. Wu Yao's pupils constricted as he whipped his gaze toward the corner, eyes brimming with murderous intent. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene and turned to look. "Isn't that Qianxue from the Ling Tian sect? Who is the person beside her?" "It seems to be Chen from the Duchy Kingdom." "What? He is Chen, the genius who killed Nian Wuji from the Ghost Immortal sect?" A commotion arose in the restaurant's main hall as people began to scrutinize Chen, even more so than they did Qianxue. Qianxue was a top genius from the Ling Tian sect, and with her stunning beauty, she had long been a figure of great renown in the 5 nations of the Northwest. Almost no one from the younger generation hadn't heard of her. However, during this period, Chen from the Duchy Kingdom had become a legendary figure in the 5 nations of the Northwest. The reason was simple. It was because the leader of the Ghost Immortal sect, Nian Shuo, had sent someone to assassinate Chen, but the assassin was instead killed, and this news had already spread throughout the entire Northwest. In an instant, various rumors were rampant. No one was unaware of this major event, and rumors regarding Chen had never ceased. Some said that Nian Wuji from the Ghost Immortal sect died at the hands of Chen in the Demon Ancestor mountain range, while others claimed that Chen, in order to reclaim the title of the #1 genius of the Qin family, did not hesitate to harm Feng, fratricide for the sake of seizing the Qin family's wealth. Various rumors were swirling, and no one knew what was true or false, but still, many had doubts about Chen's strength, believing that a person so young could not possibly be a match for Nian Wuji and Feng. "Young Master Chen," steadying himself, Wang Kaiming also exclaimed in surprise. It was only at this moment that he noticed Chen and Qianxue. It wasn't that his observation skills were poor. He had been drawn in by Wu Yao at the beginning. With so many young geniuses seated throughout the restaurant, Chen and Qianxue sitting in the far corner had initially escaped his notice. That was definitely Qianxue who made the move just now. I've heard that Qianxue possesses incredible talent and comprehended sword intent years ago. No wonder she can unleash such a powerful sword strike. Ha ha ha, great. With Qianxue here, let's see how these martial artists from the Wei dynasty can still be arrogant. Exactly. It's rumored that Qianxue is the most outstanding genius to emerge from the Ling Tian sect in 100 years. She must be able to restore our honor in the 5 nations of the Northwest. But why is she sitting with Chen from the Duchy Kingdom? The crowd was excited. They hadn't seen who had made the move earlier. They had only seen a flash of sword light, and since Qianxue was known for her sword skills, they naturally assumed it was her. It seems everyone has misunderstood, Qianxue said with a light laugh, glancing at Chen. A hint of shock still lingered in her expression. Only she had seen clearly that at the critical moment, it was Chen who had suddenly intervened to stop Wu Yao from harming anyone, and Chen hadn't even drawn his sword. He merely used his fingers to perform the sword finger technique. That brilliant and astonishing sword light still lingered in Qianxue's mind and was hard to forget. Humph, do all of you from the 5 nations enjoy sneaking attacks? Wu Yao, this person is ours to deal with. Several companions of Wu Yao suddenly stood up, their expressions cold as they lunged forward. Boom. Various ultimate moves were unleashed in the restaurant's main hall. Previously, Wu Yao had been the one showing off his power, and his companions had been slightly tempted. Now that someone had intervened, they couldn't wait to establish their dominance and enhance their reputation. A group of frogs at the bottom of a well. Do you really think there's no one in the 5 nations of the Northwest? Go back to your Wei dynasty. Qianxue's gaze turned icy, and her long sword suddenly unsheathed. Clang. The dazzling sword light illuminated the entire 3rd floor hall, and an astonishing sword intent erupted from Qianxue's right-hand sword. In the next moment, the entire 3rd floor of the restaurant vibrated violently, the incredible sword intent cutting through everything like the sun at noon, blinding everyone and suffocating them with its sheer dominance. That unparalleled sharpness seemed to want to slice them into pieces, leaving no place to escape. Its sword intent, especially those disciples from the Wei dynasty situated at the center of the sword aura, their souls trembled. The endless sword intent swept through everything, completely shattering their previous arrogance and confidence. Puff! The myriad ultimate moves dissolved instantly under the sword aura, and several of them were sent flying through the air, landing awkwardly on the ground, staring in shock and anger at Qianxue. What? One sword drove back several people. As expected of Qianxue, she's too strong. The crowd erupted with excitement, the noise nearly lifting the roof off as everyone was left in shock. In their eyes, these individuals were supposed to be geniuses of the Wei dynasty, and their cultivation would certainly not be lacking. But to think such geniuses could be repelled by Qianxue with a single sword was astonishing, proving that the #1 genius of the Ling Tian sect was indeed not a title without merit. Finally, someone had restored some face for the 5 nations, and the martial artists from the 5 nations in the restaurant were all extremely excited, clenching their fists tightly. This level of strength, yet you're still so arrogant. Didn't you say there's no one in the 5 nations? I'm right here. If you can reach me, I'll consider you the winners. Ignoring the exclamations in the hall, Qianxue's expression remained calm as she lightly exhaled a puff of breath toward her snow blade, speaking with coldness and pride. Too arrogant? How dare you look down on us? It was just that we were careless earlier. Several of them flushed with rage, their faces nearly dripping with water. As geniuses of the Wei dynasty, they came here with a strong sense of superiority. Who would have thought they would be defeated by a disciple from the 5 nations? Moreover, it was a woman. It was a tremendous disgrace. With a roar, they charged forward again. This time, they didn't dare to be careless. Each of them wore a fierce expression, channeling their true energy to its peak. Boom! Several astonishing auras surged simultaneously in the hall like mountains collapsing and seas reversing. The overwhelming true energy made everyone present struggle to breathe, nearly suffocating them. The oppressive force was more than double that of before, and they all looked at Qianxue in fear. After all, they were geniuses of the Wei dynasty, and their cultivation was extraordinary. Could Qianxue really withstand their full-strength attack? Amid their worries, they saw Qianxue's expression unchanged, her eyes even more prideful. Her right-hand longsword suddenly drew a semicircle in the air and lightly thrust out. As this sword thrust forward, the air seemed to be vacuumed away in an instant. Everyone felt as if their hearts were being gripped tightly, pounding violently. In their vision, a blinding sword light cut straight out. In the next moment, puff, the attacks of the Dewei dynasty geniuses shattered into pieces, their bodies jolted, and blood arrows shot out from their chests. They were thrown backwards, crashing onto the tables and chairs, shattering them and making painful groans. The geniuses of the Dewei dynasty are nothing but this. Sheathing her sword, Qianxue coldly laughed, her elegant and carefree demeanor leaving everyone in shock, their hearts racing and feeling utterly ashamed. How powerful! This is the might of the first genius of Ling Tian sect. We can't even catch up. We're too far behind. Many young geniuses present looked at Qianxue. Her overwhelming presence and stunning beauty left them in shock, feeling utterly insignificant, like an ugly duckling compared to a swan, unable to reach her heights. What kind of man could possibly be worthy of such an extraordinary woman? As they thought of this, everyone's gaze fell on Chen, who was sitting opposite Qianxue. Their hearts felt like they were about to bleed with frustration. They couldn't understand how someone of Qianxue's status could sit so closely with such a guy, appearing so intimate. Internally, they each suffered 100,000 critical hits. Do you want to try again? Qianxue glanced at the several geniuses from the Dewei dynasty, lightly drained her cup of wine, exhaling like orchids. Wu Yao's eyes flickered, his heart shook violently. Qianxue's previous sword strike was too powerful. Although it wasn't aimed at him, he felt as if a sword was pointed at his forehead, sending chills down his spine. He knew very well that in terms of true strength, he wasn't much stronger than his companions. The only thing that gave him an edge was his comprehension of the fist's law, which doubled his attack power. Even so, Wu Yao still didn't have full confidence that he would be a match for Qianxue. Was this person really a genius among the 5 kingdoms? How could she be so terrifying? Wu Yao's heart was shaken, his palms sweaty. At that moment, Qianxue's ethereal presence grew immensely in his mind. Before gauging her bottom line, he even hesitated to fight. However, having previously boasted, if he were to leave now, he would certainly become a laughingstock, losing face for the Dewei dynasty. At that point, not only would he be embarrassed, but the elders of the Tianmen house would also reprimand him. Thus, even if he lacked confidence, he had to brace himself and stick it out, never allowing himself to show fear or retreat. Shifting his gaze, Wu Yao focused on Chen, who was opposite Qianxue. Suddenly his expression brightened. I may not have full confidence against this woman in white, but I have much more confidence against this youth. Although he is young and his cultivation is not weak, his strength is surely not on par with the woman in white. Moreover, from what I heard, this person seems to be a genius from the 5 kingdoms as well. If I defeat him, it will equally preserve the reputation of the Dewei dynasty. After that, I can leave without anyone saying anything. Sighing in relief, Wu Yao declared loudly, I admit my previous words were biased. There are indeed 1 or 2 decent geniuses in the northwest 5 kingdoms, and this lady is one of them. However, I wonder if the young hero beside her possesses equally remarkable talent. Can he take on my next strike? As the words fell, whoosh, Wu Yao's figure shot like lightning towards Chen, a dazzling light bursting from his right hand, releasing an astonishing aura as he attempted to capture Chen in one claw. This guy is too despicable, actually making a move on Chen. Yes, he must know he is no match for Qianxue and has shifted his target to Chen. Damn, Chen is clearly 2 years younger than Qianxue. It said he was the youngest during the initial trials of the 5 kingdoms. Wu Yao really has calculated well. The hall erupted, the crowd murmuring, all feeling that Wu Yao was too despicable. He's targeting me? Chen was taken aback, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Did he think he was easy to bully? He lightly picked up a piece of phoenix liver with his chopsticks and brought it to his mouth, completely ignoring Wu Yao's attack. At the same time, he said, Wang Kaiming, although you have grasped the blade's intent, you have taken a wrong turn. Your blade intent is inclined towards anger. While anger can enhance your attacks, you must remember that anger is an emotion, not an intent. Relying on anger for your blade intent will only narrow your path, ultimately leading you astray, even to the point of losing yourself. Chen spoke eloquently, offering guidance. Upon witnessing this, all the martial artists in the 3rd floor hall were dumbfounded, nearly going crazy. Big brother, someone is challenging you and has launched a fierce attack. Not only are you not retaliating, but you also have the mood to eat. As if that wasn't enough, you even have the leisure to give pointers. You don't even know if you are stronger than Wang Kaiming. What are you trying to guide him for? You're just going to be captured, losing face for the 5 kingdoms. In an instant, everyone was almost going mad. Even Wu Yao, who had launched the attack, was dumbfounded. Was this guy really a genius of the 5 kingdoms and not sent to make fun of them? What time was it, and he was still chatting calmly? Fine, I'll just capture him and dampen the 5 kingdoms' morale. Thinking of this, Wu Yao's aura intensified. Boom! A brilliant light erupted from his right hand, resembling a great sun, rumbling down towards Chen. Just as everyone turned away, unable to bear to look, Chen raised his right hand, using the chopsticks like a knife, and suddenly slashed at Wu Yao. Boom! A terrifying blade light illuminated the void. The chopsticks made of bamboo erupted with an incredible blade intent, a boundless intent filled with destructive power and endless killing aura. At that moment, everyone's hair stood on end, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them in an icy winter, sending shivers down their spines. What? Wu Yao was shocked, his scalp tingling. The disdain in his eyes completely vanished. In a fit of anger, he unleashed a surge of true energy within him, clashing with the overwhelming sunlight aura and thick blade light, explosively trying to shatter this blade intent. However, the blade light emitted from the chopsticks looked simple, but was terrifying. That feeling of destruction and slaughter was like a mountain crashing down on him, violently smashing through his fist's aura, and the powerful force sent him flying. Bang! The tables and chairs behind him shattered. Wu Yao fell into a state of utter embarrassment, almost hitting the ground. Hiss! Seeing this, the crowd collectively gasped, their eyes almost popping out. What did they just see? Chen used chopsticks to send Wu Yao flying? They couldn't believe their eyes. Many rubbed their eyes, thinking it was an illusion. But the scene before them confirmed that everything was real. Wang Kaiming also looked on in shock, his heart stirred. Young Master Chen truly lives up to his name, he is so powerful. That last strike contained at least two kinds of blade intent, each one many times stronger than his own. Originally, his exploration of blade intent felt like a blind man touching an elephant. But at this moment, witnessing Chen's strike and combining that with what Chen had said earlier, it felt as if a wide avenue was laid out before him. Damn it, I refuse to believe you can repel me with chopsticks. Letting out a roar, Wu Yao furiously threw away the vegetable soup from his clothes, his eyes turning red, resembling an enraged lion as a terrifying aura erupted from within him. He had thought about whether the other party would have extraordinary cultivation and be able to withstand his attacks, but he never imagined that the opponent could repel him with a single chopstick, especially in such a public setting, causing his mind to completely explode. Even in the Dawei dynasty's Qianxue prefecture, he had never suffered such humiliation. Take my move, extreme path overbearing fist. The power of his bloodline surged within him, and a dazzling light erupted from Wu Yao. At the same time, layers of phantom shadows appeared above his right fist, resembling rounds of blazing suns that illuminated the ages and shook the world. This was the ultimate manifestation of the Fist Dao's realm. At this moment, he exerted all his strength, pushing his cultivation to its peak, just to defeat Chen and regain his honor. Boom! Before the might of the fist even reached, the entire listening wind pavilion was already trembling, on the verge of collapse as if it could crumble at any moment. Slice, still a light, casual slice, Chen swung with ease, moving freely. In his perception, the brilliance before him was not indomitable. During his mental scan, he easily spotted at least 6 or 7 flaws. What appeared to others as an astonishing high-level mystic martial skill was, in the eyes of this former martial emperor, weak and vulnerable, allowing him to pinpoint the weakest point and slice directly through. Crack! The terrifying brilliance of the sun was struck by this ray of light, trembling violently in an instant. The next moment, it shattered explosively, layers of brilliant sunlight collapsing as if withered, instantly pulverized. Heavenly Yuan Protector! Wu Yao's expression drastically changed as he frantically unleashed his true essence, condensing a heavy true qi shield around himself, enveloped in brilliant radiance, resembling a glowing figure attempting to withstand the residual force of Chen's strike. But it was useless. With a crack, the true qi shield in front of Wu Yao instantly developed cracks under the sweeping blade light, shattering into pieces. The powerful blade intent surged into his body, shattering his meridians. Puff! Stumbling backward, Wu Yao spat out blood, kneeling heavily on one knee, his face pale, his breath weak, clearly having suffered an unprecedented blow. You! As he stood up, Wu Yao was about to say something, but his blood surged again, and he couldn't help but spit another mouthful of blood. Wu Yao, martial brother! The remaining members of the Dawei dynasty couldn't help but exclaim, looking horrified at the distant, calm Chen. With a single chopstick, Wu Yao was sent flying. Chen seemed completely unfazed, patting the chair beside him, smiling at Wang Kaiming, saying, "Come, sit down, buddy, and bring another pair of chopsticks." As if driving back Wu Yao was an inconsequential matter in his eyes. The others were shocked. So strong, there was such a terrifying genius in the 5 Western countries. Was this really the same 5 Western countries in their eyes? One man had sent them flying with a single sword strike, while another casually sent the formidable Wu Yao flying with chopsticks. Such power was astonishing, Even in Qianxue Prefecture, they were not easy to deal with. If a few more geniuses like this appeared, aside from the few unparalleled prodigies from Qianxue Prefecture who could easily crush them, the other talents from the Dawei dynasty wouldn't be able to confidently suppress such opponents. We should leave. With no face to stay any longer, they helped Wu Yao and left the Listening Wind Pavilion, their initial arrogance and swagger gone. Haha, good. So satisfying. Underestimating our 5 Western countries, they should take a good look at their own worth. Hee, that was really exhilarating. No wonder he killed the genius Nian Wuji from the Ghost Immortal sect. Compared to him, Nian Wuji is just trash. This Chen is truly the pride of our 5 Western countries. Bro, just now, didn't you say that Nian Wuji should have been secretly harmed by this Chen? Did I ever say that? You must have misheard. Martial artists in the hall on the 3rd floor were discussing animatedly, all excitedly looking at Chen and Qianxue. In recent days, they had witnessed much of the arrogance and tyranny of the Dawei dynasty's geniuses. Their high and mighty, disdainful attitudes had long made them dissatisfied, yet no one could suppress them. Today, someone had finally taken the opportunity to relieve their grievances, making them feel like they could finally breathe out. However, Qianxue and Chen showed little fluctuation on their faces. They had seen geniuses like Li Kunian and Hua Feiwu from the Liuxian sect. Compared to them, the recently arrogant Wu Yao and the others were merely insignificant characters from the Dawei dynasty, not real top geniuses. Young Master Chen, you finally arrived. You left the royal capital alone, and Lord Xiao Zhan and the others were worried that you wouldn't make it in time. Downing the water in his teacup, Wang Kaiming said excitedly. Lord Xiao Zhan and the others have all arrived? Chen smiled as he turned to look. Yes, this time the competition is still led by Lord Xiao Zhan. Our Qi Kingdom's disciples are currently staying at the Thunder Moon Inn in Gufeng City. Please take me there later. Since he had come to Gufeng City, he naturally wanted to meet up with the main force. By the way, young Master Chen, how did you end up with Qianxue? You two aren't out training together, are you? Wang Kaiming glanced at Qianxue, unable to contain his curiosity, his eyes filled with gossip. Don't misunderstand, I just happened to run into him. Qianxue's expression changed as she hurried to explain before Chen. Oh, I see, happened to run into. Wang Kaiming appeared as if he suddenly understood, feeling in his heart. Young Master Chen is indeed young Master Chen. In the Qi Kingdom, he has close ties with Princess Zixun and Princess Lingshan. Unexpectedly, after participating in one 5 nations competition, even the genius Qianxue from the Ling Tian sect is out training with him. Tusk. This skill in attracting girls is probably not less than his talent in martial arts. Seeing Wang Kaiming's knowing expression, Qianxue was so frustrated she nearly spat blood, glaring at Chen. If it weren't for this guy, how could she be misunderstood? Hearing the whispers around her, almost all discussing her and Chen, she felt even more frustrated. It was as if she had jumped into the martial river and couldn't clear her name. Feeling Qianxue's murderous gaze, Chen was also quite speechless. Beauty, isn't this a matter that has nothing to do with me? All right, how come you're also so gossipy? Chen sighed. Wang Kaiming, focused on martial arts, had never shown this side before. He couldn't help but change the subject. Did you see the blade intent I displayed just now? Thanks to young Master Chen's guidance, I am immensely grateful. If it weren't for young Master Chen, I wouldn't have realized the blade intent so quickly, nor would I have made this breakthrough. When it came to cultivation, Wang Kaiming's demeanor turned serious, sincerely saying, What? Wang Kaiming comprehended the blade intent with Chen's guidance? Qianxue, who had been drinking water, was choked by the news and suddenly coughed, looking shocked at Chen. She comprehended the sword intent 2 years ago and prided herself on her astonishing talent. However, that was merely her personal understanding. It was utterly impossible for her to instruct others. After all, both knife intent and sword intent are realms of perception, a kind of understanding of knife techniques and sword techniques. They are not tangible objects, but rather extremely ethereal and elusive. Moreover, each individual's understanding of knife and sword techniques is drastically different, leading to significant variations in the knife intent or sword intent that one comprehends. One person's steps cannot be directly placed onto another person, so relying on guidance to achieve success is almost impossible. Unless the person giving guidance has reached a peak level of mastery in the comprehension of knife or sword intent. At that level, it cannot be said that guidance is totally unachievable, but it will merely be a slight nudging from a master. Yet now, Wang Kaiming actually claimed that his knife intent was guided by Chen, which deeply shocked Qianxue and made her feel incredulous. Unaware of Qianxue's astonishment, Chen nodded. Yes, it's good that you understand. You are hardworking and possess great talent, but due to your identity, there is an anger within you, a rage against the injustice of heaven and earth, a desire to break through the shackles of all things. This anger drives you forward, strengthens your will, and allows you to endure more pain on the path of growth, making your will even stronger. But you must also remember, anger is merely an emotion. It can push you ahead, but cannot become your core source of power. The essence of knife intent is the realm of perception. As I just demonstrated with the killing knife intent or the destruction knife intent, both killing and destruction are realms of perception. You should comprehend this anger of yours and transform it, this unwillingness, this defiance against the laws of the heavens, into an entirely new realm, integrating it into your knife techniques to become your unique knife intent. Do not simply rely on the insights of others. Only by reaching this step can you be considered a true swordsman on the path of knife intent. Only then can you be regarded as having truly entered the door. Chen earnestly taught, speaking eloquently. Beside him, Wang Kaiming nodded repeatedly, his eyes growing brighter. Although he had some understanding, it paled in comparison to Chen's personal guidance. Now, Chen's words felt like a sharp blade, directly piercing the essence of knife intent, greatly impacting him. If just now, when Chen revealed the two great knife intents, he opened a door in front of him. Then at this moment, Chen was laying down a path behind the door, a bright road leading to a prosperous future. Of course, the path laid down by Chen merely ensured that he would not go astray, giving him a clear direction on his journey ahead. As for how far he could truly go, it depended on himself and how much he could comprehend. The essence of knife intent is to comprehend and sense, to transform the realm, to integrate it into knife techniques, evolving into one's own understanding of knife techniques, becoming a brand new power. What about sword intent? While Chen was instructing Wang Kaiming, Qianxue was lost in deep shock, murmuring to herself. Knife intent and sword intent seem different, yet they are interconnected. Chen's words could bring insights to Wang Kaiming, and they also deeply moved Qianxue's heart. At that moment, she couldn't help but recall the sword intent that Chen casually revealed on the demon ancestor mountain, which shattered her sword moves. That kind of effortless display resurfaced in her mind, causing her heart to tremble involuntarily. What kind of person is he? Why does he possess such profound attainments in sword intent and such strength in knife intent? Moreover, he seems quite extraordinary in formations as well. How did he achieve all of this? As she interacted more with Chen, the disdain she initially held towards him began to blur. It felt like a layer of mist enveloped him, making her unable to resist the urge to explore the mysteries within. She became infatuated, at this moment, outside the ancient Wind City. Qianxue and the group of disciples from the Liuxian sect, including the woman in red, stood respectfully on a plain several dozen miles outside the city, seemingly waiting for something under the leadership of their elder. Whoosh! Suddenly, a violent whistling sound echoed from the sky, and everyone hurriedly looked up. In the distance, a fiery light streaked toward them, initially the size of a soybean, but in the blink of an eye it became incredibly clear. It was a terrifying blood beast with a lion's head and an eagle's body, engulfed in flames. It was the legendary 4th-tier Xuan-level blood beast, the Flame Griffin, and on the back of the Flame Griffin stood a young man of remarkable demeanor. He wore a crimson-purple robe, his long hair flowed gracefully, tied back in a bun, and he had a handsome appearance. Upon his appearance, he seemed to become the only one in the heavens and earth, making even the Flame Griffin appear humble and small in comparison. The young man descended from the Flame Griffin right in front of the disciples of Liuxian sect, instantly exuding a suffocating aura, causing Qianxue and the others to involuntarily lower their heads, not daring to gaze directly at this person's face. "Greetings, senior brother." Immediately, Qianxue and others bowed and saluted, their expressions filled with reverence and sincerity. It was as if the figure before them was not merely a senior brother, but an elder of their sect, or even the sect leader. Hua Tiandu, you finally arrived." The leading elder of the Liuxian sect spoke kindly to the young man, smiling as he approached. "Greetings, Elder Hao." The young man cupped his hands casually. You are too courteous, my dear nephew. Elder Hao, is the ancient southern capital ruins truly as miraculous as you mentioned in your message? The young man gazed at him. When I received the message, I was in seclusion at the yin-yang immortal pond of the sect, and the distance to these 5 nations is quite far. Making a trip requires considerable time. If it were just an ordinary small ruin, it would be somewhat not worth the effort. My dear nephew, please remain calm. I was a bit skeptical at first, but after inquiring around in these 5 nations, I discovered that the ancient southern capital ruins are even more terrifying than I initially imagined. Oh! The young man turned his gaze, showing some doubt. The leading elder smiled faintly and said, From my observations, this ruin should originate from before the Dark Ages. It is undoubtedly a remnant of some powerful ancient sect. The key point is that this ruin is well preserved and even possesses a form of self-awareness, opening every 5 years, making it extraordinary. Oh, an ancient ruin from before the Dark Ages, that sounds intriguing. The young man nodded. This time, we are also fortunate to be closer. However, even so, apart from our Liuxian sect, many talents from the Great Wei dynasty have already arrived in these 5 nations. Is there anyone noteworthy? There is, the leading elder nodded. Apart from our Liuxian sect, young Master Leng Wuxuang of the Leng family and young Master Tian of the Dai family have also arrived in ancient Wind City, also for the ancient southern capital ruins. Leng Wuxuang and Tian have also come? The young man's eyes narrowed, radiating a cold light from his entire body. Li Cunnian and the others stiffened. Leng Shugong's son Leng Wuxuang and Dai Xin's young Master Tian were renowned geniuses of Chuan province, on par with Hua Tiandu from the Liuxian sect. Humph, I didn't expect them to come. The ancient southern capital ruins are indeed not simple. Hua Tiandu coldly smiled, clearly interested. Let's go! With a light command, the Liuxian sect geniuses flew toward Yufeng City and disappeared into the vast wilderness above. A streak of light flashed in the distance. A middle-aged man in battle armor, cultivation at the peak of Lake Chuan. Seeing Hua Tiandu, his pupils contracted in astonishment. It's Hua Tiandu. And Leng Wuxuang and Tian too? He hesitated a moment, then vanished. The Thunder Moon Inn in Yufeng City was a hub for news. After bidding farewell to Chen and Yu Qianxue, Wang Kaiming led them there. Upon seeing Chen, Xiao Zhan and the others were impressed. Chen had broken through to late heaven, surprisingly young for that level. A single line among the crowd noted that Da Qi's background was weaker than Da Wei's, so Chen's breakthrough was especially unexpected. That night Xiao Zhan held a welcome banquet for Chen. Chen learned the Da Qi participants' strengths. The kingdom's top genius was Xiao Jing, Xiao Zhan's adopted son, 24 and only about half-step Chuan, still short of true Xuan level. Several other Da Qi talents were likewise at peak late heaven, none fully Xuan. As a result, Chen and his group were the main force this round. Nice to meet you. I've long admired your name. Xiao Jing smiled gently. He had been away training and had only just returned, having heard of Chen's deeds. He had also achieved the best Da Qi result in the last 5-nation competition. Rest assured, adoptive father, I will definitely bring glory to our Da Qi kingdom. Xiao Jing's eyes were resolute. Xiao Zhan only chuckled and gave a few brief, encouraging words. The crowd exchanged looks, unsure but proud. In the following days, Chen and the others stayed at the Thunder Moon Inn, training while awaiting the opening of the ancient southern capital. Finally, at a certain moment, buzz. The sky 100 miles outside Yufeng City suddenly turned gloomy, enveloped by an invisible, terrifying aura that shrouded a 1,000-mile radius. Looking up, they saw an endless city slowly appearing in the sky. This city was dark and profound, carrying overwhelming pressure, towering in the sky, making one involuntarily look up in awe. This is the ancient southern capital? The ancient southern capital has finally appeared. Let's go! As soon as the mysterious city appeared, many martial artists in Yufeng City rushed out, faces filled with astonishment, dashing toward the ancient city floating in the sky. Thousands upon thousands of martial artists surged forward like a torrent. What a mysterious aura! This ancient southern capital is truly extraordinary. Among the crowd, Chen gazed at the magnificent city in the distance, secretly astonished. The so-called ancient ruins were treasures and important legacies preserved by the top powers of ancient times through overwhelming means. However, such ruins were often hidden in mysterious secret realms. A city built directly in the sky like this was something Chen had never heard of, even in his previous life. -413, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A large number of figures flew swiftly towards the open area beneath the ancient city, each one afraid of being late and losing their spot. Follow me and make sure not to get separated, Xiao Zhan warned Chen and the others with a serious expression. This 5-nations grand competition was unusual, with foreign experts arriving, and they had to be extremely cautious. Otherwise, accidents could easily happen. At this moment, just as the ancient Nandu appeared, a black streak of light sped across a plain over 100 miles away from Yufeng City, suddenly stopping to gaze at the ancient Nandu ahead. This was a man dressed in a black cloak, his eyes cold and elongated. So this is the ancient Nandu spoken of by the 5 nations? Truly magnificent. Humph, with such cultivation at such a young age, he must be a genius of the 5 nations. I refuse to believe he won't participate in the grand event of the 5 nations in the last 5 years. A chilling voice came from the cloaked figure, and then, with a flicker, the cloaked man vanished from the plain. On the other side, outside Gufeng City, a vast flow of people surged forward, and before long they had arrived at the open area beneath the ancient city. This space had long been cleaned, and around it was a high platform built collectively by major forces decades ago. The strong from the 5 great nations and various powerful sects had prior experience and occupied the most advantageous positions. Among them, Wei Tianming from the Daliang nation led the geniuses of Daliang to occupy one position. Following closely were the strong from the Dawei nation, the Dazhao nation, the Dasong nation, the Lingtian sect, and other powerful sects, each taking another position. "Let's go over here," Xiao Zhan said in a low voice, swiftly moving to a high platform. This high platform was directly in front of the floating ancient city, providing an excellent view. From afar, the ancient city was also very clear, and a large number of martial artists could be seen sprinting from that direction. "This area has always been occupied by our Daki nation. You guys rest here for now. Although the ancient Nandu has appeared, it will still take some time before it truly descends. You should adjust your state first," Xiao Zhan advised. At this time, after the 6 major forces occupied their respective positions, there were still some empty spots on the high platform, which attracted the attention of other major forces from the 5 nations, their eyes flashing with excitement. These high platforms didn't offer much benefit for competing for rankings within the ancient Nandu, but they allowed for the closest contact with the aura of the ancient Nandu, cleansing the mind and body, enhancing martial comprehension, and also symbolizing status and identity. Essentially, any force that could stand on the high platform represented the top combat power of the 5 nations. And based on past experiences, there wouldn't be more than 10 forces able to stand on top. This year, since the Ghost Immortal sect has no one coming, it's an extra spot. "Let's go, we Blackstone Nation will take one. Those of the Blade King sect follow me. Our Qiao nation stood on the high platform last time, so we can't fall behind this time either." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The remaining forces that were confident in their strength all shouted loudly and leaped up. "We, the Ghost Immortal sect, haven't taken the stage yet. Do you dare to act?" Boom. Just before they could leap onto the high platform, a sudden, chilling laugh echoed, followed by a series of terrifying figures clad in black robes surging in from the distance like lightning, instantly surpassing the other major forces and landing on the high platform to occupy a favorable position. "What is this? The Ghost Immortal sect? Didn't we hear that the Ghost Immortal sect was destroyed by the Daki nation? Where did so many experts come from?" The crowd was startled, all looking up to see a group of powerful figures dressed in black cloaks on the high platform. Their faces were obscured by hats, making it impossible to see their exact features, but the chilling aura emanating from them was deeply unsettling. Around these people were a group of young disciples, all wearing the sect robes of the Ghost Immortal sect, each exuding an extraordinary aura that made people wary. In addition, among the disciples, there was a middle-aged man whose face was not covered. Upon arriving, he glared angrily at the Daki and Dawei nations, his eyes flashing with hatred. "It's Elder Hu Zongnan of the Ghost Immortal sect. Could it be that this group is indeed the strong from the Ghost Immortal sect?" However, it was said that the sect master Qianxue and others were all killed, and even the many disciples, stewards, and elders that infiltrated the Daki nation were exterminated by the military god Qin Beishan. Even if some remnants of the Ghost Immortal sect remain, they would be weak and frail. How could so many strong figures suddenly appear? "Yeah, I heard that sect master Qianxue led many experts of the Ghost Immortal sect into the capital of the Daki nation, intending to slay Qin Feng and Qin Chen, but instead they were killed by the Daki. After Qianxue and the others were slain, the Daki military god Qin Beishan took action early to encircle and exterminate many elders and disciples of the Ghost Immortal sect. Very few escaped. How could there be so many geniuses and strong figures now?" The crowd was in an uproar, extremely confused. Although the group of black-clad individuals stood silently, their mere presence emitted an unsettling aura that was far from that of ordinary mystic-level martial artists. And the disciples led by Hu Zongnan all exuded extraordinary auras, with even the weakest seemingly at the later stage of heaven level, leaving everyone shocked and unable to comprehend. "Hu Zongnan, what on earth is going on?" Wei Tianming of Daliang, as the host of the 5 nations in the northwest, took a step forward to inquire. This drew countless gazes, all staring at the Ghost Immortal sect. They too were eager to know where this group had come from. Hu Zongnan glanced at Wei Tianming and said, "These individuals are the supreme elders of my Ghost Immortal sect, who have long remained hidden. Our sect master was harmed by the Daki nation, and the supreme elders have now come forth. The rest are internal matters of the Ghost Immortal sect." Wei Tianming frowned, wanting to press further but hesitated. Hu Zongnan held a sect master's token, and though doubts lingered, it was not the place to challenge sect affairs openly. From the Dawei nation, Wei Chicheng stepped forward, voice cold. Your ghost immortal sect claims we harmed your geniuses. Explain it. Hu Zongnan's eyes turned hard as he shot back one sharp line that made the blood chill. When we united with Dawei to ambush Da Qi besieged our elders. Dawei did not rescue but imprisoned our escapees, trying to swallow our sect. We were betrayed. We will have revenge. A ripple of reaction passed through the crowd, but the back-and-forth accusations that followed were brief and sharp, enough to establish the grudge without long bickering. Hiss, the crowd inhaled sharply. The dispute between Ghost Immortal Sect and Dawei was confirmed, but there was little time. Other forces surged to claim spots, and the Dawei dynasty's true experts had yet to appear. Sure enough, a loud burst of laughter echoed, and in the distance a group of imposing Dawei strong experts appeared, soaring toward the high platform. This group exuded an extraordinary aura. Even before arriving, a suffocating presence swept over, causing many experts to retreat, making way for them. Is this the genius of the Dawei dynasty? Many whispered. Their leader moved like a mountain, and with a single casual sweep, sent the Haishi Kingdom's experts tumbling from the high platform, then led his geniuses to land and occupy the positions. In an instant, the Dawei faction asserted dominance, their arrogance palpable, but the crowd's extended outrage cut short by the sheer force of events. Hiss, every expert from the 5 nations felt powerless. Compared to these Dawei elders, the 5 nations strongest were weak. Wei Tianming attempted to remonstrate, but the elder coldly replied that if the 5 nations were unwilling, they could push him off the platform, dismissing them. Too much, murmured many, but stepping forward would mean certain humiliation against such power. Laughter rose from the Dawei dynasty, contempt clear. Then a Dawei strong man who had yet to ascend the high platform shot up, targeting a group among the 5 nations, sweeping a palm to drive them off. Hu Zongnan's expression changed sharply as he looked at the leading black-clad figures. These black-clad individuals remained expressionless, as if they were boulders standing firm, while the group of black-clad disciples wore cold smiles. As the Dawei attacker's strike descended, one of the black-clad figures suddenly moved. He flipped his palm, and a pitch-black large handprint descended like a mountain, crushing the opponent's attack and sending the strong man flying. What? Everyone's expressions changed drastically. The Dawei man shot back up, aura flaring, his body burned with a blood-colored light, and for a moment he revealed the terrifying power of an early 5-level Wuzang. The Dawei strongman roared and slammed his palm down violently. The black-clad individual remained unfazed, flipped his right hand, and gently slapped out. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, the fiery storm the Dawei man unleashed collapsed, and he was hurled back, crashing into the ground below with a resounding boom, dust flying everywhere. The black-clad man sent the Dawei strong man flying, then retreated back to his team, having not spoken a single word. Hiss! The crowd gasped, shaken to the core. To repel a Dawei attacker, who momentarily displayed 5-level Wuzang strength, required the same level of force. Where had these black-cloaked people found so many such experts? In the region of Da Qi, Chen's pupils constricted as he thought. The aura on this person, cold and similar to the ghost immortal techniques, is fundamentally different at its core. He is not a true ghost immortal sect disciple. It resembles the sect's methods, yet diverges in origin and essence. Not only the 5 nations, but the Dawei strongmen were also horrified, their gazes suddenly cold, sharpening on the few black-clad figures with an intensity that sought to pierce them. Excuse me, one Dawei strongman began before sensing something and turning his head. In the distance, 3 powerful auras rose, 3 teams slowly appeared, walking toward this place. Upon seeing this, all the strongmen of the Dawei dynasty had their expressions change abruptly, their demeanor suddenly becoming extremely grave. At this moment, the previously arrogant and domineering experts of the Dawei dynasty were all silent as cicadas in winter, staring at the 3 forces in the distance with grave expressions, apprehensive, and even showing faint signs of nervousness. The people of the 5 nations couldn't help but look up, filled with doubts and speculations in their hearts. Who exactly could make the experts of the Dawei dynasty so nervous, like a mouse seeing a cat? In their line of sight. The 3 forces seemed to be moving at a slow pace, but they were advancing side by side, restraining each other. What raised suspicions, however, was that despite their slow speed, in the blink of an eye, they had already reached the open ground ahead, as if ignoring the distance between them. At the same time, a heart-racing aura spread out, and everyone present felt a terrifying power suppressing them, making it difficult for them to breathe and involuntarily stepping aside. At this moment, everyone could see the faces of the 3 forces. What shocked them was that all three leading forces were young men in their 20s. On the left, the leader was a young man in white robes holding a jade fan. He had a slender figure, wore a silk cap, and appeared graceful as he floated over. Strangely, his face was like white jade, with a layer of jade-like light shimmering on his skin, radiating brilliant and captivating brilliance, while his eyes were cultured and profound, giving off an indescribable scholarly aura. However, the aura he emitted was extremely cold. Even before he approached, a chill was released into the world, making people tremble involuntarily. Turning his head, the leader of the middle force was a handsome young man in black robes, with eagle-like eyes that were empty and indifferent. Oddly enough, a metallic luster flowed over his skin, and even his clothes and hair had been assimilated by metal, exuding a chilling aura of iron and steel. Behind him, several strong followers accompanied him, their postures extremely low, resembling servants. On the right side was a young man in a deep purple martial robe, who was also exceptionally handsome, but he exuded an invisible and domineering aura, as if all things in heaven and earth were to be under his control. Behind this person followed several peers, both male and female, with remarkable strength, in addition to two elderly guardians, whose cold gaze and oppressive will were no weaker than anyone present. It's young Master Qianxue, the holy son of the Emperor's heart and the son of the Liu Xian sect. I've heard that these three great prodigies have come to the Five Nations, but I didn't expect it to be true. Hiss with them here. We have almost no chance of competing for the top three. When these three forces arrived, all the martial artists of the Dawei dynasty who had arrived early were silent, not daring to speak, with expressions filled with deep apprehension. Even the towering figures they had previously shown before the people of the Five Nations had, without them realizing, become somewhat diminished, like a strong man deliberately hunching his back, afraid to stand out too much lest he attract attention. It seems I did not arrive late. That ancient South City seems yet to have fully descended. The young man in black robes chuckled lightly upon arriving at the open space, his gaze sweeping over the high platform. There's actually a high platform here. Is it prepared for me? Not bad, not bad. The young man nodded, leaping toward the high platform, aiming directly at the previously arrogant Elder Lu before the people of the Five Nations. Hiss, seeing this, Elder Lu gasped in shock, fear evident on his brow. Quick, the holy son of the Emperor's heart has his eyes on this place. Follow me down. Without the young man in black robes having to say much, Elder Lu, with a terrified expression, hurriedly led his disciples down from the high platform, fearing that he might anger the other by moving too slowly. At the same time, he spoke, I am Lu Zhen from the Tianlu Valley. It is an honor for the holy son of the Emperor's heart to take notice of my high platform. I hope the holy son will accept this. He was trembling, seemingly grateful that the other had occupied his high platform while still giving him some face, attempting to curry favor. However, his words not only failed to satisfy the young man in black, but instead made him frown slightly. Seeing this, an elderly man behind the young man immediately stepped forward, coldly glaring down at Elder Lu, and said coldly, Lu Zhen, are you mistaken? My young master would never occupy your position. It was my slip of the tongue. Earlier, that high platform was empty. It was the holy son of the Emperor's heart who occupied it himself, and no one let him have it. Upon hearing this, Elder Lu nearly burst into tears, regretting his earlier words, thinking he could curry favor with the holy son of the Emperor's heart. Could he really hope to win favor from someone of such stature? One could see that he was so frightened his face turned pale, his forehead covered in cold sweat, his voice trembling, and his eyes wide with fear, almost kneeling down on the spot. The difference from his previous arrogance was too stark. Considering it was an unintentional mistake, I'll let it go this time, but if you dare to speak carelessly again, don't blame me for not showing mercy, and for wiping your Tianlu Valley off the face of the Dawei dynasty, turning it into a pile of ruins. The elderly man snorted coldly and said no more. Elder Lu sighed in relief, repeatedly nodding. Yes, yes, thank you for the great kindness of the holy son of the Emperor's heart. I will remember this in my heart. As he spoke, he bowed and retreated, his robes already soaked in cold sweat. Seeing this, the people of the Five Nations felt exhilarated. It was Elder Lu who had just spoken carelessly and expressed extreme disdain towards the Five Nations. They never expected him to be taught a lesson so quickly, which was indeed gratifying. But at the same time, they were deeply shocked by the holy son of the Emperor's heart, filled with worry. This last group of three forces was undoubtedly an extremely terrifying power, even within the Dawei dynasty. Otherwise, the many strong talents of the Dawei dynasty would not have reacted this way. Now that this group had arrived, did their talents in the Five Nations still have any hope? They couldn't help but feel deep anxiety. Little did they know, Elder Lu was also trembling in fear, relieved that he had seemingly saved his life. The Tianlu Valley he belonged to was a considerable power in the entire Dawei dynasty, but at most, it was mid-tier. However, the three forces that had gathered in the northwest 5 nations were those of the 3 great prodigies of Qianxue Prefecture. They were respectively Tianheng Academy, Emperor's Heart City, and Liu Xian Sect. Among them, Emperor's Heart City was an extraordinarily terrifying city even in the Dawei dynasty, renowned throughout the Qianxue Prefecture, second only to the capital, Qianxue City. The holy son of the Emperor's Heart, Tian, was the son of the city lord of Emperor's Heart City. Such a status was far more powerful than his mere Tianlu Valley. It could be said that these 3 forces towered over all the other forces present, and even 10 Tianlu Valleys would be no match for Emperor's Heart City. Therefore, Elder Lu did not dare to be arrogant in front of Tian. If the other wished to eliminate him, it would be a matter of moments. It could even be assured that if he were innocently killed by Tian, the Tianlu Valley would not only not come to his aid, but would instead tremble and seek to apologize at Emperor's Heart City. Otherwise, they would not escape the disaster of extermination. How could he dare to be arrogant in front of the other? The arrival of the 3 great talents of the Dawei dynasty in Qianxue Prefecture instantly turned the atmosphere on the field into a bizarre silence. Whether it was the strong warriors from the 5 countries or the various forces of the Dawei dynasty, no one dared to speak. Especially regarding the warning given to Tianlu Valley, it made everyone have a clear understanding of the strength of the 3 great talents. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After the young master of the Imperial Heart, Tian, took his place on one side of the high platform, the young master Leng Wuxuang and the disciple of the Liuxian sect, Hua Tiandu, also leaped to the side of the high platform closest to them. Among them, young master Leng Wuxuang had his eyes on a high platform occupied by a certain force of the Dawei dynasty, while the Liuxian sect focused on the high platform where the great Song Kingdom was located. "We're going down." After the warning from Tianlu Valley, these 2 forces, despite their reluctance, immediately leaped down from the high platform. From then on, the forces of the Dawei dynasty and the 5 countries had fully gathered. After Leng Wuxuang and Hua Tiandu ascended the high platform, they remained silent, only gazing at the increasingly clear ancient Nandu above, their eyes shimmering with brilliance, never glancing at anyone around them. It seemed in their eyes, beyond themselves, the 3 great talents, and the ancient Nandu above, nobody else qualified for their attention. Meanwhile, Tian, standing above the high platform, looked around. I heard that you 5 countries in the northwest recently had 2 individuals named you Qianxue and Chen injure someone from my Dawei dynasty at Feng Pavilion. Which 2 are they? Come out and let this young master see." As Tian spoke coldly while scanning the surroundings, the whole venue fell into silence. The incident where Chen and Qianxue drove away the talents of the Dawei dynasty, including Wu Yao, at Feng Pavilion had long spread throughout Yufeng City thanks to some busybodies. For the martial artists of the 5 countries in the northwest, this was a glorious matter, naturally spreading widely. However, they never expected it would attract the attention of the young master of the Imperial Heart. Thinking of the situation with the old man from Tianlu Valley, the memory still vivid. If Chen and Qianxue were to be targeted by such a person, could they expect a good outcome? Instantly, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill of sweat for the 2 and looked over. Chen! At this moment, someone in the crowd murmured the name, and many heads turned in that direction. At this moment, the atmosphere in the arena grew even more tense. Under the watchful eyes of all, Qianxue's eyes flickered, but she did not speak. As for Chen, he remained expressionless, seemingly indifferent. For a time, the scene was utterly silent. No one dared to expose the whereabouts of Chen and Qianxue. Faced with such a situation, the martial artists from the 5 countries were united in their enmity. "Tian, it's these 2. At this moment, a cold shout rang out as Wu Yao and a few others quickly stepped forward from the crowd. Seeing Tian standing up for them, they immediately felt invigorated, hurriedly pointing out Chen and Qianxue in the crowd, their eyes brimming with hatred. "You 2, did you hear? The young master of the Imperial Heart is asking you a question. How dare you disrespect him? What punishment do you deserve?" Wu Yao shouted coldly, his demeanor spirited, no longer the same as before when he had been humiliated. "Humph, how dare you ignore the young master's command? Do you think you are someone important? Lowly commoners, come out and obey the commands of the young master." "How presumptuous!" the few shouted repeatedly, flaunting their power and full of arrogance. These days, the news of their defeat at the hands of Chen and Qianxue had spread widely in Yufeng City, making it impossible for them to hold their heads high among the many talents of the Dawei dynasty, naturally filling their hearts with resentment towards the 2. Now that they saw a chance for revenge, how could they not act eagerly? "Oh, it's them!" The young master of the Imperial Heart looked at Qianxue and Chen, Upon seeing Qianxue, his eyes lit up. Tusk tusk, what a beauty! At that moment, Qianxue stood proudly on the high platform of the Ling Tian sect, dressed in a white gown, ethereal like a fairy, her posture resembling a celestial maiden wanting to ride the wind back to the 9 heavens, stunning all who beheld her. Such beauty and grace could be called peerless even in the Dawei dynasty. Instantly, it drew exclamations from the crowd of the Dawei dynasty, not expecting that in these remote and uncivilized 5 countries there would be such a stunning woman. Young master of the imperial heart, this woman is the daughter of the sect master of the top sect in the northwest 5 countries, the Ling Tian sect. It is said that she comprehended sword intent at the age of 16, and now at merely 18, she is already a peak genius at the heaven-level late stage. If the young master likes her, you could take her as a maid to serve by your side, adding some charm to your life. It wouldn't be a bad idea, Wu Yao hurriedly flattered. Upon hearing this, the sect master of the Ling Tian sect's face changed drastically, and he quickly stepped forward. Young master of the imperial heart, my daughter is naive and has offended several talents of the Dawei dynasty. Please forgive her. I, Yu Wujin, as the sect master of the Ling Tian sect, am willing to compensate for the injuries caused to your talents. I only hope that the young master spares my daughter. Yu Wujin had certainly seen the earlier authority of the young master of the imperial heart. If Qianxue were to be taken a liking to by this person, wouldn't there be a good outcome? Naturally, he would never allow such a thing to happen. Humph, old man, what do you mean by that? Do we care about your compensation? Your daughter serving as a maid to the young master is the fortune your Ling Tian sect has accumulated over 8 generations. How dare you refuse? Do you not regard the young master of the imperial heart in your eyes? The few Dawei dynasty talents who had been defeated by Qianxue revealed cold glints in their eyes, sneering as they said each word with piercing intent, clearly unwilling to let the Ling Tian sect off the hook. Upon hearing this, Yu Wujin felt anxious, his expression frightened, yet he dared not say much, only nervously looking towards the Liuxian sect. In his youth, he had some connections with Elder Li of the Liuxian sect. Previously, Elder Li's son, Li Cunyan, seemed also to have some interest in his daughter. At this moment, feeling helpless, he didn't know whom to turn to for help, so he could only look towards them, trying to seek assistance. However, Elder Li did not respond to his gaze at all. Instead, Li Cunyan couldn't help but look up, seemingly wanting to say something, but upon sensing his father's gaze, he immediately lowered his head and dared not speak. Although they were disciples of the Liuxian sect, one was merely an outer elder, and Li Cunyan himself was only an inner disciple, not a core genius like Hua Tiandu. In the Liuxian sect, they had little say. If the other party were from another force, they might have been able to plead their case, but who was Dai Tianyi, the young master of the Imperial Heart City? The only son of the city lord, the treasured jewel of the Imperial Heart City, this person had a notoriously eccentric temperament, unpredictable in his emotions. If he went mad, he could do anything. How could they dare to take such risks? Seeing that Elder Li ignored his plea for help, Yu Wujin's heart sank. He, your idea is quite good, Dai Tianyi said with a smile that was not quite a smile. Upon receiving Dai Tianyi's praise, Wu Yao and the others showed even greater delight on their faces, flattering him. Young master of imperial heart, that Chen is also quite remarkable. He is younger than Qianxue and has a terrifying cultivation level. He seems to be one of the most monstrous talents in the last century across the 5 countries. If we could recruit him to our side as a subordinate, he would barely match the young master of imperial heart. Oh, Dai Tianyi became interested, looking at Chen with a glint in his eyes, and smiled. Such a young late-stage heaven-level expert is indeed extraordinary. That's right, that's right. Wu Yao and the others nodded eagerly, their attitude excessively flattering. You too, did you hear that? Are you willing to be my maid and attendant to serve me? Dai Tianyi said, glancing sideways at Chen and Qianxue, his tone indifferent. Are you willing to be my maid and attendant? Dai Tianyi stood high above, as if a king facing his 2 subjects. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue shook, falling into a dead silence. How would Qianxue and Chen choose? Even though the parties involved weren't themselves, the people from the 5 countries present couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. The young master of Imperial Heart City, a person known for his unpredictable temper if they went against his wishes, who knew what he would do. However, Chen and Qianxue were both renowned figures in the 5 northwestern countries. How could they willingly become someone else's attendants? But at this time, besides agreeing, did the 2 of them have any other choice? You want me to be your attendant? In this dead silence, while everyone else dared not even breathe heavily, Chen, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly raised his head, his cold voice resonating across the quiet ground. Exactly, Tian nodded, a smile playing on his lips. Do you wish to or not? Tian presented two answers that seemed extraordinarily difficult for ordinary people. No matter how one replied, it was an immensely difficult challenge, facing a monumental test. In that moment, countless gazes converged on Chen, eager to see how he would respond, under the scrutinizing eyes of everyone. Chen looked up, met the other's gaze, then calmly uttered three words. You are worthy. Boom. It was as if a thunderclap had exploded out of nowhere, stunning everyone in place. In an instant, a cold wind swept over the entire ground, like countless ice blades slicing into everyone, chilling them to the bone. You are worthy? No one had anticipated that Chen would respond this way, especially the martial artists from the Great Wei dynasty. One by one, they were nearly dumbfounded, their expressions blank, staring in shock at Chen, their minds completely frozen. Did he know what he was saying? This was Tian, the young master of Imperial Heart. Not to mention the 5 countries, even among the various powerful forces of the Great Wei dynasty, no one dared to speak to Tian like this. Had this guy gone mad? Even if he wanted to seek death, there was no need to say it like this, right? This was about throwing the entire Northwest 5 countries into a dire situation. At the Liuxian sect, Li Cunnion also raised his head, staring at Chen in shock, his mouth agape, completely dumbfounded. He had seen Chen's boldness before. He had dared to speak without restraint in front of him. But now he was facing the young master of Imperial Heart, Tian, and he dared to speak like this. Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. At this moment, Li Cunnion's resentment towards Chen was not as deep as it had been at first. This guy was simply a madman. To resent such a madman, wouldn't that make him look foolish? Even the talented Hua Tiandu and the cold scholar Leng Wushuang, who had been gazing at Gu Nandu since they arrived on the high platform, couldn't help but glance at Chen at this moment. Clearly, they were surprised by the recklessness and boldness of this disciple from the 5 countries. Among the crowd, perhaps only the cloaked figure was not shocked by this response. This Tian is truly an idiot. He doesn't even realize who that kid is. This person's cultivation level is so high that even I have to be careful around him. Do you think he would be scared by a little young master like you? Seeing everyone dumbfounded, the cloaked figure felt extremely pleased. Clearly, many were stunned by this guy's audacity. Chen is right, are you worthy? Amidst the shock, another clear, cold voice sounded. Everyone turned their heads in unison to see Qianxue stepping out from the crowd, her gaze icy. Her expression was indifferent, gripping the hilt of her sword, using her actions to prove her response. Qianxue! Wujin's face changed dramatically, urgently calling out. But Qianxue remained unfazed, her gaze growing even colder. They've gone mad, they've all gone mad. The people from the Great Wei dynasty felt as if their worldview had collapsed in an instant, almost staring blankly in disbelief. Meanwhile, the martial artists from the 5 countries felt an unprecedented surge of passionate blood. One by one, they couldn't help but clench their fists. Who dared to say that there was no one among the 5 countries? Everyone was shocked, while Wu Yao and the others were almost paralyzed with fear. How bold, daring to speak to the young master of Imperial Heart like this, you have some nerve. Unruly and outrageous, too arrogant. Kid, do you know what you're saying? Quickly kneel and apologize to the young master of Imperial Heart. One by one, they shouted angrily. Humph! The black-clad elder beside Tian also snorted coldly, stepping forward. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color. An invisible force confined the space, filled with a murderous aura. Clearly, as soon as Tian gave the order, he would spring into action. Uncle Quan, Tian raised his hand, blocking the black-clad elder, and suddenly burst into laughter, his face shifting from dark to bright. Ha ha ha, interesting, truly interesting. Amidst the laughter, his figure suddenly moved. Boom. Like a thunderstorm erupting, he transformed into a chilling blade, not charging at Chen and Qianxue, but instead lunging toward Wu Yao and the others below. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of them, raising his hand abruptly. Young master of Imperial Heart, you! Wu Yao and the others looked terrified, completely unaware of what had happened. Before they could react, a terrifying force surged into their bodies in an instant. No! The next moment, they screamed in horror as their bodies exploded, turning into countless blood droplets that splattered everywhere. With a flash of shadow before anyone could react, Tian had already returned to the high platform. He lightly wiped his palms, his demeanor eerie. It was spine-chilling. Seeing this sudden turn of events, everyone was stunned. Tian did not act against Chen and Qianxue, but instead killed several members of the De Wei dynasty, leaving everyone bewildered, completely unaware of what had happened. On the high platform, Tian looked coldly at the corpses of Wu Yao and the others below and coldly snorted. A bunch of useless trash, bringing shame to my Chu and Zhou. You still have the nerve to jump around here shamelessly. If I do not kill you, how will I uphold the reputation of my Qianxue? Your deaths are not worth pity. In Tian's perspective, Wu Yao and the others actually lost to people from the 5 countries in the northwest, turning the De Wei dynasty into a laughingstock among the 5 countries. Their shamelessness as they continued to jump around like this naturally warranted death. This young master remembers that these people should be from the Tianmen Mansion and Lingjian sect of Qianxue. If Tianmen Mansion and Lingjian sect have any grievances, they can come to Dai Xin City to find me. I will gladly entertain them, Tian said indifferently while sweeping his gaze over the many strong figures of the De Wei dynasty. Everyone smiled bitterly, their lips twitching. This Tian was indeed arrogant, easily killing others, and even inviting Tianmen Mansion and Lingjian sect to find him if they were dissatisfied. They feared that it was not the 2 major forces who would trouble him, but rather he himself who would be thanking the heavens for not provoking them further. As for you two, Tian then looked at Chen and Qianxue with a cold smile. You have tarnished the reputation of my De Wei dynasty. I can give you both another chance to choose to submit to me immediately. I can overlook this matter, otherwise I will have no choice but to kill both of you to uphold the reputation of my De Wei dynasty. Your Excellency, please calm down. We can talk this over. Xiao Zhan's expression changed, and he hurriedly spoke, wanting to step up to plead, but was stopped by Chen. Master Xiao, why plead with him? What is a mere dynasty in terms of reputation? It is truly ridiculous. Moreover, this person is riding on the coattails of others. He is nothing but a coward, Chen sneered. This De Wei dynasty was one that he hadn't even heard of in his past life, and it likely wasn't anything extraordinary. Furthermore, this was merely a local city under this dynasty, and he dared to talk about reputation. What did you say? Tian's eyes suddenly shot out a sharp glint. Am I wrong? Your Excellency is relying on your extraordinary identity to flaunt your power here. Do you think they fear you personally? Wrong. What they fear is your identity as the young master of Dai Xin. If you weren't the young master of Dai Xin, and if you didn't have powerful protectors by your side, you would dare to act so recklessly. I can guarantee that within an hour you would be reduced to a cripple, yet you still talk of reputation. Don't you find that laughable? Boom. Chen's words instantly caused a huge uproar. Crazy? This guy is crazy. They had never heard someone dare to speak to Dai Xin's young master like this, saying that Tian was flaunting his power based on his status. Did this guy not know the saying, trouble comes from the mouth? Indeed, the fear everyone had of Tian was largely due to his identity as the young master of Dai Xin, but no one could deny that Tian was young and had already reached the peak of the mystic level late stage. Countless martial artists had died at his hands, and the reputation of the 3 great prodigies was not without merit. It was earned through strength. Haha, interesting. Tian, did you hear that? In the future, stop relying on your identity to flaunt your power. The cold young master Leng Wushuang could no longer maintain his calm, bursting into laughter. Even these lowly people from the 5 countries dare to mock you now. Tian, you're doing great. Hua Tiandu also spoke, laced with sarcasm. The 3 great prodigies of Qianxue were naturally at odds with each other, and seeing such a good opportunity to strike at Tian, how could they let it pass? Tian's face turned cold. While he naturally wouldn't put the others' mockery in his heart, being ridiculed by Hua Tiandu and the others was something he could not endure. Instantly, all his anger focused on Chen, and a strong killing intent radiated from his entire being. Just as he was about to make a move, he saw Chen disdainfully glance at Hua Tiandu. Are you very noble, Your Excellency? In my eyes, your Liu Xian sect is even more pathetic. Take your Li Cunnion, for example. Not long ago, he was pestering Qianxue, trying desperately to pursue her. He even repeatedly threatened me. Just now, when this young master of Dai Xin coldly scolded Qianxue, Li Cunnion went into hiding like a turtle. This shows that the disciples of your Liu Xian sect are not impressive. They only bully the weak and fear the strong. PFFFT, Li Cunnion felt darkness before his eyes and nearly spurted out a mouthful of old blood. How unlucky can I be? I'm just lying here and I get shot. With a terrified expression, he hurriedly explained, Senior brother, it's not like that. This kid is slandering. I'm slandering? Back at Yufeng City who threatened me, told me to stay away from Qianxue or I would pay dearly. Tusk, some people followed Qianxue like a lapdog all the way from Lingtian sect to Yufeng City, trying to pursue her. I didn't expect you to forget so quickly. Should I say you are heartless or that you simply have a poor memory? Oh, right. Chen seemed to remember something and looked towards the crowd of Liu Xian sect where Hua Feiwu was. You were also present at the time. You looked down on people from the 5 countries. I presume you haven't forgotten that, right? Hua Feiwu's expression darkened, and she remained silent. Li Cunyan was so furious he spurted blood, his forehead veins bulging. He suddenly charged towards Qin Chen and roared, "I will kill you!" Boom, he unleashed a strong killing intent, and a silver fan swept through the air, creating a shadow of the fan that suddenly sliced through the void, intending to strike Qin Chen down. However, before that fan shadow could reach its target, a fist shadow suddenly shot over with a bang, instantly exploding the fan shadow and knocking Li Cunyan flying backward. Everyone hurriedly turned to see who had made the move, and upon recognizing the attacker, they were all dumbfounded, staring blankly. It was actually Tian. Tian clapped his hands after sending Li Cunyan flying and danced with laughter. "Kid, there's actually this kind of thing. Ha, interesting. The Liu Xian sect is all a bunch of bullies. Well said. But you don't know the biggest coward in Liu Xian sect is this Hua Tiandu. Isn't there a saying, where there are elder brothers, there are younger brothers?" Previously full of disdain for Qin Chen, Tian now looked at him with admiration, nodding repeatedly. "Li Cunyan, what is going on here?" Hua Tiandu coldly stared at Li Cunyan. Li Cunyan was drenched in sweat and stammered, "Senior brother, this is all a misunderstanding." Elder Li Cunyan's father, also opened his mouth. "Tiandu, this kid is just talking nonsense. Cunyan would never do such a thing." "Is that so?" Hua Tiandu coldly snorted. "I would advise Elder Li to manage your son well. After all this time, he is still stuck at half-step mystic level. With this kind of free time, it would be better to focus on training and break through to the 4th level of mystic level early, so my Liu Xian sect doesn't embarrass itself outside." What kind of person was Hua Tiandu? If what Qin Chen said was all nonsense, then junior sister Hua Feiwu wouldn't look like that. "Yes." Elder Li's heart burned with anger, but he didn't dare to say a word. Although he was an outer sect elder, his status in the sect was far from that of Hua Tiandu. He could only glare at Qin Chen viciously. After reprimanding Li Cunyan and Elder Li, Hua Tiandu coldly stared at Qin Chen, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Kid, you have tarnished the reputation of my Liu Xian sect. Do you know what crime you have committed? Today I will definitely kill you." A terrifying killing intent descended like a storm, enveloping Qin Chen. A movement and the murderous intent arose. The entire venue was enveloped in a thick atmosphere of killing intent. "What crime should I be punished for?" Qin Chen sneered, showing not the slightest fear. "What do you think your Liuxian sect is? A royal power, or an imperial noble? Do you think you are worthy to judge me? You are merely a small sect under a dynasty, and you should be careful lest the wind blows and you trip over your own tongue." Everyone was shocked. Qin Chen had truly gone mad, having already offended Tian, yet he dared to offend Hua Tiandu as well. Where did he get his confidence from? Even if he was reckless, he should consider his own country. "Do you think Tian can protect you?" Hua Tiandu's eyes were icy, without making any move, yet an invisible pressure descended upon the world. It was not just the experts of the 5 nations. Even the geniuses and strong warriors of the De Wei dynasty found it hard to breathe under this pressure. Their true strength stagnated. As expected of one of the 3 great prodigies of Qianxue, though he had not yet entered the 5th stage of the sect level, he carried an astonishing majesty in every movement, making others change color. The demeanor of a strong warrior was fully displayed. Everyone was speechless. Did Qin Chen truly pin his hopes on Tian? Although Tian had previously blocked Li Cunyan's attack for him, that was merely to maintain the pride of the Liuxian sect. If Hua Tiandu was truly intent on killing Qin Chen, Tian would not risk his life for such a trivial matter. A prodigy of the world, how could he be so easily used? The ones most anxious were still Xiao Zhan and others from the Duchy Kingdom, each looking at Qin Chen with suspicion. From their understanding, Qin Chen did not seem to be an impulsive person. Why was he so aggressive before Tian and Hua Tiandu? Could it be that Qianxue had not left the 5 nations? Xiao Zhan shivered. This was the only reason that could explain why Qin Chen was so calm. Though they did not know how strong Qianxue's cultivation truly was, being able to easily slay the ghost immortal sect's Qianxue and force him to use secret methods to escape, Qianxue was definitely no ordinary 5th-level Wuzang. "Tian, why would I need Tian to protect me? As long as you dare to kill me, naturally someone will act for me. A black slave will protect me." Qin Chen chuckled lightly, suddenly turning to look at a certain area in the crowd below. Black slave? Everyone followed Qin Chen's gaze, wanting to see who this black slave protecting Qin Chen was, someone even Hua Tiandu dared to target. Under everyone's watch, a cloaked figure appeared in the crowd. The cloak obscured his features, making it impossible to see his face. A wave of powerful perceptions swept over, including those of the top experts from the 3 great forces on the high platform. As the perception swept, everyone's pupils suddenly shrank, for they found they could not discern the cultivation of this cloaked person. Even the powerful figures from the three great forces felt a weight in their hearts. Being able to evade their perception meant that the person's cultivation was certainly not far off from theirs, and that he must have practiced some secret technique to conceal his aura. Tiandu, this person is not simple. A deep voice spoke. The leading elder of the Liuxian sect whispered to Hua Tiandu, his expression grave. Hua Tiandu's eyes also turned cold. He had not expected that within these 5 nations, there still existed such a powerful Wuzong guarding this young man. It was completely out of his expectations. Wasn't it said that Wuzong were so rare in the 5 nations? Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, the cloaked man felt like he was about to explode with frustration. Damn this kid, how does he know I'm here? He had just been hiding in the crowd, maintaining a low profile, and even the 3 great forces had not discovered him. Unexpectedly, Chen had pointed him out with a single glance, shattering his original plan to remain discreet. What infuriated the cloaked man even more was that Chen had actually given him the nickname Black Slave, which was simply too much. Calm down, calm down. Breathing rapidly, the cloaked man was seething with rage, wishing he could leap onto the high platform and strike Chen down instantly. However, he could only think about it. Once he made a move against Chen, not only would he expose his own strength, but even the Kinglian demon fire would be revealed to everyone. By then, even if he had obtained the Kinglian demon fire, there would be endless troubles. Therefore, no matter what, he could not allow Chen to be killed by Hua Tiandu and expose the existence of the Kinglian demon fire. Humph! With a cold snort, an invisible chilling aura suddenly spread from his body, as if it came from the depths of hell, filled with a sense of coldness. Hiss, gasps filled the air. All the martial artists standing around the cloaked man turned pale, one by one retreating as if they had seen a ghost. Such terrifying yin energy. This person is at least a mid-level sect expert, perhaps even more. No wonder Chen is so fearless. He stands behind such a powerful figure. A mid-level Wuzong, once enraged, even the experts from the 3 great forces present would find it hard to handle. After all, this was not Qianxue, their base. Once the 3 great prodigies made a mistake, even if the 3 great forces from Qianxue slaughtered this land of the 5 nations, what would it matter? On the high platform, Chen smiled. He understood why the cloaked man snorted. On the surface, he was standing up for him, but in reality, it was a warning to him. But Chen knew that, for the sake of the Kinglian demon fire on him, the cloaked man would do everything possible to ensure he did not die at Hua Tiandu's hands. With this person around, Hua Tiandu would not dare to make a move. Ha ha ha, Hua Tiandu, didn't you just say you would definitely kill this kid? Why is there no movement? Rest assured, this time I certainly won't stop you. If you want to act, then hurry up. As the son of the Liuxian sect, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Seeing this, Tian couldn't help but laugh heartily, teasing and ridiculing. Hua Tiandu coldly snorted, retracting his killing intent. He had not expected this kid to be hiding such a powerful figure behind him. His purpose for this trip was for the ancient Nan capital, and with Tian and Leng Wushuang watching closely, he could only temporarily let this kid go. After the ancient Nan capital's inheritance passed, he would make a decision. Thinking of this, Hua Tiandu coldly smiled. Hua Tiandu, do you still care about me? Just now, this kid said that you are not worthy of him submitting to you. How is it that the noble son of the Emperor's heart is treated with such humiliation, yet remains unmoved? Tian laughed heartily, saying, What you don't know is that I despise those who are afraid of death. On the contrary, I admire those martial artists who prefer death over surrender. This child, with a cultivation only at the late heaven level, dares to defy my authority. I quite admire him. How could I care about such a small act of defiance? Yet you, being scorned as someone who is afraid of the strong and bullies the weak, seem to have made no response at all. Oh, I see. Seemingly realizing something, Tian's expression showed enlightenment. I forgot that your Liuxian sect is filled with cowards. Now that this child has displayed some strength, it naturally makes you Hua Tiandu wary and unwilling to act. Haha, this child's analysis was indeed astute. Tian am somewhat impressed by him. The two exchanged barbs, mocking each other, leaving the other spectators momentarily stunned. Chen's life and death crisis seemed to have suddenly vanished. 420. After this commotion, no one from the Dawei dynasty mentioned punishing Chen. It seemed that everything that had just happened was merely a joke. Many geniuses from the Dawei dynasty were secretly astonished. A young man from the 5 nations was able to snatch back his life from the hands of the young master of the Imperial Heart and the disciple of the Liu Xian sect. Regardless of his cultivation level, just this kind of tactic was enough to draw attention. Perhaps from an outsider's perspective, The reason the young master of the Imperial Heart and the disciple of the Liu Xian sect let Chen go was because of that mysterious cloaked figure. However, those who understood the situation knew that, given the power of the Imperial Heart City and the Liu Xian sect, they wouldn't care about a Wuzong expert. More importantly, Chen cleverly utilized the conflict between the two and the timing of the ancient southern capital's emergence to turn impending danger into safety. In this atmosphere, a moment later, boom, suddenly the ancient southern capital above everyone's heads shook violently and a terrifying aura surged forth. To the naked eye, the ancient southern capital city erupted with a horrific black light, its bizarre scenery flashing continuously. That magnificent city slowly sank down, coming into view for everyone. It has opened. The ancient southern capital, which occurs once every 5 years, has finally opened. Amid murmurs, the entire ancient southern capital city crashed heavily onto the plains under the gaze of the crowd. This was an extremely ancient city, exuding a vast aura, as if it had undergone endless years of baptism, leaving behind a sense of the vicissitudes of time and antiquity. Looking around, in the center of the ancient city stood a grand arena, towering high. The arena appeared to be made of unknown materials, with mottled marks remaining, as if it had experienced endless slaughters, leaving behind only glorious legends. Is this the ancient southern capital's storm arena? According to the rumors from the 5 nations, only those who achieve a top 10 ranking on the arena and gain recognition from the consciousness of the ancient southern capital's ruins can obtain the qualification for inheritance. A disciple from the De dynasty murmured to himself. These disciples, coming from the more powerful De dynasty, had entered ruins before, but they had never heard of a similar arena-like ruin appearing in their territory when the ancient city descended. Let me see what this ancient southern capital ruin, renowned throughout the 5 nations, is really capable of. Is it truly as remarkable as the rumors say? Is it worth our De dynasty's geniuses fighting for? Just then, a sudden cold laugh emerged from the crowd of the De dynasty. Immediately after, a top-tier expert standing in front of a certain faction flashed forward and dashed toward the ancient city. His figure was like lightning, arms spread wide, soaring through the sky like a great rock, exuding a formidable presence. The major forces of the 5 nations in the northwest were momentarily stunned, and then smirks appeared on their faces. Seeing that De dynasty expert about to enter the ancient southern capital, suddenly, a mysterious force surged up from within the ancient city, silently enveloping the body of the De dynasty expert. With a loud bang before the De dynasty expert could even react, his figure abruptly exploded in midair, without even a scream, turning into a blood mist, completely vanishing. He's dead, he's dead. A Wuzong expert fell just like that, causing the people of the De dynasty to have their expressions change dramatically. Among the 5 nations, someone scoffed, "The ancient southern capital ruins haven't even opened yet, and this person wants to rush in," truly ignorant of his own limitations. The ancient southern capital ruins had a history of nearly 100 years within the 5 nations, and the people of the 5 nations were naturally very familiar with it. Before it opened, entry was utterly impossible. Otherwise, regardless of cultivation level, one would die instantly. Upon hearing this, all the previously restless experts of the De dynasty felt a chill in their hearts and dared not move recklessly, each of them watching the actions of the people from the 5 nations. Moments later, the ancient city radiated a solid light, enveloping the entire city. Within it, colorful rays of light rose and flowed continuously, dazzling like the aurora, leaving people shocked and mesmerized. The barrier of the ancient southern capital has appeared. The second round of the great competition, the arena battles, has finally begun. Only those who have passed through the 7-colored barrier of the ancient southern capital and completed the assessment can qualify to enter the central arena for the competition of luck. This time, with so many geniuses from the De dynasty gathered, who knows how many people from the 5 nations will ultimately make it to the arena for the great competition? Whispers spread among the 5 nations. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, sharp sounds of breaking air erupted, and instantly all the geniuses of the 5 nations on the high platform moved, rushing towards the 7-colored light. Boom. The first to rush in was a genius from the De Liang kingdom. He was in his 20s, wearing a blue robe, and his speed was extraordinarily fast. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the colorful barrier and charged into the light rainbow, barely pausing. It's De Liang kingdom's #1 genius, Yu Wenfeng. What incredible speed. The crowd gasped. Yu Wenfeng from De Liang kingdom had broken through to the Xuan level 2 years ago and was also the 2nd place in the last ancient southern capital competition. 5 years had passed, and no one knew how terrifying he had become, but secretly, he had already gained the title of the #1 genius of the Five Nations. However, under the brilliance of the Dewei dynasty's geniuses earlier, Yu Wenfeng had kept a low profile, so much so that nobody had thought of him for a moment. Now that the ancient southern capital had opened, revealing his formidable cultivation, everyone finally took notice. Following Yu Wenfeng, many prepared geniuses from the Five Nations followed closely, each one swinging their fists to break through the seven-colored light, rushing into the radiant glow. Noticing Yu Wenfeng's Qianxue-level cultivation, many of the Dewei dynasty's geniuses smiled with interest. Breaking through to the Qianxue level before the age of 24 in the Dewei dynasty is considered a decent achievement, while Yu Wenfeng had already stepped into the Qianxue level 2 years ago. His talent was certainly not inferior to many ordinary geniuses of the Dewei dynasty. However, it's only a matter of interest. A Qianxue-level genius at 24 years old is decent in the Dewei dynasty, but it can only be considered mid-tier and not in the top echelon. Moreover, in reality, the true competition among geniuses should be based on their combat power, not just their superficial cultivation. It seems the ancient southern capital ruins have truly opened. Let's go. With the Five Nations geniuses leading the way, the geniuses of the Dewei dynasty all soared into the air, racing toward the seven-colored light. Among them, Hua Tiandu, Dai Tianyi, and Leng Wushuang flew at the forefront, while the rest of the many geniuses from the Dewei dynasty followed closely behind, none daring to surpass them. When Dai Tianyi, Leng Wushuang, and Hua Tiandu came into contact with the seven-colored rainbow, it seemed as if the rainbow actively parted, creating a crack and allowing the three to enter. This scene instantly drew gasps from the crowd. What just happened? Why didn't Hua Tiandu and the others take action? Did the colorful rainbow light actually open a passage on its own? Indeed, could it be that this colorful rainbow light recognized the extraordinary cultivation of the three and thus opened the passage by itself? Impossible. This colorful rainbow light is a barrier of the ancient southern capital. It only checks whether one meets the qualifications to enter. It couldn't possibly have the intention to let anyone through. All the people from the Five Nations were dumbfounded, completely clueless about what was happening. Even Xiao Zhan and others were stunned. It's worth noting that throughout the 100 years of assessment in the ancient southern capital, such an event had never occurred. What a group of three peerless talents! Their use of true force is truly extraordinary. No wonder so many geniuses from the Great Wei dynasty regard them with such awe. Chen nodded. Among the Five Nations, only he understood. It wasn't that the colorful rainbow light opened automatically upon seeing the three, but rather that the three, at the moment they entered the colorful rainbow light, released their energy outward, using their true force to create a wave of destructive invisible pressure in front of their bodies. Under this pressure, they broke open the colorful rainbow light and rushed inside. This is a highly sophisticated control technique over true force, indicating that their comprehension of true force had reached an extraordinary level, allowing them to wield it freely, changing it at will, unrestricted. However, from a distance, it created such a special effect that made the people of the Five Nations believe that it was the ancient southern capital that had actively opened the passage, leaving them in shock. Therefore, when the exclamations of the Five Nations reached the ears of many powerful figures in the Great Wei dynasty, they found it mildly amusing and exchanged a few derisive remarks among themselves about the Five Nations' ignorance, though their condescension needed no prolonging. Bang! At that moment, a genius from the Qianxue level of the Great Wei dynasty just touched the colorful rainbow light and suddenly screamed in agony as an invisible force swept over his body, exploding him into a mist of blood, leaving no trace behind. This scene instantly drew everyone's attention, especially the faction of that genius, their eyes narrowing in shock and anger. Humph, this person is over 24 years old, right? According to the birthdate calculations, once one exceeds 24 years of age, any genius wanting to enter the ancient southern capital will be obliterated by the power of the colorful rainbow light. This is an ironclad rule. How could a dignified disciple of the Great Wei dynasty try to sneak in? I really don't understand what he was thinking. Over 24 years old and still calling himself a young genius. How naive. Having been earlier smug, some from the Great Wei dynasty now fell silent, unsettled by the sudden confirmation of the age rule and the devastating consequence it had just wrought. At this time, hundreds of disciples had already entered the colorful rainbow light of the ancient southern capital. Let's go too. On the high platform of the great Qi nation, Chen and the others hadn't moved until now, and only then did they leap forward. Swish, swish, swish. Among the many disciples of the great Qi nation, Chen soared ahead, being the first to approach the colorful rainbow light. What kind of relic is this ancient southern capital? The colorful rainbow light before me is not the power of a formation, yet it can discern the martial artist's cultivation and age. What kind of power is it? Approaching the colorful rainbow light, Chen did not activate the true energy within him. Instead, he aimed to carefully perceive the power within the colorful rainbow light. Bang! But to his surprise, when he didn't activate his true energy, his body collided with the colorful rainbow light as if hitting a wall, and he was blocked from entering. In contrast, the fourth Prince Zhao Wei, Princess Zai Zun, Zhao Lingshan, Wang Qiming, and others with true energy swirling around them easily broke through the colorful rainbow light and entered the ancient southern capital. This sudden scene almost made many powerful figures from the Great Wei dynasty who were paying attention to Chen burst into laughter. A single paragraph of jeers rose up at Chen's apparent hesitation, mocking that the young man who had just shown such bravado couldn't even break the barrier without activating his energy. Chen, Zai Zun, and Zhao Lingshan hurriedly stopped and turned to look. "It's nothing. I'm just studying this colorful barrier." Chen smiled wryly. He hadn't anticipated that withdrawing his true energy would lead to this outcome. Chen's words immediately drew another round of laughter from many powerful figures of the Great Wei dynasty. Heaven, what did I just hear? Research this seven-colored barrier. Who does he think he is, the 9th level martial god? Ha, boasting without any foundation, he thinks just because he's a human-level martial artist, he can study the mysterious powers of this ancient relic. Is he thinking too much? The crowd erupted in laughter, several powerful warriors from the Great Wei dynasty doubling over in amusement, nearly rolling on the ground. This is just too damn funny. The ruins of the ancient southern capital came from ancient times, and even the continent's top 9th level martial god wouldn't dare to claim he could study them. Yet this human-level martial artist actually says he wants to research the ruins. Doesn't he fear being laughed out of existence? At this moment, people couldn't help but suspect that Chen might have some issues in his head. First, he fiercely confronted the Emperor's heart young master and the Liuxian sect's son, and now he says he wants to study the ruins of the ancient southern capital. Cough, cough, there's something definitely off about him. I have to say, if this kid is aiming for comedy, then he's already hit the mark. Chen paid no attention to the mocking laughter from the outside world. Instead, he became even more interested. With his right hand, he circulated his true essence, slowly probing into the seven-colored barrier. Buzz, sure enough, under the operation of his true essence, the seven-colored barrier was immediately torn open at a point. As Chen's arm penetrated the barrier, he suddenly felt an invisible force scanning his body. This force was extremely mysterious, unlike true chi and bloodline power, nor was it spiritual or soul power, but rather a distinctly special force that swept over him. Under this power, Chen felt as if he had no secrets left. Everything was instantly scanned thoroughly, except for that mysterious ancient book in his mind which remained unresponsive. All other secrets were laid bare. What a strange power! Chen was shocked. He could only vaguely sense this mysterious power after reaching the level of gathering the soul and condensing its form. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to detect it at all. With the flow of true chi, Chen easily broke through the seven-colored barrier and entered. Oh, this kid actually got in. He wasn't blocked again. Looks like he has good luck. Ha, little brother, have you discovered anything yet? Someone shouted, drawing a ripple of laughter. Chen didn't bother with these boring people. His figure swayed and landed inside the ancient southern capital. Seeing Chen enter, Princess Zai Zun and Zhao Lingshan both breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, as various geniuses flew in, almost all those under 24 years old who had reached the human level and passed the examination of the ancient southern capital entered. Buzz. Not long after the last genius entered the ancient southern capital, it seemed the time was up. The entire ancient southern capital suddenly shook, and the outer seven-colored light instantly stopped circulating, transforming into a wall of light that no longer allowed anyone to enter. From then on, all the geniuses participating in the examination of the ancient southern capital gathered together. Originally, the quota for the 5 nations through the first round of examination was 236, and with last year's and past geniuses combined, it was less than 400. However, due to the addition of the Great Wei dynasty's geniuses, the number of people entering the ancient southern capital suddenly soared to about 600, making it the largest group ever. The place where everyone stood was an open space, seemingly a plaza of the ancient southern capital, surrounded by flowing seven-colored lights. Once the people entered, they could not leave, except to remain in this plaza. Boom. A genius from the Great Wei dynasty punched the light barrier, feeling as if his arm had struck an iron wall. The barrier didn't budge at all, and instead he himself suffered immense pain from the fierce backlash. What is this place? Weren't we supposed to participate in the inheritance examination? Why have we been sent here with no further developments? The person's face darkened as he coldly glared at a genius from the Five Nations. The Five Nations genius flinched, quickly replying, "The examination of the ancient southern capital is quite complex. First, there will be a preliminary assessment. Only those who pass this can enter the arena for the final showdown, and the victors will have the chance to obtain the inheritance." What preliminary assessment? What a mess. The person frowned, feeling impatient, and hurled a punch at the Five Nations genius. Haha, wouldn't it be better to just compete directly like this? Boom. But just as this person's punch was about to hit the opponent, suddenly, a seven-colored light descended from the sky, instantly striking the genius from the Great Wei dynasty. With a sound, that genius was suddenly torn apart, his body exploding into a mist of blood. This sudden scene shocked everyone, their faces filled with horror as they looked at the vanished genius from the Great Wei dynasty, their eyes flashing with fear. A late-stage peak human-level martial artist was so easily erased, leaving everyone feeling enraged and shocked. What the heck is going on? The three great talents of the Great Wei dynasty, who had remained silent, finally couldn't hold back, their gazes sweeping over with a cold tone. In the ancient southern capital, no one is allowed to act without permission before the assessment. Otherwise, they will be obliterated by the power of this ancient relic. A Five Nations person spoke in a low voice. "If this is the case, why didn't you say so earlier?" A burly youth from the same faction as the one who was killed spoke in a low, cold tone, his eyes icy. They moved to harm others but blamed the Five Nations for not warning them. The Five Nations person suppressed his anger and said, "You didn't inquire yourself and recklessly attacked us. Are you still blaming us?" "You," that burly youth's gaze was indifferent, a mere Five Nations ant dared to retort him. Did he think that just because they were in this barrier, he wouldn't dare to touch him? All right, stop arguing. What is this preliminary assessment? Hua Tiandu's gaze was cold as he interrupted their conversation. "We don't know either. The content of the preliminary assessment varies each time, but it typically involves assessments of true chi, speed, strength, comprehension, and other aspects that are very common in the continent's examination contents," someone replied. Buzz, at this moment, an invisible force suddenly descended, and the long quiet ancient southern capital finally stirred. Black stone chambers suddenly rose from the plaza. These black stone chambers were quite peculiar, resembling strange instruments with an entrance. Above the chambers there was also a spirit lamp. Could this be a test of the true meaning of martial arts? The ancient southern capital actually has a test for the true meaning of martial Dao. Could it really be relics from the Dark Ages? It's said that the test for the true meaning of martial Dao allows martial artists to gain a comprehensive understanding of martial arts. Is this it? Except for Chen, everyone else was filled with excitement on their faces. Not only the people in the square, but also countless individuals from the 5 countries and the experts of the Dawei dynasty outside of Gunnan City showed expressions of astonishment and admiration. I never expected that this assessment would actually be the true meaning of martial Dao. Incredible! Could it be that the quality of the contestants this time is obviously better than in previous years, which is why the true meaning of martial Dao assessment appeared? Everyone present wore expressions of delight, clearly indicating that this true meaning of martial Dao assessment was something extremely important to them. Buzz, amidst the discussions, suddenly, an invisible force descended, and a humanoid shadow of blackness quickly gathered above everyone's heads. This shadow resembled a deity, coldly gazing down at the crowd. This sudden scene caused everyone to focus intently. "Welcome to the Gunnan City Arena. I am the referee of the Gunnan City Arena." The black figure, with an indistinguishable face, spoke in a cold voice that echoed throughout the square. "This competition is divided into 3 preliminary assessments. The first preliminary assessment, the true meaning of martial Dao. I will select the first batch of 100 contestants to participate in the assessment one by one. Only those who pass the first round of the preliminary assessment can enter the next round. It truly is the true meaning of martial Dao assessment. This black figure only appeared when someone won the championship and entered Gunnan City to receive the inheritance. Why has it appeared here directly this time? It seems that this Gunnan City competition is indeed different from previous ones, unprecedented. Among the 5 countries, some geniuses who had previously won championships had seen this black figure before, but that was during the inheritance ceremony. This time it directly appeared at the preliminary assessment, indicating that this competition is truly extraordinary. At this moment, through their exchanges, many experts of the Dawei dynasty also understood this point, each revealing self-satisfied smiles. "We have long said that the relics of Gunnan City left within the 5 countries are a waste. With the strength of the 5 countries, they cannot truly activate the potential of these relics. Exactly, according to what the 5 countries said, in nearly 100 years, there has not been a direct appearance of the will of Gunnan City. But as soon as our Dawei dynasty's genius arrived, the will of Gunnan City descended autonomously. This shows that the will of Gunnan City recognizes the cultivation of our Dawei dynasty's geniuses. I said, these lowly people simply do not have the qualifications to possess such relics. Giving it to them is just a waste. Various mocking voices surged, causing the people from the 5 countries to feel anger in their hearts, yet find themselves powerless to retort. Now that all contestants have gathered, the first round of the preliminary assessment begins. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Accompanied by the words of the black figure, beams of rainbow light descended from the sky, enveloping the 100 individuals on the field. These colorful beams seemed to fall randomly. Many from both the 5 countries and the Dawei dynasty were selected, and Chen was also enveloped by one of the beams. The first batch of 100 people. Haha, I actually am among the first batch selected. The young master of the Imperial Heart, the son of the Liuxian sect, young master Lengshu, are also in the first batch. Does that mean Gunnan City thinks my talent is within the top 100? An expert from the Dawei dynasty couldn't help but exclaim excitedly. Humph, I think you're overthinking it. Don't you see that many people from the 5 countries were also selected? Someone coldly snorted. Well, I didn't expect that the relics of the 5 countries could actually conduct the true meaning of martial Dao assessment. What a pleasant surprise. Yeah, I heard that the true meaning of martial Dao assessment allows martial artists to comprehend various levels of martial arts. Once passed, it will greatly enhance their martial understanding. We are fortunate enough to encounter it. The people from the 5 countries were indeed lucky. Among the crowd, many of those selected were filled with excitement and anticipation. Only Chen looked confused, staring at the black stone chamber before him. In his understanding, this preliminary assessment should involve some kind of competition or test, such as controlling true chi, movement techniques, speed, power, etc. But what was this black stone chamber before him? Looking at the countless gazes of understanding and excitement from the surrounding geniuses, Chen felt incredibly frustrated. Born in the martial domain in his past life, he had no idea what this so-called true meaning of martial Dao was after being reborn 100 years later. He had never heard of it before. All selected individuals, please proceed to the black stone chamber before you to prepare for the true meaning of martial Dao assessment. At this moment, a cold voice, as indifferent as a deity, echoed from above everyone's heads. Each person found their respective black stone chamber and stood before it. Now, do you have any questions? The icy voice rang out again. No one spoke. Of course, the true meaning of martial Dao, though many present had not personally experienced it, was something they all understood well. They were all eager to enter. What questions could there possibly be? Excuse me. Just as everyone thought the assessment was about to begin, a voice suddenly rang out across the square. Everyone turned to see Chen standing before his black stone chamber, looking perplexed at the black figure, asking, "What exactly is the assessment for the true meaning of martial Dao, and what are the assessment rules?" Silence. The entire area fell into an instant hush, and some people looked at Chen as if he were an alien, all stunned in place. Has this Chen never heard of the true meaning of martial Dao? Is he really asking how the true meaning of martial Dao is assessed? Oh my heavens, is this person really a martial artist from our Tianwu continent? Could he truly be an idiot? One concise ripple of ridicule ran through the crowd, then settled. The black figure showed no emotion, simply gazing at Chen and said, "The essence of martial arts is an assessment of a martial artist's understanding of true energy. After entering this black stone chamber, everyone's spiritual power will be elevated to an extreme, allowing them to observe the changes in true energy from human level to martial god level in an illusory space, and control it with their spiritual power. This tests the martial artist's mastery and understanding of true energy forms. The assessment of the essence of martial arts is divided into 9 levels. Each time you pass a level, you will proceed to the next. The spirit lamp outside the black stone chamber will display the current level you are at in the assessment. The qualification standard for the first round of preliminary assessments is to pass at least 4 levels. If you cannot reach 4 levels, you will fail the assessment and be directly eliminated outside the ancient southern capital. Is there any question? The black figure bowed its head. Although its features were unclear and it had no eyes, Chen could feel that it was staring at him. So this is the kind of assessment that allows martial artists to observe true energy at various levels. No wonder these people are so excited. Chen nodded. He finally understood what the essence of martial arts was assessing, but he still had a question in his heart. He raised his head and looked directly at the black figure and asked, Is the essence of martial arts only comprehensible to the level of martial god? Can one also comprehend the realm beyond the 9th level martial god? In his previous life, Chen was already a powerful martial emperor at the 8th stage and had a good understanding of the 9th level martial god realm. Therefore, he was not as excited as other geniuses. What he most wanted to know was whether the holy realm beyond the martial god could be simulated in this assessment, which originated from the ruins of the ancient Dark Age. A burst of laughter rippled once more through the crowd at the question, then quieted. The essence of martial arts can only reach the 9th level martial god realm. Beyond the 9th level martial god, one will be unable to comprehend. The black figure said blandly, leaving Chen feeling regretful. If there are no more questions, then let the assessment begin. With the announcement of the black figure, the stone chamber in front of Chen and the others opened automatically, and a group of people walked in. In an instant, the scene before Chen changed dramatically, plunging him into a vast expanse of whiteness, where nothing was clearly visible. It was simply an emptiness. This is an array combined with illusion? While he was confused deep down, suddenly the scenery before Chen changed again. Streams of airflow, each with different shapes, slowly appeared before him, attracting and repelling each other. After these airflows appeared, they immediately blended together, intertwining with one another, giving rise to new airflows while simultaneously experiencing violent clashes. Chen slightly sensed it, and immediately realized that his perception was limited to the 1st level of human level. Compared to his previous 4th stage of spiritual power, his sensing ability was more than 100 or 1,000 times worse. Limiting everyone's perception to the human level makes everyone's ability to control true energy uniform. This way, it becomes clear how strong each martial artist's control over true energy really is. Then, these various shapes of airflow before me should be the 1st level of true energy. With a thought, Chen immediately controlled the true energy in front of him, allowing them to fuse. As two streams of airflow combined, they instantly erupted with intense conflict. Every scene of the conflict between the two streams was vividly clear, as if magnified countless times, appearing in Chen's perception. This is the microscopic manifestation of true energy particles reacting with each other. Chen was stunned, his eyes widening in shock. So this is how it is. Every form of true energy is composed of one or countless types of particles. The process of fusion and opposition of true energy is the combination and confrontation of various true energy particles. However, the true microscopic manifestation of true energy is something no martial artist can ever see. Yet this stone chamber allows everyone to understand the operation of human-level true energy so intuitively. This ability is terrifying. No wonder those geniuses were so excited before. Chen was shocked at heart. Even he could not achieve such a feat. To be able to observe the operation of true energy so intuitively had a significant effect, even for Chen. As Chen was astonished, the uncontrolled sensing caused a slight chaos among the true energies before him. Buzz, outside the black stone chamber where Chen was, the previously dim spirit lamp suddenly began to flicker. Apart from that, a concise murmur spread. Has Chen already failed so quickly? The sudden change drew the eyes of those around, some puzzled, some amused. Inside the chamber, however, Chen's mind settled. The flicker had been caused by his perception probing the microscopic particle interactions so intensely that the chamber's sensing registered an anomaly. He wasn't out of control. He was investigating. The mutual fusion of true energies is actually a process of particle fusion. Different attribute particles require more energy to fuse naturally and may even conflict, but as long as the balance between the two is controlled well, even two completely conflicting types of true energy can reach a stable state. Chen focused his mind, gazing into the void space before him. His mind was utterly clear, and under his control, powerful spiritual perception quickly combined the various forms of conflicting true energy particles in front of him, as if he were stroking something he was utterly familiar with. Every movement flowed seamlessly, filled with beauty. In his past life, Chen had reached the 8th tier of martial emperor and had astonishing control over human-level true energy. However, he could not compare this to the scene before him. This scene, which allowed direct observation of the microscopic behavior of true energy particles, gave Chen a more intuitive understanding of true energy control. At this moment, he was completely immersed in it, integrating into the reactions between the true energies. Each step combined with Chen's original understanding, confirming each other harmoniously. If in the past, Chen's control over true energy had reached a peak, then now he was on top of this so-called peak, gaining a more thorough understanding. Before, he knew that it was so, but now he understood why it was so. In an instant, Every strand of true energy in the black stone chamber moved as he commanded. No matter how many streams appeared, they were skillfully controlled by Chen, with each fusion reaching a perfect state, serving as an experiment for him to verify the attributes of true energy. Outside, those who had expected to see him fail watched with narrowed eyes, then slowly became disappointed as the lamp's flicker subsided. Hey, this Chen actually stabilized. Looks like it's impossible to see him fail in the first stage. That may be true, but this person thinks he can challenge the son of the Liuxian sect. He simply doesn't know how to die. The crowd sneered, but their voices lost some of their earlier bite. Suddenly, in the midst of the discussions, a light sound echoed, and all the black stone chambers lit up with a spiritual lamp. First stage all passed. In the black stone chamber, the scene before Chen changed, and his perception suddenly increased significantly. The true energy before him clearly became much stronger. This is Earth-level true energy? Earth-level true energy was evidently stronger than human-level true energy, and the power among the true energy particles became even more terrifying. Chen fell into comprehension again, immersing himself into the scene before him, analyzing and understanding the essence of Earth-level true energy. Upon entering the Earth-level true energy, immediately someone made an error. Although those who could enter the ancient southern capital were all martial artists above the heaven level, not all heaven-level martial artists had reached peak control over Earth-level true energy. The first one to make an error isn't Chen, but another martial artist from the northwestern 5 nations. What's going on? How can Chen, who can't completely control human-level true energy, not make an error with Earth-level true energy? The crowd was astonished, each unable to comprehend. Don't worry, this person will make a mistake soon, someone sneered. However, the outcome disappointed him. By the end of the second stage, more than 10 people had made errors, but Chen had yet to make any mistakes. Entering the third stage, the difficulty immediately surged. In an instant, at least 20 people made errors. The true energy in the third stage is at the heaven level. Among the 100 martial artists undergoing the assessment, at least more than half are only heaven-level martial artists. So naturally, their control over heaven-level true energy has not reached its limit, and making errors is quite normal. Now we'll see how far they can hold on. With the arrival of the third stage, those in the square and outside the ancient southern capital immediately became tense. The probability of elimination in the first 2 stages was already low, and this third stage would be a dividing point. Once passed, the first assessment would be considered complete. If not, they would be eliminated, missing the subsequent assessments. Under everyone's watch, a series of wails arose, and soon the number of people making errors surged to nearly 50. In the hundreds of black stone chambers, nearly half of the spiritual lamps flickered wildly. What puzzled everyone was that Chen, who had briefly triggered a flicker in the first stage, still had not made any mistakes until now. As they were feeling frustrated, bang, a loud noise came from one side of the square and a black stone chamber abruptly opened. A genius from the 5 nations stumbled out of the black stone chamber, looking dejected. Buzz. As soon as this person was eliminated, an invisible force enveloped him, and he instantly disappeared from the square. Inside Gunan City, once the previous person was eliminated, a beam of light descended immediately, locking onto another martial artist. The martial artist entered the black stone chamber, beginning a new assessment. There were only 100 black stone chambers in total, yet the number of martial artists needing assessment exceeded 600. Thus, whenever someone was eliminated, a new martial artist would enter a black stone chamber until everyone had completed their assessments. Since someone has been eliminated, then Chen should be next, right? Everyone once again looked toward the black stone chamber where Chen was located. To their frustration, the light indicating the third round was still lit above Chen's chamber, with nothing changing. Confused, they wondered how Chen, who couldn't even control human-level true energy, could have such a high mastery over heaven-level true energy. He hadn't made a mistake up until now. It was known that at this moment, more than 60 martial artists on the entire square had made mistakes, and this number was still rising. Only the top geniuses of the Great Wei dynasty, such as Hua Tiandu, Leng Wushuang, and Dai Tianyi, could last without any mistakes at all. Bang, bang, bang! Amidst everyone's confusion, a series of roars echoed across the square as several more contestants were eliminated. Once these individuals were eliminated, it was as if a domino effect had occurred, and the square was soon filled with a continuous series of booming sounds, as contestants continued to be eliminated one after another. However, people didn't pay attention to those eliminated contestants. Their focus remained on the black stone chamber where Chen was. To their disappointment, the spirit lamp outside Chen's black stone chamber continued to glow with the signal for the third round, while others remained unchanged. Finally, after nearly 40 more eliminations, the spirit lamps above all the black stone chambers changed, indicating the fourth round. All remaining contestants then entered the fourth round. No way Chen actually passed the third round. Am I seeing things? Is Chen's luck really that good? This is ridiculous luck, and he even managed to pass the first round. Everyone was dumbfounded. According to the requirements, for the first round, one only needed to reach the fourth round of the martial Dao True Meaning to pass the assessment. At this moment, out of the 100 martial artists who participated in the assessment, only 57 remained, and all 57 entered the fourth round. This meant that these 57 martial artists qualified for the second round of assessments in Gunan City. Perfectly entering the fourth round, why did Chen make a mistake in the first round? Everyone stared blankly at the black stone chamber where Chen was located, murmuring. Previously, they had been continuously mocking Chen, but now many felt an unsettling sense of something being off. Since the mistake in the first round, Chen had shown perfect performance in the second and third rounds. No one believed that his ability to pass these 3 rounds was purely due to luck. Especially in this third round, which represented heaven-level true energy, even some veteran heaven-level peak martial artists wouldn't dare to claim they could master heaven-level true energy to perfection. Yet Chen had not made a single mistake, which clearly defied logic. Eliminations continued as new participants entered the black stone chambers, keeping the entire square bustling. However, everyone's focus was still on the black stone chamber where Chen was located. This is already the fourth round, representing mystic-level true energy. He should be eliminated now, right? Bang, bang, bang. The fourth round, representing mystic-level true energy, posed a challenge that had instantly multiplied in difficulty several times for most heaven-level martial artists. A series of booming sounds rang out continuously as more and more people were eliminated from the black stone chambers. However, although they were eliminated, they were not teleported away but remained in the square. Was that the sensation of mystic-level true energy just now? The process of true energy breaking through to true power is actually like this. Qianxue and others, after being eliminated, each had gleaming eyes, feeling excited within. After undergoing the assessment of the martial Dao True Meaning, even though they couldn't persist in the fourth round, they understood the sensation of true power and the essence of its operation. Most of them had been stuck at the peak of heaven level for a long time. The real difficulty lay in not knowing how to transform their true energy into true power. Now, after undergoing the assessment of the martial Dao True Meaning, they felt ecstatic, as if they had gained countless insights. In an instant, they even felt the impulse to break through right on the spot. They all sat cross-legged immediately, closed their eyes to recuperate, and entered cultivation. Thus, across the entire square, as all the geniuses eliminated in the fourth round came out, each sat cross-legged and closed their eyes in meditation, creating a magnificent scene. With the continuous eliminations of genius after genius, after a moment, only a little over 10 contestants from the first batch that entered the black stone chambers remained. These 10 or so individuals had all basically broken through to the fourth stage of mystic level, and most of them were geniuses from the Great Wei dynasty. As for the geniuses from the 5 kingdoms, there were only 2 or 3. At the same time, in the black stone chambers where these 10 or so individuals were located, except for 4 chambers, the spirit lamps outside the remaining chambers were flashing wildly, indicating repeated mistakes, and any one of them could be eliminated at any moment. Among these 4 stone chambers, without a doubt, 3 belonged to Dai Tianyi, Hua Tiandu, and Leng Wu Shuang, while one was unexpectedly occupied by Chen, whom everyone could hardly imagine. How is this possible? Many of our Great Wei dynasty's mystic level early, and even mid-stage geniuses have made numerous mistakes in this fourth round. Yet Chen has managed to maintain perfect control until now. How could a heaven-level martial artist achieve this? Scanning the surroundings, besides Chen, all the other participants who had entered the fourth round and had not been eliminated were indeed mystic-level geniuses. Yet Chen, a heaven-level martial artist, had managed to last until now, leaving everyone astonished. It was hard to believe. In the midst of shock before anyone could react, a light sound echoed. In the black stone chamber where more than 10 people had persisted through the fourth trial, the spiritual lantern suddenly flickered, and they all entered the fifth trial at once. Gasps of cold air sounded repeatedly, and everyone present was stunned. The fifth trial represented the true power at the sect level. The fact that these more than 10 people could enter the fifth trial indicated one thing. Their control over the profound level true chi had already reached a terrifying degree. Although it wasn't perfect, it was at least quite substantial. And these more than 10 individuals were all top talents from the Dawi dynasty and various major forces, each one of them no weaker than a peak mid-stage profound-level martial artist. Except for Chen. Chen was like a monster, becoming the only heavenly-level martial artist among these more than 10 people, and he entered the 5th trial in a perfect state. Do. As soon as he entered the 5th trial, the spiritual lanterns outside the black stone chamber, where these more than 10 people were located, flickered wildly. Immediately after, one genius after another was crazily eliminated. They had already struggled significantly in the 4th trial, barely managing to enter the 5th trial. Now that they had entered the 5th trial, the difficulty increased dramatically, leading to numerous mistakes and consecutive eliminations. The true power at the sect level is vastly different from the profound level. Wuzong are martial masters. Not everyone can easily reach that level. Many sect-level powerhouses from the Dawi dynasty expressed their feelings in the square, attracting a lot of agreement. However, it is already quite remarkable for them to enter the 5th trial of the true meaning of martial arts with profound-level cultivation. For them, this is a valuable experience. It will save them a lot of effort when they step into the Wuzong realm in the future, at least saving several years of hard work. It seems that it won't be long before we see several sect-level geniuses emerging from our Qianxue state. At that time, they will surely make a name for themselves throughout the entire Dawi dynasty. I didn't expect that there would be such an astonishing relic in this land of the 5 nations. It truly was a worthwhile trip. Then everyone was once again shocked and discussed animatedly. It has been so long, why hasn't Chen been eliminated yet? At this moment, a frustrated voice suddenly rang out. Everyone looked up to see that only a few martial artists remained in the 5th trial, including Tiandu from the Liuxian sect, Wushang, the young master of the Emperor's heart, and of course, Chen. Moreover, these 4 people still maintained a perfect state. What's going on? It's been so long in the 5th trial, yet Chen hasn't made a single mistake. Yeah, it's normal for those from the Emperor's heart to maintain perfection. Those 3 are the 3 great prodigies of our Qianxue state. As long as they are in good condition, it's not impossible. But that Chen, everyone was baffled and unable to comprehend. By this time, they were no longer just questioning Chen's origins from such a place as the 5 great nations, but rather how a heavenly-level powerhouse could maintain perfection in the face of sect-level true Qi control. It was simply an impossible feat. When a martial artist breaks through from heavenly level to profound level, their internal power transitions from true Qi to true power. Moreover, breaking through from profound level to sect level requires an almost miraculous control over true power. Chen, a heavenly-level martial artist who hadn't even reached profound level, still possessed true Qi within him. How could he control sect-level true power so skillfully? This was fundamentally impossible. There had to be some issue. How much longer can Chen maintain this perfection? At this point, the only thing they cared about was when Chen would make a mistake and be eliminated. All the spectators' attention was focused on the black stone chambers of Tiandu, Wushang, Tian, and Chen, eager to see how long these 4 could hold on. As for the other black stone chambers, almost no one paid attention anymore. Time passed second by second, and the 4 remained in the black stone chamber, still in perfect condition. Perfect, still perfect. Several minutes passed, and nearly all the spectators were waiting for Chen to make a mistake. However, no matter how long they waited, the instrument where Chen was located still glowed with a perfect spiritual lantern. Instantly, waves of astonishment surged in the hearts of these spectators once again. How is this possible? Even the leaders of the 3 top forces furrowed their brows, staring at the black stone chamber where Chen was, feeling incredulous. Tian and the others were already the prodigies of Qianxue state. Even in the entire Dawi dynasty, they were considered top talents, but they had only managed to reach this point due to their late-stage profound-level cultivation. But what about Chen? He was at least several years younger and still had the weak late-stage heavenly-level cultivation, yet he could achieve the same results as Tian and the others. What a joke. Even the most extraordinary geniuses of the Dawi dynasty probably couldn't accomplish this, right? Just as everyone was feeling dejected and puzzled, a sound of mistake immediately reached everyone's ears. Haha, I said it. How could Chen maintain perfection indefinitely? A loud cheer arose from the crowd. Haha, that kid finally made a mistake. Humph, after all, how could a young man from the 5 nations compare with the young master of the Emperor's heart? Some spectators exhaled a long sigh of relief and eagerly began to discuss. It seems that the one who just made a mistake was Wushang. A weak voice unexpectedly emerged from among the crowd. Wushang? Impossible! What kind of joke are you making? Leng Wushuang is a prodigious talent from the Tianheng Academy. How could it be him who made a mistake? Exactly, exactly. Everyone dismissed the person's words with disdain and turned to look at the square, their faces showing contempt for that person. However, when they saw the scene in the square, everyone's expressions froze, and they stood there dumbfounded, petrified on the spot. In the square, the spiritual lanterns outside the stone chambers of Dai Tianyi, Hua Tiandu, and Qin Chen still maintained perfect status, while the lantern outside Leng Wushuang's stone chamber began to flicker wildly. How is this possible? Everyone felt as if they had seen a ghost, unable to believe it. Even Leng Wushuang had made a mistake, yet Qin Chen could still maintain perfection. How could this be? While everyone was in shock, another sound of mistake echoed through the air. Fortunately, that Qin Chen just made a mistake right after Leng Wushuang. It must be luck. It definitely must be luck. The crowd felt a sense of relief, but then they noticed that the previously perfect spiritual lantern outside Hua Tiandu's stone chamber flickered, while the lantern outside Qin Chen's stone chamber remained in perfect condition. Before anyone could react, another sound of mistake rang out again. The spiritual lantern outside the stone chamber of Dai Tianyi began to flicker as well. In the square, aside from Qin Chen's stone chamber, which remained perfect, the spiritual lanterns outside the stone chambers of the three great prodigies of Chuan state flickered wildly. It was so dazzling, blinding everyone's eyes. -428. At this moment, everyone was petrified, completely stunned, as if they had hit a wall. Some even rubbed their eyes desperately, unable to believe the scene before them. The three great prodigies of Chuan province had all made mistakes, yet Qin Chen had not made a single error. What a joke on the continent. Doesn't that mean that Qin Chen's talent is even higher than that of the main heirs of the Dai Xin clan? This was simply impossible. Not to mention that Qin Chen came from the 5 nations, while the main heirs of the Dai Xin clan came from the top forces in the Dawei dynasty's Chuan province. Just the fact that Qin Chen was merely a human-level warrior was already completely inexplicable. Think about it. A human-level warrior from the 5 nations could actually surpass the 3 great mystical-level late-stage prodigies from the Dawei dynasty's Chuan province in terms of controlling true energy. This, no matter how you think about it, it feels unbelievable. Something must have gone wrong. Upon realizing this, many geniuses from the Dawei dynasty suddenly jolted, and a possibility appeared in their minds. Could it be that there's something wrong with the black stone room where Qin Chen is located, which is why this is happening? Once these words were spoken, everyone trembled, nodding like chicks pecking at rice, their pale expressions suddenly brightening. Right, it must be this reason. It's him. With his cultivation level, no matter what, it's impossible for him to reach the 5th level of sect-level true power without making a single mistake. They all relaxed, convinced a malfunction in that particular black stone room explained away the impossibility, and the heavy weight on their hearts was lifted. On the side of the Duchy Kingdom, Xiao Zhan was puzzled. The black stone room had problems. Seeing the many strong warriors from the Dawei dynasty so certain, he felt some doubt in his heart. He knew very well about Qin Chen's talent. If he said he was the best in the Duchy Kingdom, it would be absolutely no problem. But to say he could compete with the prodigies of the Dawei dynasty's Chuan province, he wasn't very confident about that either. He suppressed his doubts and continued to observe. At that moment, a series of booming sounds erupted one after another. The other 96 black stone rooms had people entering and being eliminated continuously, bustling with activity. But no one was paying attention, as all eyes were focused on the black stone room of Qin Chen and the others, eager to see how far they could go. Hold on, you must hold on. If you can enter the 6th level, even if you are eliminated, it will still be a huge benefit for your future. You must hold on, young master. The leading strong warriors from the 3 great forces of the Dawei dynasty were all tense, their hands clenched tightly, their hearts anxious. Although it was already an astonishing performance for them to reach the 5th level of sect level with their mystical level cultivation, they were even more hopeful that Dai Tianyi and the others could enter the 6th level of the revered level assessment. For prodigies like Dai Tianyi, being able to glimpse the true power operation at the 6th level revered level during the mystical level stage would be almost irreplaceable, allowing them to have a smoother path to becoming strong in the future, with hardly any obstacles. As if hearing the prayers of the crowd on the square with a do sound, the black stone room where Dai Tianyi and the others were located lit up, simultaneously passing the 5th level and entering the 6th level. Awesome, this is truly great. We have finally entered the 6th level. Revered level, this is an insight into the 6th level revered level realm. What a pity I can't participate in the assessment. Otherwise, I would be willing to shorten my life by 10 years just to gain some understanding. This time, the young master has made a huge profit. The leading strong warriors from the three great forces of Chuan province were trembling with excitement, their faces flushed, almost reaching a climax. They couldn't help but feel excited. After this assessment, if nothing unexpected happens, Tian and the others would have a great chance of advancing to the revered level realm within 20 years. What does that represent? In the Dawei dynasty, the 6th level revered level would already be considered a top powerhouse. Even for large forces like Daizin City, it would be a force that couldn't be ignored. The other strong warriors from the Dawei dynasty looked on enviously, their expressions turning red with jealousy. How great would it have been if their prodigies had entered the 6th level? Unfortunately. They were excited, but the situation on the field was not optimistic. A harsh screeching sound kept ringing out. As soon as Tian and the others entered the 6th level, the spiritual lamps outside the black stone room flashed crazily, clearly struggling with controlling the revered level true power, with many mistakes appearing in the first instant. However, the black stone room where Chen was still maintained perfect balance, remaining in an impeccable state. It goes without saying. There must be a problem with the stone room for assessing the true meaning of martial arts. A human-level warrior, no matter how talented, should not be able to have no mistakes at all in the assessment of 6th-level revered true power. Everyone set their minds at ease, feeling incredibly relaxed, with no more worries. Thinking back to how shocked they were earlier that the young man from the 5 nations could maintain perfection, they now found it all laughable. It turned out it was just a malfunction in the assessment room. At that moment, all the spectators present stopped paying attention to Chen, focusing their eyes on the stone room where Tian and the others were, wanting to see who would be eliminated first and who would last until the end. Bang! Not keeping everyone waiting for long, a booming sound erupted after a moment, and then the stone room where Leng Xiuguang and Leng Wuxuang was in suddenly opened wide. Unexpectedly, it was Leng Xiuguang who was the first to be eliminated. It seems that in terms of controlling true power, he is still somewhat lacking compared to Dai Xin's main heir and the Zai Xian sect's disciple. Everyone sighed. As Leng Wuxuang exited the stone room, his gaze instantly fell upon the black stone room of Tian and the others. Upon seeing that Tian and Tiandu had not been eliminated, his expression immediately turned somewhat awkward. "Damn it, I can't believe I was the first to be eliminated." His face darkened, and Leng Wuxuang gritted his teeth secretly. Suddenly, his gaze caught sight of another black stone room nearby. His eyes widened, and he stood there like he had been struck by lightning, dumbfounded. Outside the black stone chambers of Tian and Tiandu, someone had actually managed to reach the 6th level in this martial Dao true meaning assessment, and up to this point was still in perfect condition. How is that possible? Among these geniuses, how could anyone be stronger than him, Tiandu and Tian? It simply didn't make sense. Who exactly is this genius? With a furrowed brow, Leng Wuxuang sank into thought. That stone chamber. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Leng Wuxuang's eyes widened, his expression turning even more astonished, almost as if he were constipated. That position, isn't it the young man who previously fought against Tiandu and Tian among the 5 nations? However, that young man was clearly only in his teens, and his cultivation was only at the heaven level, right? Previously, when Chen fought against Tiandu and Tian, Leng Wuxuang had paid attention. Therefore, upon careful reflection, he recalled that black stone chamber, which seemed to be where Chen was located. In an instant, he felt completely disordered. What on earth is going on here? Just as he was in shock. Bang! At that moment, another loud noise resonated. The spiritual lanterns outside the stone chamber flickered wildly, and the stone chamber where Tiandu was also erupted with a loud bang. Then, with a face filled with frustration and excitement, Tiandu walked out of the black stone chamber. As soon as he emerged, he saw Leng Wuxuang standing there, dumbfounded. Seeing that the other had been eliminated even earlier than himself, the previously frustrated expression on Tiandu's face immediately broke into a victorious smile. However, upon noticing that Tian had still not come out, his expression turned sour once more. Turning his head to look at the black stone chamber of Tian, indeed, the spiritual lanterns were flickering wildly, but he had not yet been eliminated. Damn it, Tian is really lucky he hasn't been eliminated yet. With a gloomy expression, Tiandu felt frustrated. Then his gaze shifted, and he chanced upon the black stone chamber where Chen was. He was first stunned, and then his mouth dropped open in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. Bang! At this moment, a loud explosion sounded from the black stone chamber where Tian was, and shortly after, Tian walked out with a frustrated expression. His first action, like that of Leng Wuxuang and Tiandu, was to look towards the location of the other black stone chamber. Seeing that both Leng Wuxiang and Hua Tiandu had already emerged from their stone chambers and had obviously been eliminated, his eyes immediately lit up. "You too, it seems you came out earlier than me, ha ha ha." Dai Tianyi laughed heartily, a look of pride on his face. In Dai Tianyi's eyes, among all the martial artists, only Hua Tiandu and Leng Wuxiang, who were also at the late stage of the mystic level, were his opponents. Now that they had been eliminated before him, he should undoubtedly be the first. Sighing over his missed chance to perhaps reach the 7th level, Dai Tianyi smiled with satisfaction at being the last of the three to fall. Proudly glancing at the two, Dai Tianyi was just about to bask in the crowd's excited admiration, as well as the frustrated and sullen gazes from the other two. However, what greeted him was a strange silence. All the martial artists present, as well as the powerful figures outside of Gunan, along with Leng Wuxiang and Hua Tiandu, all stretched their necks, their eyes fixed on his back as if they had seen a ghost. What is going on? I've already come out of the black stone chamber. What are they looking at? Dai Tianyi felt frustrated. These guys, could it be that they were stunned by him? Unable to help himself, he turned to look. Upon doing so, he was immediately stunned, and his expression instantly matched that of Hua Tiandu and Leng Wuxiang, his eyes nearly popping out. Not far behind him, a black stone chamber glowed with the spiritual lantern indicating the 6th level, and it was still maintaining a perfect condition, without any errors at all. Dai Tianyi was hit with an endless blow. Who was in that black stone chamber? Even he had failed, how could someone still be inside undergoing the assessment? And to maintain perfection at the 6th level. Dai Tianyi's brain momentarily stopped functioning, and after a moment, he recalled the location of the black stone chamber. A clear face gradually emerged in his mind. Dai Tianyi's mouth dropped wide open, his eyes bulging enormously, a hint of horror and disbelief flashing in his gaze as he muttered, Chen, that black stone chamber, isn't it that little brat from the 5 nations? How could it be him? His mind was in turmoil, nearly spitting out blood from the frustration. A genius at the late stage of the mystic level like him had failed, yet that stinky brat at the heaven level from the 5 nations was still holding on. This was simply too unbelievable. He would rather believe a sow could climb a tree than believe what was happening before him. And in this eerie silence, not knowing how long had passed, the black stone chamber where Chen was suddenly underwent a change. Whoosh! As this change occurred, Dai Tianyi immediately let out a long breath, a relaxed and relieved expression appearing on his previously tense face. He made an error, that guy finally made an error. Since he made an error, failure can't be far off. But before the relief could spread, with a familiar sound, a familiar chirp echoed across the venue, as the black stone chamber where Chen was suddenly shifted from the 6th level to the 7th level. At that moment, everyone simultaneously widened their eyes, their bodies frozen in shock, a chilling, creaking sound escaping their throats as they became completely dumbfounded. Pu, Dai Tianyi, and the others could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of old blood. At this moment, everyone was about to go crazy. Chen entering the 7th level seemed like a fantasy. How could this happen? Surely it's a malfunction, someone shouted from the crowd, the old rationalization returning in a single, stunned assertion. Yes, that had to be the explanation. Dai Tianyi and the others quickly seized on that thought, grasping at the only plausible reason they could accept. But the black stone chamber's 7th level glow could not be denied. The lamp advanced, the indicator confirmed it. The impossible had happened. The heaven-level youth had advanced into the martial king threshold when even the mystical-level prodigies could not. All at once the air was thick with disbelief, eyes burning with a mixture of awe and bitter denial. Unexplainable. Chapter 7. What does this concept mean? No one present knew. They only knew that since the emergence of the martial Dao True meaning assessment on the continent, whether it was the Great Wei dynasty or the higher-tier forces that could reach the Great Wei dynasty, there had never been a martial artist at the heaven level who could break into the 7th level of the martial Dao True meaning. Let alone heaven-level martial artists, even mystic-level martial artists had never been heard of breaking into the 7th level. This was the 7th level, representing the control of true essence at the 7th stage martial king realm. Martial artists cultivate from the 1st to the 3rd stage, which involves true qi. From the 4th to the 6th stage, it involves true power. And upon breaking through to the 7th stage, true power transforms into true essence. This is a completely different realm and concept, crossing an enormous tier. Once true power turns into true essence, everything within the martial artist's body undergoes metamorphosis, and the true essence within is almost inexhaustible. Thus, the 7th stage signifies the king among martial artists. That is why it is called the martial king. It can be said without hesitation that before touching this realm, let alone Chen, a 3rd stage heaven-level martial artist, Even a 6th stage martial venerable, and even a pinnacle 6th stage martial venerable, would find it impossible to easily break into the 7th level and attempt to control true essence. This is a forbidden domain. But now that Chen from the 5 nations not only broke into the 7th level but also maintained a perfect state upon entry, showing no signs of error whatsoever. This was simply impossible. It must be a malfunction. There's no other possibility. Indeed, since the Martial Dao True Meaning assessment appeared, there has never been a genius at the heaven level who could break into the 7th level Martial King level. However, why does the residual will of the ancient southern capital not directly declare Chen to be defeated? Perhaps that black shadow is just a residual will, monitoring the assessment without autonomous consciousness, thus not noticing this point. By the time Chen finishes the assessment, it might sense it. If the will of the ancient southern capital directly judges that Chen's assessment result is invalid, I wonder what expression the 5 nations will have. At this moment, all the powerful figures of the Great Wei dynasty completely relaxed, no longer harboring any worries. Earlier, when entering the 6th level, although they thought it was a malfunction of the black stone chamber, deep down, there was still a hint of concern. What if Chen had genuinely relied on strength to reach the 6th level? But now that worry had completely vanished. Why? Does this even need to be asked? There was simply no one in the world who could break into the 7th level Martial King level at 3rd stage Heaven level without making a mistake. The Great Wei dynasty didn't have it, and the higher forces on the continent didn't have it either, let alone in the 5 nations, a place in the backwaters and rugged terrain. So it was a malfunction. You scared me. I thought Chen really reached the 6th level. I was truly confused. It seemed impossible. Tian and the others also completely let go of their concerns. Upon learning that the black stone chamber where Chen was located had malfunctioned, Tian's proud expression resurfaced. Looking arrogantly at Hua Tiandu and Leng Wuxiang, his eyes filled with smugness. It was just a matter of holding out for a moment longer. There was no need to be so excited. Those who don't know would think you've broken into the 7th level. The outcome of the next assessment, who wins and who loses, is still uncertain. Leng Wuxiang and Hua Tiandu snorted coldly. However, Tian's smugness did not diminish in the slightest, chuckling. No matter what, I am the one who persisted until the end, right? Ha ha ha. While Tian was feeling exceptionally proud at this moment, Chen was completely immersed in the comprehension and control of true essence. In that white misty void, Chen stood with his eyes closed. Surrounding his body were countless powerful true essence streams, some resembling fierce tigers and others like true dragons, crashing against each other madly, creating an astonishing roar, an unimaginable chaos. Such a fierce and diverse operation of true essence, let alone mystic-level martial artists, even a 7th stage martial king might not be able to fully control it. A thread of incredibly powerful perception was released by Chen, each perception manipulating one or more true essence streams. In addition, Chen's mental power was also wildly stirring in this void, like a vortex, with each rotation driving an astonishing flow of true essence, causing these streams to arrange themselves like soldiers commanded by a general. Under the guidance of Chen's spiritual awareness, regardless of how chaotic the true essence streams in the void were or how fiercely they reacted to each other, they could all be controlled within very small ranges, finding the key positions for their integration and transformation, as if they were an extension of his own limbs. This feeling, Chen kept his eyes closed, a faint smile on his face, as he had completely immersed himself in controlling the true essence. In his previous life, Chen had reached the 8th stage Martial Emperor, naturally mastering the control of true essence and had a clear understanding of 7th stage true essence. But at this moment, with the help of the Martial Dao True Meaning, Chen's understanding and control of 7th stage true essence had reached a new peak. Yes, this is it, this is the feeling. At this moment, in Chen's perception, it seemed as if he had also become a part of this true essence, participating in every reaction between them. All the true essence appeared to transform into his friends, his brothers, joyfully swirling around him, feeling their emotions. The true meaning of the martial Dao? Yes, this is the true meaning of the martial Dao. Chen had completely immersed himself in it. At this moment, he had forgotten that he was undergoing an assessment, even forgetting the reactions between true essences. Instead, he allowed these true essence flows to freely combine and collide, letting himself become a part of this true essence. He didn't know how long it had been, but suddenly all the true essence streams vanished, and Chen awakened from this feeling. Have I entered the 8th level? Not wanting this feeling to fade, Chen quietly waited, and soon numerous true essence streams reappeared. These streams were terrifyingly more powerful than those in the 7th level, with a devastating pressure descending. The power of the Martial Emperor represented the power of the 8th stage Martial Emperor. In my previous life, I was at the peak of the 8th stage Martial Emperor, even capable of contending with the 9th level Martial God. Yet now, I feel that my comprehension of true essence in the Martial Emperor realm is still lacking. This Martial Dao true meaning is just what I need to achieve a more profound understanding in the Martial Emperor realm. With excitement in his heart, Chen completely immersed himself within it. Boom, a massive amount of Martial Emperor power swirled around Chen, and he could clearly sense the essence of each type of Martial Emperor power. That thorough and profound feeling captivated him, intoxicating him. Martial Emperor, the Emperor of Martial Arts. In my previous life, I thought I had a deep understanding of Martial Emperor's true essence, even capable of fighting beyond my level. However, now I realize that the true power of the Martial Emperor is profound and mysterious, far beyond what I had grasped back then. Chen sighed, feeling both amazed and shocked. During this Martial Dao true meaning assessment, Chen discovered that his comprehension of martial arts was still lacking in many aspects. In his previous life, he had been the most outstanding genius in the martial domain, nearly invincible among his peers. But looking back now, it was rather laughable. He had taken many detours and ended up on the wrong path. This Martial Dao true meaning has given me a more fundamental understanding of true essence. However, truly mastering it isn't something that can be achieved in a day. Knowing it's difficult is one thing, but acting on it is even harder. However, after this moment of enlightenment, at least I have a clearer and more definite direction on my path forward. Boom. A massive amount of Martial Emperor power, under Chen's control, collided and fused furiously. Each burst contained astonishing pressure, yet there were no mistakes, leaving him profoundly moved. At the level of the Martial Emperor, Chen began to feel some pressure. His control over true essence wasn't as free and unrestricted as before. He understood why. He hadn't comprehended the essence of true essence at the Martial Emperor realm. The only reason he could control it at all was due to the rich experience carried from his previous life, forcibly directing it with practiced skill. At this moment, he couldn't comprehend everything. He couldn't fully digest and integrate all the content. He could only silently memorize it in his heart, promising to reflect on it more thoroughly after he exited. If I had been able to comprehend these things in my previous life, perhaps I wouldn't have been harmed by those two wretched ones, Feng and Xiong. After the final strand of true essence was fused together by Chen, several strands before his eyes vanished, and the entire space returned to calm. Did I pass the 8th level? Then the next level is the 9th level Martial God realm. At this moment, the blood within Chen surged and burned with excitement. 9th level Martial God. What a supreme title, representing the pinnacle of the Tianwu continent. In his previous life, due to limited talent, Chen had exhausted his efforts and could only cultivate to the peak of the 8th stage Martial Emperor, never able to break through to the 9th level Martial God realm. And in this life, being able to sense all of this in advance made it impossible for him not to be excited. Buzz. As the scene before him changed, an astonishing aura of true essence suddenly appeared. Each strand was more than 10 times stronger than those in the 8th level. At the same time, Chen's perception was elevated to the 9th level Martial God realm. That immense control made him thrilled and shaken. This is the 9th level Martial God realm? His whole body trembled with excitement, like a traveler parched under the scorching summer sun suddenly spotting a clear water source. The exhilaration was beyond words. The 9th level Martial God was the pinnacle every warrior in the Tianwu continent aspired to, the essence of dreams. Boom! In this feeling, Chen quickly urged his inner perception and mental strength to control the massive, terrifying flow of true essence. But due to his overwhelming excitement, in a mere moment Chen made a mistake, causing the true essence flow before him to become violently chaotic. Calm down. I've finally gotten this chance to fulfill a long-held desire from my previous life that I never accomplished. How can I get eliminated before even gaining a deeper understanding of the 9th level Martial God's true essence? In his previous life, Chen had clashed with several 9th level Martial Gods, and as a 9-tier Emperor-level Alchemist, he had a deep understanding of both the bodies and true essence of 9th level Martial Gods. But that understanding only skimmed the surface. It was like a doctor's knowledge of a patient's physical body. Now, in this Martial Dao true meaning, Chen could personally sense each strand of 9th level Martial God true essence. It felt as if he had become a part of the body itself. This understanding reached the essence, directly pointing to the source. In an effort to control everything, Chen completely immersed himself in the comprehension of true essence. He could feel gaps in his past life comprehension, blind spots where he had relied on technique, habit, and force rather than true understanding. Those gaps explained why some approaches had failed him before. They explained the detours he'd taken. He quietly noted the differences. The subtle harmonies within the flow, the places where intention must precede exertion, the way true essence folded upon itself at the peak realm. These were not trifles, but the foundations that separated a peak 8th stage martial emperor from a true 9th level martial god. When he steadied himself, he was not simply mimicking mastery. He had tasted the core. The sensation left him humbled, yet with a clarity he'd never felt. This was the real direction he needed to cultivate, integrate perception and feeling with form, let essence lead movement rather than the other way round. After a time of concentrated comprehension, the chaotic strands calmed. Chen fused what he could, storing the rest deep within his heart to resolve later. He understood the limits of a single assessment. The rest required patient polishing. Bang, the black stone chamber finally opened. A figure staggered out. Chen's eyes were vacant and he appeared extremely disheveled. He did not speak. Without hesitation, he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. The true energy within him surged wildly, condensing and becoming denser by the moment, faintly brushing the 4th-tier mystic level. Outside, a considerable number of onlookers quietly assumed the black stone chamber must have malfunctioned and doubted the legitimacy of his result. Yet none of their murmurs touched Chen. He had gained what he needed. He shut the world out and retreated wholly into contemplation, nourishing the understanding he had finally grasped. A black figure stood silently in the sky, expressionless, without any indication of movement. It was only after a stick of incense had burned out that Chen finished his cultivation and opened his eyes, at which point a thunderous voice echoed throughout the ancient southern capital. The first round of the martial arts true meaning assessment has concluded. A total of 398 participants have passed the first round. Now, we will immediately proceed to the second round of assessment. As the black figure appeared, the crowd erupted in an uproar, almost unable to believe their ears. That black stone chamber where Chen was located clearly malfunctioned. How could that be considered passing the assessment? What incredible luck! This is simply unfair. The crowd was in an uproar, discussing among themselves, many people's faces flushed with anger, especially those talented individuals who had been eliminated. They could not forget the scene where someone defied the will of the ancient southern capital and was subsequently obliterated. Outside, the ancient southern capital protests briefly broke out among the eliminated, but they were ruthlessly suppressed in an instant. The top experts from the 3 major forces of the Great Wei dynasty also trembled, their eyes filled with shock. The speed of that light was so fast that they could not react in time. Even if it were them, they would probably be helpless, left to watch themselves being obliterated. In an instant, everyone felt fear and no longer dared to utter a word. The towering black figure did not spare a glance at this group of people, only coldly surveying them from above. The second round of assessment you face is the array assessment. The black figure raised a hand. Buzz. An invisible force descended, and the entire square was suddenly illuminated by a dazzling light, strange patterns rising beneath the feet of each participant. The 398 individuals who had passed the first round were all enveloped within it. What complex array patterns! This definitely surpasses the 9th level of array formations. Staring at the patterns below, Chen's pupils constricted suddenly. The entire array was a masterpiece of the Great Tao. With his vision, he could not discern any clues. This indicated that the level of this array had exceeded the limits of his understanding. In this array, you will face immense pressure. This pressure will gradually increase as time passes, and if you cannot endure it, your mind will be harmed and you will spit out blood on the spot. As long as you can hold on for more than an hour, you will pass the second round of assessment and can enter the third round of preliminaries. The assessment will begin in 5 minutes. Please all prepare yourselves. Now, does anyone have questions? The black figure looked down. Everyone turned to Chen. During the first round, Chen had no knowledge of the true meaning of martial arts and had asked questions, which drew laughter from the crowd. They expected that he would certainly ask something during this round as well. However, to their surprise, after hearing the assessment content, Chen directly sat cross-legged, not appearing to have any questions at all. I have a question. Seeing Chen remain silent, a genius from the 5 kingdoms suddenly shouted, attracting the attention of the crowd. The individual was only about 18 or 19 years old, one of the youngest present. Nervously, he said, "As far as I know, the ancient southern capital ruins test a martial artist's talent, not their direct cultivation level. But this second round of assessment tests how long each person can endure the pressure of this array. We come from various ages, and those younger have lower levels of cultivation and will naturally last a shorter time. This does not mean that their martial talent is truly inferior to others. Isn't this a bit unfair? Among the many geniuses present, ages varied greatly. The youngest, like Chen, was not yet 16, while the oldest was 24. There was almost a 6-year gap between the two, which naturally resulted in significant differences in cultivation and strength. Therefore, under the same array, the younger individuals would definitely suffer considerable disadvantages. Not only this boy, but other geniuses around 20 years old shared similar concerns. Having passed the previous martial arts true meaning assessment, they were well aware that the ancient southern capital ruins possessed astonishing inheritances, and this time, nearly 200 geniuses from the Great Wei dynasty had come. Such immense competitive pressure left everyone feeling overwhelmed. Even if it risked offending the prideful geniuses of the Great Wei dynasty, they had to voice their concerns. Coldly regarding the crowd below, the black figure said indifferently, "You need not worry about this. The pressure each of you feels in this array is different. The younger you are, the lower the pressure. However, the overall difficulty remains the same." Hearing this, many of the younger geniuses finally breathed a sigh of relief. "The assessment begins." A few minutes later, the cold voice of the black figure echoed once more. Buzz. The flowing light array suddenly began to operate, and an astonishing pressure crashed down on each person. Thud. Several geniuses, confident in their extraordinary abilities, stood arrogantly in the middle of the array at the start. However, as the array activated, they were suddenly slammed to the ground, each one quickly sitting cross-legged, no longer daring to show off. Rumbling. Invisible pressure came crashing down in layers, like waves continuously sweeping over them, seemingly endless. The vast majority of people turned pale, their bodies trembling slightly. Everyone couldn't help but feel fear. The pressure from the array had been this intense from the very beginning. How difficult would it be to endure for the next hour? Initially, many thought this round would be easy, but at that moment, no one dared to entertain such thoughts any longer. Each person held their breath, concentrating, using all their cultivation to withstand the pressure. Among the crowd, only Chen revealed a strong sense of shock in his eyes. There truly exist such arrays in this world. Not only does it suppress true energy and physical body, but it also exerts pressure on mental strength and soul. This grand array not only pressed down on his cultivation, but exerted slight pressure on every other aspect as well, and this pressure did not descend like a huge mountain. Instead, it flowed in waves, layer upon layer. It seemed almost like a special cultivation method. With a movement of his mind, Chen immediately retracted his spiritual power and true energy, letting the impact of the formation against him grow stronger. Humph! With a muffled grunt, Chen's body shook, his face turning pale, swaying unsteadily. What a powerful pressure, but as I expected, this pressure is not sharp but very gentle. This means that as long as I grasp the right measure, it won't cause any damage to my body. Instead, it serves as a tempering for my flesh, spirit, and soul. His eyes sparkled, and Chen's excited face flushed red. It is important to understand that for martial artists, cultivating is often not a method without any danger. Rather, it should be like a spring, having both tension and relaxation, which helps the body become stronger and more resilient. For example, the baptism in the blood-spirit pool, the cultivation of the indestructible holy body, is achieved through continuous baptism and suppression of the physical body, leading to transformation. However, this method has a significant drawback. If the pressure a martial artist endures is too great, not only will they fail to achieve the desired effect, but they may also severely injure their body, even becoming useless. The reason the blood-spirit pool baptism is feasible is that the liquid of the blood-spirit pool itself has the effect of enhancing physical strength. The indestructible holy body is effective because the technique can transform the flesh, making the body stronger under oppression. At other times, relying on forced external strength to temper the body can lead to problems if one is not careful. But the pressure generated by the formation before him, although terrifying, is extremely gentle in nature. With appropriate control, it can greatly temper the body, spiritual power, and soul. Great! Now that my indestructible holy body has been stuck at the second level for a long time, wanting to enter the third level is quite difficult. Now, under this formation's pressure, it is enough to allow my indestructible holy body to undergo some transformation on its original foundation. Excited, Chen completely released his mind and no longer used any true energy to resist. A vast aura immediately pressed down on him like an ocean, fiercely oppressing Chen. Ugh! With a muffled grunt, Chen's figure shook violently, swaying precariously, his internal energy surging, almost spitting out blood on the spot. The pressure was simply too terrifying. Other martial artists were using all their true energy to resist, but Chen instead retracted his true energy, purely relying on his physical body to withstand it. This is not the same concept at all. If it were not for Chen cultivating the indestructible holy body and having broken through to the second level, his pure physical strength being close to the Wuzong level, even other Xuan-level martial artists would likely have been eliminated instantly. This scene left the others present stunned, all gaping in disbelief. No way, the second round of assessment just started, and Chen can't hold on any longer, looking around. In the entire square, many geniuses, although their faces turned pale from the start, at least managed to hold on. But how long has it been for Chen? He was already swaying, with a face that was both pale and flushed. This is too weak. I said this person only passed the first round through sheer luck, someone sneered. It's only been a few minutes and he can't hold on, someone shook their head. Actually, in the first round, this kid might have already been eliminated. He just managed to get to the second round due to some malfunction. Just wait, it won't be long before he is the first one eliminated. The mocking voices echoed outside the ancient southern capital. Impossible, with Chen's talent, how could he give up so quickly? There must be some reason. In the region of the Great Qi Kingdom, Xiao Zhan's eyes flickered as he stared at Chen, unwilling to believe that Chen would lose so soon. What is that kid up to? In the crowd, the cloaked figure coldly stared at Chen, feeling perplexed. If anyone present understood Chen's cultivation the best, it would undoubtedly be him. Given Chen's displayed prowess in the martial city, this cloaked figure would not believe Chen would be eliminated so quickly. This kid is cunning and deceitful. Perhaps he has some scheme. With a cold snort, the cloaked figure fixed his gaze on Chen. No matter what, he must reclaim the Kinglian demonic fire and absolutely cannot allow it to fall into anyone else's hands. Hold on, keep holding on. In the formation, Chen struggled to endure, allowing the astonishing pressure to weigh down on him, yet he remained oblivious, his body gradually transforming under the operation of the indestructible holy body. Not only his flesh, but also his spiritual and soul powers were continuously tempered under this pressure, becoming more refined and solid. As time passed, the pressure emitted by the formation grew stronger, and Chen's endurance became a single, escalating ordeal. He retracted his spiritual power to temper his body and welcomed the gentler but crushing oppression, the pressure pushing through his bones and marrow until he shook, his face drained and then flushed, his internal energy roiling. Blood spit from his mouth more than once as his body neared collapse. Yet each time he spat blood, he steadied himself without resorting to energy unless absolutely necessary, using a brief wisp of true energy now, and then to stabilize his internal turbulence. The pain and shock rippling across the square and drawing sneers and cries of disbelief from the crowd who assumed his repeated bleeding would mark his end. Cries of favoritism and accusations that the will of ancient Nandu was showing him undue care. Even as other contestants fell away in quick succession, thrown out or blasted from the formation. Each spurt of blood from Chen met with rising murmurs that he would be the next to go, but met instead with stubborn endurance that left watchers dumbfounded and enraged, convinced that his persistence would either be a miraculous pass or his undoing as the formation tightened its grip and tested the limits of his indestructible holy body and spirit alike. The many powerful figures from the Great Wei dynasty, with their keen eyes, could naturally see that Chen's spitting of blood was not a facade, but a genuine reaction to the overwhelming pressure, resulting in injury. In the formation, Hua Tiandu and the others cast disdainful glances at Chen. Previously, this guy had surpassed them in the first round of assessment and shocked them. Now, thinking back on it, it was simply laughable. This is not good. The pressure from the formation is increasing too fast. To eliminate candidates, it will surely reach an astonishing level within an hour, and the speed at which my physical strength enhances can't keep up with the rising pressure. I must use some true energy. A wisp of true energy spread out from within his sea of energy. With this boost, Chen's physical defense strength increased significantly, and the turbulent internal energy immediately calmed down, allowing him to continue cultivating. At this moment, everyone outside the ancient southern capital was staring intently at Chen, anticipating his elimination and waiting to see his embarrassment. Time passed second by second. To everyone's dismay, Chen, who had already spat blood, surprisingly calmed down and continued to hold on firmly. What's wrong with this kid? He clearly couldn't hold on just now. How did he suddenly become fine again? The crowd was speechless and nearly driven mad. Just as they were thinking, not far away a participant swayed, his face turning white as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The next moment, buzz. That person completely vanished from the square, thrown out of the ancient southern capital. He became the first eliminated, following that person. Buzz, buzz, buzz. More than 10 people consecutively spat blood, subsequently getting eliminated. Everyone was stunned. Chen was actually not the first eliminated, just as they were feeling frustrated. Chen's body swayed again, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Haha, now Chen should be eliminated, right? The crowd erupted in smiles, each of them growing excited. However, what made them feel frustrated was that after Chen spat out blood, he still showed no reaction, continuing to remain in the grand formation and participating in the assessment. Wow, the entire venue erupted into chaos, the noise surging like a wave, almost scattering the clouds above. Why is this happening? What on earth is the will of ancient Nandu doing? Other martial artists would immediately be thrown out of ancient Nandu and lose their qualification for the assessment as soon as they spat blood. But Chen, after spitting blood twice in a row, could still remain in the grand formation and continue accepting the assessment. What the hell is going on? Is Chen your nephew or your granduncle? Why are you taking such good care of him? The crowd couldn't understand at all. During the first round, the black stone chamber where Chen was located clearly had a malfunction, but the will of ancient Nandu turned a blind eye. Fine, everyone accepted it. After all, no one knew what happened in the black stone chamber. If the will of ancient Nandu said there was no problem, then there was no problem. But the second round was conducted in front of everyone, and everyone could see it clearly. Chen had already spat blood twice and still was not eliminated. The crowd was completely drunk. This Chen has such incredible luck. I really don't understand how the will of ancient Nandu just won't eliminate him. Humph, if he won't be eliminated, then according to the rules, the pressure of the entire grand formation will keep increasing. Chen has clearly reached his limit, yet he remains, and in the end, only he will be injured. Just wait and see how that Chen dies. The crowd sneered, all watching Chen with great interest. The terror of the will of ancient Nandu was something everyone had felt, so they naturally didn't dare to voice too many complaints, but in their hearts, they all scoffed. This second round was different from the first. Once someone couldn't hold on, being forcibly retained, the continuously increasing pressure would keep damaging the martial artist's body until they completely collapsed, losing all vitality and becoming a corpse. Just watch within a quarter of an hour that Chen will definitely be lying down when he comes out. Someone confidently asserted. Others shared the same thought, sneering as they looked at Chen. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Time passed, and as the pressure rapidly increased, one martial artist after another was being oppressed and soon couldn't hold on, getting eliminated one after another. After more than half an hour, the original team of nearly 400 was reduced to 300, with 100 people eliminated. But what frustrated the crowd was that Chen, who had been the first to spit blood, was still holding on. Moreover, he had spat blood 2 more times during this period. This guy, is he a cockroach? How long has it been and he hasn't been eliminated? Who said just now that within a quarter of an hour, Chen would definitely be lying down? It's already been 2/4 of an hour, right? The crowd was almost going crazy. This was simply outrageous. Since the second round of assessment began, Chen had been performing as if he would be eliminated soon, but the outcome was a slap in the face. This guy was like an unkillable cockroach, clearly looking like he would be eliminated the next second, but he just wouldn't be sent out. As for the previous powerhouse who confidently claimed Chen would be eliminated in a quarter of an hour, he was deeply scorned by others. Cough, cough, I assure you very soon this guy will be eliminated. You all believe me. That powerhouse, red-faced, faced the gazes of the crowd, said with certainty. However, the crowd had grown tired of paying attention to him. In fact, someone couldn't help but have a thought. Could it be that this time in the second round, this guy would miraculously pass? Amidst the crowd's guesses and suffering, an hour finally passed. On the square, the number of participants had changed from nearly 400 to around 250, with a total of 150 eliminated in this round. What everyone wanted was to eliminate Chen, whose face was pale, still swaying as if about to fall, yet he remained steadfast. Blood still hung at the corner of his mouth, and that blood hadn't even dried. He had spat blood at least 4 or 5 times, but like a stubborn rock, he remained unchanged despite the wind and rain. Bang, bang, bang. After an hour, the power of the grand formation suddenly increased, and one contestant after another was shaken out of the formation. However, those who couldn't hold on were not expelled from ancient Nandu, but landed on the square outside the formation, which clearly meant they had passed this round of assessment. How is this possible? As a genius of the Dou dynasty, I actually lost to someone from the 5 nations. Among them, a genius from the Dou dynasty in his early 20s, with a gloomy face, coldly stared at the martial artists on the square who had not yet been eliminated, his expression dark. By now, there were still nearly 200 people left on the square. Among them, the geniuses of the Dou dynasty accounted for more than 90%, with only about 20 geniuses from the 5 nations remaining. Among them, the likes of Yu Wenfeng from De Liang Kingdom and Yu Qianxue from Ling Tian sect were naturally not surprising. Besides them, the lineup from De Qi Kingdom was also quite impressive. Princess Zai Zun, Zhao Ling Shan, Wang Qiming, and Qin Chen, there were 4 people who had not been eliminated. Moreover, the 4th Prince Zhao Wei and Zhao Jing, who had previously been shaken out, had also exceeded an hour and could enter the 3rd round of assessment. That meant 6 people had persisted until now, becoming a striking scene. However, this was not the most shocking part. The most terrifying thing was the mysterious Guixian sect among the 5 nations. Although the main force of the Guixian sect had long been wiped out by De Qi Kingdom, the 8 geniuses they brought this time had not been eliminated so far. They had become the biggest winners among the 5 nations. Where did these geniuses from Guixian sect come from? The total number of disciples from the 5 nations who passed the 2nd round of assessment should be around 60, but only about 20 have persisted until now. Almost every force has eliminated quite a few geniuses, yet not a single one of the 8 disciples from Guixian sect has been eliminated. It seems even some forces of the De Wei dynasty must have had people eliminated. The crowd frowned, revealing deep confusion. From the previous high-platform battle, everyone could see that this group of Guixian sect powerhouses had an unknown origin and astonishing strength. And now, it was even more shocking. Next, one genius after another began to be unable to hold on and were continuously blasted away. The previously graceful geniuses of the De Wei dynasty were now in utter disarray. After an hour and a half, only about 100 people remained. After 2 hours, only 50 people were left. Finally, some of the 8 from Guixian sect began to be eliminated. By 2.5 hours, only 20 people were left on the field. How can there still be 8 from the 5 nations in the northwest? How is this possible? Among the 20 people remaining, 8 were actually from the northwest 5 nations, which was astonishing. You are amazing for listening to chapters 201 to 300 of Martial Legend. If you are enjoying this story, please consider subscribing and supporting the channel.